Hey guys, howdy, I hope you are fine. As you seen in the thumbnail, in this video, we are gonna see, what if Harry had the storm release Bloodline and fell love with Luna Part 1. I request you to check the author of this fanfic, and show some love and support. Name of the story is The Shock of It All by Fairy WM. Do check it out. All details in description. And if you want next part of this series, please leave a like and comment 5 blue emoji. Let's get into the video. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Luna Targaryen uncensored spicy version. Link in description. He must compete, the words echoed over and over in our champion's head as he stumbled blindly through the castle. He didn't want to go back to the dorms yet. He was in too much shock that the adults were making him participate in this stupid tournament. He had thought for sure that Dumbledore would stand by him, but the headmaster didn't. As a matter of fact, the old man had done the exact opposite and stated that he must compete. It was that man's determination that the young teen was now in a magically binding contract that broke our hero's mind. For if Dumbledore couldn't get him out, then he must truly be stuck participating. The teen wandered aimlessly as his brain circled over his dilemma, until his breathing became erratic as did his pulse, and sweat poured down his forehead. He needed to calm down. He couldn't think like this, everything was so unclear. So, without even realizing it, he turned his steps to the dungeons where he'd seek some calming draft. He had no desire to go to the hospital wing since he knows Madame Pomfrey will just keep him overnight. He just wanted to be alone to figure out how he was going to get out of his latest predicament. His footsteps echoed the empty halls as he slowly walked through them. His mind was running a mile a minute, and he was paying very little attention to where he was going. In a daze he opened the potions classroom door and headed towards Snape's office. There was a sludge-like resistance, it made him feel like he was wading in shallow waters. But he was determined to get the needed potions. So he carelessly waved his hand and it went away. He stumbled blindly into the office and looked at the hazy labels, but everything was unfocused. Why couldn't he see? Was his body rebelling? He needed to clear his head. He shook his head and looked for the correct color. There was a tingling in the back of the room, so he headed there. He instinctively went to a locked cabinet where the pulse of magic was coming from. There appeared to be a barrier on the door, so with a thoughtless wave of his hand he cleared it. Opening the wooden door and spotting green, he blindly reached for the vial and lifted it off the shelf. He popped the cork and took a long pull, grimacing at the dirty sock taste. Wait, dirty socks, that's not, was the incomplete thought as the potion hit high. And his eyes rolled in the back of his head as he slammed to the floor. The glass container tinkled as it hit the stones and rolled near his feet. The bloody Baron was making his rounds of the lower levels of Hogwarts when he heard the body and glass fall. So, he drifted to the scene and saw a boy in a Gryffindor uniform on the floor. Heaving a great sigh at the stupidity of that house, he went to get the potion's master. Floating through the wall, he came up on the man sitting in his study, reading. Potion Master Snape, there is one of Gryffindor's students in your office, who appears to have overdosed on something. The apparition stated coolly as if this happened every day, while truth be told it only happened once or twice a decade. Damn it, of all the dunderheaded things to do, the greasy-haired man snarled as he slammed closed his book and got up. It is probably some fool thinking that the cheering draft will give him the euphoria of cannabis, he stated, hating when Muggle-born teens discovered that particular drug. He headed to the office and when he spotted our hero, he growled. Get up, you foolish child, he said, waving his wand and spelling him awake. Who the hell are you? The dark-haired teen stated groggily as he pulled himself up. He adjusted his glasses and shook his head to clear it, but everything was still fuzzy. He had no idea who the man in front of him was. But he looked like someone you stayed far away from if you could help it. The greasy hair, the crooked teeth, dressed all in black, yeah, not someone you would want to meet in a dark alley. Do not play stupid with me, Potter. What are you doing in here? How did you even get past the wards? No, you are too senseless and feeble to have done it yourself. You must have had an upper year do it for you, was it the twins? Never mind, I will find out, but for now it will be detention for a month for stealing from a teacher, the vile man sneered, happy to finally have a legitimate reason to punish the boy. He grabbed the teen and started yanking him towards the door. Get out of my office and if I ever see you in here again, I will make sure you are expelled. What are wards? What twins? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't even know who the hell you are. Get away from me, you creepy bat. The now named Potter yelled, pulling away from the grip on his arm, and slamming into the wall behind him. His wild eyes were glancing around the room, taking in the fact that it looked like something out of a horror movie from the telly. There were vials and jars of things that were floating in goo and sludge. The man in front of him looked like a villain off a comic book, perhaps he was a mad scientist. The dark-haired teen worried about where he was but was even more concerned over the fact that he didn't know who he was. But he wasn't going to tell the strange person this. Do not play stupid with me, Potter. This is no time for one of your pranks, the dark man yelled as he yanked the teen up further from his slouched position, who once more jerked from his grasp and hit the wall. You are coming with me to the headmaster's office for sneaking out after curfew and disrespecting a professor. The now claimed teacher stated as he once more tried to grab the boy. Potter saw this and ducked, putting his foot forward so he could evade the grabby hand. He heard a crunching of the glass vial under his foot. He looked down and saw green goo seeping out from under his shoe. He lifted his foot and tried to shake it off as he stepped away from his tormentor. Snape, upon hearing the noise, also looked down. He picked up the broken vial and when he saw the label he paled. His eyes darted around the room, as he looked to make sure what he saw was real. He couldn't have. That cabinet is warded against students. How did he get in there? His mind frantically thought. Then he stared at his most hated student and noted his completely confused look. You stupid fool, how much of this did you take? He snarled at the teen, waving to the broken glass under the kid's nose. I didn't take anything, Potter snapped, leaning away from the hook-nosed man, who was in his face again. Like he would touch anything in this room, it all looked like experiments gone wrong. His nose wrinkled at the thought, though his mouth did have a dirty sock taste to it, which made him wonder how he knew what dirty socks tasted like. If you had only sipped this vial then you would merely be dazed, the potion's master hedged, thinking of the ramifications of the boy who lived overdosing on an experimental potion. I can't tell from the amount on the floor, he mumbled, trying to evaluate how much the child had taken. If it had only be a sip he would be easily controlled, much like the Imperious. But the boy seemed to be completely without memory. What to do? The wary teen saw that his tormentor was distracted, so he ducked past him and ran. When he saw the ghost of the Bloody Baron, he ran faster. What the hell kind of place is this? He wondered as he rabbited through the dungeons. He passed talking portraits and suits of armor that seemed to move to grab him. He twisted and turned and didn't stop for even a second. His eyes were wild with what he was seeing and all of it made him run faster. This place is crazy, was the thought running through his mind as he followed the torchlight halls. Until he came to some stairs. He took a deep breath and started up them. There at the top were a set of large double doors. He sprinted forward and pulled one side open. Runnin'. Outside towards the wall that appeared to be surrounding the large stone building, his only thought was to escape this madhouse. As he ran, tried to get his bearings. There was a gate in front of him, so he went in that direction. There is a dark forest to his right and in the pale moonlight he saw beings that looked to be a cross between man and horse. This made him run faster still. Just about the time he reached the gates, a very large man came from the trees. Ari, the giant called, lifting his hand in greeting, which just happened to have a huge crossbow. Our hero, upon seeing the weapon, freaked out more and twisted to turn away, when suddenly he wasn't near the Grimm's fairytale place anymore. Severus fretted. This was not something he normally did, however, it wasn't every day he broke a national icon. He whirled on the Bloody Baron, his robes flaring behind him. This never happened, he snarled, waving his hand to indicate that he meant the whole scene. You never saw that boy. I never confronted him. As far as anyone is concerned, he never entered the dungeons tonight. Or I will find a way to exorcise you and blame it on the Weasley twins. My dear deluded man, that is not a threat to me. The unimpressed Baron stated in his most pompous voice. Long have I wanted to leave this plane of existence. Besides, I have a duty to tell the headmaster of things such as this, he stated. Then got a sly look on his face as he realized he could use this to his advantage. However, perhaps we can come to an accord. You tell me what was in that vial and perchance we can make a deal. I believe is the current saying. Only if I find it is a Slytherin-worthy cause. He was Slytherin after all, and any deal that could benefit him was not something to pass up. Hee haw. DeLong wanted to have something to hold over this man, who he felt had ruined many children's lives. Now, he could make the man behave and perhaps reap a reward for himself. Snape thought about it and ran all the repercussions over in his mind. He couldn't think of anything that a ghost could want that would be worse than Dumbledore discovering this potion, or the stupid boy taking it. I have why enemies amongst the Death Eaters and a few amid the Order? They all are trying to blackmail me. A few are coming close, and I do not believe Albus could be of help this time. This, he waved to the mess on the floor, was a bottled Imperious Obliviate draft. It is scentless, tasteless and untraceable. 4 drops of this and I can erase their memories of everything I want and make them pliable. It was yet untested. I do not know what would happen if one overdosed, but judging from the dunderhead that just left, I would say it wipes the entire memory. Perhaps, or it was combined with the fact that the boy suffered from a great shock, the apparition stated smoothly, knowing full well that the child was innocent. The teen was not trained enough to do what was needed to charm the Goblet of Fire. The tournament was held in his day, and the goblet was used even then. There was no way a student could charm the artifact to do what was done. No, someone was out to get the boy, but the Tyon's master was too blind with hate to see that. It was one of the reasons the Baron was willing to broker a deal. Please, that child is nothing but a glory-seeking Gryffindor. He'd put his name in Goblet and is only pretending to be overtaken with emotion. Snape sneered and waved his hand as if dismissing the entire idea. I did not know you thought so highly of the boy's skills. If he is accomplished enough to confound an ancient artifact at such a young age, why he could be the next Merlin, the Baron stated with false awe. Do not toy with me, Baron, you know damn good and well that he had someone else do it. You are letting your past cloud your mind, a very unslytherin-like quality, the ghost sneered condescendingly. Now, tell me, Potion Master Snape, who is it that you work for? The Bloody Spirit asked. He had watched this man dance to 2 masters but wondered if he was really the puppet he pretended to be. He really wanted to know. It would be vital to his plan on blackmailing the professor. Myself. Like any other self-respecting Slytherin, was the deadpanned answer. Well done. I had wondered, he stated, looking down his nose to the greasy-haired man. Then sniffed and looked Snape dead in the eye. As to our accord, if you try and come from out of the past and start treating the students correctly, along with one other little thing, I will keep my silence. However, if you continue to persecute innocent children because of your memories, then you will find that I have no fear of you or your petty threats. Think well on this, you obliviated a celebrity. If it were to get out you will wind up in Azkaban. My thoughts are of this school and all the students within it. It is the main goal of all the house ghosts. You would do well to emulate us, the blood-covered spirit stated as he looked sincerely. It felt good to have a reason to make this man behave. Now, you will find my other need is simple. The time is late, and we have dallied at the scene for longer than necessary. I will join you in your quarters after you have cleared this mess, the ghost said as he floated to the ceiling and disappeared. Snape stood in surprise for a minute. He had no clue that the Bloody Baron was so protective. Shaking himself out of his stupor, he quickly banished the spilled potion and broken bottle. He secured the cabinet with a few darker wards than he had had on there before, and left the room as if it had not been touched. He then calmly went back to his study, thanking Merlin that Albus couldn't read the minds of ghosts. He cleared his mind and organized this night into the deepest parts, hiding it under his hate of all things Potter. The Baron did join him, and his next demand was easy, yet at the same time hard. All Snape had to do was talk to the Grey Lady and convince her to converse with her murderer. He felt he could accomplish this with few issues. She was merely an over-emotional woman after all. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, Harry's paw. Right now, our hero was huddled against the cold winds of the city streets. He had no idea how he got here, but the phrase, out of the frying pan and into the fire, kept running through his mind as he took in the shadows of the alley he was currently hiding in. 1 minute he was escaping from the spooky castle, full of mean men, animated armor and holograms of men covered in blood, and the next he was in the cold streets of a city. He did wonder what kind of technology that greasy-haired, hook-nosed person used to make all that happened and why. Did the guy do something to make him forget? Is that why he was so mean? What could he have possibly done to piss someone off so much that they'd take his memories? Maybe it was a murder, or a drug deal, or a slave operation. Harry didn't know, there were too many possibilities. And since he had no memory, he had no way of proving anything. So, he couldn't go to the coppers, they'd just laugh at him, or throw him into the loony bin. But that was for another time. Right now, he had to get warm, and stay hidden. He was alone, at night, in the city, and had no weapons or means to protect himself. He didn't know why that was his first thought. But he needed to regroup and deal with it all in the morning. So he hunkered down behind a large waste bin and wrapped his robe around his legs. In his mind he was chanting, "Get warm, stay safe, and he could slowly feel the warmth spread throughout his body from the center. Unknown to him, he was using his magic to protect himself from the elements and the excessively bad people as he fell asleep sitting against the wall. Too bad that didn't include petty thieves. When he woke the next morning, he was sans glasses and shoes, but for some reason was still a decent temperature. He figured it was the woolen robe. And brushed it off. He looked through the pockets of what appeared to be a school uniform. In them he found some weird paper, a stick, a feather with ink on the tip, and a few pieces of silver and bronze. Thinking this might get him some real money, he threw all but the coins away and hit the streets. Thanking God he had been sitting on these treasured coins, or he might not have them either. He walked for a while, not noticing that his feet were not freezing on the cold concrete. He had to get right up to the windows to read the signs, and many of the shop owners chased him away. He stumbled around, until he found a store that bought gold and rare coins. "Good morning," he stated as he slowly made his way up to the counter. "I found these coins and was wondering if they were really silver and how much I could get for them." He held out 2 of the silver ones. The man took them, eyed them carefully, then quirked an eyebrow at the teen and snarled, "Think you're funny, do ya? Trying to get me in trouble? Are ya?" He slammed the money on the counter and was ready to run the boy off. It had to be a prank or a setup to see if he'd buy them. There was no other reason. And the kid would come in asking about them. While he had had wizards in the past, they all wanted what that bank Gringotts would give them. They gave the appropriate words that were used in non-magical shops. This kid seemed to want the going prize of precious metal. "What? They're not real silver then?" was the disappointed sigh. His shoulders slumped in defeat. He had no idea what he was going to do for money now. He didn't think the vendors would take them, especially if they weren't real. "Oh, no, they be silver all right, but I can't buy them. There is a law against talkin' wizard coins." The man sneered as he looked the child up and down, taking in his defeated posture and wondered why he wasn't in school. He didn't look like a street rat. His clothes were new, and he had probably had shoes on last night. Judging from his clean feet. "Wizard coins, what are you on about?" Potter asked with a completely bewildered look on his face. "Look, kid, I can give ya what the goblins would, which might be enough to get ya a meal. But you can't sell these to anyone. I can tell from your uniform that ya know what I'm talkin' about," he said, waving his hand at the uniform in question. "Right, had a bit of an accident. And lost my memory. I did just find these coins in my pocket. Look, here are a few more," the messy-haired teen stated, as he pulled out 5 more of the silver money. Something in the man's voice renewed his hope. "Don't know who you are then. Pity, I might have been able to, help. As it is I can give ya a couple of quid to tide ya over until ya get back to school," the man stated as he opened a box under the counter and counted out some money. "Perhaps, ya can buy some shoes from the junk store, just down the street," he stated, pointedly looking at the boy's feet. "Oh, right, shoes," Harry said. And now that he was thinking about it, his feet were getting cold. "Must have been mind over matter," he thought. "Course, ya could just wave wand and keep them warm," the man said absent-mindedly. "Are you a wizard?" the teen asked warily, not really believing the man, but he wanted to see how far the delusion ran. "Nay, I'm a muggle, but they let me know and some kids came in with coins like yours. I give them the goin' rate and the goblins fell on me like rabid dogs. I'd promise ne'er to buy them again, except fair what they give at their bank. I get a sheet once a year tellin' me what's what. The goblins put a spell on me, so I can only talk wizard folk," the man said as he noted something in a red ledger. Right, Muggle. Well, thanks, and have good morning, Harry said as he scooped up the money and all but ran from the barmy man. It had to be a hustle to keep kids like him from getting the true value of silver. There was no other explanation, goblins indeed. But it wasn't like Harry had many other options, he was basically homeless now. He'd take what he could get, and when he got his memory back perhaps he'd get some payback. Get yourself back to school, the man yelled as Harry quickly made his exit. Wizards, the boy thought, after the door closed. There's no such thing as magic. Wait, that sounds familiar. Where have I heard that from? Think, Harry. If that is your name, think. But nothing came. His mind was a complete blank as to who he was or where he was from. He knew his name for the men last night, and he knew he was English from his accent. He knew he was a teenager, and that he had been in school, judging from his clothes and height. What he didn't know was how he wound up in that creepy castle, or what crime he might have seen that weird guy would wipe his memory for, if that was the reason for his amnesia. But he had no other ideas about himself and flat out refused to believe he was a wizard. Everything can be explained through science, he remembered hearing, just not where from. He went straightway and purchased a pair of boots from the junk store, though they didn't have socks. So he went without, knowing that he would probably get blisters. There was also a bin of glasses that he tried on until he found some that he could sorta see out of. It was better than seeing the world as one big fuzzy blur that moved. Now only things very far away were unclear around the edges. He wandered the streets until his tummy rumbled, and then bought the cheapest thing he could. He ate the hot pastry and drank the lukewarm tea, hoping to seep the heat out of them for a while. It was quite cold here in London, which according to the landmarks he recognized, like Big Ben, that's where he was. November was not a good time to be lost in the city. He ducked the bobbies, because he didn't want to go to an orphanage. He remembered they were bad places, but once again had no clue as to who had told him that. He only knew that he was once scared to death of going there. Now that he was a bit more mature he was only cautious. He could live off the streets, it would be easy. Meanwhile at Hogwarts, Albus Pov. Albus, did you send Mr. Potter somewhere last night? Minerva asked as she scooped some eggs onto her plate. No, I told both of our champions to rejoin their friends in their common rooms, the old man said slowly. Alarmed at the question, why do you ask, my dear? He turned his head towards his deputy, hoping she wasn't going to say what he thought she was. According to Miss Granger and the Weasley twins, he never showed up for the party, she said, getting a bit alarmed herself. She had been certain that the boy had been frightened, and that the headmaster had sequestered him somewhere. Unlike others, she knew Harry was innocent. She had been teaching him for 4 years and never had he wanted fame or glory. Still, to run was not the Gryffindor thing to do. She didn't worry too much. She knew Albus would take care of it, just like he always did. Oh my, this is most distressing, Dumbledore stated, looking over the hall to see if Harry was sitting isolated from the other students. Like he had during his second year. Well, I am sure this is nothing to worry about. He is more than likely just overcome with emotion and is in hiding. I will send the ghosts tea. Oh, find him to make sure he attends class. It will build character to face his tormentors. He was positive that what he spoke was true. After all, look at him, he had to face bullies in school, and his hometown. And he was a fine specimen of a human being. Very well, Albus, McGonagall said and went back to her meal, once again reassured that her boss had everything under control. Snape listened to the entire conversation, but kept his mouth shut. He only hoped they didn't find the brat, maybe he got lost in a foreign country and would never return to the castle. All Snape had to do was be kind to the children and talk to one emotional ghost. Then he'd be free and clear. After breakfast, the headmaster gathered the ghosts and gave them the order to search the castle. When they reported the boy was not to be found, he recruited the house elves. They too came back and stated that Master Harry Potter was not there. So the grounds were searched and Hagrid was asked. Ari, sure I saw, I am last night. I was comin' back from, 'unting, and, 'e was goin' through the gates. Looked to be a mite scared, so I thought, 'e was goin' ter blow off some steam at the 3 broomsticks, just like his dad woulda done. Didn't think much of it after that, the gentle half-giant said, scratching his scruffy beard and thought. Now that I think about it, 'e seemed ter not recognize me, the huge man recalled. Thank you, Hagrid. Next time a student leaves the grounds, I would very much appreciate it if you informed the staff, Dumbledore said, patting the man on the arm. I am staff, the care of magical creatures professor stated, puffing up importantly. Quite right, forgive an old man his memory slip, Albus placated. Ah, it's all right, I forgive ya, Hagrid said as he patted the old man on the back, making him stumble. Thank you, my dear boy. Now, we must be ever diligent in finding our misplaced student. Perhaps you are correct, and he could simply be at the Three Brooms tea. Ix enjoying Madame Rosmerta's lovely company, Dumbledore said as they walked to Hogsmeade with hopeful anticipation. They were disappointed when the search of the whole town, including the Shrieking Shack, brought up nothing. Dumbledore assigned the teachers to look for the boy on their non-existent downtime. Snape, of course, refused, until he got a look from the Bloody Baron, then he begrudgingly. Why accepted his time to find the dratted boy. The hunt was on. This isn't as easy as I thought, the miserable boy mused as he stuffed more newspaper in his boots, in hopes to prevent more blisters and ward off the chill. That and there was a small hole in the bottom of the right one that needed padding. It had been a week for him and living on the streets was harder than he had assumed. A few road things happened over the course of the week, like he didn't freeze to death in the night. As a matter of fact, he always woke warm and toasty. He looked for wires in his robe but didn't find any. He brushed it off as modern technology that he just didn't know. There was another time when he saw a man with a lot of money. He remembered thinking that he could do with a bit of it, and seconds late. There was a small pile of bills on the street. He snatched them up and reckoned the man dropped them. He hemmed and hawed over whether to return it, until he saw the man kick a stray dog. Fuck him, he thought, and bought something for him and the dog to eat. The dog ate his meal and ran off, which was too bad, he could use a companion. He did catch sight of a snowy owl, but the bird just sat and watched him at night. She even chased off a few unsavory men. However, he could never get her to come closer. There were a few more incidences that he couldn't explain, but they were minor, so he just brushed them off. As he huddled behind a bin, he recalled meeting an older boy 2 days into this adventure, who gave him a bit of advice. Don't trust the adults, yeah. They just want to shove you in a home and forget about you. As long as they don't have to look at you, they're happy. It's that way in loving homes too. You'll grow up one day and be the same way. But right now, you're just a kid, so don't trust them. The boy had said all this very sincerely, right before he hit Harry in the stomach and searched his empty pockets. Right, I'm 18, so that makes me an adult. And with that he sauntered away. Harry learned pretty valuable lessons from that. Or at least he thought he did. One thing he did know, after asking a few adults for handouts and getting shoved away, was that the young man was right. As long as he was out of sight, they were happy. When the wind blew through his hair, Harry shivered and came out of his trip down his short memory lane. He was forever thankful that he had his robes and boots. He had to fight many times just to keep them. He had already lost his new glasses and had the man in the gold store exchange his copper coins to get a new pair. But, like the last 2 pairs, they were gone when he woke. It was only the fact that these boots laced up mid-calf that they didn't get stolen in the night. He always woke when nimble fingers tried to unlace them. His face and chest were still bruised from the last 2 scuffles. Thank God they were steel-toed, it made defending himself much easier. That and that Snowy Owl chased off a few. Old be forever thankful to her for that. Too bad she never came near. He just wondered what an owl was doing in downtown London. Whatever the reason, he was happy she was there. He was also thankful there were public restrooms for bathing, or he'd be a bigger mess than he was now. As it was, his robe was torn and dirty and his uniform was not much better. But, he couldn't take the chance in washing them, or his hair. Because he had no way to dry them in this freezing weather. Now, he was hungry. He had a feeling that he had been in this type of situation before, dirty and starved, but he couldn't remember. That was very frustrating. He wanted to know, but his entire life was a complete blank. He could remember things he had heard, things he had read, seen on the telly, how to talk, how to walk. Basically now to function as a human, but everything else was a complete blank. He didn't think he had felt so helpless in his life, but without his memory he couldn't be sure. It was all a feeling, and he didn't like it. As it was, he had to hide from his aggressors, and in the last week, he got very good at that. For not only were the local street rats mad that he was hanging about, but there were people in robes and funny clothes looking for him. He thought he saw the greasy-haired man once, but he never really got a good look at him. That night had been very blurry. Plus, without his glasses he wasn't sure. The bin he was huddled against was outside a pub called the Leaky Cauldron, and for some reason the locals never raided it. It kept him pretty well fed, because most of the stuff that was thrown away was wrapped. Like it was just waiting for someone to tip the bin and eat. Maybe, the guy thinks he's helping the poor or something, Harry thought as he stood and started rummaging through the tossed-out food. He had just opened a bag of day-old pastries and was bringing one to his mouth, when Mr. Potter, stop sorting through the rubbish at once, came the voice of a very stern older lady. Dressed in a very strange combination of clothes. She was dressed in a smart woman's business suit that wouldn't be out of place in the 1940s, and a witch's traveling cloak. "What on earth are you doing, child? Do not eat that," the woman ordered, her voice laced with shock and demand. Harry took one look at her attire, dropped the pastry and ran. He ducked by her and sprinted down the street, weaving his way through the adults that were shopping. He ran and ran but didn't hear anyone come after him. McGonagall huffed, turned into a cat and followed. She dashed through the people milling the roads and tailed him into an alley about 10 blocks down. Phew, she didn't give chase, Harry mumbled to himself as he wiped the sweat off his brow, disgusted that such a short sprint caused him to perspire. For some reason he felt he should be able to run much further and faster. "That will be quite enough of that, young man," McGonagall said from behind him as she morphed back into herself. Quick as a wink, the young teen twirled, picked up a discarded bottle and smashed it on the wall. He had seen someone do that once and had always wanted to try. "Who are you? And what do you want?" he demanded, brandishing his new weapon. "This is not a time for jokes, Mr. Potter," she snapped, taking her wand out, and with a flick the jagged glass went flying into the wall. It smashed further on compact, rendering it useless. "Now I have no idea why you ran away. However, if it is the tournament, then I am sure that something can be done to help you. Come along," she ordered. As if he was just going to do what she said. "I'm not going anywhere with you. You're one of those mad scientists," Harry stated, pointing an accusing finger at her. "Isn't it bad enough one of you caused me to lose my memory? Now you can't leave me in peace," he yelled, his face turning red with anger, as he looked at the stick and wondered if it was like the tricorder he had seen on the telly, only better since it could move things. Just how advanced are these guys? He wondered, not taking his eyes off the stick, cursing the fact that he threw his away. "Whatever are you blathering about, child? What is a scientist? And why are you accusing me of being mad? I assure you, my mind is intact," she asked, and then it registered what else he had said. "How did you lose your memory?" She sped as she clutched her chest with her free hand. "I wouldn't really remember that, would I?" The boy spat, then seeing she was worried he softened. Oh, he was still going to try and escape, but she seems to really care. So he answered what he could. "All I know is that a week ago, I woke up to some creepy man yelling at me, and a hologram of a man in bloody robes. The real man was threatening me, so I ran," Harry stated with a shrug of his shoulder. He shuddered as he recalled vials of strange things, the horseman, and the giant. But, he refrained from telling her that. "Do you know the man's name?" she asked, narrowing her eyes at the thought that Severus knew there was something wrong with the child and didn't say anything. "No, and I couldn't see him very well," he confessed with a shake of his head. "My mind was all muddled and my vision was blurry. I remember he was tall with dark hair and a long nose, that's it." Our hero hesitated, a bit put out that he couldn't identify the crazy scientist. "Well, that could be Severus, but it is not enough to accuse him of anything. Perhaps Albus can get the memory," she thought, and with a nod she lifted her wand in case he tried to run again. "I am going to need you to come with me, Mr. Potter," McGonagall stated primly. "Again, why the fuck should I go anywhere with you? I have no clue as to who you are," the teen demanded, slipping his feet into a position that would make it easier to run. "I would like for you to get some medical help," she tried to appeal to his basic need. "If you come back to Hogwarts, then Madame Pomfrey will see if she can get your memory back." She was sure the Poppy could help, Perhaps the child hit his head or something easy to cure. What the hell is a Hogwarts? He asked, inching to her right, where there was space to break free. It is the premier school for witchcraft and wizardry, was the haughty reply. Right, magic, what is with you people? Are you a cult or something? This is the third time I've heard someone mention wizards, he stated as he looked at her like she was completely barmy. I assure you, Mr. Potter, we are not a cult. However, this is not the venue to be discussing this. Come with me, or I will take you forcefully. For your own good, she said with a bit of steel in her voice. There was no way she was leaving anyone with amnesia on the streets of Muggle London, especially not the hero of the wizarding world. Harry didn't bother to reply. He made a break for it as he dashed to her right, but before he even got 2 steps he was hit with a red light and fell to the ground. The old woman huffed, waved her wand and levitated him. With another flick, she had him in a standing position. She grabbed his arm and twisted, and with a crack, the alley was empty. She and the boy reappeared at the gates of Hogwarts. With a lifting of her wand, he was floating behind her. The first person she ran into was Snape, who was just about to go on his scheduled hunt, which meant he was on his way to the leaky cauldron for a pint. Ah, Severus, I have found the lad. There is no need for you to search, Minerva stated, giving him a sidelong glance as she made her way to the hospital wing. She still had no proof, but he might be the reason they were in this mess to begin with. She wouldn't put it past the man, he did hate everything to do with young Mr. Potter. Did he say where he had been and why he left? The very concerned man asked as he turned to walk beside her. Oh, he wasn't alarmed for Potter, only what the dunderhead had told the old cat. He did mention memory loss. And that he might have had a run-in with someone who fits your description, she confessed, narrowing her eyes at the head of Slytherin. I assure you, madam, I did not see the child aft. He left the antechamber on the night he ran. I am very troubled about the memory loss, he stated as they walked along the corridor. I wonder if it was the shock of someone meaning him harm again. His voice dripped with faux anxiety. Well, that is a different tune, the Transfiguration teacher mused. Perhaps, Albus is correct and he is seeing the light. She looked the man up and down and didn't see any duplicity. I will take your word, Severus. However, if I find you have lied to me, then you will see why mother lions are so feared, she said as they made at the double doors of the medical wing. Of that I have no doubt, grumbled Snape as he walked with her, trying to figure out how to get the memory of the dungeon from the boy's mind. It would ruin all his plans if the boy were let it be known that he was the one who ran him off. Potter couldn't prove that he had anything to do with his amnesia, but he could inform people that Snape was the last person he saw, and that would not be in the potion master's best interest. Poppy, I have a patient for you, the deputy headmistress called as she floated Harry to one of the beds. Oh, thank Merlin you found him. Can you give me any clue as to what is wrong with him? The nurse asked as she bustled into the room. She waved her wand and did a diagnostic spell, but could find nothing wrong but for some bruising, a few small lacerations. And the blisters on his feet. A little underfed, but nothing life-threatening. He was eating out of a dumpster and tried to run, so I had to stun him. He did not mention much, only that he has lost his memory. McGonagall reported, moving out of the way and letting the matron do her work. I will leave him in your hands, Poppy. I must go and inform Albus that he is back, she said, and went out the doors. Oh dear, amnesia, well there is little I can do about that. I don't see a head injury, I will do a further diagnosis when he wakes, better to let him wake on his own. Oh dear, blisters. Poppy mumbled to herself as she went over her report. Then she turned to the potions master. Watch over him for me for a minute, Severus, I have to get a salve from the storeroom, Poppy said. Thinking of the damages to the poor boy's face and torso. Of course, Snape said sharply with a curt nod, like it was anything but okay. Internally he was wringing his hands with glee, he will get a few moments alone with the stupid child. Madame Pomfrey hustled to the storeroom and no sooner had the door closed, when the dark-robed man whipped out his wand, opened the boy's eyes and obliterated the memory of the night he ran. The only thing the teen would remember is waking in an alley, cold and scared. He made a mental note to purge his wand the moment he was alone. He quickly put his wand away and stood sneering at the comatose boy. The nurse came back out with a jar of medical cream and asked, "Did he stir?" "No," was the succinct answer. "I must go, I have a potion brewing. It was bad enough that I had to leave it in stasis to look for the brat. Now that he is back I must tend to it." He made his excuse and left. The second he was out of the wing, he was casting cleaning and repairing charms at the walls. After about 30 he stopped, that would be enough. He almost had a bounce in his step as he hurried to the dungeons. He still needed to talk to the Grey Lady, but he did foresee a problem with that. Then that ghost would leave him in peace. Poppy just nodded as he left and tended to her patient, rubbing the cream over his bruises. When she was done with his face, she waved her wand and switched his clothes to hospital pajamas and removed his boots. She tutted at the sores on his feet and proceeded to treat them. When she finished her healing, she called 1-0F the house elves to come and clean the uniform and repair the boots. She then placed the little bit she found in his pockets on the nightstand. There wasn't much, a bit of string, a paperclip, and for some reason a bell. She shook her head at the bobs and ends and went about her duties. There was a small commotion at the door when the headmaster and his deputy came into the ward. Albus looked over the small pile of belongings. "Oh dear, this is not good at all." "Poppy, did you see his wand?" he asked the healer. "No," she answered. "Can you wake him? It is imperative that I talk to him," the old man asked as he conjured a chair right next to the head of the bed. "Well, it is better that he wakes on his own." "How important is it?" the nurse asked, not liking the idea of waking the child, but knowing that it wouldn't really hurt the boy. "Very," the headmaster stated, his eyes glued to the sleeping teen. "Very well," Poppy huffed, waved her wand and woke him. Harry shot up and fell out of the bed. He stood, backed away and looked around the room. It was an infirmary. There was a déjà vu feeling that he had been here before. "Where the bloody hell am I? And why the fuck did you bring me here?" he demanded, whirling on the old woman who had knocked him out. "Do you always kidnap people off the street? Or am I a special case?" He sneered his question at her. She opened her mouth to answer, but only got out, "Mr. Potter." "Oh, my dear boy, you are a very special case indeed," came the answer from the old man behind him. "Right," Harry said, spinning around and folding his arms across his chest. "What could you possibly need with someone who doesn't remember who he is?" He looked at the bearded man in front of him and immediately didn't like him. "We have ways of recovering memories. If you would just consent to letting me look into your mind, I can find what you have lost," Dumbledore said in a placating tone as he made calming gestures with his hands. He was positive that this would all be over in a very short time and the look of distrust on the boy's face would turn back into the worship that had been there before. "You want me," he pointed to his chest, "to let you." He waved in the old man's direction, "Rummage through my head. Are you barking mad?" "That's not even possible," Harry accused as he backed away from the adults, skirting around the beds that lined the walls. "Well, yes. I can reverse whatever made you lose your memories," the old man stated as if it was the only answer. "It will not hurt a bit, my boy. And it will only take a minute to have you right as rain," he said with a gentle smile. "No," came the forceful rejoinder as Harry inched closer to the door, ready to make a break for it. "I am so sorry, my boy, but you leave me with little choice," Dumbledore sadly stated as he raised his wand, causing Harry to turn and run. The teen made it to the door when suddenly he couldn't move. His arms were forced to his sides, and his legs snapped together. He was still awake, but he was frozen. If his eyes could have widened, they would have when the floor rushed up to meet him. The pain in his nose when it met the stones was great. And he would not forgive the old man for doing whatever it was he just did. "Albus, really, was that necessary?" the old woman retorted as she rushed to the boy's side. "I must do all I can to make sure he remembers. It is vital for him to understand his place in our society," the old man defended his actions as he levitated the teen back to his bed. "He is an icon in the wizarding world, and it will not do for him to shun us," Albus declared as he stood over Harry, who was mentally glaring at the man. Harry had no idea what they were talking about, all he knew was that the old man's eyes twnked and then he felt someone in his mind. He felt violated. He pushed and pushed with his thoughts, until the bastard went flying to a wall. He expanded this feeling, until the binding holding him broke. With that Harry got off the bed and ran to the doors. He got to the doors unmolested, since the two women were tending the old man. He looked right and left and chose right. He ran to the end of the hall and turned left. Then he hurried down the stairs at the end of that hall. He saw his way out and ran, shoving people out of his way, and was almost to the double doors, when he heard a young female voice say, "Harry." Wait. Our hero turned at the sound of his name. He was almost knocked off his feet when a brown-haired missile collided with him. Was all he got out as he wrapped his arms around what appeared to be a girl his age. He was not at all put out by her chest snuggling up to his. "Oh, Harry, I've been so worried. You've been gone for a week. Where have you been? Why did you leave? Is it the tournament? We will find a way. Is it Ron? He'll come around." "No, wait, you don't know about that yet. Forget I said anything." "Oh, Harry, why did you run?" The girl prattled in one breath as she pulled back and searched his face for injury. Seeing the fading bruises and that he was in a hospital gown and pants, she figured he had been hurt, but was healing. She decided he had been in the hospital wing and for some reason ran, but he needed medical help. So, she grabbed his hand and tugged and was quite surprised when he dug in his feet and peered at her through his still unwashed hair. "I'm sorry. Had a bit of an accident, and I'm all lost in the head." "Who are you?" he said, not sure where to start in all those questions that made him have questions of his own. She was a cute girl with bushy hair and slightly large front teeth. Still, she seemed to know him really well. He did wonder just how well. "Oh, honestly, Harry, this is no time for jokes," the girl huffed, still trying to get him to move. She huffed and pulled, but he didn't budge, so she whirled around and folded her arms and stared at him curiously. "Why does everyone keep saying that? Am I real? Why that much of a prankster that I'd lie about something like this? I don't think I am. I don't feel the need go around embarrassing anyone," the amnesiac stated firmly as he planted his feet in a defiant stance. "Well, no. You usually don't joke around about serious things," she conceded, glancing at his confused face. Whispers started and that made him look around to try and see the faces of Yon who was gathered in a circle around him and this girl. He could tell from their height that they were kids and teen, but their faces were all a blur so he couldn't see the expressions. He felt like a sideshow freak. "What the hell are you people staring at?" he barked, making quite a few jump and hurry away. "Do I stop and listen to your private conversations? Wow, I must have really been an arsehole," he muttered, confused as to why they felt his was important enough to gawk at. If he had been an arsehole before, he didn't think he was one now. Little did he know the opposite was true. "No, you don't," the girl stated as she twirled around and glared at the spectators. "Move along, this is none of your concern," she ordered as she grabbed the sleeve of his hospital gown and pulled him back to the stairs. Gossip broke out, but the crowd dissipated. "Wait, I'm not going back up there. That old man pillaged my mind," Harry yelled as he jerked his arm away and started back towards the doors. He wasn't staying here if he could help it. He had lived on the streets for a week, he could do it longer. Though, he didn't seem to have his boots. Damn, that's going to make it more difficult, he thought as he continued to try for freedom. "Honestly, Harry, I am sure that Dumbledore was only trying to help," the still unintroduced girl said as she grabbed his arm and pulled him in the direction of the stairs, again. "I said no, and he did it anyway. How is that okay with you?" he asked, once again yanking his arm free and backing away. "You're a girl, you should know better," he snaped as he wondered if this truly was his friend. How could that be if she thought it was okay to be violated in such a manner? "He is your guardian while you're here," she said sternly, twirling around to look at him. "So if he beats me, is that okay too?" our hero demanded, not sure how she could think this. "Of course not, that's not at all the same thing," she huffed and then noticed they were getting a new crowd. She tugged on his gown once more, but he was unmovable. "Harry, stop being difficult and come back to the hospital wing. I'm sure there is a logical explanation for what happened." "Yeah, that old man has a god complex," the dark-haired teen muttered, but didn't move an inch. Just then Hagrid came into the building. "There ya are, Ari, we've been looking all over fair ya," the giant man stated, coming up to the two arguing teens. He was very happy to see his little friend. He had started to become worried that Harry had met with a bad end. "Oh my god, you're fucking huge. Harry said as his eyes got wide and he pushed himself into the wall as much as the unforgiving surface would let him. His eyes darted up and down the large room he was in. To his right was the stairs, to his left was the door. But the huge man was in his way. If he moved forward and went through the crowd, maybe he could get out that way. He was calculating how to get to the doors, when the STILL unidentified girl broke his train of thoughts. Harry, the bushy-haired girl started tentatively, laying a hand on his arm. "Don't you remember Hagrid? He's one of your first friends," she stated with a very worried voice and look. "He doesn't remember," the man with the shaggy beard said, leaning forward and looking at Harry with his beady eyes, making the wary boy sidle away from him, closer to the stairs. "Oh Merlin, you really do have amnesia," Hermione gasps, putting her hands to her mouth in shock. "You have no clue as to who I am, do you?" When he shook his head and glared at her in a duh way, she smiled and said, "My name is Hermione Granger. We have been best friends for 4 years. Right," he said with a nod, trying to remember her. The next voice he heard made him jump and try and get around the giant, who kept getting in his way. Damn, this guy is quick for someone his size, he thought. "Hagrid, be so kind as to escort Mr. Potter back to the hospital wing. He is very sick and should not be running about," McGonagall's voice said from the top of the stairs. "All right, Professor," the half-giant said as he closed a large hand around Harry's arm. "Come on, Ari, let's get ya back," he said as he hauled the teen towards the stairs. "I am not going back there," the teen yelled at the top of his lungs as his magic exploded out of him, affecting everyone but the giant. People stumbled back in a large circle of emptiness surrounded Harry and Hagrid. Some fell to the floor, and others slammed against the wall. None were hurt, but they were all staring at Harry with wide fearful eyes. It was a good thing he couldn't see their faces. "Now, Ari, that's not right, ya should just listen to her teachers," the unaffected man stated as he lifted the struggling Tay-en over his broad shoulder and carried him up the stairs. "No, that old man is going to rip apart my mind with some weird telepathic sci-fi contacts that make his eyes twinkle," Harry shouted and squeezed to get out of the firm grip of the giant arm keeping him pinned down. He kicked and hit the man, but none of it worked, and the man's muscles caused his bare feet and fist to hurt. "Harry, what are you talking about? Professor Dumbledore isn't a scientist, he's a wizard," Hermione asked as she followed the trio up the stairs. "There is no such thing as magic," the struggling boy said loudly, making everyone in the hall gasp. "Explain what you just did then," she stated firmly. "Telekinesis," he said smugly. "That is science fiction, Harry. It's not real," she said as she shook her head. "And magic is. How is that logical?" The boy sneered, already getting tired of debating everything with this girl. "Okay, I see your point, but, Harry, the opposite is true," she argued, folding her arms. As she continued to follow them to the medical area. "Oh," was all he had to say as he stopped his fruitless struggle. They got to the wing and Hagrid put Harry on a bed. "I've got go and feed the animals," the half-giant stuttered out, when Green Eyes looked at him with betrayal, making him quickly leave the room. The boy looked around and saw the old man was laying on a bed on the other side of the wing, near where he had hit the wall. His emerald eyes narrowed as he tried to stab the man's head with just a look. Perhaps giving him an aneurysm, or at the very least a huge bloody headache. "You should be ashamed of yourself," McGonagall snapped, when she saw him glare at the headmaster, hurting him in such a way that he is unconscious. "I don't know why everyone is getting up my nose. He violated my mind. It was self-defense," Harry snarled, his eyes never leaving the prone man. "As headmaster he has a right to do what he needs to do to help and protect the children of this school, which you happen to be one of." The old woman responded fiercely, not that she liked the way Albus did what he did, however it was within his privileges as a headmaster. "Let me get this straight, it is okay for him to go around imprisoning students, and peeking into people's minds. Just like that, even if they say no. What about my rights?" Harry asked as he turned to look at her with an incredulous look. "You are a minor. You do not have rights," she stated primly, which was completely true, and as an orphan he had fewer than most children. "So you are saying I can't defend myself?" he all but shouted. Maybe that kid was right, and you can't trust adults, he thought as he glared in the woman's direction. "Of course you can," What I am saying is that Albus did not do anything for you to defend yourself from. McGonagall huffed, not understanding what the issue was. If the child would just cooperate, then he would be well in short order. Bugger this, I'm out of here, our hero stated. Only to be spelled to the bed by all three females. His pants didn't budge, his legs were frozen, and Raps sprung from the mattress holding his arms down. You will stay right where you are, young man. Poppy Pomfrey stated as she waved her wand to check to make sure he was uninjured from his flight. Seeing he was fine, she went back to the headmaster, to make sure his injuries were healing. Why should I? He demanded as he watched her walk away, and if he could have moved his arms, he would have folded them. Just who the fuck did these people think they were tying him down like a criminal? When he got out of here there was no way he was coming back. Well, Hermione started as she sat on the foot of his bed, making him want to kick her off for sticking him to it. For 1, you're safe here. 2, you get 3 meals a day, a bed to sleep in, and it's already paid for. 3, you have to stay and compete in the tournament or you will lose your magic. She finished counting each on her fingers. Hoping he would listen to reason. If he had been living on the streets, these things should appeal to him. She felt bad for immobilizing him, but he needed to be here where people could protect him. She shuddered at the thought that a Death Eater could have found him when he was gone. That is the 3rd time someone has mentioned this tournament, Harry said, trying to get his hands free. Maybe if he could get them talking he could break free like he had before. What is it and why do I have to compete? I don't give a rat's ass about magic, he finished, causing the 3 women to look at one another. That's not good. The Tri-Wizard Tournament is a competition between the 3 most premier magic schools in Europe. The Goblet of Fire picks a champion from each school. This year there was an age limit of 17. But for some reason, 4 people were picked and you were one of them, Hermione hurriedly explained. Did I do something as stupid as enter myself? He asked, trying to call up his telekinetic powers to break the bonds holding his arms. So far they only seemed to work when he was threatened in some way, but right now they were silent. I don't believe so. I saw your face when your name was called, you were completely shocked. I think that might be one of the reasons you've lost your memories, she said thoughtfully. Though retrograde amnesia is usually caused by a blow to the head. She said, looking at the nurse, who was fussing over Dumbledore. I don't believe that was the cause, the nurse said, but that is all I can divulge. Patient confidentiality, she stated firmly and went back to tending Albus, who was starting to come around. Hermione nodded at that and gave a confused look to her friend, and asked, what do you remember? I remember waking up in a cold alley. Then the week on the streets of London. People talking about wizards and magic, there was even mention of goblins, he said, closing his eyes trying to see if he could get past that wall. And then he let out a frustrated sigh when that was all he could recall. Wait, did you not tell me that you remembered a creepy man yelling at you and making you run away? The Transfiguration teacher asked, looking startled. Harry shrugged. If I did, I don't remember it now, he said, then worried that his loss of memory was getting worse. Poppy, did you leave Severus alone with Mr. Potter at any time? The old woman asked, looking at the nurse. Only for a second, surely not long enough to do any damage, Pomfrey replied. You mean someone else messed with my mind? Jew. Saint, what kind of fucked up school are you running here? Harry yelled and started his struggles anew. Language, came the reprimand of 3 female voices. Fuck you, the trapped boy snarled. Harry, calm down. We don't know for sure if anyone took that memory or if it's part of your condition, Hermione said, knowing full well amnesia didn't work that way. I'll bloody well calm down when people stop messing with my mind in the madhouse. Mr. Potter, where are your glasses and wand? McGonagall inquired, hoping to quiet the boy down and change the subject until Albus could contribute. He saw right through her ploy, but sagged on the bed and answered. Well, my glasses got stolen 3 times. I couldn't really sit on them to prevent that. And if you mean the stick that was in my pockets, well, I threw it away, didn't I? I mean, how was I to know it was some sort of super tricorder? He said sheepishly, trying to remember which alley he threw it away in. Oh, Harry, the bushy-haired girl moaned as she put her head in her hands. What is a tricorder? The teacher asked, not going into the disposal of the wand. That was another thing for Albus to handle. It's from an American television show, Hermione groaned. And then shrugged and added, "It's a muggle thing." "Well, I can at least fix the missing glasses," the nurse stated as came to their side of the room. She transfigured some frames and added glass. And with a wave of her wand, she made them self-updating prescription lenses. "These will hold you until you get to Diagon Alley or St. Mungo's," she stated, handing the temporary spectacles over. The boy looked at her, then at his fettered arms, and then at her again. She blushed and put them on for him. He blinked to clear his sight after going for a week without glasses. And glared at everyone in the room. Now that he could see, his piercing green eyes were direct, and they knew he was angry with each and every one of them. "How long are you going to hold me prisoner?" he asked with a snarl. "Mr. Potter, it is for your own good. There are people who want you dead. You need to stay here where you are safe," the old woman stated, looking over her glasses at him as if she could keep him in the bed with her stare. "Right, don't remember a thing," he said with a shrug, his glare not lessening a bit. "That does not negate the fact that they will still try and kill you," she snapped. Getting tired of his attitude. Two things happened right then. Two men came through the door, and Albus woke up. "Oh ho, I see our youngest champion is awake," the largest of the men stated. "How are you, Harry?" "My boy," he asked jovially. "Great, another fucking happy adult," Harry moaned and thumped his head back onto his pillow. "Now, my boy, there is no need for such language," came the voice that Harry would listen to the least as Dumbledore slowly got up from his bed and looked at the emotional teen. His eyes were twinkling, which caused Harry to quickly look away. "Go screw yourself, old man," the tied-up teen snarled as he made sure not to look in the man's direction again. He erected a shield around his mind, because if he remembered his sci-fi correctly, that would keep a telepath out. He figured that since the man used contacts, he needed to be looking his victim in the eyes. Still, he wasn't going to take the chance, so he created an impenetrable bubble around his brain. Like the one for the Enterprise, hoping that would keep the arsehole out. He was glad he got to catch glimpses of that rerun shows on the telly in the store windows. It gave him wonderful ideas. For the use of his tricorder, when he found it. That in the library was a great place to get out of the cold. The books were just as cool as the show and he could imagine better from the words. He had spent hours just reading, and they didn't care as long as he was quiet. Though, they did wrinkle their noses at his dirty clothes. He had had to get right up to the books to see, but the headache was well worth it. Gasps were heard around the room, and one chuckle. "Tut, tut, Harry, there is no reason for vulgarity," Albus said as he moved closer to the upset child. Just as he got within 10 feet of the boy's bed, a shield sprung up. It was gold in color and it pushed everyone away from the angry teen. The headmaster peered at the boy to see if he was using wandless magic, he seemed to be doing this subconsciously. He stroked his long beard and wondered just what had happened to Harry that his magic felt the need to protect him like this. Was it the power that he knew not? Could this be harnessed to be used consciously? Or was it just a case of accidental magic? These thoughts flew through the old man's mind as he calmly stood and looked at Harry. "You stay the fuck away from me, you bloody pervert," Harry snapped, his eyes going to the man who had violated his mind, making sure to look at that long nose, which gave him a niggling feeling that he should remember another nose much like this one. Not wanting to be laying down and helpless, he took the feeling of his telekinesis and broke the bonds on his arms. He swung his legs off the bed and flattened himself against the wall. "All of you stay away," he said, pointing to each of the adults as his eyes darted from person to person. "Albus, what did you do to the boy to provoke such accidental magic?" The more official-looking man asked as he ran his hand down the ward, only to snatch it back when it burned. Poppy came and checked, but it was only mild. She waved her wand at it and the redness went away. No need for cream for something so minor. "Ah, Bartemius," the headmaster answered the man, "while he was being treated, I merely tried to bring his memory back. Unfortunately, he was not compliant at the time," Dumbledore stated as he waved his wand to rid them of the barrier, albeit uselessly. "He claims to have lost his memory," the bureaucratic man inquired, looking at the teen shrewdly. He knew the boy was just a glory seeker, this was just one more way to get attention. He would prove that the brat was lying. "Alas, yes. I attempted to bring it back, but Mr. Potter was not in the mood to receive my ministrations. I had little choice but to bind him against his will," Albus said absent-mindedly, running his hand down his beard as he took in the marvelous ward in front of him. You mean to tell me you held him down and pillaged his mind? The overweight man asked, completely aghast. He was more worried at how this affected the tournament. He had a lot of money riding on this kid. I deemed it necessary, Ludo. The headmaster said with an air of authority. See, Harry shouted, pointing at the pudgy man. Even he agrees that you violated me. He was happy someone agreed with him. Even if it was the overly happy man. Harry didn't like the look in the man's eyes, like he was some prize or something. Well, I wouldn't call it that, but I do see why you are scared of him. The man compromised with a tight smile, not wanting to cause conflict with either side. I'm not scared, I am bloody well defending myself. I have no shields against mind rape, the messy-haired amnesiac snarled. Once more causing people to quickly intake their breaths. There was no bloody way he was telling them about his new bubble. I may not have rights, he snapped at the old woman, but I will protect myself. He folded his arms and glared at them all, as he moved his foot minutely towards the door. Harry, you need to calm down and hear these gentlemen out, Dumbledore tried to placate. Waving a hand to the two official-looking men. They have important information that you need to hear, before you try and run away again, he added knowingly, as if there was little doubt that was what was on the boy's mind. Fine, but I'm staying right here, and this cool shield stays too. I want to know what technology they use to make a barrier like this. Is it on the beds, but you have to be able to move to use it? Did I push a button on accident? I mean, it didn't work when the old man violated me, but right now it's pretty cool, he said enthusiastically, looking at Hermione, who was the only teen in the room and seemed to know what's what. He wouldn't trust these adults. However, she seemed to be on their side, after all she helped keep him on the bed. She did say they were good friends. So for now he'd give her some leeway. Oh, Harry, she said, burying her face in her hands, and thinking, this is going to be a problem. Albus, what is he on about? Technology. He knows very well and good that it is magic. What are you playing at, Potter? If you think you can get out of the tournament by pretending you don't know magic, you can think again. The cup omitted your name, you will compete or lose your magic. Bartemius stated firmly as he tried to get closer to the boy, only to be pushed back by the Golden Ward. I'm not bloody well pretending. I have no fucking clue who you are, where I am. Or what the hell you're talking about. According to Hermione, I didn't bloody well enter anything, so, I will not compete in some bloody Roman game for your enjoyment. Those were outlawed for a reason, you know. Therefore, I will lose my fucking magic. He yelled back, once again making everyone gasp as his magic exploded, knocking them back away from his bubble. The WIND picked up and everything that weighed less than 5 pounds started fluttering around the room, like a dust storm in a desert. Blankets were thrown to the floor and dragged in circles. Bedpans were flying in the air above everyone's head, except Dumbledore's, who constantly had to duck because he was so tall. Gloves, paper towels, and other small items were joining the dance. Harry, Hermione called, trying to get his attention through the maelstrom of energy and debris. What? He bellowed back, thinking of all the cool uses he could do with such a defense. He looked around for any machines that would be causing this. Maybe it was telekinesis. That would be handy. He'd just have to learn to use it right. Stop before you hurt someone. Right, he said, taking a deep breath in. Denoting that all the adults were sending cool flashes of light from their tricorders. Those lights were hitting his shields and he really wished he had someone to tell him what strength they were at. If they're failing, I'll have to reroute life support. This thought made him chuckle and the energy lessened and the now useless items were falling to the ground. Madame Pomfrey was banishing them left and right, and then replacing them with fresh ones. Her lips were pursed, but she really couldn't blame the child for his reaction. No, she blamed the headmaster for his heavy-handedness. Harry, whoa, would you like me to tell you a little bit about yourself? It might bring back some memories. Well, that is if Madame Pomfrey thinks it's okay, she said questioningly as she turned to the nurse. I don't see a problem with that, the Medowitch stated, looking at the irate teen as she finished making up the last bed. Are you an expert at memory loss? Harry asked as his eyes narrowed. From his reading there was little that could be done. But Hermione's suggestion might have merit. Still, he didn't want anyone point their tricorder at him. I am well versed in healing, thank you very much, and I can tell you little is known about amnesia. There are different theories on how to treat it, but the most common one is to surround the patient with the familiar. Therefore, Miss Granger telling you about your time here should not be detrimental, she huffed, hating the fact that he questioned her professionalism. Right, was all he said. I can tell you some things as well, the old man offered as an olive branch. Desperate to see something besides loathing in the boy's eyes. You stay the fuck away from me, you old bastard, Harry growled, pointing a finger in his direction but not looking him in the eye. Language. Came the reprimand of the three females, which caused Harry to give them the bird. Very well, Dumbledore sighed, and then turned to the other adults in the room. We shall relocate to my office to discuss this situation, he said with a wave of his hand towards the door. Yes, that is perhaps for the best, McGonagall agreed, as usual. She wanted to know what was going on with the boy. But he didn't seem to like any of the adults in the room. It broke her heart a bit that he didn't trust her like he did before. I will have a full report on what is happening. We do not know where he has been. Or what he has been doing for the last week. How do we know he has not done something nefarious to make him more powerful? Just look at this room and that dome, it is evidence enough that he is stronger than he was when he left, Barty stated, folding his arms and not budging. Ludo seemed happy about that turn of events. Come now, Bartemius, we can take this discussion elsewhere. Moreover, I saw his memories, before he removed my presences, argued Albus as he shooed the other adults, bar Poppy, out of the ward. I can confirm that the child has been living as a vagabond for the last week. He merely is doing accidental magic in a form of protection. And the voice trailed off as they left the infirmary. So, tell me about myself, Harry said go ahead, wave of his hand as he sat on the nearest bed. I'll just leave you two to it, Pomfrey said as she hustled to her office. She would need to order more supplies after this. Once the adults left, the ward dropped. And Hermione moved closer. Well, I don't know much about your childhood, only that you don't like your aunt or her family. You never really discussed them. I know you were placed there for protection against the Death Eaters, who may want to kill you for vanquishing their master, who is still out there in wraith form, and also wants you dead, she said all in one breath. So there really are people trying to off me, Harry said with a thoughtful look on his face as he tried to think of where he dropped his wand. He could probably use it right about now. All he would have to do is find someone to show him how. He looked at the girl in front of him and wondered if she would be a good candidate. She was knowledgeable, but she came off as bossy. Yes, which is one of the reasons you should stay here. She pointed out. Right, still not sold on that, but tell me more about us and how we met, he offered as he nestled back into the pillows he piled up on the headboard. He was tired and needed information if someone was looking to do him in. He'd settle here for a moment and then leave if he had to. Well, we met on the train, but we didn't really like one another until Halloween our first year. When you saved me from the troll, with our other friend, Ronald Weasley, she said as she settled at the foot of the bed. Troll? He questioned with a great deal of doubt in his voice. In his mind he pulled up a picture of a large green man-shaped being. Like the ones in the story, Billy Goat Gruff. He really hoped those weren't real. Oh yes, I was ever so scared, and you were so brave. She said with a bit of fear and a lot of admiration. I was in the girls' bathroom, crying because Ron said some horrible things about me, when, she went on to tell I am all about his heroic fight against the large monster, and then proceeded to tell him about the next few years. His face went through a myriad of emotions, the biggest one was skepticism. How could all this be real? And no one know about it? If there were large monsters running about, it'd be on the telly, he continued to think. Meanwhile in the headmaster's office. I have heard what you said, but how do you know it the truth? Demanded Crouch Sr., once everyone got seated. He had listened to the headmaster ramble the whole way here, but still didn't believe a word of it. The boy was just trying to get out of the tournament. I went into his mind, Bartemius, and I can tell you that the boy is suffering from amnesia. It is unlike anything I have ever seen. I looked as far as I could and he only remembers this last week. His first memory was hiding in an alley, cold, alone and scared. He has no recollection of how he got to London, only a vague feeling of fear, Albus said as he stroked his beard in apprehension. This would not be good. If there was no way to return the boy's memories, then he would not remember the joys he felt being away from his family. He would not look onto Albus with admiration or listen to him when he was told his fate. It was a disaster. However, the headmaster was confident that he could turn this around to be benefit of all. There is nothing at all, McGonagall asked, her face lined with worry. The poor boy had suffered enough. Couldn't he go 1 year without danger? So far, this year was out, but perhaps the next. That is if he stayed. Which, if he didn't remember what he had learned over the years, could be difficult. He would have to start from the beginning, and that might prove too much for the poor lad. Harry had never been studious. No. After this prior week there is a vast blank space. It is gone, and I do believe that it will not come back. As I said, it is unlike anything I've seen before. Even poor young Alice and Frank Longbottom have memories. Will he compete? The extremely concerned bagman asked. Oh, he wasn't worried about the boy. No, it was his gold that was on the line. Alas, I do not know, Albus stated truthfully. That could be a problem, Crouch said, thinking about how the press would react. Yes, the old man agreed, but he was more alarmed over the return of Voldemort and the prophecy. Back in the infirmary. So let me get this straight. By my count, my life has almost ended 11 times. Nevertheless, you and everyone else insist that this is the safest place for me. The disbelieving boy asked with a gobsmacked expression on his face, when she was finished telling his tale. Well, yes, she said, squirming in her seat. Right, still not sold, but like you said, I will be fed and housed, and it's already paid for. So I'll take my chances and stay here for now. However, I'm not going to be a student until I am convinced this isn't some really whacked out science fiction funhouse, where they train mad scientists, fantasy novelists and game programmers, he stated, folding his arms in a hard-headed manner. Oh, Harry, she said for the third time as she folded her arms in much the same way. Tell me about this kid, Ron. If he's my best mate, why isn't he here? I'm sure after the noise we made earlier, everyone knows I'm back, Harry asked, changing the subject. Well, she said slowly, not really wanting to tell. He believes that you went behind his back and put your name in the goblet, for the fame and money. In all the years we've been friends, did I do anything to make him believe that? Our hero asked, still thinking he must have been some arsehole to do that to a friend. No, she shouted, and then she leaned forward and put a hand on his leg. I mean, no, far from it. You hate your fame. Oh. Well then, he's not much of a friend if he thinks that, Harry concluded without much thought. After his week on the streets, he trusted no one but himself. He'll get over it. She tried to get him to see reason. She didn't want him to throw away 4 years of friendship because a small spat. Sure, Ron was hot-headed, but he soon cooled down and they could pick up their friendship to what it was before. Nope, anyone who thinks so negatively about me isn't worth my time, he said with a firm wave of his hand. He heard that somewhere, but like everything else he had no clue where. So Hermione tried to make him see reason, and told him that he and Ron had been very good friends for years. She told him about all the fun they had and the things they did together. Back in the office, what about his wand? Crouch asked, moving the subject along. They had been beating a dead horse for a while now, and the only conclusion they had was that the boy had lost his memory. He cannot compete without one, he added, firmly in denial that the boy would back out. I believe I can solve that easy enough, Albus stated with a twinkle in his eyes. Dobby, he called, and smiled when the little elf popped in. What can Dobby be doing for Headmaster Dumbledore? Dobby asked with a small bow. Harry Potter seems to have misplaced his wand somewhere in an alley near the leaky cauldron. Would you be so kind as to go and fetch it for him? I am sure he would appreciate that, the old man manipulated. Dobby will do that right away, the happy little guy said and popped away. There, that should solve that, Dumbledore said with a small smile. He would use the wand to make Harry more compliant. Too bad he knew less about Dobby's devotion than he thought. Back at the hospital wing, Hermione was trying to get Harry to say he would go to classes, when a small being popped in and latched himself to Harry's legs. Dobby had found Master Harry's wand, the energetic little guy stated as he let go and bounced on the balls of his spindly feet. He held up the wand and smiled at his favorite wizard. It took all of Harry's control not to scream when the little gremlin grabbed his legs. Harry. This is your friend, Dobby. Dobby, Harry has lost his memory, Hermione said quickly as to not repeat the scene from earlier. Master Harry does not remember Dobby, the elf said as his ears drooped. Then they perked back up and he stated, Dobby will do everything he can to get Master Harry to remember him. This made Hermione shiver in a small amount of fear at how Dobby would go about that. Remembering all the things he did to save Harry's life during their second year. I make some weird friends, the boy thought as he looked at Dobby, and wondered if he were a robot. How cool would that be? An AI that was so lifelike. Nice to meet you, Dobby, he said warily. And then he saw what the being was holding out and yelled, my tricorder. Thanks, little guy, he said as he grabbed his wand. Where are the controls? He asked eagerly. Oh, Harry. Okay, I got a few reviews about amnesia and how it works. I did do the research, but all I found is that one loses their memories. And it is caused by quite a few things. One of those ways is overwhelming shock, which in this case is coupled with a dangerous untested mind-altering potion. Think of my view of it as this, Harry's knowledge is there. But his memories of anything past the week he was on the street are on the other side of a large blank area. Amnesia is weird that way, they wake up not knowing who they are and nothing about their life, but remembered television shows, books read, how to read and write. That is my understanding from what I've read. Dumbledore, in all his wisdom, felt that the memories are gone. Because he couldn't see them. However, they are just out of reach and possibly will remain that way. I hope this clears it up, and if that is not how it works, well here is my artistic license. I got the quote Luna uses is from the reader, Isis Dharma, who offered 3, and suggested that this is the one that fit the best. This is good, because while I like Star Trek, all of them, I am not a devoted Trekkie. Thanks for all the support and the wonderful reviews. I am glad you are enjoying my little story. Also, yeah, I know me and my long ends, anyway thanks for all the suggestions and questions. Those questions keep me from making plot holes, so keep them up. HP. Headmaster's office. After the two officials left the office, McGonagall broached a subject that she had been holding back. Knowing that Dumbledore liked to keep issues such as this in-house, so to speak. Albus, there is something that I probably should have brought up before, Minerva hedged, not wanting to get a coworker in trouble. But needs must. When I found Mr. Potter, he informed me that he ran from the castle because there was a creepy man, and a hologram of a man in bloody robes. He stated the real man threatened him. So he ran. Now, he did confess that he did not get a good look, only that the person had dark hair and a hooked nose, she added quickly, lifting her hands in a, don't jump to conclusions, way. Oh dear, that is distressing. Only 2 people come to mind, however, there is only one ghost that matches that description. I will therefore have to have a tete-a-tete with the bloody Baron, he said. Stroking his beard and running calculations through his head. If he could keep this knowledge to himself then he would have blackmail material over one of the 2 men he was thinking of. He could work harder and bring whichever one it was to the light. There was no doubt that Severus was closer, but he still delved into the dark arts. Much to Albus' displeasure. It is best to not tell anyone. They may make inaccurate guesses, and someone could pay the price, I believe the saying is, he said, giving her his best, I know better than you, look. We do not want that. It would reflect badly on the school if we were to accuse an innocent man. No, best let me deal with this, he said kindly. Yes, I suppose you are correct, the professor conceded with a huff. Thinking that maybe she let Severus off too easily and wondering who the other person might be. However, Albus usually knew what to do and most of the time things worked out for the better when she left it to him. She would need to concentrate on the tournament and Harry's little problem. Well, that is for another time, he said, waving it away and picking up a quill. At the moment, we need to have you, and a few others. Ask around the streets near the leaky cauldron to see what Mr. Potter has been up to this last week. While I did see his memories of the last week, my word does not appear to be satisfying Bartemius. Therefore, this must be done the hard way, Albus said, writing a few notes on a piece of parchment. Very well, the old woman sighed. In the infirmary. Let's wait until you're released from here. And then I'll walk you through how to use one. But, Harry, it might not be easy with your memory being as it is. Plus, if you don't believe in magic, that might make it harder, she said firmly. Now, tell me how you know so much about science fiction. I'm not sure how amnesia works, but I am almost positive that you shouldn't know as much as you do, she said, peering at his face as if she could solve this puzzle just by his expressions. Well, I just knew it, he answered with a confused shrug. I remember everything I've ever read, seen, or heard. I know who the Prime Minister is. And how the government works. All my lessons in primary. And, I watched Star Trek in the appliance store, until the clerk kicked me out, and then I went to the library. It's pretty boring being homeless. Not to mention bloody cold. There's nothing to do all day but dig in the bins for food and beg for money. Anyway, I went to the library to try and figure out why I know this stuff. I looked up amnesia, but it was all in medical terms, so I gave up, and read a lot of comic books and science fiction. There was some reason I did all that, but it's missing now. I just know I was driven to research things like experimental chemistry, holograms and horsemen. Does that make any sense? He asked, thinking perhaps she would know. We have a few ghosts that you might have seen when you left. That could be the holograms, she deducted thoughtfully as she bit her lip. There are centaurs in the woods that you might have seen as well, which are the horsemen. And except for potions, I'm not sure why you would look up chemistry. I mean, how could that affect your memory? There are no potions that are that mind-altering, unless you overdosed on something, she added absent-mindedly as she went over the ones she had read about in her mind. Whoa, ghosts, centaurs, really? He exclaimed, and then rubbed the back of his head when she gave him a, duh, look. Oh yeah, you told me about them. Something about a detention, a death day party, and a female ghost that cries a lot, he said sheepishly, remembering her tales of his first and second years. I think that whatever caused my amnesia is still affecting me. I mean, I seem to keep losing memories. Unless I was correct, and some other adult messed with my head, he snarled and folded his arms, more than ready to believe the latter. Or, as the famous Vulcan saying goes, humans do have an amazing capacity for believing what they choose and excluding that which is painful, came an airy voice from the doorway. That would actually explain why you think this is all some sort of large scientific experiment. I mean, if rumors are true, you didn't have a good time at Hogwarts these last 3 years. Watcha, ducky, ho, re, oh you then. Harry said in his worst Cockney accent, with an exaggerated wink and a complete perusal of her robe-clad body. The girl was a cute little blonde that he wouldn't mind getting a hug from. Watcha, Harry Potter. I'm Luna Lovegood, she snarked back in much the same accent, doing a much better job than Harry did. Sugar and spice tear meet ya at present and past. I've heard so much about ya, she added, much to the confusion of the other two teens. Right, Luna, lovely, come, have a seat, and tell me how you know the wonders of Star Trek, Harry said with a beaming smile as he patted a part of the bed near him. She drifted to where he indicated, and delicately took a seat. Oh, Daddy heard about their Tribble trouble, and we spent many hours watching it at an empty Muggleborn's house. You broke into someone's house. Hermione all but yelled at the ditzy girl. No, silly, it was one of Daddy's friends that went on vacation, she said, waving the accusation away. She was quite used to people misunderstanding her. They subscribed to our magazine, you see, and when they found out we wanted to do an article on the Tribbles, they offered to let us see where they came from. It was ever so educational. Though, we were very disappointed to find they were make-believe. So, tell me, lovely Luna, why you've come to visit when my best mate hasn't? Harry asked, edging towards the new girl a bit at a time. He liked this one, she wasn't bossy, and she liked Star Trek. I heard you were infested with Raxperts, so I came to see if I could help. However, when I got here and heard you talking, I was saddened to learn that it is simply amnesia, the little blonde answered in a dreamy voice, and then she stared at the space near his right ear. You do seem to have some nargles, though, she added as she took a bottle cap necklace off her neck and put it around his. When she leaned over to accomplish that task, Harry took the chance to see what the robes hid in. Was pleasantly surprised that it was quite a bit. Pervert, Luna accused without malice. Teenager, Harry rebutted with a big smile. Oh, Harry, Hermione groaned. Just then Dobby showed up with a beater's bat. Dobby is thinking that maybe Master Harry got in his bad situation because of a blow to the head, the little guy said as he raised the bat. Then Dobby is thinking that maybe another hit might make Master Harry remember. And he swung. Somewhere in the castle, Severus Snape was not having a good time of it. No, he was trying to talk an overly emotional female ghost into reason. Thought it would be easy as most women are quickly swayed by love, but this one was holding on to her murder as if it were more important than his issues. She was already dead, couldn't she get over it already? Madam, he tried again in his silkiest voice, what happened to you was awful, that is to be sure. However, it was centuries ago. Can you not find it in your heart to forgive the man? He is truly remorseful. He put on his best sincere expression, which he really needed to practice in the mirror. The usually shy ghost flared with anger. You are only trying to protect yourself from something. You would never be here if that were not the case. You are a cruel and selfish man, Severus Snape, and I will not be persuaded by your petty words. Be gone, she hissed as she neared the hated professor's face. Making sure he knew that she didn't believe a word he said. She had heard the children of her house cry and moan over this man's teaching and his spiteful behavior. She had been taken in twice by smooth-talking Slytherins. She was not going to be fooled again. Madam, Snape started, only for her to turn her back on him and fly away. Ah, Severus, came a voice that he didn't want to deal with right now. Why ever are you trying to persuade poor Helena to talk to Damien? Damn it, the dark-haired man thought as he turned with a blank face. I am merely doing the Baron a favor. He answered as if this were an everyday occurrence. I did not know you were so helpful to your house ghost. Well done, very well done indeed, the old man praised. Speaking of which, I was searching for Damien myself, have you seen him? He asked knowingly, thinking that perhaps there was something to Minerva's story. Severus doesn't do favors. At first, he thought it might be Karkaroff trying to get rid of the competition. He would not put it past the man, but now he was leaning towards his potions master having a hand in Harry's amnesia. The last I saw of the Baron he was haunting the dorms. He seems to have taken a liking to young Draco, the potions master lied, knowing full well that the apparition was standing in one of the classrooms nearby, in case that dozy cow of a ghost consented to speak with him. Then let us departure to the dorms, for it is imperative that I speak with him. Perhaps you should join us, there are rumors that need to be put to rest, and they pertain to you as well. Dumbledore stated with a jovial voice, though his eyes were hard. Of course, Headmaster, Snape said reluctantly as he turned and started down the hall to the dungeons. Back in the infirmary. No, came the voices of three teenagers, as the golden dome flared again. Dobby is only trying to help, the poor elf said as he pulled himself off the floor from where he was flung. Whoa, that's your idea of helping? Harry asked, putting up his hands in an, I give up, way. This castle was anything but safe, if this was a friend, helping, then he remembered Hermione's recount of his second year inside. He released the dome when the elf started pulling his ears painfully. Oh, stop that, he said sharply. I guess, I can see where you get the idea that it might help. But, Dobby, don't try that again. He softened his tone, but wagged his finger at the elf, who perked up and was going to speak, but Hermione overrode him. Dobby, Harry didn't lose his memory due to a head injury. At least we don't think so. Madame Pomfrey said she didn't see any signs of one. We're still trying to figure out how he got his amnesia, she reasoned quickly, not wanting the little guy to get a LL excited and try something else that might cause more harm than good. Oh, I do believe that there are people in the castle keeping secrets. But, don't fret, Dobby, Harry, they will be exposed soon enough. Luna stated firmly as if what she said was fact. She then looked off into the space above Harry's head and hummed a little tune. How could you possibly know that? Hermione harumphed, folding her arms in disbelief. Oh, maybe she's a seer, like Deanna Troy, Harry said excitedly as he put his arm around the blonde and got the hug he wanted. Yes, it was indeed worth it. She was an empath, not a seer. Luna argued as she thumped his chest. Oh, right. Oh, I remember it was the chick from that other spaceship show. Let me think. Oh, I know it was called Andromeda. Now that was one wicked show. It's too bad I only got to see one episode, Harry said with a pout. Well, never mind that, the bushy-haired girl said with a wave of her hand. We need to see how much longer you're going to be here, she said as she got up and made her way to the Medowitch's office. Madam Pomfrey, can we speak to you a minute? She asked through the door. The nurse hustled out and looked at the teens assembled, all of whom had anxious faces, and huffed. Just let me do a diagnostic spell to make sure you're healthy, she said resigned. She waved her wand and read the report, ignoring the restless teens. You will need to eat more. But for your amnesia, you're fine, and can leave as soon as you get dressed, though I do recommend you make use of the shower. Cleansing charms can only go so far. She answered their unasked question. Dobby will get Master Harry's clothes, the forgotten elf stated as he popped up out of nowhere, and then he popped away. He then came back with some blue jeans, a button-down shirt, socks and underwear, and Harry's combat boots. Harry was glad to see the boots, which were now repaired and shiny. They were the only things he remembered buying that he could call his. Great. My boots. Thanks, Dobby, he exclaimed as he snatched up the clothes and footwear, went to the bathroom, took a quick shower, promised himself to take a longer one later, and got dressed. Lovely. You're done, Luna stated as she drifted towards the door, and then waited for them to join her. I don't know about you two, but I am hungry. Let's go to the kitchen and get some pudding, she said airily. Oh, sweets, Harry said as he bounced to her side and put his arm over her shoulders. Then you can show me how to use he glanced at the glaring Hermione, wand, he finished. We can do that, Hermione said with a beaming smile as she went to his side. She was shocked when he put his other arm over her shoulders. To the kitchens, Harry stated as they left the hospital wing. The three teens left the wing arm in arm, and wandered down the deserted hall. Luna took the lead as she guided them to the stairs that were least used. Now, Harry, since you don't know how to use your tricorder, you need to stick close to us, she said as she firmed her arm that was around his waist. It felt good to have someone to hug. Not since her mum died, had she walked arm in arm with anyone. Her daddy hugged her, but he was a very busy man. It was nice to have friends. Don't encourage him, whispered Hermione under her breath, though both parties heard and ignored her. Right as they were about to descend the stairs, a snowy white owl came winging in their direction. She landed on Luna's shoulders, but her yellow eyes were fixed on Harry. Whoa, I remember you, he said with a great deal of excitement, making Hermione perk up. You remember Hedwig. That's great, she said as she bounced in place, making our hero's eyes drift from the owl to her, jiggling assets. Is that her name? Yeah, of course I remember her, he said, turning his attention back to the owl. She chased off some of the more persistent thieves, when I was on the streets, he explained. As he dropped his arm and petted the owl's chest. Hermione deflated and just said, oh. Thanks for that, girl, Harry cooed. I wonder why she never approached me in the alleys. He had tried almost anything to get her down to him. But she would just hoot at him and stand guard. She knows something is wrong with you, but she doesn't understand what. So like any other animals she's being cautious. She knows you, but she doesn't know how you will react to her. Magical animals are smarter than most, explained Luna in a very serious voice as she too fawned over the owl. You will notice that she didn't land on you. But she is letting you pet her now. That is because she feels safer in this environment, she added with a general wave of her hand indicating the castle as a whole. Well, Hedwig, I am very pleased to re-meet you. I hope for a beautiful friendship with you, Harry said softly as he continued to pet her chest, marveling in how soft those feathers were. Who does she belong to? He asked, partly guessing she was his, but wanting to make sure. She's your owl, Hermione confirmed. Well, that just makes it all the better to be friends with her, Harry said with a big smile. Why do I have such a cool pet as an owl? He asked to both girls. Hagrid, you remember him, gave her to you. She was your first ever birthday present, Hermione informed him softly. Oh, well, that's good, I guess. I mean, how old was I? Not really wanting to think that his childhood had been so bad that he never received gifts when he was younger. Now he was going to have to reevaluate his opinion of the giant man. You were 11, she answered reluctantly, hoping he didn't get angry again. Well, shite, he stated in frustration. He really hated that he couldn't recall his childhood. From what little Hermione had told him, he would really like to, repay, his relatives, generosity. Language, the bushy-haired witch said. You really need to stop saying that to me, if you want to stay on my good side. Harry said with a great deal of steel in his voice. She simply looked warily at him and nodded. Hedwig decided she had had enough human interaction, butted her head on Harry's hand and then flew off. Right. I'm hungry, what day and time is it anyway? He asked, judging from when the old woman picked him up, and how long he had been here. It should be early Monday evening, which means close to dinner. He wrapped his arms around their shoulders again and they walked down the stairs. It's Monday, November 7, 1994, around 5 p.m., Hermione answered as she looked at her watch. Thank Merlin she found a wind-up in a junk store. Why weren't you in class then? Our hero wondered. She didn't seem the type to skip classes. Especially not with the way she was trying to get him to attend. Classes were cancelled when they started the search for you. They were going to do it on their downtime, but the professors protested, so they cancelled classes until you were found. If they hadn't recovered you after the end of this week, then the Aurors, magical police, would have been brought in, the bushy-haired girl said with a great deal of resignation. I overheard Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman talking about it, she offered, when they gave her a, how do you know this? Look. At that, the other two teens nodded. By this time, they had made it down the stairs and were now headed down another deserted hallway. Going towards the kitchens. Wait, people were being petrified a couple of years ago and they didn't cancel classes. I go missing and bam, they practically shut the school down. Am I really that important that they'd stop your education just to find me? I know what you told me earlier, but really, I'm just a kid. If they are waiting for some fucking hero, well Aaron. They going to be bloody well disappointed, Harry said with a smirk. He had learned his lesson, and he was no one's hero. There were a few times in the last week, he stuck up for the kids on the street. Only for them to kick him in the shins and run off with whatever they could pinch from his pockets. Now he was for himself, and perhaps his friends, which he still didn't know who were. Yeah, Hermione seemed to know him. But she kept defending the old man and woman, which in his books made her some sorta authority worshipper. He really didn't need someone who would put others first. He was keeping her around. Because she knew him and could tell him about his past. That and if he got his memories back, he might find there were other reasons he liked her. Judging from what little interaction he had with Luna. This was his first time meeting her, and well, he liked her well enough. Even with all her quirks. She had the potential to be a great friend. He was going to keep her close. When it comes to you, Potty. We are all disappointed, came the drawl from behind them. The trio turned to see three teenage boys looking like they were ready to rumble. Well, the two bruisers did, the one in the middle looked like the kind to give orders and watch. The two witches dropped their arms and pulled their wands, while Harry bent over laughing almost hysterically. He had taken one look at those expensive clothes. The slicked back hair and his bodyguards and knew this boy was a rich snob that hid behind his parents. Oh my god, did you really just call me that? The dark-haired boy asked between laughs. Taking deep breaths and wiping the tears of mirth from his face, he stopped, looked at the Ponce in front of him and broke down again. Shite, he's a daddy's boy, isn't he? He guffawed to Luna, who nodded with a smile. But kept her wand trained on the known bullies. What on earth is the matter with you, Potter? The confused blonde asked, his eyes looking over his schoolyard nemesis. This wasn't what he expected. Though he really should have after the spectacle the boy made earlier. Quick as a wink Harry sobered. Listen, Papa's little bitch boy, I don't know who you are, I don't care who your daddy is. And I will only tell you this once, stay the fuck out of my way, and I won't stomp you with my steel-toed boots, he threatened menacingly as he stepped closer and closer to the other boy. You can't threaten me. Malfoy sneered as he waved his henchmen forward, causing the girls to point their wands at one each with a spell on their lips. Now, ladies, gentlemen, I am sure you are not fighting. The headmaster said as he and Snape rounded the corner. They came to a halt when they were by Slytherin's side. The old man looked over the group with a great deal of grandfatherly disappointment showing in his face and eyes. Snape on the other hand, was glaring at all of them, Draco and his goons, because they got caught, and the others on principle. Of course not, sir. Malfoy stated as he stepped away from Potter with a wary, yet calculating, look in his eyes. Bugger off, old man, this is between me and the Ponce, the messy-haired amnesiac snarled, his EY's never leaving the blonde in front of him. Potter, you will show the headmaster some respect, snapped Snape and was about to say more, when he saw a glimpse of the Baron out of the corner of his eye. Cursing his luck, he settled back down. Whoa, aren't you an ugly duck, Harry said, when he looked to see who was talking, making the man step forward with his hands out, like he was going to strangle the boy. Ever hear of shampoo? I'm not sure if it will turn you into a swan, but it can't hurt, he added with a shrug. There was something about this man that said to keep an eye on him. And yeah, he probably shouldn't provoke him. But really, that hair. Hermione's parents are dentists, maybe you should give them a call. I mean, your teeth look like you eat metal, he finished as he looked the man up and down. Why you, was all Snape got out when the bloody Baron drifted in front of him. Potion Master Snape, control yourself, he barked with a threatening look in his eyes, and then turned. I heard you were looking for me. Headmaster, he said pompously, though he was fuming at the potions master's lack of restraint. He knew he was going to have to tell the old man what was happened. If the out-of-control teacher didn't get his act straight soon. Now he just had to figure out how in a very Slytherin way. Harry's jaw fell when the ghost came into view. It niggled something in the back of his mind. But he couldn't quite reach it, so he shrugged it off for the moment and stared at the very realistic hologram. He looked around to see if there were any projectors, but didn't see any. Maybe, just maybe, there might be some truth to this whole magic thing. He'd have to ask Luna, but for now, he needed to pay attention to what was going on in front of him. Ah, yes, it is a blissful circumstance that we four are all here together, the old man said happily as he looked at the three he wanted to talk to, and all but clapping his hands in good cheer. Mr. Malfoy, you and your companions may leave, Albus said as he made a shooing motion to the fourth-year Slytherins. Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, you may depart as well. The girls are bloody well staying with me, arsehole. I'm not letting myself be alone with some mind rapist, Harry snarled as he backed up to where his friends were standing. Harry, are you sure? Hermione asked, torn between obeying the headmaster and standing by her friend. She looked back on what had happened to Harry since his return and then nodded her head and stood her ground. Luna never said a word, nor did she drop her wand. Very well, Dumbledore sighed. And then turned to the other students. Mr. Malfoy, was all he said. Yes, Headmaster, Draco grumbled as he jerked his head at Crabbe and Goyle, and they left. He really wanted to know what Potter meant. It would be wonderful blackmail material on the old coot. He was going to duck in a nearby classroom, but then he couldn't hear anything behind him, privacy wards must have been put up. So he simply continued on. Now, there seems to be some confusion, the old man stated as he looked over at Harry, then to Severus, and last at Damien. When Minerva found Harry, he told her that he ran because a dark-haired, long-nosed man threatened him. The boy also said that there was a hologram of a man in bloody robes. Now I can only reason that he meant you too, he finished. Head as he looked over his half-moon glasses at Snape and the Baron. I did see a child in Gryffindor robes, in the dungeons on All Hallows' Eve, the Baron confessed truthfully. Why ever did you not tell me? The headmaster asked, appearing disappointed. The ghosts were supposed to notify him of everything that went on in the castle. How else was he supposed to know what was going on? His informant, Ion network of ghosts and portraits kept him well informed. Headmaster, there are always children from other houses wandering the dungeons on that night. It is some sort of rite of passage, Damien said. Which was true, about 50 years ago. Ah yes, I do remember something about that in my younger years. Very well, what did you do when you saw Harry? And what was he doing? The old man asked as he stroked his beard in thought. Why? I informed the potions master, of course, the ghost stated as if it were obvious. However, the last I saw of the child, he was running, so it is plausible that they never connected. Once again completely true. Very well, Albus sighed again, this was not going as he wanted. Severus. He turned his inquiring eyes to his protégé, which was the only polite term he could think of for the man. Everyone else insisted on call Severus his pet Death Eater. I did not see the young man after we left the antechamber, the man bold-faced lied, fuming The dratted ghost would put him in such a position, and at the same time applauding the very Slytherin move. Harry, my boy, I am not your fucking boy. Harry snarled as he poked his finger in the hated man's direction. I note that you call everyone else by their last name. You will do the same with me or we will have further issues, he said pretentiously. There was no way he was ever going to make it easy for this old man. He was going to do everything he could to make it difficult for him. Yes, well, can you tell me what you remember? The old man asked, trying to catch the boy's eyes. Are you the police? Our hero asked, folding his arms in an, I know you're not, and I'm going to be stubborn, way. No, I am not part of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I am however the head of the Wizengamot, which a body that makes, and tries those that break the laws, Dumbledore stated importantly. So you're like the head judge? Harry asked with a smirk. Well, yes, was the answer. Now, I don't know nothing about this wizarding world, but I do know that in the real world, judges don't investigate crimes. So, if you want answers from me, get a copper here, the messy-haired amnesiac stated firmly. Oh, and I want an attorney, he added. I do know that that is within my non-existent rights. That may be true in the Muggle world, however you are not there, Dumbledore said smugly. Then I'll bloody well leave. You can't hold me here forever, you old bastard, Harry snarled as he whirled around and started down the hall. Come on, girls, let's eat, I'm starved. Headmaster, are you going to let that child talk to you that way? Snape questioned, completely floored by the messy-haired teen's attitude. While he had always thought the boy was arrogant, this was beyond the pale. If the amnesiac ever got his memory back, then he was in very deep trouble if that brat maintained this personality. There was no way this new boy would be intimidated into compliance. The potions master just hoped and prayed the teen never recovered. Alas, there is little I can do, Albus said as he watched his students walk away. In my haste to cure him, I have lost his trust. He now looks upon me as an enemy, he stated remorsefully. His mind was calculating as to how he could get the girls to make the unruly teen see that he, Albus Dumbledore, was Harry's idol. Then the Hild would follow along with what was needed. Miss Granger would be of great help, Miss Lovegood however might be problem. While he had never been vilified in the Quibbler, he was not looked up favorably either. The Lovegoods were a very honest and controversial family and never cowed to pressure. Nevertheless, you should not let him get away with such disrespect, Severus snarled as he glared at his most hated student's back. What would you have me do, Severus? I cannot discipline a child who does not know who he is, or that he is doing wrong, the headmaster said as he glanced at his protégé. He is merely a victim of an illness. It could have been the shock of being called as a champion. Or he had his memory wiped like poor Gilderoy, the old man stated as he watched his teacher's reaction to that comment. If you let him get away with such behavior now, he will never learn, was the rebuttal as Snape did his best not to look at the bloody Baron, who was smugly sneering from behind the headmaster. Sneaky apparition, was his thought as he tried to come up with a story about that night. We have no way of knowing what caused the child's memory loss. Though, him being feeble-minded enough for shock to make it happen is not out of the realm of possibilities, he sneered, only to pale a bit when the ghost glared at him. I will do my utmost to make sure the child is well cared for. That is all I can do. Now, as to Halloween night, the voices trailed off as the two men and one ghost moved in the opposite direction. Harry's paw. Harry heard them talking and ignored the, to him, meaningless words. He tightened his arm around Hermione when she tried to turn back. Luna all but skipped along and led the way. When they got to the kitchens, Luna tickled the pair, and they went through the door that appeared. The three students stood for a second and watched the mass-organized chaos. The house elves that greeted them were very busy making dinner for the masses, so they let Dobby tend to the kids. The teens were soon hustled to a table off to the side by Harry's elf friend. What can Dobby be getting for the master and his friends? The hyper-elf asked as he bounced in his sock-clad feet. He was just so excited that he could serve Harry Potter. He had many ideas on how to make Master regain his memories. Then again, from what little he had seen of the teen, he liked this new man. This Harry Potter did not seem to need to be saved as much as the old one did. He stood up to old little master, the greasy potions master, and the headmaster. If this True, then maybe Dobby didn't need to watch him as closely, then Dobby could start to really serve him. Hey, Dobby, good to see you again, Harry stated, patting the little guy on the back. Can we get dinner? Whatever's already prepared is fine. Although, I think Luna wants some sweets, he added, giving the blonde a wink, and was very happy to see she was taking off those cumbersome robes. Her cute little ruffled blouse still hid most of her assets, but he could finally make out some of her curves, which was enough to fuel his teenage imagination. Dobby can be doing that, the tiny being said as he snapped his fingers. Making platters and plates appeared on the table. There was 3 types of meat, potatoes of every kind, and a great deal of vegetables. Harry chose ham, potatoes au gratin, and some asparagus. Hermione went with pork chops, baked potatoes, and salads, making Harry roll his eyes at the thought that she needed to diet. Luna, on the other hand, decided to have a greasier fare. She loaded her plate with roast beef, buttered and gravied mashed potatoes, and candied carrots. Thanks, Dobby, but where's the pudding? The messy-haired wizard asked slyly, glancing at Luna. Afters will be served when Master and his friends is being done with the main meal, the elf said stubbornly with a small stomp of his foot. When he had heard the cat professor ND the hospital which say that his master had been eating garbage for the last week, he was horrified. Now he was going to do whatever it took to make sure the teen ate right. He may be a free elf, but he wanted his master to be healthy. It is all right, Dobby, Luna said airily as she cut her meat. I can wait. Good, he said with a firm nod in her direction, and then popped away. I've been meaning to ask, what is Dobby? Harry asked between bites, which he took quickly. He was starving, and he didn't remember ever having such a nice meal. The stuff from the leaky cauldron's rubbish tip was good, but it was always cold and bland. This was hot and spiced just right. He was going to eat as much as he could. Though, he would stop when he felt full. He's a house elf, Hermione stated with a great deal of contempt in her voice. Which startled Harry because he didn't think she was the type to discriminate. She saw his confused look and sighed. I'm not angry with them, I am disgusted that they're slaves. I even started an organization to free them. It is called Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. You're the treasurer, she said happily, jumping up and down in her seat. Spew. You called your organization Spew. Harry laughed, while he watched her chest bounce. It is not Spew, it is SPEW, she snapped, slamming her flatware on the table. You can call it that all you want. But others are going to call it Spew, our hero stated firmly, glaring at her. Not all the elves are slaves, came the dreamy voice from the blonde Ravenclaw. How can you say that? Hermione spat angrily, turning her irate gaze to Luna. They are bought and paid for, therefore they are slaves, she added with finality. Yes, I do concede the point that most are purchased. However, you are under the impression that the ones here are Hogwarts were such. They are as free as Dobby. The only reason they shun the poor elf is because they don't know he's already bonded, and he let the headmas pay him for his time since his master doesn't need him at the moment. They need to work and keep busy or they go insane. Hermione, they are quite happy the way things are, Luna stated, narrowing her eyes at the know-it-all. Being raised in the wizarding world, Luna had a better idea on how things were, and she didn't like when someone who was not raised here came and told her she was wrong. Though, it made her sound like the bigoted purebloods, in this they had a point. She didn't know Hermione, but she could see the girl was a bit closed-minded. Prove it. Oh, Poppy, the little blonde called cheerily into the air. What can Poppy be doing for Missy Luna? An old female elf came from nowhere and asked. This one was dressed in a pillowcase with the Hogwarts crest on it. Poppy, please. Tell Hermione that you are not a slave, she said, waving her hand in the other girl's direction. Poppy is not being a slave, the elf gasped, looking completely affronted that anyone would suggest that she was. Use as being another one I see. Poppy is telling Missy we is not being slaves, Poppy said with a small stamp of her foot. But, you were bought, and you don't get paid, or medical, or vacations. You're being brainwashed into thinking you like this lifestyle, the bushy-haired girl said kindly, as if talking to a mental patient. You is being thinking that we is being human. We is not. The elf answered as if that was all the answer needed. What does that matter? Hermione stated as if it was inconsequential. Will yous be going into the forest and telling the horsey people at they must be living in houses and wearing clothes? Will yous be going into the lake and telling the fishy people they must be living on land? Poppy asked, folding her arms and raising an eyebrow. Of course not. That's not the same at all, the Gryffindor female harumphed. Poppy is not liking being told she is a stupid critter. Poppy is telling Missy she is putting her point of views on Poppy. Poppy thinks Missy would not like being told she should be working hard and not learning in the schools. We are happy as we is. Why should Missy comes and tells us we're wrong, the kitchen elf stated firmly. But, Hermione. Harry interrupted as he looked at all the elves listening in, they all look happy and healthy to me. But they are slaves, she protested again. Poppy is not being a slave. Poppy is being bonded to the headmaster and works like she is supposed to be doing, the female elf stated, stomping her foot again in frustration. We was not, but, we all lost our masters, and was invited here. Or we is being born here after the great Lady Hufflepuff is bringing our forefathers to the castle to works, she explained slowly. But you are bonded, you just said so. Don't you want to be free like Dobby? She asked. The noise in the kitchen stopped, but for the quick intake of breath from hundreds of elves. She dismissed the fact that one of the founders condoned slavery. Helga Hufflepuff was a good woman, there was no way she had anything to do with elves being in the castle, Hermione consoled herself. Dobby is being bonded, Dobby said with a great deal of confusion. But you're free, Hermione stated with just as much confusion. Yes, but Dobby is bonded to Master Harry, the hyper-elf said with a look of admiration that the teen in question. Oh, you are not making a lick of sense. How can you be free and bonded at the same time? She snapped at the two elves. Master Harry did not buy Dobby. Dobby chose Master Harry, the elf said brightly as if that cleared it all up. Which made the other elves feel better about having Dobby about. Do you have to do what he says? Do you have to stay with him? Do you get paid? Do you get medical? Do you get vacations? She fired off, counting each question on her fingers. Dobby turned to Harry and stated, Master Harry, Dobby is being sick. Can Dobby go to the healer and not works for 2 days? There was a gleam in the little guy's eyes that let Harry know he is just showing Hermione that she was wrong. Of course, Dobby, our hero played along. I hope you feel better. Master Harry, Dobby does not think you should be eating dessert today's. Can Dobby be saving it for tomorrow's? He asked with a wink to Luna. Yeah, Dobby, if that's what you think is best. You would know better than me, Harry said with a smile. Master Harry, Dobby is needing a new shirt, the elf stated, picking at his brand new kid's shirt. Can Dobby be having some monies to buy one? He gave the boy puppy dog eyes. Sure, little guy. As soon as I get to the bank, Harry nodded, thinking he might have to do that for his own wardrobe. If he had money, that is, which was going to be his next question when all of this is cleared up. Of course, if Dobby really wanted a new shirt, he would be more than happy to get the little guy one. Yes, Dobby gets medical, vacation, and pay, the hyper-elf said as he turned back to Hermione, who huffed and opened her mouth to debate. Dobby, do you know Winky? Hermione asked, thinking that there was one elf that would prove her point. Dobby is knowing her. She is being very unhappy right now. Because she is having no one to serve. She is being crying all the times, and drinking butterbeer, the tiny elf stated as his ears drooped. Who is Winky, and why is she important? Harry asked. He could use another elf to help him get through his situation. He was sure that his jailers wouldn't let him out anytime soon, so maybe they could do things outside his prison for him. Winky was Mr. Crouch's elf. He was the official man in the hospital wing. He freed her because she supposedly used a wand. She didn't, but I'll tell you that story later. The point is she is a free elf, the brunette stated, folding her arms defiantly. And from the sound of it, she is not happy about that, the only male debated. And then he looked at Dobby and said, Dobby, can you ask Winky if she is looking for someone to bond with? Harry, was the aghast response from his friend. He held up his hand and watched Dobby. Dobby will be asking her, but she is needing to be sober first, the elf said with a grateful smile. Winky didn't deserve to be so unhappy and he would be more than happy to share Harry Potter with her. Thanks, buddy, Harry said, clapping him on the back. But, Hermione started. You're not going to change their minds. You should fight for better treatment for those who are slaves and beaten, like poor Dobby was. But I can tell you right now, they will always bond with a witch or wizard. Hermione, elves are not human, they are creatures, sentient, yes, but still creatures. And you should not foist your human views on them. Luna stopped her before this got any further. The elves had done their best to let this girl know what's what, but she's stubborn. In Luna's opinion, she could now flounder her way through the world she now found herself in. Maybe when a few things came to pass, she would learn, but right now they were at a standstill. Oh, by the way, Harry added his 2 cents worth. I quit as treasurer, unless you change your platform. If these guys are happy as they are, then who am I to tell them otherwise? The bushy-haired girl looked like she was going to snap at him, but he held up his hand and stated, "You need to be very, very careful about what you say next. I have tolerated you this long because you say we are friends. However, from the reaction of those around me, including yourself, I am nothing like I once was. Who knows how I will react," he said, narrowing his eyes at her in challenge. Hermione snapped her mouth shut and nodded, though her mind was rapidly going over just who this new Harry was. She was beginning to wonder if she should stick around. Perhaps she needed to back off and look at this situation from afar. The Harry she knew would have agreed with her. She often wondered if it had to do with his upbringing. But, right now she didn't want to alienate him. Observe, yes, estrange, no. Dobby, Poppy, thanks for dinner. I'll call Dobby when we're ready for dessert, Harry said to the 2 elves with a thankful smile. He quite liked house elves, they seemed happy, helpful and nice. They gave him a cheerful smile and went back to what they were doing before Hermione tried to free them. The kids ate in silence until their plates were cleared. Then Harry called Dobby, who brought them afters of chocolate cake, treacle tart, and some vanilla pudding. "Those as being your favorites," the elf said, tugging at his shirt, but wearing a huge smile. "Thank you, Dobby, I'm sure we'll enjoy it," Harry said, and the girls nodded. Dobby beamed at them and then popped away. "Oh my god, that smells good," the dark-haired wizard said when he got a whiff of the treacle tart. He took a big piece and fell on it like a man starved. After scarfing down a few bites, he turned the conversation to his money, and if he had any. "Hermione, you said the school was paid for, does that mean I have money?" That question made Luna choke on her food. Harry pounded her on the back until she could breathe again. "Oh Merlin, that was a funny question," she said cryptically, while giggling. "Why was it funny?" he asked, taking another bite of his dessert. "Harry, the Potters were a very well-to-do and influential family," the blonde Ravenclaw stated with a huge smile. "Oh, I didn't know that," Hermione said thoughtfully. "You never really looked. I mean, it is in the library. If you know where to search," Luna said with a negligent wave of her hand. "Be that as it may, how do I get my money?" Harry interrupted, looking at his favorite blonde girl. Well, she was the only blonde that he knew, but right now she was his favorite. And he didn't see that changing soon. "Well, you could write the goblins at their bank, Gringotts, or you could just go there," she offered with a shrug. "Oh, yeah, I can do that," the messy-haired amnesiac said, and then deflated. "I don't know how to get there, and I'm sure none of my keepers will take me," he said morosely. "Why don't you just use your invisibility cloak? Go to Hogsmeade and call the night bus," the little blonde asked with a quirk of her head. "You're forgetting that I've forgotten." "I don't know anything you just mentioned," he answered, tapping her nose, making her scrunch it up in a cute way. "Oh dear, it appears the Nargles are back," was her answer. So, Harry took off the bottle cork necklace and put it back on her. "There you go, that'll chase them off." "Thank you, Harry. It's just what I need," she gushed as if it weren't hers to begin with. "Great, you can tell me all about this invisibility cloak and stuff," he said mischievously. "And then we'll plan my escape." None of the trio noticed the door opening and 2 figures making their way towards them. A shadow fell over the table causing the trio to look up. "See, Fred, my lad. I told you I smelled mischief in the kitchens," said a red-headed boy as he sat at the table across from Harry. "That you did, George, old boy, I never shoulda doubted you," said the boy's double as he took the seat next to George. They both reached out and served themselves up some chocolate cake. It was like watching synchronized dancing as they both moved at the same time, and did the same thing. Harry just thanked God that they stopped when George used his left hand to eat, and Fred used his right. Hello, 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 who are you then? Our hero asked, liking these two immediately. There was an air of mischief around them that said they didn't conform to the rules. They could probably help him in what he needed to get done. They seemed to know him, and a different point of view would be very welcome. The girls were nice, but it was all from a female perspective. He needed a man's point of view. Harry, these are the Weasley twins, Fred and George, Luna said, pointing to the correct twin when she called their names. It was actually quite easy to tell them apart. Fred had a rather large freckle under his right eye and was left-handed, while George had one under his left and used his right hand. She loved to throw off their playfulness by calling the correct one when she introduced them. I hate that little Luna can tell us apart, Fred said as he looked at his brother, who simply nodded in agreement as he ate his cake. Right, enough of that, we overheard that there was a plan to escape. Now we're always up to causing chaos for the staff, but why do you feel the need to run? He asked the dark-haired Gryffindor. He was glad Harry was back. They had been worried when he was gone. After many years of hearing their brother boast about the adventures they had been on, how could they not be concerned? While Harry usually came out okay, this time he was alone. It was with great relief that they heard the rumor that the dark-haired boy was back. George looked at the boy and noted the air of confidence that had never been there before. Yeah, Harry had done amazing things in the past, but it was only when there was danger that the boy was self-assured. Now it seemed to ooze off of him. He nudged his brother and they held a private conversation with facial expressions. They both looked at Harry critically and came to the conclusion that something was different. The rumor was that he had lost his mind and was unstable, but they thought it was something less volatile. Harry has amnesia, explained Hermione, confirming their thoughts, and then she told them what little they knew about how he had lost his memories. So Poppy says you didn't get it from a blow to the head, George said, tapping his finger in his chin. And you only remember waking up on the streets, Fred stated, tapping his finger on the table. A mystery, they said together with a huge grin on their face. Well, I do remember the taste of dirty socks, but that's it, the messy-haired boy confessed, as he mind-raked over what little he could recall. It still made him wonder how he knew what dirty socks tasted like. You didn't tell me that, Hermione said, with a slight accusation in her tone. I'd forgotten until now, he offered with a shrug. Don't worry, Harrykins, Fred said, picking up his fork. He wasn't concerned, he and George were great sleuths. We'll suss this out, George finished, putting his flatware to the table, having finished his sweet. He, like his brother, loved mysteries, and they could find clues where no one thought to look. They knew what was hidden in the castle their third year, and what was in the pipes their fourth. They black was in the castle and on the grounds their fifth year. They had tried to tell the professors, but it was brushed off as them playing one of their pranks. After the basilisk they stopped trying. It never dawned on them to tell Harry and his friends. They were young kids, who never should have been caught up in all that to begin with. It was, however, one of the main reasons they have the dark-haired boy the map. They had hoped he saw what they did. They never figured out who that Pettigrew bloke was though. By the time they got close the guy was gone. But for now, Fred said. Tell us about your escape plans, his brother continued. So we can help, they stated as one. Right, please don't do that. My brain is muddled enough. Harry begged, and then smiled. Luna tells me that I have an invisibility cloak, which I'm going to take as what it's named, and that I can sneak to a place called Hogsmeade. And from there I can catch the night bus to some place called Gringotts, which I am told is where my money is. So far that's all I have, he said in a conspiring whisper as he leaned over the table as if sharing a great secret. Right, well, that's a start, Fred stated, thinking that they were going to have to teach young Harrykins all the tools of the trade, again. Let's finish our afters, and then we'll go back to the dorms. Sorry, little Luna, but you can't come with, he said with playful remorse. Oh, that's all right. I have homework to finish anyway. But before you make plans, we should find an empty classroom and teach Harry how to use his tricorder, she said dreamily with a wave of her hand, making Harry bounce with excitement. Wand, Hermione said at their blank looks. Harry is having a hard time believing in magic. He thinks all of this is one great experiment with technology, she huffed, a bit put out that Luna was playing along with that idea. How was she supposed to teach Harry magic if the other girl was feeding his delusion? Well, after seeing that bloody ghost, glasses that came from nowhere, and the woman who turns into a cat, I might be swayed into believing in magic. Harry confessed as he ate his last bite of dessert. Oh phooey, Luna said, folding her arms and pouting. I had an explanation that could teach you in minutes. She had wonderful ideas about how to make her new friend all-powerful. If she could do it before Hermione got a hold of him. If there was one thing that Hermione shared with her fellow Ravenclaws, it was book learning. If it wasn't written down, it wasn't correct. She was hoping to get to Harry before all the rules were put into his head. We can still try that, lovely Luna, Harry said with a beaming smile. He loved how she thought his ideas weren't bullshit. She was turning out to be a good person to have around. I believe I am going to go and do my homework, Hermione stated, not wanting to see what wacky thing Luna came up with. That and she wanted to reevaluate her relationship with this new Harry. With his new personality, she wasn't sure if they would stay the tight friends they were before. Before he would listen to her. But now, we want to come, intoned the twins with grins splitting their faces. They were always up to whatever Luna came up with. People seemed to forget the little BL. Owned was sorted into Ravenclaw for a reason, and while they weren't friends with her, per se, they were very good neighbors. They would sneak over and watch her when she hunted for things in the field behind her house. Sometimes they even joined. They had witnesses amazing things, but she was a bit standoffish when it came to them, like she was unsure of their intentions. They, being the cheerful boys they were, just took it in stride and kept watching and hunting. Great, let's go, the little blonde said as she stood, grabbed Harry's hand, and pulled him out of the kitchen. The others followed. Hermione left and the twins smirked, knowing the resident know-it-all was going to miss something wicked. Luna took them to a nearby classroom and closed the door after they all entered. She waved the boys to sit and tugged Harry to the front of the room. She then took on a teacher's voice and said, "Take out your tricorder." "Okay," our hero said slowly and pulled out his wand. "Now, from what you've said you've done over the last week, you have been doing wandless magic," she stated as she paced in front of him. "I want you to take your tricorder, point it at that book and with a flick, like pushing a button, think, lift. All the while seeing in your mind's eye the book lifting off the table," she instructed as she indicated what book and how high she wanted it in the air. She was almost giddy with excitement. If this worked, then there might be a whole new way to teach magic. Harry shrugged, that was simple enough. He did as told and the book flew off the table about 6 feet in the air. The twins gasped and started whispering excitedly. Harry flicked his tricorder again and the book lowered back onto the table. "Very good, now put your wand away, and do the same thing with your finger," came the next order. The dark-haired amnesiac did his bit and the book lifted 3 feet this time. "Wonderful," Luna exclaimed, bouncing up and down, making Harry very glad she left her robes in the kitchen. "Now look at the book and imagine it turning into a cat," she decided. "Why?" Harry asked. "Transfigurations can be very important in a fight. The things you turn something into are not real. However, they move and act like the real thing. Say you are in the middle of battle and there is a spell coming towards you that you are unprepared for. If you think of the ground, or rock, in front of you as a wall, or a bear, or really anything, it will spring up and take the spell. It is still a rock and will explode like a rock, but you are unhurt," she lectured, pacing back and forth in front of him. His eyes followed her, paying very close attention to every word she said. Now the same can't be said for turning a bird into cat. It is still a living bird, but it acts like a cat. If you transform a rat into cup, it is still rat. Destroy the cup and you kill the rat. "I don't like living transfiguration," she exclaimed with a huff. Harry nodded his agreement and promised himself that he would not do that unless it was very important, though for the life of him he couldn't think of any scenario which he would need to. "Right, okay, I can do that," he said as he shook his head to clear his thoughts. And glared at the book. It took a minute, but slowly a cat emerged from the paper. It stretched and laid down to nap, just like a real cat. Then he thought it back into a book. "I believe you are going to need to practice that one, but very well done indeed," she praised, clapping her hands and then sobering. "Now this is important, you are the only person in this whole castle, possible the entire wizarding world, that can do these things. That is because you are not hindered by the rules that were drilled into our heads for the minute we learned about magic. For us it was the moment we were born. For you, however, because of your amnesia, you're not held up by limits, Luna stated, once again pacing. This has to stay between just us four, no one can know until you are more proficient. She said, twirling towards the twins, who quickly nodded in agreement. Are you saying that I am more powerful than the old man? Harry asked, amazed at the things he just did. While I would not use the word powerful, I would say you are more unrestricted, she said thoughtfully. With the animosity Harry had towards the headmaster, she didn't want him to go head-to-head with the older man. If he hurt Dumbledore, he might regret it if he got his memories back. From what little she knew of the boy who lived, he was a kind-hearted soul who loved the old man. No, she would not point him in that direction. So, you mean we can't do that? Came the disappointed voices of the two redheads. Actually, if you can overcome a lifetime of teaching, you can do anything you want, she said absent-mindedly. The only thing holding her back from being unfettered was the death of her mother playing in her mind when she tried. How did she know that Harry wouldn't suffer the same? Well, her mother knew spells were dangerous, Harry doesn't. If what she was thinking was true, then it was all about mind over matter. The twins started whispering again as Luna and Harry did a few more amazing things. Until the boy believed he could do anything he wanted with his wand, or even without it. He now firmly believed in magic, since there were no wires or controls on his tricorder. Which is what he was going to still call it, if only to piss people off. Right, it's getting close to curfew, so we'd better take Harry back to the dorms, George said as he got up and started for the door. He and his brother gone over a few things they could do to become as free as Harry, short of wiping their memories of course. Having witnessed the messy-haired younger boy do things they had been told were impossible. Well, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. Now student, remember, don't let anyone tell you what you are doing is impossible. The only thing you cannot do is make food. That is a proven fact. If you try and you eat it, then you will not get the nutrients of real food, she lectured again. She didn't want to add a bar to his learning, but it was established that conjured food had no substance. Right, no food, but the sky is the limit, Harry said with a nod of his head. His mind was rapidly going over all the things he had seen on the telly and read in the books. There were thousands, millions of things he could do. He could turn invisible and wouldn't need the cloak. He could teleport and wouldn't need the bus. Over and over his plans were improved. I see. And see that squirrel running round in circles in your mind, Harrykins. Come on and we'll suss it all out together, Fred said, taking our hero's arm and leading the dazed boy out of the classroom. Wait, Harry, Luna said and came to his side. She then stood on her toes and kissed his cheek. Thank you for making me feel special, she said with huge grin. You are very welcome, lovely Luna, the messy-haired wizard stated as he tucked some of her hair behind her ear, leaned down and kissed her cheek, which caused the twins to snicker. Shut it, you two, he said as he turned, though the grin on his face negated the harsh command. Silly boys, the blonde said as she skipped by Harry's side as they made their way down the hall. Well, here is where I leave you. I hope you have a great adventure, she stated once more, standing on her tiptoes and giving Harry a smooch on the cheek. She then turned and went to her dorms, with a spring in her steps. See ya, Luna, Harry called after her, and then turned to the chuckling knuckleheads and smirked. Ah, what a wonderful end of the day, he said, and then waved his hand in a lead the way manner. So you are related to my supposed best mate, he said questioningly. Yeah, Ickle Ronnikins is our younger brother, Fred answered, with a disappointed look in his eyes. We have no idea why he thinks so badly of you right now, but you were best mates up until your name came out of the goblet, George said, partially defending his younger brother, yet still upset that Ron turned his back on Harry. I don't know either, but I'll tell you what I told Hermione. I don't let negative people into my life, Harry stated firmly, with steel in his green eyes. I understand that, Fred said, slinging an arm over his shoulders. Negative people just bring you down, he added with a nod to his brother. To right, brother o' mine, George stated as he too put his arm around Harry's shoulder. Get off, guys. It's not quite as fulfilling as have two lovely girls on my arms, Harry said, flinging their arms off good-naturedly, chuckling all the while. Right you are, Harrykins. Do tell how you accomplished such a feat. George asked. No. Ta bit put out by the younger teen's actions. Well, it all started on my first escape attempt. After that bastard mind raped me, our hero growled, and then he recounted his first hour in the castle and how Luna came to be by his side. I always believed that Dumbledore thought himself important, but to hold you down and pillage your mind, that is something I would have never thought of him, Fred said with disgust in his voice. Yeah, and according to the cat lady, he didn't do anything wrong. I'll let you in on a bit of a secret. Hermione feels the same, and that makes me not trust her completely, the dark-haired boy confessed. I'm going to escape tonight and I want to see what she'll do, he added with a wink. We'll do what we can to help. With the tools you have at your disposal it should be easy. Fred said as they turned into the hall Gryffindor's tower was. Right, I was thinking about that, Harry said with a mischievous smirk. I have a few ideas, but I want to see these tools first. They came to the portrait of the fat lady and George gave the password, Balderdash, and they went into the common room. Harry looked over the red and gold decorated room and quirked an eyebrow at the overabundance of the two colors. He was just about to make a comment when a younger redhead boy came up to him and sneered, Potter. Out giving autographs. Well, this might be fun, Harry thought and prepared for a confrontation. Harry turned and looked the red-headed boy and thought about how to handle this. He could be a complete ass, or he could let it all slide. After a minute, he decided to go with something in between. From what little he knew about the boy, he was very jealous of everyone, which was understandable being the youngest male of 6. However, that didn't get him off for abandoning a friend. The messy-haired teen smiled and said, I'm sorry, who are you? Very funny, ha, 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 I'm not falling for that, Potter, Ron said snidely as he folded his arms in disbelief. This was just like something the twins would pull. Speaking of his look-alike brothers, he checked to see if they were laughing, which would be a sure indication they were behind Potter's lying. The twins were sidling away from them, and making their way to the other side of the room. He turned back to his ex-friend and smirked. The boy was alone now, and Ron felt that he would back down like he had so many times in the past. Harry had only ever stood up for others and never himself. This year and their second was proof of that. No really, who are you? Are you important? Our hero asked as honestly as he could. His eyes never leaving the redheads, as if he were trying very hard to remember something. That penetrating stare was making the other boy squirm. How can you ask that? We've been mates for years. The youngest male Weasley asked as his face turned red as he stepped forward as well, not one to back down from an argument. Merlin knows he had enough practice at home. If this was a prank, he was going to smack Harry down for embarrassing him in front of almost all of Gryffindor. Everyone in the common room was hanging on every word. Rumor had it that Potter was different, and that he was throwing defensive magic around like Merlin. They wanted to see how this turned out. Maybe they could take advantage of this opportunity to finally become friends with Harry, like many wanted to do in the past. But were always thwarted by his other friends. They never knew if they were being protective or possessive. Given what the boy had been through the last 3 years, it could go either way. However, if the Golden Trio was no more, then it might just be time to try again. Be that as it may, I'm all muddled in the head, didn't you know? I truly have no clue as to who you are, Harry said as he made wiggling motions with his fingers near his temple. You're just trying to get out of the tournament, ruddy coward, his best mate stated, still squirming under that intense gaze. Do you always accuse your friends like that? Harry's eyes narrowed as his glare increased. Yeah, when they're being glory-seeking gits, Ron sneered again, this time taking a step back and looking at Harry in disgust. Ah, you must be Ron, he declared, dropping the charade. I heard so much about you, he said as the smile fell from his face. What have you heard? The ginger asked, worried that someone was feeding the other boy with bad gossip. That would never do. If Harry knew just how much he relied on him and Hermione, then the other boy could use it against him. He quickly peeked at Hermione, who was standing off to the side ready to jump in if this went further than words. No help there then. Well, Hermione and the twins tell me that we were best mates right up until about a week ago. The amnesiac deadpanned, not giving anything away. We were, until you put your name in the cup and didn't tell me, huffed Ron, still not believing that Harry was all muddled in the head. That's right. She told me that you believed that. Harry nodded, disregarding the ignorance and taking a step forward, until he was right in the ginger's face, his eyes full of curiosity and a bit of anger. Now, my question to you is, in all our years of friendship, can you name one time that I used my fame to get anything? Take in mind that I don't have these memories, so you're going to need witnesses. You got on the Quidditch team in first year, was the triumphant answer as he took a few steps back. Who's your witness? And what's Quidditch? Harry asked, looking around at all the people listening. A tall stocky 7th-year boy stepped forward and said, "Actually, Ron." McGonagall sort of forced it all on him. He didn't even know how to play. "By the way, I'm Oliver Wood. I am the captain of the Quidditch team. You're the Seeker," the older teen said to Harry, holding out his hand. "I'm told my name is Harry Potter, and thanks for confirming that." "Not that I know what a Seeker is," the younger boy stated, shaking the young man's hand. "I'll tell you all about the team and Quidditch, when you're done here," Oliver offered with a smile, like he would love to do so. Many people groaned, or chuckled. At that statement, everyone knew Wood was a fanatic when it came to the game. "I have a few other plans for the next few days, but I might take you up on that later, yeah." Harry smiled at the overenthusiastic teen. He could see the guy really liked the game. "Great. Now, back to you." The messy-haired boy turned back to the embarrassed redhead. "Anything else?" he inquired, folding his arm in a "I know you don't" way. Ron rubbed his nose and thought real hard for about 3 minutes and then sighed in defeat. There was nothing he could use that he could prove. Anything he said would be the opposite of Harry being a glory hound. So he just shook his head and stepped back. There was a flash of guilt in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to say something, but snapped it shut. And shook his head again. "Right, that's what I've been told so far. That I didn't like my fame, and would hide when people gossiped about me," he stated as he spread his piercing look around the room. Making many bow their heads in shame, and generally tried to stay out of the limelight. "Right?" he asked his ex-mate, who mutedly nodded. There were many that wanted to step forward. But the icy glare made them stop. "Well, let me tell all of you right now, this new me won't put up with your bullshit. If you want to talk about me, expect to do it to my face and we'll discuss it. If you think I'm going to hide my head and play good boy, think again. Now, some of you might say I'm an arsehole, but I really don't care. Fred, George, Hermione, I need one of you to show me where my stuff is." He finished, looking at the twins and Hermione. "Right you are, Harry, my lad," George said as he jumped up from the couch where he and Fred sat and watched. Fred got up too and they made their way to Harry. Hermione came as well, and the 4 of them went to the stairs. Right when they would have gone out of sight, Harry turned and addressed the entire house, making the whispers stop immediately. "Oh, and one more thing, those of you that thought we were friends in the past will have to remake being friends with me now. I wasn't lying when I said I can't remember. Oh, you're telling me we're friends isn't going to cut it. Besides, there is a good chance that I might not stay here at Hogwarts. Who knows?" He shrugged at the gasps. "What I'm trying to say is that it's all a clean slate for me. I can only go on what I know now. However, negative people need not apply," he finished as he purposely looked at Ron, and then he whirled around and followed Fred. "Harry, are you sure you should have done that? You might have burned some bridges," Hermione asked as they ascended the stairs. "Or I might have opened some doors," he rebutted. "I mean, come on, I've lived in this castle for 3 years and I only have 2 friends my age. Just how big of an arsehole was I?" He threw his hands up as Fred made it to the door of the 4th year's room. "You were just shy," she said, patting his arm and then following the twins, who were making a beeline to Harry's trunk, which was standing open and looked like it had been rummaged through. "That's not right," Fred said as he looked inside. There were only clothes and books showing. "What are we looking for?" Harry said, trying to hold his temper that people went through his things. "Well, your cloak for one," George said, picking out the clothes and laying them on the bed. "Bring me my invisibility cloak," Harry demanded the air as he lifted his wand and held out his other hand to catch it. "That's not how," RMI1 started only to stop and stare when the cloak flew to his hand from Ron's trunk. "How? What?" she stuttered as she sat on the bed in complete shock. She was going to question him, but the look on his stony face said to leave it for now. "Right," our hero stated. "Whose trunk is that?" he asked, pointing to where his family heirloom came from. That would be Ickle Ronikins, George snarled, very upset with his brother. Well, there went all chances of him being my friend again, the young wizard growled, not that it was much of an opportunity to begin with, but now. He might have been keeping it safe. Hermione hedged carefully, not wanting to believe that Ron would take something so valuable. Harry nodded, conceding the point, he would have to ask the other boy. Later, when he cooled off, if he confronted the redhead now, well, the coppers might get called. George stomped over to his younger brother's trunk and looked through it, and pulled out the map and some of Harry's other trinkets. He looked under the bed and pulled out Harry's firebolt. He exchanged looks with his twin and they nodded. There was going to be a family meeting soon, this could not go unpunished. Right, questions later, Harry said as George handed him his things. He then turned and put most of it back in his trunk and locked it with a thought. Tell me what this is, and how it works. He opened the parchment and saw it was blank. So he sent a questioning eyebrow to the three around him. So the twins and Hermione showed him the map, how to activate and deactivate it, and pointed out how to get out of the school. They made sure he knew how to get in the tunnels, and discussed the best ways to go. Harry was still thinking sci-fi, and wondered if he could set up some sort of magical radar that would work like the map. That way he'd have one wherever he went. That would be so wicked. Well, I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow to make my escape, Harry sighed, after looking out the window and seeing nothing but stars. Why? Fred asked. The bank is closed, isn't it? Harry, you live in the world of magic, which has sentient creatures that are not welcome to, or just can't roam about during daylight hours. Do you really think beings as greedy as goblins would pass up on such a market? George asked with a sad shake of his head. Really? They're open. Great, let's plan my escape, he said, leaning forward about to lay out his idea. Harry, you can't, Hermione said with a shake of her head. Why? The amnesiac asked confused. It's after curfew, you'll be expelled. She answered at his muddled look. Your point? He asked with lifting of his eyebrow. Right, I forgot, you really don't want to be here, she said biting her lip. This was a big step away from her comfort zone. But in her thinking earlier, she realized that she really didn't want to throw away 3 years of friendship simply because Harry gained a mind of his own. It was after all something she had been nagging him to do for years. Are you going to tell the teachers? He asked, wondering what she was going to do. No, but, I won't lie, not for you or anyone, she said defiantly, remembering the horrible feeling the one time she lied to the teachers, but she couldn't put that at Harry's, or Ron's, feet since they didn't ask her to. That and she was so horrible at it, that she was surprised that they believed her. That's fine, I wouldn't ask you to, he said with a shrug. He would never ask a friend to break their morals. That's not what friends did, as long as she held her tongue then it was fine. Oh, right. Well then, I'd better go, so I don't know your plan, she said hastily as she got up and headed for the door. Good night, the male voices said as one, making their owners chuckle. Then the boys planned. Meanwhile in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's paw. McGonagall, Snape and Sprout were sitting in the headmaster's office going over what they learned from the shopkeepers near the leaky cauldron. Albus had given them a list of who to talk to, so it was much easier than investigating the entire neighborhood. There really isn't much to report, Pomona saw. It is she handed the written version of the questions she asked and who she had asked them to. The answers were on separate parchments. The man at the coin shop said he exchanged some sickles and nuts for poor Mr. Potter, so he could get some food and shoes. He seemed right pleased that the lad was back at school. The man at Regale's Appliances said he chased Harry out of the store many times for loitering, Minerva reported. Also handing in her written version. The lady at the library confirms that he was there many times reading fiction and fantasy novels, and comic books, Snape sneered. As he all but threw his report onto the desk. He knew even without his memory that the brat was too stupid to research. Very well, thank you all for doing this much, the headmaster said politely. As he shuffled the parchments into order. I am sure that Bartemius will accept these. If not then he can do his own. Legwork, I believe is the word. Yes, well, I have classes to prepare for tomorrow, Snape said. Standing and shaking out his robe. He then turned and left the room without looking back. I do as well, Sprout said as she too moved to leave, though she did stop at the door to say goodnight. Thank you again for your reports, Dumbledore said as they left, and then he looked at his Transfiguration teacher, who remained in her seat, glaring at him. Did you speak to Severus and the Bloody Baron? She asked primly, looking over her glasses, much like Albus liked to do. Yes, Damien says that he saw a young man in Gryffindor robes that night, but did not report it because, the old man explained, giving her a rundown on what their stories were for the night in question. Do you believe them? Was her next question when he had finished. I am not sure, to be honest. If this had happened any other year, I would have stood by both of them unequivocally. Now, with Harry's name entered the tournament, his running away and his story to you, he trailed off, lost in thoughts of conspiracies. I will keep my eye on Severus, she stated firmly. I suggest you do the same for the Baron. She then nodded her head and stood from her seat indicating the meeting was over and left. Dumbledore sighed, popped a lemon drop in his mouth and wondered when he had lost control of his school. Harry was in the tunnel to Honeydukes, he had used his cloak and map to get this far. Now he wanted to see to what extreme he could take his magic. So he put the two tools on the ground, held up his wand and said, "Make me invisible." He felt a cold sensation all over his body, like he had been plunged into snow. And when he looked at his hand in the torchlight and it was transparent, he could just make out a very faint outline, but other than that he was invisible. Great, he exclaimed, and then pointed his wand at his glasses and said, "Make a Marauder's map." A 6-foot translucent map with green shapes of buildings and two moving dots, with names over them, appeared in front of him like a hologram. It showed about 20 feet in all directions. Minimize, he stated quickly, and now it was in the corner of his right lens. He could see it just off to the side, about 10 inches tall. He could just make out the two dots, but they were far away and moving further. Tiny. Now it was just a speck of green on the bottom of his glasses. It was there but he couldn't see anything but names. He could now read Argus Filch and Mrs. Norris, but he had no idea who they were. They were still moving away, so he didn't care. Expand. Made it the 10-inch version. He could see through it, so it didn't impede him too much. He moved his head and the map moved with him. He looked up and could still see the ceiling of the tunnel, and the light on the wall. He experimented with it for a minute or two and saw that he could still see quite clearly, though everything to the right had a green tint. This is fucking fantastic, he said with a great deal of excitement and made it minimized again. Now he wondered what to do with his cloak and paper map. He looked at his front pockets, pulled the right one open and said, "TARDIS," and the inside grew much larger than the outside. He had no idea why that worked. When the acronym TARDIS didn't mean that at all, so it must be intent and vision like Luna had explained to him. He just shrugged it off, quickly picked up the two items and shoved them in the now really wicked pocket. He was going to have to do this to all of his pants. At least one pocket on each. Oh, or he could make a bag to tie onto his belt, or even get a money belt and expand that. The ideas were endless. He looked at his cool new map, and saw that the coast was clear. So he hurried down the tunnel. He didn't want to teleport inside the wards of Hogwarts, just in case the old man could feel him leave. That wouldn't end well. When he felt the wall of magic, he went to the other side of it, and then with a bamf, and a bit of blue smoke he was in the alley next to the leaky cauldron. It was a good thing his teleporting worked, or he would have had to call that night bus, which the twins said was a nightmare. It was also beneficial that he had spent a lot of time here when he was on the streets, or he wouldn't have a target to go to. He surely didn't want to wind up in China on accident. He had gotten the idea off that blue guy in the X-Men comics. Nightcrawler. That guy was one of his favorite characters. He was just awesome. The way he could go anywhere he wanted at any time. Our hero expanded his map and checked it and saw that only someone named Tom was in the pub. Being invisible, he simply snuck through without any problems. When they were going over the plan, the twins were very thorough and told him how to open the archway. When it opened he looked around. And was disappointed that all the stores were closed, but he could see that this would be a neat place to walk around during business hours. It was so old-worldly and rustic. Nothing like the streets of London. He peered at the stores as he made his way to the bottom of the marble steps that led up to Gringotts. The lookalikes had warned him to not go inside undercover, or they might think he was there to rob the joint. "Appear," he said, after looking at the map to make sure he was alone. This time it was a warm sensation that accompanied the change. The two goblins at the door growled at him, but let him in nevertheless. He nodded his head in thanks and scuttled through the golden doors. He scoffed at the poem and went through the second set of doors. The inside as just like Fred and George described it. All counters and marble, with small, yet mean-looking, goblins running around or counting jewels and money. It was actually quite busy for this time of the night. There were men in dark cloaks. Some with hoods. Others with no outerwear, just very stiff and old-fashioned suits. He was quite sure some were vampires. If the pale skin, long teeth and ruby lips were any indication. There were a few that looked too poor to need a bank. Their clothes were patched, and they were covered in scratches and scars. There was one guy that just oozed darkness, but he was leaving. None of the patrons seemed hostile, but Harry wasn't going to go and talk to them. He went to one of the lines and waited his turn. He kept looking around and noting everything. This was all new to him after all. He did realize that the goblins were curt and snarly and wondered if this was just how they were or was it because they were working the graveyard shift. When the teen was finally called forward, he almost skipped to the teller. He held up his key, smiled and said, "I'd like to see what vaults I own. You see, I've had a bit to a bother and my memory has gone walkabout," he explained cheerfully. The goblin took the key and examined it. When he recognized who it belonged to, he handed it back. "Well," the surly goblin snarled, tapping his gnarled finger on the countertop, "we can do this one of two ways. You can let us do a blood test, or come back in a week, giving us time to look through our archives." He fully expected the teen to say the latter. Most wizards enjoyed making the goblins do it the hard way. Lazy, untrustworthy bastards. It wasn't like his people could do anything with their precious blood. Well, not that they would tell about anyway. "I'll do the blood test," our hero offered quickly, not wanting to waste his or their time. "Very well, Snarlfist," the still unnamed goblin shouted. "You bellowed," came the deadpanned response from right next to Harry, making him jump in surprise. "Take this human to do a blood test," the teller growled, pointing at a door in the back. "Come with me, human," Snarlfist said as he turned and walked away. "Sure thing, goblin," Harry snapped. Put out that they didn't even introduce themselves. Then he remembered Luna's lecture to Hermione about putting human values on other creatures. So he shrugged and followed the shorter creature. "You would do well not to anger us," Snarlfist stated firmly. "And you would do well to be polite," the messy-haired boy said just as firmly. "Just get in here," the tle being growled as he yanked open the door the teller had pointed to. On the other side of the door was a little room with a waist-high table that had a stone bowl and plain silver knife on it. That was all. The rest of the room was bare. "Well, this is homey," Harry said, looking around at the marble walls and stone floor. "What did you expect? Tea and biscuits. It is a simple blood test. You prick your finger. The results show and you're done," the goblin said with an impatient wave of his hands. "Right, I just put some blood in the bowl and Bob's your uncle." "Yes, only a few drops." "Okay," Harry said as he went to the small table, took the knife and made a tiny cut on his thumb. He let a few drops of blood fall into the bowl, making sure to think the dagger clean. He had no clue as to who these guys are. But in many books blood could be used to curse you. When he was done, the potion in the bowl turned red and 3 vault numbers appeared above it. "You have 3 vaults, Snarlfist stated redundantly. "Thanks," the human said with a roll of his eyes. "How do I access them?" He noted that 2 were under Potter and the other one was Evans. "I wonder if that's Mum's name," he thought. "First we have to find out why you have 3 vaults, when you should only have access to 1. The goblin rubbed his bearded chin in confusion. "What do you mean?" Harry asked with a tilt of his head. "I mean, you are about 14 years of age, and should only be allowed in your trust vault. This," he waved his long, thin hand at the numbers, "also shows your family vault and your mother's." "Oh, well, I was falsely entered into a tournament that is for of-age people. Could that be it, even though I'm told I didn't put my name in?" he asked, thinking of all the things he could do if this were true. Though with his limited memory and only second-hand recounts, his information was minimal. Though, he was glad to now know he knew his mum's maiden name. "Yes, if magic thinks you are old enough to die for the masses. Then it might be as you say." Snarlfist nodded his head knowingly. You will have to talk to an attorney to make sure, but it is plausible. He then shrugged his shoulder. It wasn't his duty to understand the ways of humans. Shite, I wonder if that means I have to compete, Harry fretted, not wanting to lose the vaults, but he really didn't want to play in those deadly games. Even if what Luna said was true, and it was all about intent, he wanted some practice before he competed in anything. Don't be foolish, if you didn't enter your name then you are not obliged to fulfill the contract. The goblin said as he led the boy to the lobby. We do know how contracts work, and magical contracts cannot be forced. Magic doesn't work that way, or people would be forcing contracts on others all the time, what with the spells you humans have. I guess that makes sense, Harry said relieved. They came to an empty counter and Snarlfist waved his hand over another stone bowl and 2 keys appeared. Everything your family owned is in these vaults. Don't ask us what, we don't know and we don't care. As long as the fees are paid, then you keep the vaults. So why? Or more of a storage facility and less of a bank? Harry hedged, not wanting to piss him off more than he already had. He just wanted some money to spend, not pick a fight with beings that were probably fiercer than they looked. When it comes to the vaults, yes, however, we do make loans, exchange money, and other such services. The pure-blooded families would never let us lower beings control their finances. The goblin snarled menacingly as if it were Harry's fault. Harry remembered the coin man from London and couldn't help think, loan sharks and thieves. He made a mental note to Hims. Elf to move his gold elsewhere as soon as he could. Right now though, he nodded, took the keys and said, thanks, you've been very helpful. Can I go to my family vault please? Right this way, Snarlfist said a bit snidely. The twins paused. Ron was headed to bed, when his twin brothers each took an arm, and hauled him into the empty headboy's room. They all but threw him on the bed and stood in front of the door. What? The youngest red-headed boy snapped, but with a very worried look in his eyes. He knew damn well what they wanted. He just hoped they believed him. Want to tell us why you had Harry's stuff in your trunk? Fred asked as he folded his arms across his chest. He wanted to believe that his brother was not a thief, but the evidence was just too much. There was no good reason for what they found. Yes, do tell us why we shouldn't tell Mum and Dad, George added, mimicking his twin. He too was severely disappointed with tonight's events. I was holding it for him, Ron said, lifting his chin up. Right, you hate Harry right now, so why would you protect his things? Fred said with a disbelieving shake of his head. You could have just cast a locking charm on his trunk, or had an upper year do so, he pointed out. I was. Their younger brother shouted. If I did that someone could have just taken the trunk. I was keeping his stuff hidden in mine. Ron, stop lying, George snapped as he narrowed his eyes. You've never been able to, not with us. Now tell us the truth. Ron had a tell, his left eyebrow twitched when he lied. They never told him, of course. If they had the boy would just learn not to do it. Right now, that twitch was there, so he wasn't telling the truth or at least on all of it. No, I really was, I was going to give it back if he returned, Ron said, rubbing his nose, his tell showing. But, I thought he was gone for good and it was all just sitting there, so I reckoned why let it go to waste. Not that I wanted him dead, or even thought that he was. But I figured he ran away like a bloody coward and wasn't coming back. I mean why else would he have left his dad's cloak behind? He shrugged as if it was obvious. That is still stealing. Yo, you have no right to any of Harry's things unless he gives them to you or wills them to you, you idiot, Fred snarled, walking forward and getting into Ron's face. Even if he did run away, the Professor RS would have packed his things up and sent them to the bank, he explained to his little brother. Then after this whole thing blew over he could collect them. They aren't your things, you have no right to them, he finished. Poking Ron in the chest. Ron stood and pushed him back. Why the bloody hell not? Do you know how many times I've almost died because of him and his need to save people? The troll, the chest game. The huge ruddy spiders, here he shivered, the cave-in, and his bloody godfather. Every time something's going on with Harry Bloody Potter, I'm stuck getting hurt. And what do I get for my trouble? He goes and enters the tournament behind my back. He yelled. He owes me, he stated firmly. First off, the troll was partially your fault. If you hadn't been such an ass too. Hermione none of you would have been there, George said, ticking that off on his fingers. Second, you volunteered to go and help with the stone, and got points for it, Fred said, lifting 2 fingers. You bragged about it all summer. Until Mum threatened to magic your mouth shut. Third, what spiders? George said, thinking back over that year and wondering what Ron was talking about. Harry D. ragged me out into the forbidden forest to talk to a nest of acromantula. Hagrid said if we wanted information to follow the spiders. We almost got eaten. If it hadn't been for Dad's car, we'd be dead, Ron explained. With a full-body shudder. He still had nightmares about that night. His fear of spiders was very strong. He deserved a bloody award for that alone. If Hagrid is the one who directed you there, how is that Harry's fault? George asked curiously, causing his little brother to glare at him. Fourth, if you hadn't flown the car and broken your wand, then that cave-in might not have happened, granted you'd be dead. But again you volunteered to go after Ginny, Fred pointed to the 4th finger. Now I have no idea why Black was after you, those are his actions not Harry's, George finished. Waving it away as he lowered his hands. Of course you're taking his side, everyone always does, Ron snarled as he sat back on the bed and folded his arms mulishly. When has everyone taken Harry's side? Fred started, looking very confused. In first year, when he lost all those points and the whole house turned on him. George asked, just as confused. Ruddy dragon, Ron mumbled, rubbing his hand where that stupid baby dragon bit him. In second year when they thought he was the heir of Slytherin. Fred said, remembering the great time they had yelling in the halls, but also Acknell. DGING that it had been a very bad year for Harry. Which you stood up with him for, the youngest pointed out. Because we knew he wasn't, they both snapped back. Now third year I have to admit the school didn't turn their backs on him. But they didn't ruddy well have his back either, George said, thinking the year over to see if there was a time the school shunned Harry and coming up blank. And last, but surely not least. This year when the whole school is calling him a liar and a cheat. So tell us Ron, when was this standing up going on? Fred asked, looking to his younger brother. You don't know Harry like I do. Ron protested, holding up his hands defensively. He is always in trouble and he always seems to get out of it. After all of his adventures, he gets points, or awards, and stuff. I got a crummy 50 points first year, while he got 60, how is that fair? If what I am told is correct, then he faced you know who. He should have gotten the house cup named after him, George retorted. Not liking this side of his baby brother. He had no idea that his jealousy went this far. He saved our sister's life, Fred said softly as if that should stop the whole argument. And he got an award for it. Ron said snidely. I was there too, you know. All I got was a pat on the head and a lolly. No, you got over 100 points for the chamber incident, which all you did was stand around with Lockhart. Fred snarled. He couldn't believe the stuff coming out of Ron's mouth. He thought that his little brother enjoyed all the adventures he and Harry had gone on. They heard about it every summer. While Ron bragged about all his heroic deeds. That's it, we're done talking to you, George said, grabbing his twin's robe. We'll leave this to Mum and Dad, he finished as he pulled open the door. You need help, Fred said, pointing a finger at Ron as he was pushed out the door. Ron just fell back on the bed and pouted. Now he was going to have to listen to his dad lecture and his mum yell, and it was all Potter's fault. The ride down to his trust vault was fun, with the speed and all the twists and turns. Harry had a blast riding down and was a bit disappointed it didn't last longer. The goblin took his key and opened the door. The smoke that came out was a bit disconcerting, but our hero bravely ventured in. He took a quick look around the stone room, noted there was only money. So he grabbed some of the gold and silver. He'd figure out what the dominations were later. Getting back in the wonderful cart, they then went to the Potter's main vault, which was vast and had tons of coins, furniture, trunks, books, portraits, and other household items. Harry figured they expanded the inside to hold all of this. He thought up a quick counting spell in his head, and it came back as millions of galleons. He was ecstatic that he would never have to live on the streets again. Plans were forming in his mind. He looked at all the stuff and noticed that there were loads of trunks full of books, which Harry quickly minimized and put in his TARDIS pocket. He then filled a few more with the loose books laying about. There didn't seem to be anything from his parents. So he was hopeful that the Evans vault held something. The ride there was just as thrilling, but the teen wondered if it was at the top of the tunnels, why didn't they go there first? After Fist opened the door to his mum's vault, Harry went inside. It appeared as if she had been trying to build a library, maybe to take advantage of the bank's security. Being the pragmatic person he now was, he could see why she would want to keep a library here at Gringotts. The walls were lined with half-full bookshelves and such, and the center of the vault had more trunks full of tomes, a tool chest, some sawhorses, and planks of wood. He glanced around and spied a cozy red chair in the back with a tiny end table next to it. On the table sat a brown leather book that had the simple word, "Diary," in gold leaf on the front. That almost brought a tear to the orphan's eye as he reached over and picked it up. He opened the first page and noticed that it was written in the style of a little girl. So he flipped to the back and was relieved to see grown-up handwriting. He reverently tucked the book in his pocket and looked around some more. Making a quick decision, he unloaded his pocket of all the trunks. "Sort," he said to the air as he waved his hand, and the books soared off the shelves and out of trunks, and into piles that were organized by topic and author. He waved at the empty trunks and said, "Potter Vault," making them vanish, hopefully to the vault. "TARDIS," he said, waving his hand to encompass the whole room, and with sound of stone groaning, the vault expanded. Harry then glared at the wood and said, "Multiple." And then there was suddenly a lot more wood, nails and tools. Build. And much noise was heard as the wood was magically sawed into proper size, and hammers and nails worked as they assembled the bookshelves. "Shelf" was the next order and the pile of books disappeared and reappeared onto the appropriate shelves. It took about 10 minutes and when all was said and done there was a nice library in the vault. "Magical theory books, here," he stated, and all the books of that subject flew into a stack, which Harry shrunk, tied together with conjured twine, and put in his pocket. "Diaries," he commanded, and all those landed at his feet. He created a bag for these and gently placed them in his pocket. He figured there might be some of his ancestors' ramblings as well. He'd read his parents first and then go backwards from there. Snarlfist, who had been watching, was warily looking at the teen he had been rude to. Never had he seen such casual use of magic. And it didn't set off the alarms. Since the boy hadn't used a wand, he couldn't get him for breaking the rules since the wording made no mention of wandless magic. "That was rather amazing," he said to the young man. "Oops," the embarrassed teen said sheepishly as he turned to his audience. "Sorry, I forgot you were there. I think we need to have a bit of a talk. Now I don't know how goblins work, but my magic is my secret weapon. I hear there is a Dork Lord, or some other pretentious title, after me. So I offer you one of two deals. 1, you make a vow to keep my secret, or 2, I go MIB on you." The teen said seriously. "What is MIB?" the goblins asked with a tilt of his head. "I take and replace the memory," was the succinct answer. The goblin thought hard on this. He really didn't want to piss this child off. And if it got out that Potter could perform such great feats of wandless magic, then the boy would automatically think it was him. Snarlfist didn't know what the powerful wizard could do to him. So he said, "Do the latter. Do try to make it believable. We are not nice, so don't try and make it a happy memory." "Okay," the surprised Harry said and waved his hand and said, "Forget." He made sure to replace the blank spot with the memory that the vault had always been this way, and that the goblin had been impatiently waiting for him to finish reading. He quickly called up a book, which happened to be his mum journal, and opened it. "Will you hurry up?" Snarlfist snapped at the boy in front of him, who was reading a book for goodness sake. What did the brat think this was, a library? "Right. Sorry, got caught up by my mum's diary," Harry said with faux embarrassment. He snapped the diary closed and put it in his pocket. "I don't have all night, you lazy human. Some of us have work to do," the testy being stated as he pointedly moved to the door. "Come along." Harry took one last look around and decided to keep the vault open for now, but he might move it all when he found a home. He could feel the wards around the bank and would have no problem updating and copying them. For now, he had to get back to the school, since he had no place else to go right now. After the ride to the top, the very tired Harry exchanged some gold to pounds, went outside and then used his new form of transportation to the Honeydukes tunnel. He quickly checked his map, made himself invisible and dashed to Gryffindor Tower. There he looked around, viewed his map, saw the youngest male Weasley's name, and decided to crash on the couch. He blinked his trunk to him, and got dressed in some sleepwear. He shrunk the trunk, put it on a necklace, and then fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow he conjured. It had been a long day. Hermione was the first one down the next morning. "Harry," she said as she gently shook his shoulder. "Wassa," was the nonsense answer as the sleeping teen rolled over. "Come on, Harry, wakey, wakey," she said with a nudge and a giggle. "Ermoine, higher, oh you shakin' me," came the muffled question. "As much as I'd like to let you sleep, the prefects will be down soon, and they will be much more forceful in getting you awake," the bushy-haired girl stated, giving his shoulder another shake. "Think ice water," she said when he just mumbled again. "Fine, fine, I'm up," our savior grumbled as he rolled over and sat up. "Why are you sleeping on the couch?" "That thief is in the dorm room," Harry answered, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, wondering where his glasses were, since he didn't take them off last night. He squinted around and spotted them on the floor near Hermione's foot. He held out his hand and thought at them. They winked into his palm, and he held them up looking for damage. They were only smudged, so he thought them clean. "Harry, you don't know," she hedged, biting her lip and looking away, missing his use of wandless magic. She really didn't want to believe that Ron would steal anything. It had kept her up all night. Was he really so mad at Harry that he would act so completely out of character? "Right," he interrupted her, and he put his glasses on, "and until I do, I'm not sharing a room with him." "I guess that makes sense," she said, letting it go for now. "It does. Look, I'm hungry, let's go eat. I'm thinking breakfast in the kitchen today. I want to ask you and Luna, maybe the twins, more about this world. I guess is the word I'm looking for," he said, and pulled off the trunk necklace, expanded it and rummaged through it for clothes. He picked out his attire, which he was going to have to fix since they looked too big and holy. He looked at Hermione and said, "I meant after I get changed. I might be a while in the shower, so you don't have to wait for me," he said with a small smile. Negligently shrinking and putting the trunk back around his neck. He was looking forward to a long, hot shower. It was only 2 days ago he was cold and dirty. "No, right now scrubbing clean sound luxurious. I'll be here for about an hour, so try not to take that long, and you will show me how you just did that," she said as she pulled out a book from her bag. "Right," was all he said as he turned and ran up the stairs. Exactly 55 minutes later, a clean and well-dressed Harry Potter came down to the common room. Now there were many other students gathered there, and they all looked at him as if they were fascinated at the change. They had been so caught up in his little speech and argument yesterday that they hadn't noted his clothing. Now though, they could see this was not the teen they knew before. Gone were the baggy hand-me-downs, and in their place were some nice black jeans and a royal blue button-up shirt. Not to mention the awesome shiny combat boots. "Quit king gawking at me like I'm some bloody zoo animal," our hero snarled as he pushed his way to Hermione and the Weasley twins. "Let's just go eat," Hermione said as she laid a hand on his arm. He smiled, threw his arm over her shoulders and said, "Yeah, I'm starved." Luna had been waiting for them at the halfway point, and the now 5 students were eating breakfast in the kitchen. Harry made sure to make her feel welcome with cheek kiss and an arm around her shoulders. They were having a full English breakfast, and Harry delighted in the spread. He made sure to load his plate with a bit of everything and all but inhaled the food. "You know, you'll taste more of it if you chew," Luna reprimanded kindly, knowing that he still worried about starving. She wondered if part of that was subconscious conditioning, from his childhood. Not that she knew anything about it, but just from observing him these past 2 years, she concluded his home life was not ideal. Now, with his memory gone, she may never know. Hermione was also thinking along those lines, and she put a hand on his arm and said, "No one is going to take it from you." "Right, sorry," he said as he slowed down. "How did it go last night?" George asked Harry, changing the subject and taking those pitying looks away from the amnesiac. "Yeah, did anything exciting happen?" Fred added, concurring with his brother. "I went to the bank, did a blood test, got some gold. Built a library and came back here," the dark-haired teen answered evasively, not wanting them to know the full extent of his magic. Not that he didn't trust them, but it was better to keep some secrets to yourself. "How many vaults do you own?" Fred asked casually as he lifted his glass to take drink of pumpkin juice. 3. You built a library? Hermione asked excitedly. Well, my mum started it, I just finished it. It's in Gringotts for now, but I'm thinking on moving it when I have my own place. Oh, she said disappointedly. I have to tell you, those goblins didn't impress me at all. He stated firmly. They come off as racketeers to me. I don't trust them one bit. It's all the wars we've had with them, explained Luna gently. Not that you'd remember. But the goblins rebel every 100 years or so. They really don't want to be bankers, they just want our gold. Then why is there a Gringotts? The confused boy asked. It was part of a treaty, George said, making Harry look his way. What, they were winning a war, or something? No, losing actually. I don't remember the wording, or the reason for the rebellion, but they got far less than they demanded. Fred stated as he paused eating his eggs. But, one of those demands was the right to run a bank. He shrugged and took up his fork again. That just doesn't make sense, Harry snarled in frustration, putting his plate to the side, too irritated to eat. The magic world rarely does, Hermione said with an exasperated sigh. She too got upset with how things were sometimes. I'm not sure I like that. I mean, I get this is a different culture, but is it adapt or leave scenario? He asked, looking at the purebloods at the table. Well, magicals are slow to change, but we do try and keep up with what's going on in the Muggle world. We know that technology is close to magic sometimes, well the more open-minded wizards do. And we know that Muggles can do things we can't. However, the governing body of the Ministry would never let those they think lesser than themselves make laws or changes, Luna once more took up the explanation. Fucking politics, Harry growled to himself, though everyone heard him. He pulled back his plate and started eating again. Language, Hermione reprimanded. Harry just glared at her and continued eating. So ickle Harrykins, what are you doing today? George asked as he scooped up some more beans. I thought I'd take a bit of a walk around Hogsmeade, was the answer. He was trying to cool down after that short discussion. He figured a walk in a wizarding village might help him understand more. Maybe. He hadn't met a magical person yet that hadn't confused him. Even the twins and Hermione often said of did something that threw him off. He figured Luna did it on purpose. What about classes? His bushy-haired friend asked, worried that he was never going to catch up. She still needed to get with him, and teach him magic with a wand. She only hoped that whatever crazy idea the blonde Ravenclaw imparted yesterday didn't hinder his learning. Oh, I'll go back another day, maybe, perhaps. To tell the truth I don't think I need them, Harry said absent-mindedly. Wondering what the village held. Would it answer some of his questions? Or leave him with more? Don't be silly, Harry, of course you need classes, she said firmly. Shish. He couldn't believe he was blowing off school so casually. If it were her that couldn't remember she'd do everything she could to re-educate herself. How are you going to learn if you don't go? I don't really know if I'm staying here or not, he said finally paying attention. Why wouldn't you? Because that mind violator thinks he is in control of my life, Harry snarled at the thought of the man. Besides, there's really nothing keeping me here as is. You guys are great and all, but we hardly know one another. From what you've told me, I'm hardly the same bloke you knew a week ago. Oh, was the soft answer. She was still coming to terms with the headmaster being anything but kind. His word hurt her a little bit. They have been friends for years. They did everything together. For him to be so casual about that, well, it hurt. Not realizing the pain he unintentionally caused, Harry drew his wand and said, "Time," and a digital-like clock appeared in the middle of the table. It showed those that were going to class that it was time to go. Shite, came from the twins as they made quick egg sandwiches and ran out the door. They still had to get their books. Oops, rejoined Luna as she smiled at Harry. And got up from the table. She bussed his cheek and left as well. Behave, at the very least, Hermione said as she gathered up her bag. Harry gave her a wicked grin and said, I'll try. He watched her leave and then brought up his Marauder's map, since it spanned further. He saw that the staff was still in the Great Hall, so he put it away, made himself invisible, went to the statue of the humpback witch, and snuck into Honeydukes. He kept himself unseen as he strolled around the picturesque town. He could see why some people would want to keep this place like it was. It was calm and uncomplicated. Unlike big cities, like London. He looked in all the shops and admired their wares. As he was doing his walkabout, he kept the 10-inch map on his lens. There was someone following him. But when he looked, all he saw is a large black dog that had the name of Padfoot. It took a second before it clicked that the Marauders' map had the same name. So he went to the Shrieking Shack and the dog followed. He waved his wand and the board on the back doorway moved aside. After he and the dog entered, he whirled on it, held up his wand, became visible and said, "Lift and revert." The dog yelped when it suddenly was elevated into the air and started to change back into a man. The man was skinny, but not skeletal, and had long curly dark hair and goatee, and an aristocratically featured face. He was wearing dirty slacks and a just as filthy t-shirt with a rock band's name, which Harry couldn't quite make out due to the state of the shirt. It looked like Queen. Now Harry's map read Sirius Black. "Hello, who are you?" he asked, knowing who he was, but wanting to see the man's reaction. Hermione only told him that this was his falsely accused godfather. He knew very little else. "What do you mean? Who am I? Harry, don't you recognize me?" "It's me, your godfather, Sirius Black," the man gasped as he peered at the teen's face. Seeing that he truly didn't know him, the godfather sighed. What Albus had written him last night was true then, the boy had lost his memories. He had been worried when he had been brought back for the hunt, but now he was even more so. If what the headmaster said about him not participating in the tournament, then Harry could lose his magic. Dumbledore had all but begged Sirius to make the boy reconsider. "Oh, yeah, can you put me down please?" the man asked as he was still hanging in the air. "Tell me how you knew I was in the village first," he said, looking at his godfather's face, trying to remember anything about him. "I didn't know you were there. I was actually going to sneak in the castle to try and find you. But then I caught your scent. I thought you were under your dad's cloak," the man said as if it answered everything, which it sort of did. "Right, my brain is a bit scrambled, so I only remember the last week or so," the teen said as he lowered the man down and gestured to one of the couches that looked like an animal rendered it dead. He waved his wand, said, "Repair," and the couch looked good as new. "How did you do that?" Sirius asked as he examined the sofa. He couldn't find anything wrong with it, so he sat. "It is a secret for now. I hear I have enemies, they might find out, so mum's the word or I make you forget," our hero threatened with a pointed wand and narrowed emerald eyes. Black held up his hands and said, "Your secrets are yours to share. I can shield my mind from invasion," he offered. "That is good to know," Harry said as he repaired a chair and sat. "Now my one question to you is how loyal are you to Dumbledore?" "Why? Let me tell you about my long day yesterday, and then you can decide who you will stand by," Harry suggested. He could always give him the same choices that he had given the goblin. "A vow or the MIB treatment." "Okay, Harry," the older man said as he settled in the sofa, ready for a long talk. He would see what his godson had to say before he made any commitment. "It all started when I was found myself in an alley with no idea who I was," Harry started and then proceeded to let Sirius know most of his story, leaving out Luna's lesson, his grasp on magic in his mum's vault. He had no idea who this man was, or where his loyalty laid. All he knew is that Black was an innocent man who was on the run. No one ever said anything about his personality or what anything like that. For all he knew the guy could be a dick. So, yeah, he was going to be cautious. Sirius' face went through a variety of emotions, mostly shock and sadness, but he held his tongue until the tale was over. He fumed at the headmaster's forcefulness, but as a wizard he didn't understand why it was such a big deal. It was something that Dumbledore was well known for, and in this world he had every right to do what he did. However, he could see the teen's point of view. He did say no and was still held down and mind raped. The older man knew if Albus did that to him, spells would have been thrown. But he was an adult. He looked at his godson's face and realized the whole thing had been traumatic for the kid. He vowed to have words with Dumbledore. Black would have to decide who to stand by, Harry or Albus. While he wanted to instantly say it would be Harry, the teen wasn't in his right mind right now. He didn't know what he was facing and seemed to have picked up the attitude that he was invincible, which granted most teenage wizards thought at one point or another. But, if what Harry was saying was true, then Albus was also not in his right mind, so he was going to have to think hard on all of this. "Now, tell me about you and my dad," Harry all but ordered, breaking Sirius from his thoughts, not wanting to discuss the whole violation with an adult. He could see that Sirius, like that old cat woman, didn't think the headmaster had done anything wrong. It must be a wizarding thing. Sirius bounced in his seat and started telling his godson all about the Marauders and what they got up to in school. The more the animagus talked, the less impressed Harry was with the group of friends. Not all, but some of the things being described were cruel and just plain bullying in our hero's mind. The teen's face got harder and harder as he tried not to explode on the man who was taking great pleasure in the recapping of someone else's pain. The whole attempted murder, via werewolf, thing didn't sit well with him at all. It seemed that his dad grew out of it, because his mum insisted that he do so if he wanted to court her. But this guy appeared to be thrilled, if not proud, of what they had done. You mean to tell me that you, Marauders, hurt that bloke Snape on a constant basis? Harry growled at Sirius when he was done retelling his school days. And that you don't feel a bit of remorse for doing so? You almost had him killed, how is that okay with you? The dark-haired teen accused, with disgust dripping in his tone. No, don't get me wrong. I feel really bad about some of the stuff we did. Especially the Remus bit, Black said quickly, holding up his hands compliantly. You have to understand, there was a war going on and most of the dark side was from Slytherin. We thought we were fighting against an enemy. It wasn't until we graduated and Peter betrayed us that we realized that the enemy was from all houses. We were young and stupid, he explained quickly. In our defense, we spent just as much time in the hospital wing as they did. Only they fought back with borderline illegal spells. No, you don't understand, you almost got another student eaten by a werewolf. Harry accused, pointing his finger at his godfather. As a joke, he emphasized, not understand the mindset of anyone who would do that. I have been falsely imprisoned for over 12 years. I think I've paid for that, Sirius snapped, tired of defending himself to a kid. He really did feel bad about what he had tried to do to Snivellus, but he did feel he had done his time for that crime. Yeah, I suppose, Harry said thoughtfully, still not sure how he felt, but willing to let it go for now. What would you do if you saw Snape now? The teen asked, very curious about the answer. You said you woke up with the taste of dirty socks, which means a potion. He is the potions master of the school. So, to tell the truth, I would probably tie him down and force the truth out of him. The dogman said seriously. He wouldn't put it past Dumbledore's pet Death Eater to have done something to his godson. When it came to the name Potter, that man's mind went bonkers. Yes. He would have to find the man and talk. Okay, I can see why you would think that, and from what I'm told and the one time I met him, the man does seem to hate me, Harry conceded, wondering how Sirius would do that. Then a thought filtered through his head and he started to make a plan for the greasy-haired git. He would just have to figure out how to do it and keep his morals. Maybe he'd talk to that bloody ghost. He seemed to know something. What are your plans now that you're all emancipated? Sirius asked, getting away from the touchy subject. I'm not sure, I mean I don't feel the need to learn what Hogwarts teaches. Plus, I don't want to participate in their foolish game, and I don't really want to be under the same roof with thieves and mind rapists, Harry said with a shrug. He was making a few revenge plans, and he wanted to know how he ended up an amnesiac, both of those required he stay in the castle. However, judging from what Hermione told him, he really wasn't safe there. Then again, with this new form of magic, what could really hurt me? He thought in that, I'm an adult now, teenage way. I agree with you for the most part. But, Harry, you're 14 years old, with no memory. No skills and no guardian. People are not going to sell or rent to you, the other man argued, pointing out some of the obstacles in the boy's way. He well knew this was true. From when he ran away at the age of 16. Even the leaky cauldron had turned him away, and he had to beg his best mate's family to take him in. Thank Merlin for the Potters. Don't I have houses I can go to? The teen asked, remembering what Luna said about his family being prestigious. No, sorry, but no. Potter Manor was destroyed in the war, and Godric's cottage is now a monument. There's no place for you to go there. Sirius said sadly. He spent a good few years at the manor, so it was disheartening that it was gone. Well, I have tons of money. Harry started, thinking that money runs the world. Which will only get you so far, his godfather interrupted. Yeah, it'll get you a place to stay, but let's think about that a minute. If you bribe someone into giving you a flat, they then have blackmail material on you and can use it to milk you of all your money. Then when you can't pay them anymore, they turn to the next bidder. That is not a good way to start a new life, he said, imparting some of the lessons his father had taught him before he rebelled. The only way that works is if you have good stuff on them as well, and since your memory isn't there, well, I know how to defend myself. If they push it I will retaliate, the teen said forcefully. Which still won't get you shelter, was the rebuttal. Fine, Harry threw up his hands. What do you suggest? He snapped at yet one more adult that was trying to hold him down. Look, I get that you think I'm just being negative, but I'm trying to be pragmatic. You are only a teenager and people will not take you seriously. I think you should stay here, at Hogwarts, commandeer one of the classrooms, so you don't have to sleep with that Ron kid. Utilize the library and just chill for a while, Sirius suggested seriously. He really didn't want the boy to learn the hard way that everything he said was true. And he didn't want to suggest that Harry use magic to make people do what he wanted. That way led to the dark side. Can't you rent or buy something for me? Our hero asked, perking up at that thought. Harry, I'm a wanted man in both worlds. If I show my face I'm asking to be shot or kissed, Black said, shaking his head sadly at the thought that he couldn't help more. Oh, well, shite. The teen thumped back in his chair and thought really hard on what they had just talked about. He came to a conclusion and sighed. All of his grand escape plans just went up in smoke. What do I do about the head arsehole, the greasy-headed creepy guy and the red-headed twit? Harry asked mulishly. Didn't you ask for an Auror, and an attorney? His godfather asked with a tilt of his head. That would help loads to get Harry out of his predicament. Oh, yeah, I do have that right now, don't I? That made our champion sit up and take notice. Yup, Sirius agreed with a smile. Now nothing will come of Albus rummaging through your mind, he warned, knowing that all wizards thought the same. There was no law protecting the students from legilimency. It was frowned upon, but not illegal, which is why all heirs were taught to shield their mind. He was going to have to sit the boy down and teach him, but there had to be trust to do that. So he let it go for the moment. However, he added quickly, Ron, taking your stuff might get them moving. I mean, that cloak is a family heirloom. Not to mention he had my broom too. Harry hated the fact that the old man will get away with what he did. He would have to come up with something really nice for the guy. You mean the one I gave you last Christmas? There was a bite to the question. Oh, well, I didn't know it was from you, did I? Right, walkabout, Sirius said, rubbing his chin in deep thought. He was trying to think of anything that would get the boy his memories back. But most of the magic he learned was not healing magic, so he was coming up empty-handed. He was a bit put out that Albus couldn't reverse the amnesia. Okay, I'll stay here for now, the messy-haired teen said, determined to not let the negative people in the castle near him, but I'm not attending classes. If they try and make me then I'm bloody well leaving. I lived on the streets before. I can do it again. And don't even try to talk me into participating in those gladiator games they call a tournament. It is not going to happen, he hissed, making sure the man understood that. That caused the godfather to be very, very worried. But, Harry, you could lose your magic, he said with a great deal of concern. Losing one's magic was huge, and quite painful. Some didn't survive the experience. He knew he wouldn't. I don't fucking care. Besides, the goblins said that won't happen. Contracts can't be forced, so whoever entered me is in more of a bind than I am, he said, waving his hand in the air like it was no big deal, which in his eyes it wasn't. Right, I knew that, Sirius mumbled, wondering why he didn't think about it, and then brushed it off as a side effect of Azkaban. So you're going to stay here for now. That was a load off his mind. Yeah, but what about you? Harry asked, where are you staying? Oh, I have a cave nearby. I wanted to be close in case you needed me, the older man said, looking Harry in the eye to show he was serious. That was very thoughtful of you, the teen said with some positive emotion. This was the first adult to show he cared. So maybe Harry could trust him. Still, he wanted a vow before he shared all his secrets. You are my godson. I failed you once, I won't do it again, Sirius promised with a firm nod. Right. As much as I'd like to take you at your word, I still don't know you, so my secrets are going to stay that way for a while, the young man stated firmly, making up his mind to not tell. I understand, his godfather said with a nod, but sad eyes. Okay, well, you can't stay in the cave, so why don't you maintain your dog form and live with that giant guy, Hagrid? Doesn't he live on the grounds? That's what Hermione said. Something about a dragon, Harry asked thoughtfully. Having man close would be helpful. Dumbledore doesn't want me near the castle, unless I have to be. He said it's not safe, the dogman stated. Harry scoffed, but it's the safest place in all of the United Kingdom. That's what everyone tells me anyway, he added with a disbelieving shrug. Okay, Sirius said slowly. Perhaps I can stay here for now. Maybe I can sneak into the kitchen and get some food. His mind was going over plans to fix the joint up a bit. Or you could bond with a free elf and have her bring you meals. You know a free elf? The surprised man asked, thinking of his mum's elf and hoping this one wasn't as twisted. Do you know how rare that is? Most of them wind up working for Hogwarts. Right, they said that. Anyway, yeah, I know of a free elf. Dobby, Harry called to the air. Master Harry is calling Dobby. The clothed elf asked as he popped in. Yeah, thanks for coming. Can you get Winky here? He pointed at Sirius, needs an elf. Dobby can be doing that right away. She is being sober now, Dobby said happily and then popped away, while Sirius mouthed, sober. To which Harry just gave an, I have no idea, shrug. Seconds later both elves appeared. Someone is wanting Winky. The female elf asked hopefully. Yeah, Sirius said, making her turn to him. My name is Sirius Black, I'm innocent. He said hurriedly at the elves, confounded looks, I was framed. If you want I need an elf. Poor Winky had already been made to do many things that scared her in her last position. The Crouches were not kind masters. She looked the jokester up and down and wondered if it were worth it. Finally coming to the conclusion that it was better than being drunk, she nodded. Great. The older man said, I, Sirius Black, take you, Winky, as my elf, he stated as he put his hand on her head. There was a quick heaviness in the air, and then it dissipated. What can Winky be doing for Master Sirius? The excited female elf asked, bouncing on her long feet. Well, for starters, we are going to be staying here for now. So can you clean up the inside, but leave the outside alone? He asked, looking around the room at all the dust. I'll help fix some of this furniture, Harry offered as he pulled his wand. He was thinking this would be a test on the man's loyalty. He could fix up the house, making it look like he needed his wand, and if his godfather didn't tell then Harry would know that he was true to him. Dobby will help too, the little elf said as he started snapping his fingers in time with Winky. Soon enough all the dust was gone from that room. The elves popped away and were elsewhere in the house. Harry waved his wand around the room and said, fix. The furniture mended. The wallpaper repaired. The floors were smooth again. The roof was free of holes, though the boards stayed to keep up appearances. All in all, the whole inside looked freshly built. Your word that you won't repeat what you just saw, or I can take it from your mind and replace it, Harry said in the least threatening way possible. He felt kinda bad making that threat, not that he'd carry it out. Seeing as it was just as bad, if not worse, that what the old man did. Still, the threat might be enough to get a vow or something. Don't worry, pup, you have my word. I won't even tell Moony. Sirius promised, holding his hand in the air as he swore. The teen said a line he read in a book, so mote it be, and that promise became binding. Not that it would have ramifications. He could still break his word and not be harmed, but magic would remind Sirius that he made a promise. He waved his wand and pulled up his floating clock. He cursed when he saw it was almost lunchtime. I've got to run. I promised the girls I'd be back for meals. If you need anything, have Winky or Dobby get a hold of me, he said as he headed for the tunnel. Girls, as in plural. His godfather asked proudly. Shut it. I hardly know them, Harry said almost to the exit. I'll tell you about them later. Right, can't wait to hear this story. Oh, I think you'll like it. And with that he was gone. Harry ran down the tunnel and stopped at the exit. He prodded the knot and then ran before the tree unfroze. Since it was a weekday, everyone was in class and no one saw him. He RTED Hagrid's hut and went to the castle. In the entrance hall, he stopped and looked around for the first time. He did have to say he was captivated over the fact that they have kept this building standing for over 1,000 years. Or so Hermione told him. It must be magic. He did wonder about the wards, and how they operated. He could feel them and could probably replicate them, but were they tied to a stone or to the magic of the students and staff? He was going to have to do a bit of research, because if he could figure out how they were anchored, then he wouldn't have to tie them to himself, which would be a mite draining. He didn't know much about magic, but when his dome flared he did feel the pull. He made a mental note to have the flare become brief and heard a very tiny voice say, "Make it so." Which made his eye twitch. A large bell toned, letting the children know that class was over. Suddenly the empty hall was filled with noise. Harry moved off to the side and waited for someone he knew to come along. He watched the students file into the great hall and wondered if he had known any of them. Most of them stayed away from him, some with fearful looks, and others with looks of contempt. There were only a few that had thoughtful or pitied expressions on their faces. Every now and then, a person would call his name and wave. Harry nodded his head to the friendly ones, tried to give a reassuring smile to the frightened ones, and flipped off the others, who either gasped at him and then scuttled away, or sneered and returned the favor. He had to wonder if this was the type of treatment he always got. He was supposed to be famous. Did all celebrity types get this kind of scorn? Sure, he got entered into that stupid tournament, but from what Hermione had told him he had saved the lives of many of these people. He remembered that they thought he was a liar and a cheat, but damn, it certainly made him feel less inclined to save anyone again. Tabloids. Right, famous people are always being torn down. Well, I'll just have to keep out of the limelight. I have enough to worry about without this shite, he thought as he looked for the girls. As he stood there waiting, he was approached by 3 adults. He groaned, not wanting to face this trio right now. Didn't they have paperwork to do or something? He was going to have to add a proximity alert to his map too. Warn him when the adults come into range. As if he ordered it, there was a warning bell clanging in his head, and the 3 dots on his map turned red and had a red circle around them. He cancelled the noise but made note of it for future reference. "Mr. Potter, why were you not in class?" McGonagall asked primly as she peered over her reading glasses. "I am ill, remember. Until I get my memory back, your classes are a waste of my time," he stated just as primly and pulled his glasses down to mimic her, causing her to narrow her eyes and open her mouth to reprimand him. "Excuse me," she started to rant. Never had she been so disrespected. Students were to listen and do as they were told. How would they learn if they rebelled? It was her job to make sure they were prepared for the world out there. She would put the poor boy in his place, if only to get him ready for what was to come. "You will. Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, interrupting whatever his Transfiguration teacher was going to say. "I will ask that you respect the adults in this castle," he chastised with that damn twinkle in his eyes. "Stay out of my mind, old man," Harry warned as sirens in his head went off and the words, "Yellow alert. Shields up," resounded throughout. It was weird, and he wondered if he was going a bit insane, hearing voices in there. "I assure you I do not intend to enter your mind again. I found there was little I could do to help. Back to the matter at hand, you must attend classes," Dumbledore said in his teacher's voice. "You will not be able to obtain work if you do not receive your owls and newts." "No," was the succinct answer. "However will you find employment when you leave these hallowed halls? I'm sure I can figure it out, or I believe that I can catch up and take the tests on my own time," Harry said with a negligent wave. "Then what will you be doing with your time, pray tell?" Snape drawled as he looked over the child to see if there was any indication that he was retaining his memory. He was already in a sour mood from having to coddle the dunderheads in his class. Now he had to pretend that he cared about the savior. The teen shrugged and said, "I thought I'd study in the library. I mean, it should have the younger year books, right? So, I'll just look up stuff and see how much I can remember or retain." "You did not sleep in your bed last night. Why were you on the couch when I did my bed count?" his head of house asked. She had thought to wake the boy and make him go to his bed but decided to find out the reason he was there in the first place. She had heard that he and the youngest Weasley boy were on the outs, and she speculated on just how far they had separated. "Right, thanks for reminding me, Headmaster. I need you to get the police and a lawyer here soon." I still have to tell them about my amnesia, and now I have to report an attempted theft of my belongings, including a family heirloom, Harry said, ignoring the initial question. I am sure that Mr. Weasley was simply protecting your items from true pilfering. There is no need to involve the DMLE, Albus stated grandfatherly as he reached to pat Harry on the back. Don't fucking touch me, arsehole. The boy snarled as he Golden Doom flew up, which fell as soon as the man dropped his hand. He was so pissed that the man had the nerve to try and be friendly with him that he didn't even ask how the headmaster knew who he was talking about. He would soon find out that Hogwarts, rumor mill, was very fast, and very little was left private. Yes, I can see that you are still quite peeved with me, the old man said a bit sadly, but already going over ways to get the boy to see that he, Albus Dumbledore, was a great man who did not need to be despised so. Nevertheless, I will let you be excused from classes until you have caught up with self-study. However, you must rest in your assigned bed, he added firmly. Those two must regain their friendship. It was imperative that Harry be surrounded by light people. He was slipping far into the grey right before everyone's eyes, and there was little he, Albus, could do about it. It will be over his mutilated body that happens, Harry warned with a sneer and narrow eyes, making everyone who heard gasp at the threat. This also caused the Supreme Mugwump to cringe internally that his thoughts were seen true. Nonsense, my boy, where else would you sleep? He asked, not showing his inner turmoil. I'll have one of the house elves make up one of the empty guest rooms for me, the boy hero shrugged as if it were obvious. This is not a hotel, Mr. Potter. Snape snapped at the gall of the teen. Great, I'll just be leaving then, Harry said jovially and then turned to do just that. You are still entered in the Tri-Wizard tournament. And you still have Voldemort to contend with, the old man said quickly, hoping to dissuade the boy from going. That caused Harry to pause and turn, which I'm not participating in, and I beat him once, I can do it again. He shrugged and once more turned to leave. Wait, Harry, my boy, you, the old man said, reaching out to grab his shoulder only to be knocked back by the Golden Dome. For the last time, I am not your boy, and quit fucking touching me. Harry bellowed in the old man's face as the sirens in his head now screamed, Red Alert. There was even a faint whisper of, I'm giving her all I can, Captain. Which made our hero's eye twitch again. He wasn't sure if he wanted an imaginary Scotty running his brain. Not that the guy wasn't a great engineer, but he did have a way of slapping things together and making them work with luck and golly. Now was not the time to have such thoughts, so he shook his head to clear it and glared at his violator. Albus, face hardened as he stood to his full height. I will not be spoken to in such a manner, Mr. Potter, he said in his most commanding voice as he let his magic flare, which was actually pretty impressive. And I won't be pushed around by you. So, you can look as domineering as you want. I am a free citizen and don't have to remain here, the teen stated snidely. If you want me to stay, then get the coppers here. Let me have my own room and don't force me into your stupid classes and foolish games. Listen here, you imbecilic brat, you cannot go around making demands on the headmaster. This is his school, and you are merely a student, Severus said with his usual sneer. There's where you're incorrect, Harry said pompously, as if lecturing a lesser man. I am a paying guest. Hogwarts took my money for the year. As far as I know, I've not been expelled and I'm not bound by any rules, since I demanded to leave and was told that I had to stay. Therefore, negating any prior agreement between me and the old codger, he added. Glaring at the old man. That is not how it works, Severus said harshly, tired of the boy's arrogance. That's how I see it, and if you don't like it then I'll just leave, Har. Rice said once more, turning towards the stairs, his golden dome falling as he turned. He turned at the headmaster's next words. What do you want, Harry, my? Albus asked, trailing off at the piercing look he received. Albus, you cannot be thinking of giving in to a child, Minerva stated, completely flabbergasted that he would concede to the demands of a student. While she felt pity for the boy, here was no way she felt letting him get his way would be beneficial to anyone. Harry, the headmaster ignored her. The cops, an attorney and you not telling me what to do, were the demands. Very well. I will have the DMLE here tomorrow. You will have to arrange your own counsel, and until you regain your memory we will not interfere with your studies, he compromised, leaving quite a bit open. Or where I sleep. Harry said quickly. Or where you sleep, the headmaster agreed. Oh, and I need someone to take me shopping. Turns out I'm loaded, he said gleefully, and then backtracked, from what the twins tell me anyway. He hoped they didn't catch his slip. Yes, well, there are times allowing students to go to Hogsmeade. A few weekends are set aside for such, you may journey with them at the appropriate time. Albus said with a wave of his old thin hand. Wait, so this is a prison and you do regulate free time, the boy hero accused with a gasp. No, of course not, the old biddy snapped. We schedule those days so that we know where the children are. We cannot be expected to keep track of 400 or so teens unless we know where they are. It is easier to keep them here. In the castle then let them run about willy-nilly. It is for their safety, McGonagall explained, affronted that he would say such a thing. The next Hogsmeade weekend is scheduled for this coming Saturday, you may attend. The headmaster said with his grandfatherly smile. He reached his hand to pat the boy's shoulder but dropped it before it got anywhere near the lad. Fine, then I'll just be on my way. I see two lovely ladies waiting for me, the teen said with a nod of his head and moved away from the adults, pushing his way through the large crowd that had been watching them. He put his arms around his two female friends and guided them to the great hall. It was time to quit hiding. The whole room's noise lessened when they entered, until Harry barked, still not a zoo animal. The oath. Students then went back to what they were doing or started talking about what an ass the boy who lived had become, while others mooned over the dreamy rebel teen. Hermione sighed and steered them to the Gryffindor table and they sat with their year mates. There was a huge amount of food in front of them and Harry was starved. He had used a lot of energy to fix that broken old house and now needed to refuel. So he piled his plate with roast beef, potatoes, and loads of vegetables. He fell on it until one look down the table at some of the other male students made him slow down, not wanting to look as ill-mannered as they did. Harry, I don't think, Hermione hedged, worrying her lip. I mean, are you sure you should? She trailed off again. Don't worry, Hermione, I know what I'm doing, he said. Giving her a reassuring smile, glad that she wasn't nagging him about disrespecting adults. He could see from the pinched look on her face that it was hard on her to hold her tongue. I tell you what, when we're not surrounded, you can yell at me all you want. Heed this, I probably won't listen to you, but I will let you rant. She gave him a smile, pleased that he understood and then turned to her meal. You need to be more careful in what you say to the adults, Luna warned portentously. Twice you almost gave away how their games have freed you. You're actually lucky you offend the headmaster into ignoring your slips, she said and then hummed a little tune as she ate her onion soup. How did you? Right, Seer, Harry said, leaning over and kissing her cheek in thanks for the warning. Hermione huffed. She still didn't believe in divination, nothing controlled her life, except perhaps her parents, and the authorities in the school, and the government, oh bother. Hey, Harry, sorry to hear about your amnesia. A pudgy sandy-haired boy said as he reached across the table and held out his hand. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter, or so I'm told, Harry said with a friendly smile as he grabbed the hand and gave it a shake. Were we friends? More like acquaintances, the shy boy confessed. That doesn't mean we can't be friends now, the dark-haired teen said reassuringly. That would be nice, Neville admitted with a small smile. He had been one of those that wanted to be friends with Harry but was thwarted by the other two. He figured they were being overprotective. He felt he would be much the same way, if he were close to the boy that constantly finds trouble. Well, Neville, tell me about yourself. I mean we can't be good friends if we don't know each other well, Harry said. Picking up some roast on his fork and nodding to the boy to talk. Well, there really isn't much to tell, the other teen started and then proceeded to tell him about his childhood, leaving out where his parents were, how his uncle continuously tried to kill him to scare the magic out of him, and then his dreadful years here at Hogwarts. He smiled shyly when he told Abu how he got the points in their first years. He preened proudly when he talked about his love of plants. However, there was sadness in his voice when he recapped his abysmal use of magic. Maybe, my uncle was right and I'm all muggle. He finished sadly. I don't believe that for 1 second, and I'll do all I can to help you be a great wizard, Harry said, fuming over the callous way the boy had been treated growing up. There had been a faint nudge to his memory as he heard someone say, beat the magic out of him, when Neville was talking, but then it was gone. There is no way you could help, cheater. If what you say is true and you've lost your mind, then how are you going to teach anyone magic you don't remember? Ron Weasley asked importantly. I'll help you, Neville, he added. Neville chuckled, then snorted. And then bent over in his seat in full-blown laughter. What's so funny? Harry asked as he chuckled at his new friend's mirth. Well, I don't want to speak badly of anyone. But Ron doesn't do well scholastically, Hermione explained delicately. Oi, you take that back, the redheaded stated, angry that Hermione would take Harry's side, again. He didn't do too bad on exams, and he wasn't stupid. He just felt his time was better spent than having his nose in a book. I do all right. Harry scoffed, then snorted, then joined Neville in his laughter. After a few minutes the boys got themselves under control. And our hero stated, right, I'm not talking to the thief until I speak to my lawyer, so someone tell the idiot his opinion is not needed or wanted. I was holding them, Ron snarled. While a few nodded their heads believing that he would do just that. Ron, Harry isn't going to speak to you until there is an investigation, Hermione said as she looked at her ex-friend. Oh. She didn't know how she felt. We've already written our parents, Fred said, glaring at his little brother, and we're waiting for an answer. Do you really need to involve the Aurors? He fretted, not wanting his parent to get in trouble. That cloak was a family heirloom. I found out that it's hundreds of years old, so, yes, sorry, I need to report it. If he thinks he can get away with it now, how will he feel when he gets older? Harry asked maturely, hoping that this didn't ruin the budding friendship he was starting with the lookalikes. He quite enjoyed their calm pain and felt that he could learn loads from them. Right, Fred nodded, and put his head together with his twin. Well, Luna said as she reached for the sweets that just popped up, you do know that. Ron will only get a smack on the back of his hand, since he is a minor, but his parents might be fined. I know you don't remember this, but they were once like family to you, she finished. Harry sighed head as he scooped up some caramel ice cream. He really didn't want Ron to get away with anything. Perhaps he would ask for leniency. He would talk to the cops, but ask that they scare Ron good and proper, but maybe, just maybe. He won't press charges. It would all depend on how Mr. and Mrs. Weasley reacted. They were just about to finish lunch when Luna made the comment, you know, Harry, occlumency is a wonderful art to practice. It might even help you find your memories. She then gathered her books, kissed him on cheek and left with a skip. Occlumency. He turned and asked Hermione. It is the art of shielding one's mind from invasion. You have to learn to do some deep meditation and organize your memories, which means you might have an easier time getting started, what with you only remembering the last week or so. She said, tapping her finger on her chin in thought. She came across the book in first year and had practiced it to help with her memory retention. Her Mindscape was a non-magical library with an AI librarian, card references and computers. It aided her a lot when taking tests. She didn't think the boys would sit still enough to practice, so she never told them. Well, she mentioned it to Harry once. But he had other things on his mind. Are there books? Harry asked, thinking he could split his time between his mum's diary and that subject. If it could help him get his memory back, all the better. But he was worried that he might revert to his former personality, which everyone said was shy and introverted. He liked him and didn't want to go back. Well, maybe he could add a filter to his mouth, which seemed to be like a sieve. It was something he was seriously going to have to ponder. I found a few in the library in our first year, since you are not attending class you should go and check them out, his bushy-haired friend said as she too gathered her bag and got up from the table. If you don't find what you need there, I'll ask Gran. I already know it, being an heir and all. Neville offered as he grabbed a muffin and stood. All right. Thanks, Nev. I'll check out the library while you guys are in class, Harry said as he finished his afters-in. Dee nodded to Fred and George and walked the other two out of the hall. They separated at the stairs and Harry followed his map to the library. The lady behind the desk, whose name was Irma Pants according to his map, took one look at him and pursed her lips. Mr. Potter, what are you doing out of class? She asked the boy. While he was not an unruly child, he did have a tendency to get into argument with his friends here in the library. That was not something she could overlook. He seemed to be alone today, so maybe it would be all right. I have amnesia and I've been excused to do self-study, Harry said with a charming smile. Which was lost on the old woman. Keep yourself quiet and don't ruin my books, the possessive librarian said firmly. Right, our champion said, wondering what he had done to cause such disdain. Could you please tell me where I can find books on occlumency? He asked politely. Fifth row, middle of the aisle, was the sharp answer that was accompanied with a pointed finger. Thanks, he said and went to the fifth aisle. He trailed his fingers along the titles to find what he was looking for. In the middle there were 5 books on the subject, so he pulled the M all down and took them to a nearby table. He tried not to thump them, but they were heavy, so when they made what seemed like a large bang in the quiet room, he just sheepishly smiled at the old crow and sat. It took a half an hour just to read a small part of one of those dry books, and then his brain felt like it would die of boredom, so he pulled his mum's diary out of his TARDIS pocket and started from the beginning. This went on for the rest of the afternoon, a half an hour between each subject. The diary started when she was around 9, going on 10. She had just been told she was magical. He learned that his mum was a very happy girl, who loved everyone she ever met, even, much to his shock, that creepy Snape guy. She felt he was like a brother she never had and was her best friend for years. She loved both of her parents dearly. She spoke sadly of her sister, Petunia, and how they fell out when Snape told her she was a witch. She waxed poetic over all the things Sev showed her and would go on and on about how she couldn't wait for her letter. There were a few passages about how she is worried about Sev. She thought that he was being abused and would cry that there say meant to be nothing her family could do about it. She talked about all the times her sister called her a freak. This made his brain jerk, like a memory that he couldn't quite grasp, so he put it aside and read more about his mum. Harry didn't get very far into the diary. It would take days to finish it, but that was enough to completely floor him for now. It struck Harry as weird that when she was young, she and Snape had great control over their magic. They made flowers grow for pity's sake, but then they got a wand and couldn't do that anymore. That made him more determined to not attend classes if that was the result. From the occlumency books, he learned how to meditate and create a mindscape. He wondered if he could build the Enterprise in his mind and have a mishmash crew of the first 2 series. There was also the one that just came out, Deep Space Nine, but he really didn't know much about it. He did wonder how many shows they were going to make. But for right now, he would go with what he knew. He could have Picard for the captain, and Scotty for the engineer. Yeah, he decided he liked the guy, with Data and Spock to help keep him logical, and of course Uhura and Troy, for the hot babe effect. Oh, and Bones for a doctor. It would be cool. It was getting close to dinner time, so he put the books away that he didn't need and checked out the 3 he hadn't read. His head raw. With the warning the librarian gave him as he quickly walked through the halls to the Great Hall. The girls and Neville were waiting for him and they all went in together. People still stopped talking and gawped at him, until he glared back. They went to the Gryffindor table again, this time sitting away from Ron. Harry didn't feel like fighting with the boy. As they ate, they talked about their day and what lessons they had. Harry brushed a bit on what he read but kept most of it private. He did let them know how much he admired his mum for the kind person she was. It's great that you are getting to know your mum. I don't know much about mine. Gran only talks about my dad, Neville commented sadly as he scooped up some vanilla ice cream and put blueberries on it. He did wonder if his mum left a diary in the family vault. It was something he was going to have to explore this summer, if he could get his grandmother to let him. Where are your parents, Neville? Hermione asked kindly, but with a great deal of curiosity. Oh, well, you see, they're in the long-term care ward at St. Mungo's. They were cursed by some Death Eaters when I was the same age as Harry was when he lost his parents, the shy boy said. Hanging his head. It wasn't that he was ashamed, like Gran accused him of being, he was more upset that they didn't seem to be getting better. Oh my, I am so sorry I asked. The bushy-haired witch said remorsefully, reaching out a hand and patting his arm. No, it is okay, Gran says I should talk about them. He waved it away as he pulled back his arm, but he didn't raise his head. Harry laid a hand on his other arm and inquired, do you get to see them? Yeah, they don't really know who I am, but I am determined to find a cure, Neville answered, lifting his head and showing his Gryffindor spirit. It was one of the reasons he was into herbology. He lamented that he was pants in potions but figured that he could pay someone to do that part. His theory was good. It was the execution that held him back. "I'll help make you a great wizard," our hero promised again, thinking it would be easy with such determination. All he had to do was get the boy to overcome years of intense teaching, sure easy. Just then two owls came swooping by the table. One is a very tiny excitable thing that was carrying a red envelope, the other was a worn-out gray owl that looked to be on his last wing. The little guy went straight to Ron, and the twins quickly grabbed it and hustled their brother out of the room. They didn't need the whole school to know their brother might be a thief. They made it to the entrance hall and moved quickly to an empty greeting room. "Drop it, you ruddy bird. Do you want to get hurt?" Fred yelled, trying to get the poor owl to drop the offensive letter. "What did you have to tell Mum for?" The youngest winced as he too desperately grabbed for the letter, not wanting Pig to get maimed by the howler. "We didn't, we told Dad," George said, finally getting the smoking envelope off the miniature owl. He dropped it on the floor and it flew up and formed lips and the melodious tone of Molly Weasley filled the air. "Ronald Bilious Weasley, I have never in all my days been so disappointed in one of my sons. How dare you go into another person's trunk without their permission? I don't care if you were holding Harry's items or not, you shish. Old have never gone into his space in the first place. You could have warded his belongings, or had the twins do it. The poor boy could have been laid up in St. Mungo's, and you were taking his things. You should be ashamed. Harry is your best friend. How would you feel if he took your things? You will apologize to him as soon as possible, or you will feel the end of my spoon. Harry Potter is a.s. weak boy. WHO has done nothing to warrant your scorn. I don't know what has gotten into you, but it better get out before you get home. Oh, and do tell Harry we will be more than happy to talk about this," the letter stated. And then simply shredded and the pieces fell to the floor. "Well, that was kind of hypocritical of her," Ron said, folding his arms in a pout. He hated that his mum blamed him automatically. She always did. Well, in his mind. "What do you mean?" George asked as he banished the shredded red parchment. "You two go through people's stuff all the time, and Ginny stole a book out of his trunk 2 years ago." "I didn't hear any howlers for those times," the youngest redhead snapped with an accusing finger. His mum always played favorites, and Percy and Ginny were hers. He would much rather a lecture from his dad than a letter from his mum. It just pointed out how inadequate she thought her children were. He seemed to forget that the twins were always pushed to the side and punished for the littlest thing. Plus, it was Harry's godfather that was trying to steal my rat. I didn't ruddy well hear her complain about that. He broke my leg for Merlin's sake. That didn't even warrant a visit. Wow, you really do need help, Fred said, dumbstruck at just how far this jealousy went. He thought it was just Harry, but Ron really thought he was being put last in everything. He just couldn't understand where it was coming from. He and George also had a lot to live up to, but you didn't see them blaming the world for their plights. No, they were bound and determined to make names for themselves. They didn't really care that their mum could hardly tell them apart. They were their own men. I don't know where you get these ideas, we get howlers for everything, but like today we simply leave the room with them. Unless we think it's going to be funny, or if there's a bet on what she says. That and Mum never knew about Ginny, heck we didn't know about Ginny. But even if we did, wasn't she controlled by an evil book? How can you want your baby sister to be punished for that? George asked, just as flabbergasted at his twin. Right, plus we still don't know what went on last year, and you won't tell. So we can't defend you if we don't have all the facts, Fred stated, turning to leave now that the letter was over. But wasn't this owl from Black? He asked as he pulled open the door and went through. See, you still won't stick up for me, and I'm your brother, Ron grumbled as usual. Everyone thought he was in the wrong. That is because you're being a prat, George stated as he too left the room. Ron stood silently, cursing the fact that Harry Potter ever came back. He snorted at the unfairness of it all and went back to his meal. Harry's paw. Oh, Errol, you poor thing. Hermione cooed at the poor old owl as it landed in front of Harry. Whose owl is this, then? Harry asked, taking the letter from the exhausted bird, who hooted pitifully and seemed to fall asleep on the table. He looked at the envelope and noted it had his name, so he turned it around and broke the seal. This is the Weasleys' owl. They can't afford to get a new one and retire the poor thing, Luna said. Petting the sleeping bird. He really is too old to carry post, added Hermione as she picked the owl up and cradled him in her arms. She tried to get it to eat a bit of ham, but the poor thing was just too tired. It was very sad to know that one day the post wouldn't be delivered, and they may never know what happened. Maybe she could give them one as a gift for Christmas. She would have to ask her parents. Read the letter, Harry, it could be important, Neville said, glancing at Hermione in a don't ask manner. She huffed and continued to pet the exhausted bird. Harry took out the letter and silently read to himself. Dear Harry, Professor Dumbledore and the twins have informed me that you have lost your memories, so let me introduce myself. My name is Arthur Weasley. Why and you have been friends to my children for a long time, and they have nothing but good things to say about you. You saved my daughter's life during her first year and I can never repay you for that. I believe you are a good, kind and brave person and hope that your condition gets better. My wife, Molly, also sends her best. To the problem at hand, it hurts me to think that a child of mine would steal. I would like to believe that Ron is speaking the truth and was merely holding your belongings, however, the twins say it didn't stop at that. The only thing I, as a parent, can do is offer my sincerest apology. I raised them to know better. Ron is the youngest of our boys and is prone to fits of jealousy, but he is a good boy. I am sure that he would have returned your items to you given time. I would like to speak to you at your earliest convenience. Perhaps, we can work out a solution. Arthur Weasley. P.S. Please use a school owl or Hedwig to deliver the response to give Errol some time to recover. Well, that was short and sweet, Harry said, folding the letter and putting it in his TARDIS pocket. He just wants to meet, he added when Hermione opened her mouth to ask. Oh, well, let's finish this and then go to the dorms. I have tons of books to read and I want to finish Mum's diary as soon as possible, Harry said as he took the last bite of his pumpkin pie. I have homework that needs to be done, but, Harry, I want you to tell me how your magic is coming along soon, Luna stated, put out that she was in a different house than her friends. Ever since she told Harry how to control his magic, she had been doing a bit of experimenting of her own. She still couldn't get her mind around the rules, but she could now pull off some wandless tricks to keep the girls in her dorm away from her things. Just yesterday she vanished all their knickers with just a thought. They searched the whole dorm for an hour to find them. She had put them in the common room, and the girls were mortified when they went down the stairs and saw the boys playing with them. It was a start. The old man said that there is a Hogsmeade weekend coming up soon. We can all go, yes, you too, Neville. And I'll tell you all about it then, he said with a wink, knowing that she would know that he would hold back on some stuff. Oh, I would love to go, the little blonde squealed as she bounced in place and clapped her hands, making Harry and Neville watch her chest for a second, until Neville blushed and turned away, but Harry just smiled. Pervert. Teenager. Oh, Harry. What's this then? An older female brunette asked from Harry's right. As the great Harry Potter goggling girls, inquired an older blonde girl next to her. There was a second brunette grinning at him. Well, yeah, I am a teenage boy. Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Harry asked as he looked them up and down and smirked at their figures like the teen he was. And who might you lovely ladies be? I'm Angelina Johnson, this is Katie Bell. And that is Alice Spinnet, the blonde introduced the three girls. We're the chasers for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. We heard about your amnesia and wanted to say how sorry we were that something else happened to you. Seems like something new every year, yeah. Don't ogle too closely, we're spoken for, she warned with a mock wagging finger. Right, Harry said, making sure to keep his eyes up. Nice to meet you all, sorry I don't remember you. I'm sure it'll all come back one day, he said, waving it off as unimportant. I'm sure, Katie agreed as she got up from the table. Well, we have to run. Even though there are no games this year, Oliver is making us run drills before curfew. Don't know why, he graduates this year, she grumbled. Did you want to join? Alice asked, pushing her hair into a ponytail. Nay, better not until I've read up on it more, our champion stated, getting up and shaking hands with the three ladies. Well, when you're ready, there's always a spot for you. Harry, Angelina stated as she too pulled back her hair. Harry's eyes strayed again, he just gave them a sloppy grin and wished them a good practice. They simply Miletin batted his head as they passed. You certainly have changed, Hermione commented when the trio left. I don't think you even knew what girls were before, she added at his questioning look. Really? I must have been very dull. The amnesic stated, wondering how he could possibly have never noticed girls. They were bloody everywhere and in all sorts of glorious shapes, sizes and colors. What's not to notice? You were very shy, she said softly, getting up from her spot and joining him. Luna went to his other side, and Neville took the lead. Do you miss me? The other me, I mean, he asked just as softly as they walked to the doors. He put his arm around his two girls and guided them out. To tell the truth, yes, sometimes I do miss my shy friend. However, I like this guy too, the bushy-haired girl confessed and then giggled when he kissed her forehead. Perhaps, if my memory comes back, you'll get a mix of the two. Until then let's just take one day at a time, he said, giving her a squeeze. Let's. She agreed as they made it out the doors. They walked quietly thinking about the changes in Harry and how different he would be when, or if, he got his memory back, and they were just to the stairs when a snide comment stopped them. Oi, Potter, how could you hang out with such lowlife? A squib, and loon and a mudblood, the cultured voice asked, making the quartet turn and three of them reach for their wands. Due to your condition, I was going to offer to introduce you to more refined people, however if you insist on wallowing in mud, then there is little I can do to help you, Draco said maliciously. Papa's little bitch boy, I thought I told you to leave me be, Harry said jovially as he took his arms from around the girls. I see manners are not taught to the elite anymore, he added disappointedly, looking down his nose at the approaching boy. I wouldn't be your friend if you gave me all the golden gringotts. You just wait until my father hears of this. You will be sorry you even denied my hand in friendship, Malfoy threatened as he came up to our group of heroes. Crabbe and Goyle following behind as usual. Really? Well then, I can't wait to meet him, Harry stated. Still smiling like his friends weren't holding their wands. Wait, what? That was not the answer Draco was expecting. Where was the wand drawing and the yelling? This knew Harry didn't play by the rules. How was he supposed to get him in trouble if he was being so happy? Yeah, I get to tell him that while I have two very lovely ladies on my arm, you hang out with, well, two ugly bruisers. How disappointed he'll be that his line will end with you, our hero stated as the smile fell from his face. What are you implying? The blonde asked as he glanced at his thugs, who looked just as confused. Well, think about it, I have women, you have men and, Harry trailed off impishly and then he lashed out with his magic. Suddenly there was a cry of pain and blood was dripping down the blonde boy's face. Don't call my friends names again, you pounce, he said menacingly, never moving from his spot. He flinched a little when his mind went on yellow alert, there was an adult coming. What did you do, Potter? Came the silky voice of Severus Snape as he swooped down on the scene, making all those who had stopped to watch step back. Me? I never even pulled my tricorder. Harry said with a completely affronted look. He empty hands in plain view. It is a wand, you idiotic child. I will find out how you did that, and you will be expelled, the potion's master stated ominously. Really? Great. Then I won't have to deal with assholes like you in the head one, the dark-haired wizard said excitedly, bouncing on his toes. 20 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting a teacher, Snape snarled. Making a good majority of those watching cringe. 50 points to me for making you look bad, Harry countered, and with a thought those jewels flew to the appropriate place. Not that anyone saw them, since they were all out of the Great Hall. Tisk, tisk, picking on an ill child, he said, wagging his finger. Snape sneered, took Malfoy by the shoulder and guided him away. I really don't know what my mother saw in you, you greasy-haired bastard, Harry called to his departing back. He shook his head sadly at the thought that his mother once loved this man like a brother. Oh, how disappointed she'd be if she could see him now. It's no wonder my dad hated you, you are a slimy git, he added, making the man flinch and the crowd murmur. What did you do? Wait ill blows were thrown before you came swooping in like the bat you are. He wouldn't put it past the man, who seemed so have a hard-on for wanting to get him in trouble. How did you know about my past? Snape hissed as he whirled around to look at the boy's face, ignoring the accusation of waiting on the sidelines. Fear ran through his mind that the boy was starting to remember. He had no idea if the obliviation worked on amnesiacs. The child might regain all his memories. Then he'd be done for. He started making plans to get out as soon as he could. The stress of too many secrets was getting to him. The headmaster wanting a pet spy. The Dark Lord's return, that bloody ghost, others blackmailing him, and now this boy, who could ruin the good thing he had going here. No, it might be time to cut his losses. That is my business. And unless you are my guardian, lawyer or doctor, it is none of yours, the teen stated firmly. All thoughts of confronting the man about the diary vanished at that point. There was no way he was going to let this bastard know his mum's good thoughts. Do not push me, child, the imposing man stated, pointing a finger at his most hated student. Professor Snape, do we need to have another talk? A voice interrupted, making the teacher cuss under his breath. Of course not, Baron, I am simply giving out punishment due. It is against the rules to fight, and Potter is not above those rules. Snape said in his most sincere tone, which didn't fool the ghost for 1 minute. And I said I didn't use my tricorder, so you have no proof I did anything. Heck, it could have been accidentally magic. Harry retorted as he looked at the ghost and wondered how he could get some time alone with the apparition. He knew the guy knew more than it was telling. And he could be the reason that when he was on the streets he looked up legends of blood-covered ghosts. The bloody Baron seemed to read his thoughts and looked closely at the boy. He saw the narrow eyes and determined jaw, and just knew he was going to have to speak to the child. Now all he had to do was see what the teen would do with the information. Was he Slytherin enough to use it, or was he a Gryffindor at heart and go straight to the authorities? Only time will tell. Red alert blared in Harry's brain and he looked around and groaned. Now, Severus, you need to escort Mr. Malfoy to the hospital wing. Dumbledore chastised as he came up to the group. He looked over the assembled students and merely peered over his glasses at them and they all dispersed. Many grumbled, but a great few were whispered about the latest gossip on the new Harry. The boy in question just looked blankly at the ones who were staring as they moved past him. He honestly didn't care what they were saying. Though, he really wished they found something new to talk about. It was getting tedious listening to it all. However, he really didn't like when they stared, that was just plain rude, and he felt like they were all judging him. And they didn't have the right. He thought that over in his head for a moment and realized that it just didn't make sense, so he shrugged it all off and paid attention what was happening. Come, Mr. Malfoy. Let us see about your injury, Snape said as he guided his student away, thankful to be gone. He still fretted over where Potter had gotten his information. He thought it was well buried. And then he realized that the boy must be in touch with Black. Blast that man to the deepest pits of hell. How dare he tell Potter anything? His memories were his own and the last thing he wanted was the brat to know anything about him. No matter that it pertained to his mother as well. He fumed as he turned the corner and led Draco to get his nose fixed. Harry, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, Mr. Longbottom. You two should move along, the headmaster stated, not wanting another confrontation with the belligerent boy. Ever since Harry lost his memory, the child had been a DFUL and he was far too tired to deal with him right now. Right you are, Albus, old boy, Harry said with mock cheer and a jaunty wave. He was tired of the old man's familiarity. He was curious about what kind of relationship he had had with the guy before he lost his memory. Were they really on such good terms? He had a hard time grasping that he would trust any adult after the way he had been treated since he came back. The mind rape, the accusations, the reprimands, and the insults that had happened didn't make for warm and fuzzy feelings. Was his childhood really that bad that he would okay up to the first adult that gave him attention? There were times he really didn't want to find out. I will ask you once again to address me by my title, young man, Albus said wearily, pinching his nose in agitation. It seemed nothing was going to go well with Harry. He pondered on the question, if the boy hadn't lost his memory, would the time on the streets have hardened him into the teen standing before him? Then address me as Mr. Potter, was the rebuttal complete with mulish arm folding. You don't seem to have the same issue with anyone else. It's really creepy that you keep being so familiar with me. Kind of stalkerish, if you ask me. Very well, Mr. Potter, off you go, the old man said with a sigh and a shooing motion. Wait, where is my new room? Harry asked, still not wanting to sleep in the same room as Ron. Plus, he had no idea who the others in that room were, and he learned that things could easily go missing in his sleep. Although now with his intruder warning, that might not happen. But why take the chance? It was a good thing his trunk was now secured around his neck. You will be using the Gryffindor head boy's room. A prefect will show you where it is. There is no one using it at this time. However, if a Gryffindor is chosen for head boy next year, you will have to sleep in your assigned bed. I am quite sure that all fences will be mended at that time, the old man said in good cheer. He still didn't believe the child had any memories to restore, but he hoped that Mr. Weasley would overcome his jealousy and make friends with Harry. Harry scoffed and didn't say anything, but turned dismissingly on the old man. The quartet moved up the stairs. Hermione was holding her tongue, wanting to ask questions and chastise Harry, but not here. There was enough gossip about the amnesiac. So she just walked on. Luna was skipping along without a care in the world, with Harry's arm around her shoulders. She had friends and that was all that mattered. Neville. Lo was thinking about what just happened. He hadn't seen Harry's interaction with the staff since he came back, and judging from what he knew about him before, this was a whole new Harry. He was positive it was for the better. Anyone who stood up to Snape and Malfoy was a hero in his books. Well, I'm knackered, and I still have a bit of studying to do, so let's call it a night, Harry said at the parting point. He leaned over and kissed the little blonde in his arms on the cheek and said, "Good night, lovely Luna." "Good night, sweet Harry," she replied with a giggle and then left, making her way down the hall with a bounce in her step, making Harry realize that she had a nice ass as well as good-looking breast. "Do you have designs on Luna?" Hermione asked as they started back down the hall. "I'm not sure, really. I mean, we're a bit young for that, but she is good-looking," the messy-haired boy said as he thought hard on the question. "I mean, I hardly know any of you, but I am a teenage boy, so yeah, I think about her." He confessed, not the least bit shy about talking about it with her. "Oh," was all she said. She wondered why she was jealous of that fact, and contemplated on if he thought of her the same way. "You are also quite pretty," Harry said as if reading her thoughts. He kissed her cheek, making her redden as they continued to the tower. "And I'm sure, like all teenage boys, Neville thinks so too," he added playfully, making the boy stumble and blush. "Harry," Hermione admonished, smacking him on the chest, "quit embarrassing your friends." "Well," the shy boy said, squaring his shoulders. He isn't wrong. Though the words were brave, the redness of his face gave away his discomfiture. Harry laughed and patted him on the back. "We'll make a player out of you yet," he said to Neville. They got to the portrait and went inside. The common room was buzzing with activity. People were playing games and doing homework. The twins were off to the side, whispering to each other. They saw the trio come in and waved for Harry to join them. Harry gave Hermione another kiss on the cheek and excused himself. Many of the girls giggled, but there were one or two that narrowed their eyes possessively. He made his way over to the lookalikes and said, "What's up?" "We did a bit of investigation on the night you disappeared," Fred said quietly, as he waved to a chair for Harry to sit. "We asked portraits and ghosts and such. We found out that you were first seen headed toward Gryffindor Tower, then you turned and went to the dungeons. The last time you were you were running from that direction straight out the front doors. No one knew why you went to the dungeons though. Only that you went to the potions classroom, were there for a half an hour, and you took off as if Fluffy was after you." "Who's Fluffy?" the younger teen asked as he leaned forward in his seat. "That's right, you wouldn't remember. Well, there was a Cerberus here in the castle, supposedly guarding a great treasure in your first year. He was Hagrid's, and his name was Fluffy," George said. "He and Fred had gotten the half-giant to spill the beans that year. Too bad when they got to the room at the end of the gauntlet there was nothing there but a gilded mirror. The things the mirror showed them were like dreams come true, and when they deciphered the saying on the top they realized that was exactly what it was. However, it made them more determined to become what they wanted most. Greater tricksters than the Marauders. Still, they tried to tell a professor they had MP leaded it but were told that it was forbidden to be there and to not go there again or points would be deducted, and detention would be had." "Right, three-headed dog, Hermione told me about him, just not his name," the amnesiac stated, going over what little he knew and chuckling at the silly name. "Did your witnesses see anything else?" he asked, wondering if that bastard Snape was responsible for his condition. He really got bad vibes from the man, it was like the bat hated everything about him. Snape couldn't even speak his name without disgust dripping from his voice. Harry still didn't see what he saw in the greasy-haired git. Well, there aren't any living portraits in the classroom and Snape's quarters are attached, so they wouldn't know what went on while you were there. However, Snape has been acting weird since that night. While I wouldn't call him nice, in any reality, he has been more tolerant. So we think he's being blackmailed, we just don't know by whom, Fred said, looking at his twin. I think I might know, but let me talk to a few people and I'll get back to you. It all has to do with some research I did when I was on the streets. Right, well if you need any more help, let us know. George stated, slapping him on the back, after he got up from his chair. Right you are, George, we're always willing to snoop, Fred said with a huge grin as he joined his brother. I will, Harry agreed. Knowing that if they got this far when the adults hadn't, they would be a great asset. Good night, guys, he added and went to join his other friends. Snape's paw. You are not keeping with our bargain, was the accusation thrown at the potions master when he returned to his quarters after seeing Malfoy to Madame Pomfrey. He had been hoping for time to cool down, it appeared that wasn't going to happen. Blasted ghost. I have been kind to the brats in my class, Snape defended himself to the apparition, leaving off the argument he had just had with Potter. He had graded fairly, only took points when necessary, and didn't yell nearly as loud. So what if he glared at them? They were only going to make mistakes if he didn't use a firm hand. Granted it had been only one day of classes, and he had been hard-pressed to hold his tongue, but he did well, or so he thought. I disagree, the Bloody Baron stated with a firm shake of his head. While you were less volatile, you were far from kind. Mr. Longbottom shook with nerves all through today's class, and you took great pleasure in making him do so. How is the boy to ever do well in your class if you torment him so? He had been on the ceiling watching the man terrify the boy by just standing over him and staring. Furthermore, the confrontation you just had with Mr. Potter shows that you are not holding back in the least. You almost gave up the game, as the saying goes. How very unslytherin of you, he sneered with a sad shake of his head. It is a dangerous class that I teach. What would you have me do? Baby them. Longbottom is a menace, and should never be allowed near a cauldron. He requires thorough watching. As for Potter, the brat needs to know his place, and it is not in my past. He is in cahoots with that mongrel of a godfather, I just know he is, was the rebuttal as the man fumed about the spat they just had in the hall. I will tell you this once more, Potion Master Snape. Stop harassing the students and taking your childhood grievances out on them or you will be seeing the inside of a cell, the Slytherin ghost threatened ominously as he floated into the man's space and almost through his body. That would have knocked Snape out, and the Baron was still thinking on it, just to teach the man a lesson. I will do my best, was all the professor offered as he watched the ghost fly away. Snarling internally that Potter ever came back to Hogwarts. Now all he had to do was confront the boy on where he got his information, and do it without the ruddy ghost around. He knew the boy had done something to Mr. Malfoy, but even the blonde said that Potter had no wand. In addition, he still had to convince the Grey Lady to talk to the bloody bastard, that wasn't going well at all. And there was the suspicion in the headmaster's and his deputy's eyes. No, not all was going well for our potions master. Once again he was thinking of just disappearing. He knew that if the Dark Lord came back that he would not be hidden for long, but there was always a chance that Potter would kill the man on a fluke, so perhaps he would risk it. Harry's paw. What did the twins want? Asked the ever-inquisitive Hermione. When our hero approached. I have a question for you, Harry said as he sat across from her. Did I always tell you everything in my life? And did you return the favor? It seems to me that I can't have a private moment without you asking about it, he asked. Have I always been this whipped? He thought. A bit disgusted with himself that he had. That is what best friends do. She said, defending her actions. Harry had always told her what was going, no matter how much of a secret it was. They shared everything, except their childhoods. Oh, she knew he hated the Dursleys. And they didn't treat him right, but that was all she knew. However, everything that had happened since the troll had been shared. Okay, I'll give you that, but we are still learning about one another, he said, rubbing the back of his head and thinking about how to word this. I mean, you just said that I'm different, so you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. So, let's just not ask anything personal for a while and see where it goes, yeah. Okay, I can see that, she agreed with a nod of her head, though it was sad that their tight friendship had to be rebuilt. Well, like I said, I'm knackered, so I'm off to bed. I'll see you in the morning, our hero pronounced as he got up, kissed her cheek, slapped Neville on the back and used his glasses map to get to the head boy's room. The room wasn't much. It had a large bed, a desk and a wardrobe, but that was all. The best thing about it was that he was alone. He laid in the bed for a moment and relished the softness. Then he sighed, reached in his TARDIS pocket and took out his books. He stayed up for 2 hours and read the ones on occlumency and his mum's diary. He learned more on both, and before he went to sleep he meditated and started to build his spaceship. When he first got into his mind he was shocked as to how small it seemed. He was floating in an area of black, and there were stars shining in a bubble. Like a tiny pocket of space. He touched one and saw the time he woke up missing his glasses for the 3rd time. He moved to the edge of the small universe and saw a great white open area. At the extreme far end was a speck of orange light, like a tiny piece of sun. However, the white space was vast and the speck looked like a mirage, all watery and hardly there. He knew that his memories were on the other side. But when he tried to step in the space a barrier held him back. He figured he wasn't ready yet, so he turned and started to build the Enterprise. He had decided to go with the USS Enterprise, NCC 1701D. Since it was much more advanced. For an hour he built, but he wasn't kidding before, he was quite tired from the last 2 fun-filled days. So he gave up for now and went to sleep. He thought he heard Data say, "We seem to be gaining power, Captain." It is an anomaly, as he slipped off into a nice dream of girls and more girls. Snape's paw. Just when Snape didn't think his day could get any worse. There was a scratching at his door. He got curious, drew his wand and went to answer it. On the other side was a huge Grim. Shocked at seeing the death dog, he was easily pushed aside. Much to his surprise and discontent, the Grim morphed into his hated childhood nemesis. Black, he spat and fired off a bone-crushing curse, thinking he could get that order of Merlin after all. He still had no idea how the man had escaped, but he knew it had something to do with Potter. It always did. Sirius ducked the spell and threw a small dung bomb at the other man's face, making him choke on the smoke and smell. "Fuck off, Snivelus, and calm down. I just need to speak to you," he said as he raised his stolen wand and wrapped the man in ropes. He then guided him to a chair and tied him to it. He grabbed Snape's wand, set it on a nearby table, and sat in the opposite chair. "Now, tell me what you did to Harry," he demanded as he leaned forward into the potions master's space. "I did not do anything to your precious godson," Snape snarled back, again wondering if the boy's memories were returning. Perhaps, in his clumsiness, he fell and hit his head. He didn't. And he had the taste of dirty socks in his mouth when he woke. "That means a potion, which means you," Black accused with a jabbing finger. He didn't know if the man had a direct hand in Harry's condition. But he was bound and determined to find out. It was too bad that Snape was an accomplished occlumens. He'd pull it from his mind if he could, but he was pants at legilimency. No, for now. He would just put the fear of the marauders in him. Severus discreetly tried to get out of his bonds, all the while snarling at the hated man. He didn't get far and soon gave a minuscule sigh of defeat. His mind was going a mile a minute to try and come up with a believable story. "I didn't see the brat after we retired that night. All I know, from what the Baron told me, is that he came to the classroom and then left in a hurry. Who know what the little monster got up to while he was rummaging around the cabinets. Potions are a tricky thing, and if not taken correctly, they can have devastating consequences," he said as calmly as he could, which was very well. "Thank Merlin for occlumency. Okay, I'll grant you that, but I don't believe for a minute that you are telling me the whole truth. Know this, Snivelus. I am already a wanted man, so killing you would not be an inconvenience," he idly threatened. It was an empty threat, but given their past, Snape would take it seriously. He didn't want to stay here too long. Someone might see him, and he'd get caught. The last thing he needed was to be put back in Azkaban. He had already put a wizard-repelling charm on the shrieking shack, and hoped that no one would remember that it was there. He was taking a great risk coming here. He was tempted to obliviate the greasy git, but he was terrible at that spell and might wipe his entire memory, which might be beneficial. But it would be noticed. Threats, Black. How boring, Snape said in a condescending tone. Though, he was even more worried now. He knew that the man had it in him to kill. Sirius waved him off and got up from the chair. Oh, and one more thing, I have spies here in the castle, and they're keeping a very close eye on you, he said cheerfully as he waved his wand, and turned the bound man's skin orange with pointy green hair. Like the Oompa Loompas in that movie Lily made them watch after Harry was born. He even added a charm to make the man sing once a day. It would last a week. Since it didn't change his features. That and the song would stay in his head forever. Then he went to the door, looked up and down the hall, turned and made a small cut in the knot, morphed into his other form and left. Severus snarled again and struggled to free himself from the ropes. This time, because of the cut, he was able to. He snatched up his wand and made it to the door, but Black was long gone. He would have to tell Albus that the man still had access to the castle. He went to his room, looked in the mirror and yelled inarticulately. How he loathed that man. He sent a house elf to get the headmaster and repeatedly tried to charm away the jinx. Dumbledore soon came in, and tried very hard not to laugh at his protege. My dear boy, what in Merlin's name happened to you? He asked. His eyes were twinkling madly, and he was waving his wand trying to dispel the joke. That blasted Black was here and he threatened my life. He seems to be under the delusion that I had something to do with Potter's condition, Snape snapped, as he paced the room. I informed him, the same as I did you, that I did not see the boy that night after the drawing of the names. However, he does not believe me. Albus, you have to do something about this. Oh dear, that is not good, the headmaster mumbled. If Black was in touch with Harry, there was no telling what kind of mischief they would get up to. He was glad to know that the child had yet to leave the castle proper. He would have to find Sirius and impart to him the importance of making Harry see that he, Albus Dumbledore, was not a man that went around and violated little boys' minds. What had happened was necessary to help the child. If only the boy were still mild-mannered, then all this would not be playing out the way it was. It was beyond frustrating and quite tiring. That is all you have to say. A murdering madman snuck into the castle, came into my quarters and threatened to kill me, and all you can say is, oh dear. Look at what he did to me. The deformed teacher yelled at the old goat. This was typical of Albus, even when they were students the old coot would take the marauders' side. Things are not always as they seem. You are going to have to trust me that Sirius is not a threat, the headmaster stated with a firm tone that brooked not argument. Let it go, Severus. Yes, headmaster, Snape said with gritted teeth. However, I will not be put on display to the students. We will simply have to cancel your classes until it wears off. Although, you are more than welcome to go to the hosp. I'll wing and see if Poppy can reverse it, Albus stated, looking over his glasses with a challenge in his eyes. He knew that Severus would not leave these rooms looking like that unless the need was dire. That made Snape pause. A week or so away from the Dunderheads was worth contemplating, even though they just had a week off searching for that brat. One more would be more than welcome. That in. He didn't want that dozy cow to know that Black had gotten the best of him, again. Very well, I will remain in my quarters until the jinx wears off, he said in a much calmer tone. Yes, I had a feeling you would. The headmaster said as he made for the door. I must depart, I have a never-ending stack of paperwork that must be finished before I retire. Good night, Severus, sleep well, he stated as he left the grumbling man behind. That morning, the quartet was eating at the Gryffindor table again and simply chatting about what they were going to do that day. Rumors that the potions master been pranked were already making their way around the hall. Harry laughed his ass off when he heard what the man looked like and what he had been singing. Hermione had to tell the other two what was so funny, and they all joined in. The dark-haired teen knew it had been serious and he was going to have to congratulate the man, as well and yell at him for coming in the castle. He was supposed to stay in the shack, not put himself in danger. Harry had a sudden thought and with a blink he put up a shield around the house so that no one could see it, except Sirius, Winky, Dobby and himself. As still going to go and tear into the man for being reckless, after he congratulated him on a prank well played. But, from what the old dog had told him, he had always been that way. It was getting lose to class time when the doors of the great hall opened and 3 people walked in. One was a middle-aged woman who wore her graying hair in a bun and had a monocle. Next to her was a man of African descent who was very tall and bald. Next to him was an older light-haired man in a dark blue business suit. They went to the head table and talked to the headmaster, who turned to McGonagall and whispered in her ear. She got up, went around the table and headed straight for Harry. "The headmaster requests that you meet him in front of his office," she said primly. She was still peeved at the child's behavior since he came back. He had no respect for authority and his mouth was filthy. That and his blasted Muggle references were giving her a headache. Tricorder indeed. "Come, I will show you the way," she added, remembering that he didn't know where to go. "What, now? I can't finish my breakfast?" Harry asked, putting his fork down and turning his head in her direction. He had no love for this pushy woman. She was the sole reason he was in this castle to begin with. "Harry," Hermione scolded. She was still mortified when he treated the staff so. He had let her vent this morning, but at the end informed her that her issues with authority were not his, and he would act as he saw fit to each person he met. She could see that he meant every word of that with his actions. Still, she didn't wrap her mind around disrespecting an adult. "What? I am eating," he snarled and took a bite of bacon. "You shouldn't talk to the professor that way," she said firmly. "Whatever," he said as he rolled his eyes. This was one issue they were never going to see eye to eye on. "Make yourself a sandwich and we will be on our way," McGonagall compromised with a sigh. "After all, you were the one who demanded they be brought here," she reminded him through gritted teeth. She still couldn't believe that Albus agreed to the boy's demands. "Great. The bobbies are here," he said joyously as he together a cheesy scrambled egg and bacon sandwich, wrapped it in a napkin and took a long drink of his pumpkin juice and got up from the table. "I'll catch you guys later," he said to the other 3. "Okay, Harry," Neville said with wary eyes. He knew the 2 of the people that had come in, and was worried that Harry would insult them. He didn't know the old guy, but the other 2 had known his parents. And his gran had introduced them to him ages ago. They were all right people, who visited his mum and dad often. "Do try and listen to what is said," Luna predicted as she took a bite of her hot cereal. Her eyes had a vague look. So Harry nodded and wondered what bit of information she thought he would need to know. So he would heed her words and pick apart what they told him. "Oh, Harry, just behave," was Hermione's input. "Right," he said, giving each a nodded and a mischievous smile. "Lead the way, Professor," he said and suddenly realized this woman had never been introduced to him. He knew from prior conversations that she was a professor, but not of what. Her name was Minerva McGonagall according to his map, but that was all he knew. "Professor, I don't believe we've met. I know you teach, but that is all," he said as they exited the hall. "Oh dear, I do believe you are correct. Very well, my name is Professor McGonagall and I am the deputy headmistress, the head of Gree. F. Findor and the Transfiguration teacher here at Hogwarts," she offered with a tight smile. They were headed down the hall, and there were students either trying to get to breakfast or running to get their books for class. A lot of them kept pointing in his general direction and whispering things about him. If he heard something he didn't like, he'd flip them the 2-finger salute behind the professor's back. "Right. Do all magicals have more than one position, or are you and the old man special?" Our hero quipped. He had no idea how someone could hold 3 professions at once. Did they not sleep? Or was there one job that just got shunted to the wayside? "Show some respect," she snapped, stopping their walk and glaring at the upstart. "You bloody well kidnapped me off the street, and dragged me here against my will. You've done nothing by keep me prisoner here for the last 2 days. Where in all that have you earned my respect?" He snarled back, looking up at the irate woman. "Oh, yeah," he was still angry at her. "It was to keep you safe, you foolish child. I could not in good conscience leave you on the street with no memory," she huffed and started down the hall again. "I was doing just fine on my own," the teen said mulishly. "You are a very important figure in this world, Mr. Potter. We could not leave you to fate." She sighed again and thought, why couldn't he just understand that he was needed here in the wizarding world? Was it really so hard to comprehend? And all the other children on the street, what will you do for them? He asked, folding his arms defiantly as he walked beside her. Leaving the whole hero thing alone for now, he really didn't know enough to debate that. They are muggles, there is little I can do to help them, McGonagall said starchily, not understanding where all of this was coming from. Like Albus, butting heads with the new Potter was wearing on her nerves. She did hope the headmaster was wrong and that he might regain his memory. Then perhaps he would go back to the polite boy he had been. What? You can't hand out food to them. You can't set up a clothes bin for them, with warm clothes. You can't put things they might need where they could find them. Right. You can do nothing, he scoffed. His mind was thinking about ways to do all those things he just mentioned. He had enough money to do it. Perhaps, he could do like the Leaky Cauldron did and set up some bins that had wrapped food and clothes. The Muggle government does what it can, and we cannot interfere. It is the law, she said with finality, which was mostly true. It was part of the statute of secrecy that made it almost impossible to help the Muggle poor. Right, was the sarcastic reply as they fell into an uncomfortable silence as they made their way to the headmaster's office. They turned a corner, Harry's proximity alert went off, and they saw 4 people waiting for them in front of a gargoyle. Harry, my boy, these people are here to see you. We'll be holding the meeting in my office, Dumbledore stated jovially, though he was anything but happy about it. He really hated it when the DMLE interfered with Hogwarts. In his mind, he and his street AFF were more than capable of handling any situation. They did well the last 3 years, why not now? Besides, he was the great Albus Dumbledore, and there was very little he could not accomplish unaided. Albus, old man, I wouldn't go to your office unless I was tied up and knocked out, Harry returned just as happily, but with a glare that would melt ice. I see senility has set in, you really should get that checked out. I'm not sure you could hold your many offices, if you can't seem remember a simple conversation from last night, he said, showing a great deal of concern, and peering intently at the old man's face as if to see if he was indeed senile. McGonagall sighed and rubbed her forehead. The woman, Amelia Bones according to the map, with the monocle just gawped at him for a second the righted herself. The 2 men, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Albert Waters, looked like they were about to break out laughing, though doing their professional best not to. Dumbledore looked floored, that Harry would disrespect him in front of strangers. Then again, everyone was a stranger to the boy. Harry turned to the other 3, dismissing the Hogwarts staff and asked, you the cops? Or, Shacklebolt and I are with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This other gentleman is the attorney you asked for, Mr. Waters, the gray-haired lady said, pointing to each person. I am Madam Bones, and you will address me as such. She said, narrowing her eyes. If you call me Mr. Potter, we'll have no issue, Harry said, returning the glare. Look, I don't want Albus or McGonagall to be there when we talk. My lawyer should be enough, he added, wondering how the man knew to be here. He had no idea who he was, or how he heard, but was thankful for the representation. I would like some time alone with my client, Mr. Waters said, picking up his briefcase as he moved to Harry's side. We need to get to know each other and I need to understand what has happened to him. Is there a place we can speak privately? There are a multitude of unused classrooms, or there are the greeting rooms in the entrance hall. Dumbledore sighed, but knew it was out of his hands for now. A classroom will do for now, Waters stated, giving them an inquiring look. Minerva led the way to the nearest one and then left. The attorney then cast many privacy spells and instructed the portrait of a green fairy to leave. The little painted being huffed and flew away. There now we can't be heard, he said as he made his way to the nearest desk. Harry threw up his own shields, but Waters didn't feel it. Pulled a chair to the other side and said, nice to meet you, Mr. Waters. How did you know to be here? He asked as he pulled out his sandwich. I hope you don't mind, but I was eating when they brought me here. Waters waved him to go ahead. Your godfather, Sirius Black, asked that I come today via his house elf. He told me a bit about what is going on, but I need to hear your side. I met Mad Bones and Auror Shacklebolt at the gate and we came up together. Them being here was a welcome surprise to me. It had come as quite a shock being contacted by the fugitive, but he was happy to take a case for the boy who lived. His reputation right now notwithstanding, the attorney knew the public was fickle and one day the hero would be seen in a better light. Fudge was an idiot not to see that. Good ol' Sirius, Harry said with a big smile. I need assurances that what we say gets back to no one, and I mean, no one, not even Sirius. I'd like to tell you everything, but my experience with adults so far has not left me with a good impression. He took a bite. He was glad he grabbed the napkin, not wanting to be uncivilized as to wipe his mouth with his sleeve. It was bad enough he was eating in front of someone. He remembered his friend's advice and paid very close attention to what the man said. He was unsure if it would pay off in the end, but it never hurt to listen. Here is the standard non-disclosure contract. Anything you tell me will be held in the strictest of confidence, Waters stated as he pulled a yellow legal pad, a ballpoint pen, and a heavy piece of parchment out of his briefcase. Harry put down his meal, wiped his hands, took the contract and looked it over very carefully. He saw that what the man had said was true, so he signed it. There was a flash of lie. When the barrister sighed and the contract disappeared. It goes to a warded filing cabinet in my office, was the answer to the unspoken question. Right, I'm still getting used to magic, Harry saw it as he waved his hand and made the chairs more comfortable, which got a raised eyebrow. Well, here is my story so far, he then proceeded to tell about the last week and left nothing out. Waters owed great skepticism about the new magic, but held his tongue. It wasn't important to the matter at hand. He asked a few questions, here and there, and wrote most of it down. Harry went on and on about his treatment so far. And our hero even asked if the guy could do something for Sirius and was met with a, "We'll see," look. When he was done talking, he finished off his breakfast and banished the mess with a wave of his hand. Well, this is a fine pickle you've got yourself into, Waters sighed as he jotted down the last of Harry's story on his legal pad. Not that you've done anything wrong. It's just that all of this will be hard to prove. I mean, you're accusing the great Albus Dumbledore of mind rape, but it is in the bylaws that he is allowed to do what he did. Professor McGonagall C.A.N. state that she was bringing you here for safety reasons. The Weasley boy can claim that he was being a friend and holding your items. As for Snape, well, if we have no proof, and with your memories gone, he let it trail off there. He was upset that the boy had gone through so much in such a short time, but the laws were not on his side. One question, does my name being picked for this contest mean that I am an adult? Even if I have no intentions of competing? Harry asked. He had already known that everything else was a long shot. Yes, if you have access to all of your family holdings. Then you were claimed by magic as to being of age. The goblins are correct, you cannot be forced into a contract against your will. You can be tricked, so be very careful on what you sign, but if you add nothing to do with your name coming out of the goblet, then that contract is null for you. However, the person who entered your name might want to be wary, Waters agreed, making more notes. I will also remind you that someone could be trying to kill you by adding your name. You would do well to learn to protect yourself. I'm learning all I can, Harry agreed, cursing the fact that he hadn't really thought of that. Was this what I was supposed to be listening for? It does make sense and I hadn't realized it, not really, he thought. I'm going to have to add more security to my mindscape. Oh, maybe some photon torpedoes to shoot from my eyes. That would be cool, was another notion. How does me being an adult affect my case? He asked, still dreaming of shooting people from his eyes. Then again, maybe not something so fatal, unless necessary. Well, with you being an adult since Halloween, we can get a restraining order against Albus for performing mind arts. But, since he didn't know at the time, and you were an injured student, that is the best we can do, he said quickly at the gleam in his client's eyes. The teen sighed, but nodded that he understood. I still need to talk to a few people. But if I can get proof that Snape did something to aid my condition, then can we throw the book at him? Oh definitely, that man is a menace to society, and I, for one, would be happy to see him thrown in Azkaban. The lawyer said viciously. His grandson had wanted to be an Auror, but since he had been in Hufflepuff, he got low scores in his potions exam and was now being groomed to take over the family law firm. Which the boy hated, but had little recourse. What about Sirius' case? Right now there is a kiss on sight order for him. I can talk to him via his house elf. Get his story and hand it over to the authorities, but Fudge can quash it without a problem. He doesn't want to look bad, and if the head of an ancient and noble house was falsely accused, that old make him lose face in the eye of the public, even if it wasn't his doing, the lawyer explained as he put his papers together. Well damn, I'll let him know and I'll make sure to keep in touch with you via my house elf, Dobby. Harry said, going over in his head how he was going to corner a ghost. Very well, let us go and talk to Madam Bones. Just remember she is a good woman and follows the law the best the ministry will allow her. There are many things that bog down her job. Don't take it out on her what politicians do. The law is not on your side with this, Waters warned, already getting a feel for the boy's hot temper. I'll try, was all Harry would agree to. Waters waved his wand and dispersed the wards. Harry simply thought his away. They left the room and wandered back to the headmaster's office. No one was in the hallway, and they didn't know the password for Mr. Waters to go and see if they were up there. Harry still refused to go anywhere the man might be. It was none of his damn business what he said to the cops, or his lawyer. So Albert shot off a Patronus and ordered it to find Madam Bones, and let her know they were ready for her. The silvery fox flew through T. wall on the opposite side of the gargoyle. The two men talked of how to make and use the Patronus, until a silvery cat came up to Mr. Waters and said, "We are in the Great Hall. Please, meet us there." They went there and saw Bones and Shacklebolt talking to the Slytherin house ghost. Harry wondered if he was going to tell the whole truth this time as they made their way to the other end of the table. When Madam Bones finished, she came and sat with them, her oar standing at her back. Harry gave her a much more abbreviated recount of the last week. When he was done she sighed. "Well, like Mr. Waters I'm sure has already informed you, all of this is going to be hard to prove. You didn't know Mr. Weasley was stealing your things, though we can take him in for questioning. I will warn you that even though they are poor, the pure blood laws are on their side," she said, taking her eyepiece off and rubbing the red area. "Can't you just scare him straight? There's a program in the States where they take kids to the prison and have the prisoner frighten them into not committing crimes. I don't know much about it. I only caught the gist from the news, but it might work," Harry asked. Not really liking this world very much, and once again thought maybe he was just wasting his time here. Then he remembered what Sirius said and internally pouted. "You don't know much about Azkaban, do you?" she inquired with a raised eyebrow. "No, ma'am, I know very little about this world," he admitted. "Only what my friends have told me since I got back. There are creatures, demons really, that guard the island. They suck every bit of happiness out of you, leaving you with only your worst memories, and if you're condemned they will take your soul. Do you really want to put young Mr. Weasley through something so horrific?" Amelia asked, hoping that he wasn't that dark. Albus had warned her that this boy was not the boy hero they knew before. He was much more argumentative and callous. "No, I guess not. But there has to be something you can do. From what I know of the rest of the Weasley family, I don't want the parents punished for the sins of the child. The twins said that if I died, or was never found, he was going to keep my stuff. That cloak, from what I'm told, has been in my family for hundreds of years. There has to be something in the laws about family heirlooms," Harry said firmly. Thinking that if the Aurors didn't do anything, then he was going to take it into his own hands. With his grasp on magic, illusions shouldn't be too hard. I can try and impress on how wrong stealing is. But the only other recourse is to find his parents, she stated, writing a few ideas down on her pad. "Right," Harry said, folding his arms and slouching in his seat. Here was one more adult that can't do anything. "Mr. Potter, I would like nothing better than to throw the book at him, but my hands are tied with the pure blood laws," she said, looking at the sulking child. "I know, I'm sorry. It's just that I can't seem to catch a break," Harry said, sitting up and rubbing his hand over his weary face. Then he perked up. "Hey, what about the whole boy who lived thing, or the fact that one of my friends says that the Potters were a very influential family, don't those count?" he asked, hoping that it made some difference. "You have not been reading the papers, have you?" She waited until he shook his head. "Right now you are considered a glory hound and a cheat. Your fame will do you no good. Had your father not married a Muggleborn, then you would be able to use your family name. But, as it is you are a half-blood, and have very little pull in the ministry, she stated with another sigh. Fudge had made that very clear when she informed him that she was coming here. It was only the fact that he was the boy who lived in a Potter that all of this wasn't buried. Well, fuck, Harry said, once more slouching down. Watch your tongue, young man, she snapped as his lawyer nudged him with an elbow. Sorry. I will investigate all of this, including the part about Mr. Black, and get back to you on what I find. However, don't get your hopes up that much will be done. She said as she gathered her notes. Perhaps some of this will put you in a better light with the public, and then you can use your pull. But for now, she trailed off with a great deal of frustration lacing her tone. She gave him a small smile, which didn't give him much hope, and with that she and Shacklebolt left the room. Don't worry, Harry, I'll do some digging on my own. Politics is a cutthroat game, which I play very well. I'll make sure something is done. I know we can get a restraining order on Dumbledore, and I'll try to get one on the Weasley kid, Waters stated, giving Boy a pat on the arm and getting his stuff together. It is what you hired me for, after all. We never did discuss fees, Harry said, picking at the table. Your godfather is paying. He is the adult, Waters said, waving it away and getting up from the table. I'll see myself out. Do try and stay out of trouble. And he left, leaving Harry all alone in the room. Right, trouble, the dark-haired amnesiac said as a wicked smile came across his face. The rest of the week went by slowly as Harry finished his reading the books on occlumency and his mum's diary. He now had a completely functional enterprise with a full mishmash crew. He stored his memories in the databank, knowing that magicals would have no idea how to use it. That and it had a passcode that only he knew. He was still getting used to Data and Spock talking to him about some of his harebrained schemes. His ideas in scaring Ron were far out there, and those two would poke holes in most of them, pointing out how he would be caught or could hurt others. It was a work in progress. He now knew why his mum and Snape fallen out, and that later in life she saw him for the bastard he was. She found out he was a Death Eater after they graduated, which made Harry a bit more cautious around him. Hermione already explained what that meant when she told him about this last summer and some World Cup celebrations being interrupted by a few. His friends were also leery when he pointed out that the slimy man was one. It was Neville that informed them that Dumbledore supported him at his trial, saying he was a spy for the light. His gran had told him that when she raved about a minion of Voldemort teaching at Hogwarts. She's on the board of governors, but no matter how much she complained, the vile man still sat at the staff table. This tidbit of information made Harry dislike the old goat even more. He could understand getting an innocent man off, but to keep him in Hogwarts was beyond the pale. And why was the same courtesy not given to Sirius? He had been in Dumbledore's group of vigilantes, so why did he go to prison? Those thoughts turned in his head, making him trust Albus even less. Most of his mum's Naj entries were about his dad's courtship, which was comical in how he kept trying to get her attention. The things his dad did were way over the top, like filling her room with lilies, while she slept, which she happened to be allergic to. She had no clue as to how he did it but was not happy that a male teen found a way around the gender ward. She had woken with a full body rash and a stuffed head. The symptoms went away fast, thanks to the nurse, but she was not a happy camper. Or the time he tried to give her an emerald necklace, when she was 13, after he had picked on her friend, Sev. She had informed him that he was a bully, that she couldn't be bought, and threw it back in his face. Harry, even with the diary, had no idea how they finally came to be a couple. One day they were arguing and the next moment they were snogging. It made no sense. There were only a few entries after they married, but he did know his first word was, Mum, which had made her ecstatic. He knew he was researching on way to keep him alive, but the diary didn't go into detail. More like entries that said, I think I've found a way, but I need to do more research, or, blast it, that won't work. I need another book. Still, it made Harry feel loved that his mum was going through so much trouble just for him. He also learned that there was a prophecy, and that Dumbledore believed it to be him or Neville. The Supreme Mugwump had been paying very close attention to both families. Not close enough in Harry's books, since both sets of parents were taken out of the picture. He wondered if that was the plan all along. He really hoped not, because as much as he disliked the old goat, he didn't want to think him evil enough for that. He really needed to get moving on all the things he needed to get done and get the bloody hell out of this place. As soon as he found out what had happened that night, he was gone. He had yet to corner the bloody ghost and was getting frustrated at the apparition's cunning. Every time he even looked the blasted thing, it would float through a wall. He was working on a ward capture it. So far, the one he created needed the spirit to be within sight distance. And the only time he caught a glimpse of him was in the Great Hall. He did have to applaud the ghost being very Slytherin in avoiding him. The restraining orders did come and the two people they applied to were very upset with him. But that little piece of paper kept them from confronting him, so far. He could see the red-headed teenager was going to get in his face soon, but he really didn't see as long as he stayed away from his stuff, which he still kept around his neck. He did talk to Mr. Weasley, who was very apologetic and thankful that Harry didn't push further. He explained that his family was very poor and would not be able to afford the fine. The man was kind and Harry could see how the old him would think of him as a father figure, but the new him thought Mr. Weasley needed to take a firmer hand with his son. The adult redhead would go on and on about how it was a huge misunderstanding and that Ron was a good kid. Finally, Harry just smiled and said, "Okay," and the whole subject was dropped between them. Arthur did tell him about all the times the teen had spent with his family and how our hero saved Ginny's life. There was a debt between them, but Harry needed to study about that before he could use it. The bit about Ron and the twins saving him from a locked and barred room was a disconcerting. He would have to ask the lookalikes more about that. He read the books on magical theory that he had retrieved from the library vault, and now understood why his mum kept them there. Some of them were ancient, one was even written by Gryffindor and another by Merlin. She must have spent a fortune on them. Or they were from the Potter Library to begin with. Thanks to his new usage of magic, he was able to translate them to modern English with just a thought. I didn't change the book and lower the value, just imposed the image of the language he wanted over the original text. The newer ones were discarded as useless, since they all said that magic could not be done without a wand. Which Harry knew was complete bullshit. The older ones were taken with a grain of salt, since they cautioned that tampering with new magic was dangerous. Even Godric stated that. Only Merlin's was read with fervor, since it was more in line with how Harry did magic. The great wizard did write that magic can cause more trouble than help if not used wisely. He made sure to put in many examples of the times he messed up trying to save King Arthur. Some were humorous, others were tragic. That Harry paid attention to. HP. Now it was the weekend and Hermione and Luna were taking him shopping. He really needed new clothes. The stuff he shrunk and repaired were okay, but they didn't fit the new him. The clothes in his trunk were truly horrid, and they once again made him wonder about his childhood. Still newer things would be nice, so he put himself into their hands, and then flinched at the wicked smiles that played on their faces. Saturday came bright and early, albeit chilly. And our group was in the Great Hall eating breakfast. "So, Harry, you're going to let two girls pick out your wardrobe. Good on you," Katie said with an amused smile as she patted his back. This caused many of the females around her to giggle, while the male population gave him sympathetic looks. "Well, I really don't know fashion, so why not?" he answered as he took a sip of juice. "I've got your back, Harry," Neville said with a shake of his head at the poor boy, who didn't seem to understand just what he had gotten into. The sandy-haired teen had been dragged into shopping with his gran, who was a strict person. But she did love to dress him up. Neville hated those days. Thanks," Harry said questioningly as he finished off his eggs. The two girls were bouncing in their seats, raring to go. "How much of a budget are we looking at?" Hermione asked with a gleam in her eyes. "Well, I have about 2,000 galleons on me," our foolish hero said without care, and N cringed when the girls squealed loudly as they clapped their hands and jiggled in their seats, making the whole table look their way, especially the males. "I take it that'll be enough," was his innocent question. "We could do 3 wardrobes with that kind of money," Luna confirmed, going over in her head the things she wanted to make him try on. "Don't forget you need dress robes, if you didn't bring one already," she added with a vague air. "Why?" he asked, turning back to his sausage. He thought back and remembered there was a set of dark green dress robes in his trunk, but they were a bit posh for his taste. I really don't know, but I would say there is going to be a dance of some sort, she predicted logically. Oh, if there is, do you two lovely ladies want to be my dates? As friends, mind you. He asked his two female friends. Don't you want to ask Cho? The little blonde asked, knowing that the old Harry had a crush on her. Who's Cho? He asked, looking at his favorite blonde. Luna pointed to a girl of Chinese descent and Harry roamed his eyes over her face and what he could see of her body. While she was a looker, he didn't like the superior attitude she seemed to exude. As if she was head of the pack of girls she was talking to. He then shrugged and turned back to his two girls. I'm not impressed, he said. So, shall we? I'm not sure if you can have two dates. Hermione said thoughtfully as she beamed a smile at him for not leaving her out. Harry just shrugged and said, I don't see why not. The female population slightly outweighs the male. So, I don't think it will be a problem. Well, if it is okay, then I, for one, would be happy to, she said. Oh, I don't think it will be an issue, like Harry said, the little blonde said as she too gave her acceptance. Great, we'll get formal wear that matches today. On me, Harry said, and then winced when they squealed again. Harry, what about the dresses we brought? I mean, isn't this a bit frivolous? Hermione asked, biting her lip. The dress she had brought was pretty, and while she was more than happy to have two, she just didn't like wasting money, but then again. Don't worry, I'm loaded. I think I can spring for one or two dress robes, he said, waving her away. Flaunting your money again, Potter. Is that the only way you can get a date? Ron sneered from behind the dark-haired teen, who cursed himself for not making the boy part of his proximity ward. Shields up. Add this person to the alert, Mr. Data, Picard said in his mind. And the yellow alert blared. Yeah, thanks, Captain. Harry thought snidely as he lowered the loud noise in his head. He was really going to have to scare this boy away somehow. Oh, maybe I can have Worf appear in his head, nay that's too much like playing with someone's mind. But, I could do a hologram of the Klingon to scare him, he thought, going over the ramifications as Spock and Data debated them in his brain. Someone, please, explain to the fool behind me. That he can't talk to me, he said aloud as he bit into a piece of toast. Ron, Harry has a restraining order against you coming within 30 feet of him, except in class, and even then. You have to be 10 feet away, Hermione explained carefully. Not that Harry attends class, she grumbled under her breath. She was still conflicted about the whole thing. She just couldn't wrap her mind around the fact that her friend would steal from her other friend. Nothing Ron ever did indicated that he could, but the twins were very adamant in saying that he told them that he was going to keep the stuff he was holding if Harry never returned. She was just thankful that Harry said he would not dictate who she hung around with, though she stayed away from Ron for now. Shut it, Granger. You're a traitor and have no say in anything, Ron snarled with a look of loathing and betrayal. Yeah, he was hurt that she took Potter's side. He thought for sure that she would remain neutral, like she always did. But now he couldn't stand to look at her. Hermione hung her head and tears formed in her eyes. Luna patted her back and glared at the youngest Weasley boy. Neville stood to push Ron away. Harry just ate his breakfast, all the while thinking that Ron would look good as a skunk. Suddenly there was a great deal of chaos as the whole student body ran from the great hall and the smell of said animal radiated from the redhead. His skin, and hair, took on a black hue with a great white streak down his back. The poor kid passed out as the odor overwhelmed him and Poppy, in a bubblehead charm, ran to see if he was okay. Everyone was pissed, many were expelling their breakfast in corners. Bubblehead charms were everywhere, with older students help the younger ones. They now had to go shower and change for Hogsmeade, and a great deal of them were contemplating if their clothes needed to be burned. Harry realized that this was one of those times when magic should have been used more cautiously. He hadn't meant to do that, all he wanted to do was change Ron's features. He must have overpowered it. He was thinking away the smell when Mr. Potter, McGonagall all but yelled as she stormed up to the boy in question. What did you do to Mr. Weasley? She demanded, looking over her glasses. After the way the child had shunned her, and the restraining order against Albus, she had very little positive emotions for the boy hero. She would be damned if he got away with this. Me. I didn't even talk to him. All I did was finish my breakfast. Why are you accusing me? He asked indignantly. He's the one who broke the restraining order. What are you going to do about that? He asked, folding his arms. You really cannot expect him to keep his distance in the same room as you. Now, I know you had something to do with this, she insisted, holding out her hand. Give me your wand. Harry shrugged and pulled it out and handed it over. The last thing he used it for was to fix the shrieking shack. Now that he knew he could do magic without it, it stayed mostly in his pocket. McGonagall cast the spell and saw a repairing charms, the likes of which she had never seen before. However, it was not a transfiguration spell, so the boy was clean. This time. Very well, she sighed, handing him back his wand. I apologize for falsely accusing you, she added blandly, holding out her hand for the other 3 teens' wands. She found nothing to hold them and waved them away. She then sought the Weasley twins. Come on, let's get changed, Harry said to his friends, completely dismissing the old biddy. Hermione was satisfied with McGonagall's finding and didn't question Harry. Luna, on the other hand, knew he could do magic with a thought, so she glared at him once, and then broke out into giggles. Neville had no clue if the other boy did anything. Harry just kept his face calm and laughed hysterically in his head. The showers were full when they got to the tower, which anyone who knew about skunks could have told them wouldn't do any good. But there were some older years using cleansing charms to rid others of the smell. They had to go over a person 3 times, but it was working. Someone got the bright idea on using tomato juice, which helped those showering a lot. House elves were popping in using their own brand of magic to help where they could. They were the ones who charmed the showers. Half with tomato juice and half with water. It was going to take at least a day to fumigate the castle. It took about a few hours for everyone to be sorted, but the stink lingered in the air, making the younger years hurry outside, and the older students make their way to the carriages. As their carriage neared the village, Harry had to admit it had charm. Even though he'd seen it once before. Looking at it from this angle made it look like a picture postcard. As soon as they made it to the town, the 2 girls dragged him to the nearest clothes store, Tyler's Threads, and went immediately to the man at the counter for help. Our friend here needs a whole new wardrobe, Hermione stated, indicating Harry with a big smile. Oh, and we need matching formal wear, she added as an afterthought. Does he now? Well, I'm Tyler Rustin, this is my store, I will be more than happy to assist, the owner stated, running his eyes up and down the fidgeting dark-haired teen. He knew this was the boy who lived and wanted to make the sale. Even though the boy hero was being vilified right now, that would pass as it did a few years ago when it was thought he was the heir of Slytherin. This could up his sales if he could get them to spend their money here. Yes, he does, she confirmed, and then introduced everyone as she looked over the store. She saw racks of clothes and pointed to them. We would like to see what you have on the rack, after you take his measurements, the bushy-haired witch said with a great deal of excitement. Even though she was a bookworm, she did love shopping. First, they got their dress robes, and each got suits, or gowns, for underneath. They would wear their robes open, so the girls could show off their dresses. Neville offered to take Hermione if they didn't allow for Harry to have 2 dates, so they made sure the 4 of them coordinated. Since the robes were simple, he shouldn't have a problem adjusting them if he had to find a new date. That and he still had the set his grand sent with him. They then spent the next hour dressing Harry in the most outrageous and outdated clothes, many of which made the quartet break out in gales of laughter. Neville spent more time in his mirth than having Harry's back. Traitor. Now Harry knew why everyone was giving him weird looks when he told them that he was letting girls do his shopping. They were a nightmare. Wizards really had no clue as to how non-magicals dressed. Our hero was getting irritated, as was Hermione. Though, they both had quite a few giggling fits. Like when Harry came out of the changing room looking like a flower child. His bell-bottom pants and flowery peasant shirt made him look absolutely ridiculous. He conjured some dark round glasses, a few beaded necklaces, and a leather headband to complete the image. It was a good thing that Hermione was laughing so hard that she didn't pay attention. Luna and Neville didn't understand why they were laughing, not even when the bookworm explained it to them. They thought Harry looked nice, especially Luna. We're not going to get what I want here. Let's go to London and see what's there, the dark. Haired teen boy said as he put the last outfit in the discard pile. Hermione protested, and Luna sighed, but they both agreed that they wouldn't find any good clothes here, so they nodded their head. We'll hit the other stores first. And then we'll see if we can't get permission to go to London, Hermione compromised as she put another shirt in the discard pile. Harry just shrugged. He could probably get all of this and transform it into the clothes he wanted, but where was the fun in that? And he'd have to explain how he did it. The owner, seeing money and prestige slip away, ran in front of the door and held out his hands to stop them. Wait, please, what are you looking for? I can create anything you want, he all but begged. Perhaps, I'll even put your name on it. At the very least say you had a hand in the creations. I'll give you a discount. Please, give me a chance. There was no way he was letting the greatest sale he ever had escape. Harry went to the where they put the clothes he had tried on. Picked up some discarded bell-bottoms and took out his tricorder and waved it over them. Soon he had in his hands more stylish blue jeans. This is what most teenage non-magicals wear. See how the waist is lower and the legs are formed to fit. I also made the material much lighter in weight. He handed them to the pleading man, who examined them closely. The tailor nodded. Ian went to the fabric hanging on the wall. He grabbed some of the denim and started working his magic. Soon enough there were 5 sets of jeans in black and dark blue ready for Harry to try on. They fit, and he and the girls were happy. Neville didn't care either way, but he also tried on the new style. They spent another hour going over modern fashion with the tailor and left with a huge wardrobe. Spending over 500 galleons, even with the discount the man gave them. Harry was dressed in dark blue jeans, a light blue button-up shirt, and a black pullover jumper with a picture of a gray Grim running around on the front. He made sure to think one of his pants pockets into a TARDIS one. Harry took out his wand, shrunk the bags the girls said the boys had to carry, and then put them in said pocket. When the girls weren't looking, when they asked where the bags were, he told them the truth, mostly. That he shrunk them and put them in his pocket. Neville just lifted an eyebrow and shrugged. He just hoped Harry would teach him that, after all the boy had promised. The others were also decked out in more modern clothes, which accented the girls' figures nicely. This made many of the female students make a beeline for the store, which already housed a sign that stated they had creations designed by Harry Potter. Harry would get his lawyer to see about the profits. Right now, he had a verbal agreement with Mr. Rustin, but he'd like it on paper. As they walked down the street, Harry pouted. He really wanted to go to London and get some non-magical reading material. However, his magic was a secret, so he couldn't just wink out and leave his friends behind. He also couldn't drag them with him via other travel methods, because Hermione was still hung up on authority. Perhaps he'd sneak off tomorrow and go alone, or take Sirius with him as a dog. He still needed to berate the man anyway. They had a small run-in with Ron, who still exuded stink and was discolored, though Madame Pomfrey lessened it some. She got his hair the right ginger color, which made the black and white skin all the more noticeable. Harry drew his wand, and threw bubbles around his friends, when his alert sounded. To ward off the smell, for which they were very thankful. He was laughing so hard that he was bent over and couldn't catch his breath. They all wondered how the redhead got out of Pomfrey's care while still jinxed. I know you did this to me, Potter. Undo it now, or I will get my revenge, the redhead snarled, angry that he was being treated like, well, a skunk. And he was Sue. It had been Harry that made him this way, even though he had to admit he didn't see him do anything. The nurse said there was nothing she could do and that he needed to find the person who cursed him. So, he snuck out. When she went to her office, and looked for the boy Wonder. Thanks, Red, I didn't think you thought so highly of me. Harry beamed, after he pulled himself together. What? Ron sputtered. I wasn't even looking at you, so how did I do this great feat of magic without my tricorder or eye-to-eye contact? The dark-haired wizard asked with a smirk. You must think I'm the next Merlin. What is a tricorder? Never mind. You had to have used dark magic, the other boy accused, pointing his finger at the boy hero. Oh, Ron, Hermione said with a sad shake of her head. McGonagall cleared him of wrongdoing. If anything, it had to have been an upper year. Harry doesn't even remember many spells. Now you should move along before an Auror sees you, she added with a shooing motion. Even though they pulled the Dementors, the Ministry didn't trust Black, so the DMLE patrolled on Hogsmeade weekends. "Piss off, Granger," he snarled, looking menacing with his coloring, like a demented figure of death. "Fuck off, Weasley," Harry growled back, getting ready to hurt the boy. "I'll get you back, Potter. I was going to forgive you for cheating, but now I don't think I will," the Weasley boy stated as he moved away, catching sight of an aura out of the corner of his eye and storming off. People scurried away from him as he approached, making Ron more inclined to get some payback. Harry just scoffed, circled his wand, dropped the bubbles and cancelled the jinx, not that Ron would know that for a while. Hermione gave him a curious look, wondering where he learned the magic he was doing. Then brushed it off as something Luna, or the twins, must have taught him. The quartet then continued their day. They hit Honeydukes and the amnesiac rediscovered wizarding treats. He spent over 75 galleons in that store alone. When he shoved it all in his TARDIS pocket, Hermione bombarded him with questions. "How did you do that? Those are new jeans. Did you ask the tailor? Will he do it for me?" She rattled off, bouncing on her toes. "Oh well, you see, it was sorta an accident. I just wanted a bigger pocket and there it was," he fabricated, mostly. It was true, but not completely. The bushy-haired girl deflated, passing it off as accidental magic, but then she got a glint in her eyes that said, "Research." Luna snickered, and Neville just shrugged. Harry smiled, and they went on their way. Zonkos, in Harry's eyes, was a joke, no pun intended. He could do all this stuff without the trinkets they sold here, though it did give him some wicked ideas for that Ron kid. They had a late lunch at the Three Broomsticks, and Harry marveled at the taste of butterbeer. The rest of the day was kind of boring. There really weren't any more interesting stores, but the teens did stock up on school supplies, and then walked back to the castle. "I wonder what happened to the Shrieking Shack," Hermione commented when she didn't see the house as they passed the area it stood. "What is the Shrieking Shack?" Harry asked, playing it off, but happy his ward worked. "It is the most haunted house in all of Scotland," Neville informed him, before the know-it-all could. "The villagers say that there were some really scary noises that came from it during the full moons. They were convinced that the ghost of a werewolf resided there." The dark-haired teen asked. "And isn't Hogwarts technically haunted?" "The noises stopped a little while back, it's said that the place still groans and creaks," the sandy-haired boy replied. "And yeah, but the Hogwarts ghosts couldn't scare a fly." "Well, maybe the Bloody Baron." Hermione held her tongue. She knew that Professor Lupin used the place for his transformation when he was at Hogwarts. Last year there were no such noises. Only because the professor took the Wolfbane potion. Well, maybe the one night, but that was more in the forest. She would have to explain that to Harry. Maybe it was a real werewolf there and they moved on. Or it could mean the house was about to fall down. Harry stated, once more thinking that logic need not apply to wizards. "Magic is used to keep most houses standing," Luna offered, from her place under Harry's arm. "Even the oldest magical house doesn't make much noise. I guess that makes sense. Still, I wonder where it went," Hermione reiterated. "Maybe the old man hid it, so kids would stay away." Harry offered. "Perhaps." They moved on and went to the castle. Harry went to his room, took off his trunk, pulled his bags out of his TARDIS pocket and put his new clothes away. He jotted a quick letter to Mr. Waters about the clothes, sent it off with Hedwig, who finally decided she was safe with the new Harry, and then joined his friends and they went to dinner. Why wasn't able to sneak away until Monday, so he entertained himself and his friends with what he had read in the newer magical theory books. Hermione wanted to read them, but he said they were priceless. But he would try to find a way to copy some for her. He did pass Merlin's to Neville on the sly, thinking that it might make his job easier to get the guy to do, thought magic. If Neville listened to anyone, it would be the great magician. Monday came, and all his friends went to class. So Harry made his way to the Shrieking Shack. He went down the tunnel and past the wards, which reminded him they still needed to research those. He decided to scare his godfather, so he poofed to the living room. The man in question startled so badly that he fell off the couch. What the hell was that? It wasn't apparition. It doesn't make that bamf sound or have blue smoke, the dogman said when he realized it was Harry as he hauled himself up and dusted off his pants. It is my own form of travel, the teen said with a shrug. I got it out of a comic book. I call it poofing, he added thoughtfully. He never heard what sound it made, so he was going to stick with poof. He did note that I'd want to get it to where there was no blue smoke or bamf. One couldn't sneak up on people if there was a sound and smoke. Put that in the databank, Mr. Spock, and see what can be done, Picard ordered, making Harry's eye twitch again. He was still getting used to hearing his crew and was starting to think that he might be a bit peculiar. Still, it was awesome to have a mind that ran like his. He could hear what was going on and give suggestions when he needed something done. Can you teach me? Sirius asked with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. Harry thought about it. He was pretty sure you had to have a greater grasp on your magic than most wizards had. Can you do magic without a wand? He asked optimistically. He wouldn't mind teaching him. It would give him something to do. No, I can only turn into my animagus form without one, was the sullen answer as Sirius's shoulders sunk in defeat. Perhaps that's enough, but you might need to get a better understanding of your core first, the messy-haired teen sighed. I have a book that I can lend you, after a friend is done reading it, that might help, he offered, thinking about Merlin's book. He'd have to see if it helped the shy boy first. He hoped the older man wasn't too hard to teach, but knowing that Black had learned magic since he was a baby, it was possible that he couldn't relearn how to thought magic. Well, all right, the older man said with a bit of a grumble. He thought he was through studying, but if it could let him do magic like Harry, well, he'd give it a go. What are your plans for today, pup? He asked, changing the subject for now. Please, don't call me that, Harry whinged. He really didn't like pet names, unless it was from the lips of good-looking birds, like Luna or Hermione. Or come to think of it, any of the females he had met so far could call him anything they wanted. If they kept it to how handsome and rebellious he was now. Why? It never bothered you before, a confused Sirius asked. He had always called Harry, pup, or Prongslet. The kid never complained in the past, but then again, he hadn't called him that since he broke out of Azkaban, barring a few letters. Still, Harry never wrote him that he disliked the name. It is too much like boy, and for some reason I loathe that moniker. I think it has something to do with my past, but I don't remember, was the explanation. Did all adults use derogatory pet names? My boy, idiot child, foolish boy, pup. They were all depictions of a small child, and the only type he had heard from an adult since he had been back. He was almost of age and a legal adult. Damn it, and he needed these people to quit treating him like he was still a baby. Even the twins used Harrykins, which he didn't overly mind. Then again, what did it matter when he was planning on leaving as soon as he figured out what happened? How the hell did his former self put up with all this bullshit? According to Hermione, he never complained about the mistreatment from the student body during his first and second year. How could he keep shite like that to himself? He knew that if that happened to him now, he would have no problem telling the professors to do their damn job, or better yet, giving back as good as he got. Oh, I guess I can see that, so I'll try, Sirius promised with a sad nod. He was beginning to realize that he wasn't going to be able to pick up from where he left off all those years ago. This teen before him was independent and would not like to be coddled. That made him a bit melancholy, because he wanted to be the adult in the boy's life. However, now he could see that he was going to have to take the role of an adult friend or mentor. He berated himself for putting revenge over the safety of his godson. He missed so much of Harry's life. And now he may never know what happened in those years. Anyway, I'm going to London. Do you want to come with? The teen asked as he stood, breaking Sirius from his morose thoughts. I'm still a wanted man. The fugitive pointed out, slumping his shoulders and remaining in his seat. That didn't stop you from sneaking into the castle and turning Snape into an Oompa Loompa, our hero snarled. Still upset that the man was so foolish. Yeah, it was funny, still it was a great risk. You're lucky I figured out it was you and erected a ward around this place, he said, folding his arms and glaring at the unrepentant dogman. I don't understand how you could be so fucking reckless. Didn't your time in Azkaban teach you anything? Low blow, Harry, his godfather stated with sad puppy dog eyes. Then he perked up remembering how Snivellus looked. Besides, it was funny. He looked great, all tall with orange skin and green hair. It really set off his huge nose. He laughed, until he saw that Harry didn't think so. He sobered and got a fierce look on his face. Moreover, he needed to know that I am watching him. I'm positive that he had something to do with your condition. He too stood and the two stared at one another for about 5 minutes, until the older man sighed, seeing he wasn't going to win this one. Okay, fine, I was irresponsible. I won't do it again, he promised. He really couldn't now that Snape knew his animagus form. He just hoped the potion's master was too embarrassed to let that tidbit out. Well, good, Harry said. Sirius should have left it to him. He had had plans to get the slimy man to talk, but with that stunt he would have to be more careful. How did it go with the DMLE? Sirius asked, trying to get the negative attention off of his thoughtlessness. I saw them pass by here the other day. Pretty much like you predicted, the teen said with a sigh, still angry that the backwater, pure blood laws prevented him from justice. The NKS for contacting waters that was helpful. I did get restraining orders on the old man and the Weasley kid. You're welcome. It was the least I could do, his godfather said, glad that he had finally done something right. Are they complying? He asked, thinking that a bit of paper might not do much. If he knew Albus, that conniving old man would find his way around it. Well, the old coot is, that Ron kid doesn't seem to understand what's what, he said with a snarl. I showed him, though, he said with a smile and proceeded to tell the older prankster about the whole skunk incident. The two shared a bout of laughter over the poor redhead's plight, and then the older man sobered when he realized what Harry had said. He did it without a wand or incantation. Wow, your control of magic is that strong? Sirius asked in wonder. He knew the kid was powerful, but to turn someone partially into an animal that he had never seen, complete with smell, sans wand, was beyond what he imagined. The best he could do as a teen was change someone's coloring and hair. Sure, but remember you promised not to tell anyone, Harry reminded him with a jab of his finger. I won't, the older man reiterated, vowing to himself that he wasn't going to let his godson down. Right, are you coming or not? He really didn't want to talk about his powers. Not with an adult, at least not yet. Sirius hadn't proved himself all the way. That and he seemed to still be suffering from his time in Azkaban if his depressed mood was any indication. He wasn't entirely sure his godfather was stable. He really hoped that the older man would keep all of this to himself. So far he showed that he was a careless Gryffindor. Just jumping in things and not thinking about the consequences. The spell he had put on high. Would remind Sirius that he did make a promise, so maybe that would help. Sure, but I'll have to go as Padfoot, was the reluctant answer. He really wanted to get out of the house, but hated the FA court that he wouldn't be able to talk to his godson. Still, time well spent and all. Or I could disguise you, our hero offered nonchalantly with a negligent wave of his hand. This would be a new bit of magic for him. But after what he had done to Ron, he was pretty sure he could pull it off. Really? How? That perked the man up. It would be great to spend time with Harry. They could do so many things in London. With the kid having no memory, there were a great many things he could show him. Harry waved his tricorder up and down his godfather's body, wanting the extra boost it gave his spells. He thought hard on what he wanted. And the man changed right before of his eyes. Sirius now looked like a teenage version of himself. He appeared to be 18 with long dark hair, gray eyes and a lanky build. Another wave and he was dressed in more modern clothing, tight jeans and a clean t-shirt with a gray and black jumper. This is great, how long will it last? The glamored man asked excitedly. If he could just get Harry to trust him more, he could learn to do this himself, then he wouldn't have to hide all the time. Until I release it, the dark-haired teen said, giving his godfather a weird look. Why? How long do most glamours last? Well, spells like I did to Snape can last up to a week, but stuff like this will stay around for about an hour. Same with Polyjuice, Sirius said, looking in the mirror over the fireplace. He put his fingers to his face and poked it. It was so real. Not like regular glamours that only imposed an image. This truly changed his entire body. He was for all intent and purposes a teenager. What is Polyjuice? It's a potion that lets you take on the appearance of another person for an hour, the now teenage-looking man explained. It is a real vial concoction and you have to have a piece of the person you're impersonating, like hair or skin. He gave a full-body shudder. That sounds absolutely gross. How, the bloody hell, do you keep someone from impersonating other people if you have so many ways of changing your appearance? Harry asked, thinking that someone could break it to the bank that way. How the hell did organizations know they were talking to the real person? All someone had to do was mimic a CEO and they could get all of the business's secrets. What other crimes could be committed just by using this potion? The things that could be done with it were endless. And few of them good, maybe spying, but even that could be used against you. He could imagine the chaos that one could do in the non-magical world, why they could become rich without hardly trying. He had a tickling feeling that he had used it before, but the memory faded quickly. He'd have to ask Hermione about it. Well, there are spells that will tell you if someone is glamored. We used security questions during the war, to make sure there were no polyjuiced spies. Gringotts has its own security, I don't know what, but they have only been broken into once that I know of. Sirius said in a lecturing tone. Plus, like I said, most only last an hour, he added, still looking at his youthful face. All right, well, this one will last until I disperse it, so we should be good to go, Harry said. Shaking off his thoughts and coming up to the older man, getting his attention away from the mirror. Let's get to London, yeah. How are we going to get there? I can apparate us. Or we can get the night bus, Sirius suggested, finally breaking away from his image. I was going to poof us there, but if you want, you can show me what apparition is, the teen said with a shrug. It didn't matter to him either way. How about I take us, and then you can bring us back? Was the reply. He really wanted to see the difference. He wondered if the Death Eaters had a similar form of travel. Since they liked to create black smoke when they appeared, it made them appear more dangerous. However, there was still a crack sound when they came, so perhaps not. Sure, Harry agreed, hoping the wizard form of travel was as smooth as his. Grab my arm and close your eyes, Sirius instructed as he held his arm out. Harry did as bid and then got the sensation of being sucked through a narrow straw. It felt like parts of his body were about to be torn off. He made sure to concentrate really hard on keeping his bits in place. Being a teen, the last thing he wanted was to lose his manhood. When they arrived, he threw up his breakfast. God, that was awful, he said when he was done. He stood and glared at the unapologetic man. I take it your poofing isn't anything like that? Sirius asked with a quirked eyebrow. God, no. Then I can't wait to try it, the now teen said eagerly. Right, let's get this show on the road, Harry sighed as he looked around the alley. First we have to get some money, the Godfather said, bouncing on his toes. He really wanted to go to the bank and see if the goblins could see through this glamour. He wasn't worried they would turn him in. They were mostly neutral about him. Probably, because he had used their services many times in the last year, well, that and he was big account. Right, where are we? Harry asked, not recognizing the alley they were in. Not that most alleys looked different, but there were subtle things that one could see to tell them apart. Like the placement of rubbish tips, and where the doors stood. Oh, right. Well, we're near King's Cross, so we have a bit of a walk, the dogman said as he made his way to the mouth of the alley. You couldn't get us closer. The teen whinged as he followed. Not that he had anything against walking, but he didn't want to spend all day in London. This is the only alley I know, Sirius defended himself. It was the one he and the Potters used whenever Lily wanted to get out of the house. They spent many days in London, just getting away from the war. Lily wanted them to be educated on the city in case they ever had to hide here. That and his old flat wasn't far. Besides, a bit of walk will do you good. If you use magic to move around, you get fat and lazy. Fine, Harry said mulishly. I'll show you a better place to appear. It's closer to the leaky cauldron, he offered as they made it to the streets. Being a weekday, it wasn't that busy, so they made good time. Harry showed Sirius where he slept and what businesses were nice to him when he had been living here. Sirius showed Harry what sights there were, where a good place to eat was, and the few places that were still around from when he dwelled here. The two made their way to Gringotts. And Sirius was not recognized by the goblins. He was speechless. If Harry could teach him this magic, he could go anywhere. Of course, he didn't ask to see his accounts, or try and get money from the teller. Money was exchanged, and they went back to the city proper. They spent a good part of the day in bookstores and touring the sights. Harry had to admit he had a good time. Sirius was a funny and happy guy. When he wasn't depressed, he did pick up some Wicked books at a Wiccan store that focused on ritual magic and tuning yourself with nature. He figured if he could use ambient magic as well as his core, well, he'd be more unstoppable than he was now. Mostly though, he bought ones on meditation. Thanks to Luna's advice, and Mr. Waters' warning, he realized that there was someone in the castle that put his name in the cup. He was already going over security with Worf in his head. However, from what he had been told of this Voldemort person, he would need to be more powerful, hence the books. He reckoned it was a good thing that he was a mostly moral person, or he would attempt to rule the world. But who wanted that headache? He also found some self-defense books that he wanted to learn in case Mr. Waters and the goblins were wrong and he lost his magic. He didn't think it would happen, he was really in tune with his core, but why take the chance? Now that he had these books, if the worst happened he could still defend himself. After 5 hours of roaming the city, Harry poofed them back to the Shrieking Shack. That was really smooth, Sirius commented when they appeared in a cloud of blue smoke. I hope that book helps me learn this magic. I'm sure it will. Barring what you did to Snape, you seem like an intelligent man, Harry encouraged. He really wanted this man to be able to protect himself. If not for the fact that he was his godfather, then for the fact that a great injustice had been carried out on his person. He hoped that when Sirius was acquitted, they could do something about that Fudge guy. It had to be illegal to put a kiss on sight order out for someone who never had a trial. Hey, I wanted to tell you that I have a house that we can hide in over the summer. If you don't want to go back to the Dursleys, the dogman said as if just remembering. He didn't really want to go to his childhood home, but it was the only black house that wasn't occupied. It probably needs some work. Because it's been standing empty for a while, but with your magic and the elves' help, it should be easy to clean. He wondered if Creature were still about, he wasn't going to call the demented elf to find out. Let me think about it. I want to try and to go to the non-magical part of London and get a flat. I could do the reverse on what I did to you today and make myself older. Plus, I can shield that just as easily. You're welcome to join me, as long as you don't try and run my life, Harry said, thinking over some plans to leave. He still had to find out how he lost his memory. Talk to the bloody ghost and scare that Ron kid. That in the library was full of things he would never think of, like household spells and defensive magic. He wondered if he could use his invisibility to get into the restricted section. It was something he would try here soon. However, if he could glamour his godfather, he saw no reason why he couldn't do it to himself to look older. Speaking of which, do you want me to drop the glamour? He asked. Merlin, no. I want to be able to walk the streets. It's not like I'm a real teen and have to go through puberty. No, leave it on. Sirius said excitedly. He was ecstatic, not even Dumbledore could fault him wanting his freedom. He could even go and talk to Waters about getting cleared. His memories were intact and he could show them to the lawyer. And hopefully obtain a trial. They would have to do some heavy politicking, but he now had hope. Unlike Harry, he was a pure blood, so the laws were on his side. All he had to do was get around that idiot Fudge. Right, Harry said with a nod. He could see the man's point of view. He searched his brain for something to talk about, and then remember his talk with the twins' father. Hey, I was talking to Mr. Weasley and he told me that there was a life debt between me and Ginny. What does that mean exactly? I mean, I don't want to have to marry the girl. I don't even know her. That was one Weasley that had kept her distance, though every time he looked at her she was staring at him with cow eyes. It was almost flattering. Almost. To put it simple, IFT debt means that she is going to be pulled by magic into helping you until it is repaid, the older man said, taking a seat on the couch. He crossed his right leg over the left and thought hard on how to explain it more. So if I demanded that she do the first task for me, she would have to comply. Harry asked, sitting in one of the chairs and leaning his arms on his knees. That wasn't the type of power he wanted over anyone. Well, yeah, but I really hope you're not planning on pitting a 13-year-old girl against a magical beast, the godfather stated firmly. He really didn't want to think that, but fuck off. I'm not like that. It was just a question, Harry snarled, completely affronted that anyone would think he'd do that. I don't really know the new you, not like I really knew the old you either. Sirius mumbled the last part, distraught over the fact he really didn't understand the teen sitting across from him. These mood swings were starting to get to him. He wondered if the self-help books Harry made him buy were going to help. He really hoped so. Does this mean others owe me debts too? I mean, I've practically saved the entire castle at one point or another. At least, so I'm told. He asked, a bit worried that people were going to start throwing themselves in front of curses or something. Do I owe that Ron kid for breaking me out of my relatives? I don't know what happened. Hermione only touched on it vaguely, but she said he and the twins rescued me. Well, I'm not sure, came the vague answer. I don't know all the stories. We never really got to talking about your life. You usually only tell me what's going on right now. I can tell you this, magic will find a way. If there is a debt, I suggest you just go with the flow. Let magic suss it out, his godfather said seriously. Right, how did you know it's going to be a magical creature? Harry asked, changing the subject and vowing to do his own research on life debts. Oh, my family would wail about how the tournament had been cancelled. They thought it was a great idea in getting rid of anyone could be more powerful than them, Sirius said with a wave of his hand. They'd talk about the past ones and would go into great detail on how contestants died. Which is why I'm glad that you don't have to compete, he added with a softer tone. Anyway, the first task is traditionally a magical beast. It's supposed to test your daring. Your family sounds like right bastards, the dark-haired teen said with a concentrated look. Oh, they were, he admitted with a laugh. They tried to disown me just because I got sorted into Gryffindor. I left when I was 16, which is how I knew no one would rent to you. I lived with your dad's family until I graduated. That put a hair up Mum's nose, the fugitive laughed. She's probably rolling in her grave over the fact that I'm now head of the family. That had been a surprise, he thought for sure that being disowned would make him ineligible, It seems his grandfather didn't agree with his mum. Harry looked at his watch and cussed, fuck. I missed lunch, the girls and Neville will be worried. I've got to run. I had a great time getting to know you better. I hope you understand more about me now, he said, getting up from the chair and heading to the tunnel. He still didn't know if the old man could feel his poofing and he really didn't want to find out. You still haven't told me about these birds, Sirius whinged, wanting to live vicariously through his godson. Then he realized he could get some of his own now. Hopefully it would be an older woman who liked younger men. He glanced in the mirror and cringed. Not this young, was his thought. Harry, do you think you could make me a little older? I want so to see if I can score. But I don't think I can if I look like a pimply teen. Sure, the younger man said with a shrug. He waved his hand and now Sirius looked to be in his mid-20s, with brown hair and bluer eyes. This way he wouldn't be recognized. The jokester went and looked in the mirror and smiled wickedly. Perfect, he said. Well, that's done. I really have to run, Harry said, making his way out the entrance. Try not to get into trouble, were his parting words. Yeah, right, Sirius laughed as he made his way to the front door. Harry made it back to the castle just as the bell rang to let out the last class of the day. He hurried to the entrance hall, stood on a windowsill, and waited for his friends to show. They should be coming for study time. He watched the crowd, and internally groaned at the attention he was getting. I can't wait for someone to break up with someone, then all this attention would be off me, he thought unpleasantly. Yeah, it wasn't a nice thought, but really didn't. These people better things to than to stare at him. The student body was still debating on this new Harry. Some said he was an arsehole, others stated he was a rebel. So there was still a lot of gossip about him, complete with finger-pointing and whispers. There were the occasional snide remarks, which he promptly ignored or flipped off the offenders. He did nicely acknowledge those who waved to him and called his name, wishing that he remembered theirs, so he could hail them back. But they seemed okay with a nod of the head, and a wink to the females. Many of those girls giggled and ran away, when he smiled and winked at them. He wondered what that was all about, as he perused their fleeing figures. He noticed that even though there wasn't much in the way of physical exercise around here, barring all those damn stairs, most of the girls were trim and slender. And very sexy, if anyone wanted his opinion. He had to wonder if it was the use of magic that burned off the fat and calories. Given what they had been served so far, more people should be pudgy like Neville. Maybe the shy boy didn't use as much magic, and with his low self-confidence it was possible. Then again, Sirius saw it. He'd get fat and lazy if he didn't walk now and again. He'd have to do some research, but he felt he was onto something. Mr. Spock, add that to the databank, Picard ordered in his head. Harry now knew he wouldn't forget. Harry, came the exasperated voice of Hermione, breaking him from his thoughts. Where were you at lunch? We were so worried. She stood in front of him with her hands on her hips, looking like she was going to start yelling if he didn't give her a good answer. I was with an adult, he told her in a firm tone that said, drop it. She didn't need to know what he did with his day. The answer he had given her should appease her enough that she shouldn't ask more. He was wrong. Oh, who? She asked with a tilt of her head. She was sure he had snuck out and gone to London. But did one of the professors take him? Surely the new Harry wouldn't want that. He really didn't like the staff that he had met so far. But, perhaps it was one of the teachers he hadn't met, like Professor Flitwick or Professor Sprout. She didn't think he'd be rude to those overly nice people. It was hard to tell with this new personality. She did miss the old Harry, but was getting to like this new one. Still, it was hard to reconcile the two in her mind. Honestly, Hermione, that's all you need to know, our hero stated with a glare. Did everyone have a friend that argued with them all the time? He wondered to himself. He would really have to hate to dump her. She was actually a nice person, when she wasn't being bossy. That and she was one of his dates to whatever function the staff had dreamed up for this year. Which was another reason he would stick around for a while. He didn't want to disappoint the ladies. As you can see, Harry is just fine, Luna's voice cut in, stopping the argument before it started. Did you have fun with your dog, Father? She asked dreamily as she sidled up to his side. He jumped from the windowsill and put his arm around her, making her sigh happily. Hermione opened her mouth to start haranguing, until Neville elbowed her to stop. He agreed with Harry, she didn't need to know. Moreover, here was not the place. She turned her glare to him, and was met with a matching stare. She cringed a bit at the look he was sending her way. He never did that before, and he looked like he could put her in her place without blinking. Yeah, a lot had changed since Harry came back. Yeah, we had a great time, and I got some books that'll help with that little project you set me up with, Harry answered Luna with a wink and a smile. He really liked this slip of a girl. She kept him calm with her airy questions and statements. Her whole aura just oozed tranquility, which he immersed in whenever he could. He still didn't know if they could have more, but he'd bask in the friendship. Until he figured it out. What project? The know-it-all asked, bouncing on her toes, which once again caused the two male teens to look down. Maybe if I quit nagging, he'll tell me, she thought. Then blushed and stopped bouncing when she noted where those eyes were. Perverts. Just something that me and Luna are experimenting with, he said with a wave of his hand as he returned his gaze to her face. However, you're more than welcome to read the books, after I'm done with them. She was a smart girl, perhaps, she would suss it out on her own. It wasn't his fault that she doubted Luna. Fine. The bushy-haired witch harumphed, seeing she wasn't going to get better answers. Although, you really should be paying more attention to your school studies, she scolded. Only to be met with a bland look. She turned and marched into the great hall and took a seat at her normal spot. She then pulled out her books and started to read, grumbling all the while. Don't worry, Harry, Neville said, clapping him on the back. She'll either learn to accept that she doesn't need know everything, or die disappointed. He didn't care what Harry studied, as long as he kept his promise to help him learn to be a great wizard. He had flipped through that book the other boy had lent him, and was impressed with the fact that it was written by Merlin. He was especially glad that the translation spell was still on it. He now had a start on what his friend was going to teach him, and he couldn't wait. Well, that's a bit morbid but accurate, the dark-haired wizard. Dee agreed as he made it to the seat across from his angry friend, Luna sitting next to him and Neville by Hermione. He dropped his arm and pulled the Wiccan books from his TARDIS pocket and started to read. They studied for a little while with Harry getting strange looks over his reading material. The bright-colored covers and the non-moving pictures of scantily clothed women praising the moon drew a lot of attention. Most wizards and witches didn't know what Wicca was, so they had no clue that they were passing up a different type of magic. Their loss, he thought as he caught a whisper. Harry learned that the religion was all about keeping your cool and not hurting anyone, while attempting to do magic. And harm it none, do what you will, was their motto. Well, there was a longer creed, but it was mostly boiled down to that one sentence. They used ritual spells to help others, or improve their own lives. Some of those ceremonies were bizarre. Really, dancing naked in the moonlight, chanting to dead deities and the elements was a bit much. Still naked women, he thought as his mind wandered. Our hero shook his head and disregarded those titillating thoughts, for now. They were something he might research later. Since they truly believed that is where they got their powers from. He wanted to learn to meditate using new approaches that could improve his mindscape and let him feel the ambient magic in the air. The book he was reading right now was on aura reading. It was telling him how to get in touch with the magic around people and feel their aura. He closed his eyes for a moment, did that with Luna. And once again felt the tranquility he felt earlier. This might not be as hard as the author was suggesting. There were 2 suggested meditations in this book. The mirror technique seemed like it could trap you if you weren't careful, so he put that away for now. The candle one seemed like a good start. He'd have to do it in a non-flammable area, just in case his magic made the flame flare. He was still learning how to harness it, given how the whole skunk fiasco played out. Speaking of Ron, he subtly glanced at the redhead and noted that there was only a small space around him. So the stink must be mostly gone. He did see that the black and white hues were still there, albeit washed out. He was glad that the jinx was fading. He really felt bad for the boys that had to bunk with him. He chuckled under his breath, and turned back to his studying. He put the aura book away and pulled out a ritual book. After a few minutes, he was really getting into it. Perhaps he could convince a few girls to dance in the moonlight, sans clothes. For a spell, of course. Shaking his head from those thoughts, which he had to say were very distracting, he read more. Sirius Pav. Meanwhile, Sirius was walking down the streets of Hogsmeade, relishing the freedom of not being recognized. He looked everywhere, as if he were a third year and in the village for the first time. He was just about to go into the clothing store, which advertised a new line of clothes with Harry's name on it, when he realized he had no money. Cursing to himself, he turned to the 3 broomsticks. And after waving to the always lovely Rosmerta, who gave him a queer look, he used the flow to the leaky cauldron. Using his stolen wand to get into Diagon Alley, he made his way to Gringotts, on. C.E. Moore basking in being able to walk down a busy sunlit street unmolested. He spotted an Auror, who was probably there to catch him, and didn't even blink. The guy looked right past him, which made him break out into a huge smile. This was quite a prank on the DMLE. He'd have to tell Harry all about it. The 2 goblins in front of the bank bowed and opened the door. He nodded back, as was proper, and made his way to the nearest empty teller and glanced at the nameplate. "Hello, Steelblade, I'd like to see Shockhorn if I could," he said, when the goblin acknowledged him. Shockhorn is the Black family account manager. "Judging from your hair and eyes, you are not a Black," Steelblade growled. "Or you are under a disguise, which we greatly frown upon," he added, narrowing his beady black eye. At the fact that the wards didn't warn him. "I have little recourse except to come as I am," Sirius said, hoping the goblin realized who he was by that vague statement. In the past it was always night when he came, without a disguise. And to a mostly empty bank. One more shady-looking character, whose hood was up, was always disregarded by the night dwellers. "We shall see." Snarlfist. The teller shouted. "You bellowed." The little being asked from Sirius' elbow, making the young-looking man jerk. He wondered where this one came from. Sneaky little critters, these goblins, he thought. "Here is another one for a blood test." Steelblade growled, pointing his gnarled finger at the twitching man. "Find out who he is, and how he got past our censor wards. If he is who I think he is, and swears an oath, then take him so Shockhorn. If he is not, kill him," he snarled, making Sirius very glad he wasn't lying. "Follow me, human," Snarlfist deadpanned as he turned to the same door Harry went through to take his test. Sirius fretted. He was worried that Harry's glamour might be a little too complete. He really didn't trust his magic to get him out of trouble. The spells he had used since he stole the wand were weak. This made him more determined to learn his godson's brand of magic. He hated that this whole thing was making him feel emasculated. He used to be stronger than this. Damn T. He bloody ministry and the fucking Dementors for making him feel pathetic. He made a vow to himself to become the man he used to be. He squared his shoulders, like the Gryffindor he was, and followed the goblin to the room. Grabbed the knife with a firm hand, and took the test, making sure to wipe the blood on his robes. When the numbers of his 4 vaults appeared, he silently sighed in relief. A bit too soon. Come with me, Black. The goblin said and went to another room. The glamored man followed the tiny creature. When he got to the door, he felt magic wash over him, but he remained the same. In the room was a small table with 4 wooden chairs. There were swords and axes along the wall and stuffed heads of magical creatures. Was that a werewolf? The dogman thought, hoping it really wasn't. It takes a skilled hunter to kill one of those in that form. There was the same warning that was written on the entrance on the back wall. The fugitive knew that if they could get away with it, there would be human heads decorating those walls. Goblins really didn't like thieves. Tell me, Black, how did you defeat the thief's downfall? Snarlfist asked as he pulled a wicked-looking blade from his belt. He started to clean his long black fingernails and glared menacingly at the man. I didn't do it, someone else did. Sirius quickly defended himself, holding up his hands in surrender. Then he felt the tug of the promise he had made, and lied, I can't tell you more, I'm under oath. He worried that he might have to break his promise. He was sure Harry would understand if it was to save his life. Snarlfist snarled and slammed his knife on the table, disappointed that he wouldn't get torture anyone minus today. Trying to get information for someone under a vow was pointless. They usually died before telling anything. He sat on one side of the table, and then waved his spindly hand to the chair opposite. Tell me what you can, and we will see about seeing Shockhorn. I want an OATH that you will not use this new magic to rob Gringotts. His toothy grin didn't make Sirius feel any more comfortable, though he didn't show it. I can't tell much, but from what I understand, they actually turned me into my younger self, and changed my hair and eyes. This is not a glamour as much as it is a transfiguration or morphing, he said as he sat, making sure to not mention Harry's name. Do you mind if I study it? We don't want people to be able to come into the bank in such a disguise, the tiny being asked, rubbing his pointed beard in thought. It was imperative that this magic be known to the Goblin Nation. The downfall was supposed to be foolproof, being able to trick it was bad for business. Black thought about it for a second as his eyes roamed the heads on the walls. He firmly nodded his consent, thinking it would do no harm. The goblin waved his hand in front of the human's body to try and get a feel for the magic. His brow furrowed as he concentrated on what he was seeing. There was a great deal of raw magic involved in this glamour, but he couldn't see an actual spell used. He narrowed his eyes as something clicked in his head. The other person wasn't using spells, he was doing intent magic. Much like his own people did. There was little that could be done to reverse it, only the caster could. However, it can be detected by wards, if they were retuned to human intent magic. He had enough to give to the warders. He nodded and stopped the spell. Your oath, he said, picking up the knife once more and twirling it in his hands. There would be an oath. Or this man would not leave this room alive. I, Sirius Orion Black, do solemnly swear that I am not here to rob Gringotts, and will not in the future. Furthermore, I will never tell anyone outside of Gringotts about this magic. Unless they take a similar vow, the dogman recited firmly, making sure to add that loophole, and holding up his stolen wand. A dim light flared and sunk into his body, binding him to that oath and the promise he had made Harry. I will take you to Shockhorn now, Snarlfist stated, getting up from his chair and replacing his blade on his belt. Sirius subtly wiped his brow, that was close. He had no idea what they did with thieves, and he never wanted to find out. His eyes went to the head of the werewolf once again, and he shuddered. They made their way to Annette. Her set of doors that led to a long hall lined with more doors, which the disguised man had walked many times before. They came to a stop in front of a door that had the black crest on it. Snarlfist knocked, and then entered. Mr. Black is here to see you. Be warned, he is under a disguise, but he passed the blood test. The thief's downfall. The old goblin behind the desk asked, tapping his TTY finger on the desk and wondering how a glamoured human made it this far into the bank alive. The medium-sized room looked like any other business office. The walls were lined with books and scrolls. And a large metal and wooden desk sat against the back wall with two matching, red-cushioned chairs set in front of it. "This is a new form of magic, and it fooled the downfall," Snarlfist said blandly. "I have studied it. And it will soon be incorporated into the wards," he assured the older goblin. "Very well, show him in." Snarlfist waved the young-looking man in, and Sirius took a seat on of the chairs in front of the large desk. "Shockhorn," he greeted with more confidence, at least he knew this goblin. "Black," the goblin returned as he waved his hand to see this new magic. He too was impressed. "I have to say that is a fine bit of magic. Tell me how you accomplished such a feat." He leaned forward on his desk, his hands folded over some important-looking documents. "All I can tell you is that it was someone else. And they are the only person who can break it. I've already given an oath that I will not rob Gringotts, ever. All I wanted was some money to play with," the poor man whinged. Really put out that his glamour would cause so much trouble. "Oh, Mr. Black, you have much more to do, now that you can come freely to the bank," Shockhorn said with faux sweetness as he got up and went to one of the bookshelves. He pulled down a tome that was almost as large as him, and carried it to the desk. He thumped it down in front of the fugitive and smiled a toothy smile and said, "Let's get your accounts in order. Shall we?" Sirius, who just wanted to get his leg over, groaned and banged his head on the very large book. Shite. He wasn't going to be picking up any women today. Harry's paw. The kids had been studying for about an hour, when Harry remembered something. "Hermione, tell me why the word polyjuice jiggles my memories," he said questioningly. She looked up from her Dada book. And got a thoughtful look on her face. "Oh, well, you see, we sort of used it in our second year. It's a potion that lets you mimic someone else, if you add their essence. Like hair or fingernails." She quickly reiterated at the disgusted look on our hero's face. "Bad choice of words, sorry. Anyway, it takes forever to brew. You and Ron were convinced that Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. And wanted to catch him talking about it. You boys took the potion, I think you were Crabbe, and the two of you snuck into their common room," she hedged in a whisper, making Harry lean over the table to hear her. She didn't want to tell that she had been stuck as a hybrid cat person for 2 weeks. "You did find out that he didn't know anything," she added. "Ew, really, I drank that shite?" he inquired with grimace on his face as he did a full-body shudder. He still didn't remember, but if he was getting nudges there was hope. "Well, the whole school was sure it was you that was petrifying people. Even though you were friends with me. They were shunning you and running away in the halls. You just wanted to get the attention off of yourself," she explained, not even reprimanding his language. See, she could learn. "What were the teachers doing about it?" he asked blandly, pretty much sure of the answer. "Well, nothing really," she stuttered, not wanting to give him more reason to hate and distrust the staff. But she didn't want to lie to him either. "However, I think they were unsure as to if it was you or not," she finished, hoping that would ward off his anger. Harry scoffed, typical, and went back to his reading. One more nail in that coffin. They were quiet after that, and soon it is time for dinner. So they all put their books away and settled to talk of non-important things. Harry looked to the staff table and brought up his map to cover his right lens. He read the names of the teachers and wondered why Bartemius Crouch Jr. was teaching, and what he taught. He was also confused as to why the man looked older than his father. He remembered Senior telling him he had to compete in the stupid tournament. With the discussion he just had, there was a chance that this guy was an imposter. But he didn't want to accuse anyone of anything without proof. He was just about to ask a few questions, when his proximity ward went into yellow alert. There was an adult coming. Sirius Paw. Hours later, Sirius finally stumbled from the bank to a mostly empty alley. He cursed the goblins with every fiber of his being. He rubbed his aching right hand, and wandered down the street to the leaky cauldron. He went to the alley behind it, and apparated to the outskirts of the shrieking shack. He was far too tired to pick up a bird. He somehow made it to the bed he was using, and waved off Winky when she asked if he wanted dinner. He was asleep before his head hit the pillow. He dreamed of goblins coming after him with rubber hoses, and beating Harry's name out of him. No, poor Sirius had not had a good day. "Mr. Potter, came the voice of the person Harry wanted to talk to least. "You left the school grounds today. May I ask why?" Dumbledore said, looking over his glasses as if greatly disappointed. Which he in fact was. Ever since Harry returned from his week-long absence, he had defied him at every turn. Now, with this restraining order, Albus just didn't know what to think. "None of your business," our hero snarled as he turned to face the old man. At least he wasn't being familiar with him this time. "You aren't supposed to be near me, Dumbledore," he reminded the headmaster. "If it has to do with school business, then yes, I can question you," Albus stated firmly. He had made sure that little clause was added to the restraining order. It had been a great debate with the Wizengamot, the school board, and Harry's lawyer, but in the end they saw it his way, as they always do. Well, mostly. He had tried to get the whole thing squashed. But Waters was adamant that the now adult, and wasn't that a surprise, did not want anything to do with the headmaster, and if Dumbledore wanted the young man to stay at Hogwarts, then he would comply. Since the boy did need to be here, he conceded to the demands. "Yeah, I did note how you snuck that part in," Harry stated with a glare, remembering the rant in the lawyer's letter. He had been in such a hurry at the time that he just skimmed the missive. Now, he was going to have to read it again to see just how far that went. "Don't think I don't know your game, old man. You are just trying to find a way to keep an eye on me. It was the only way that you would be able to stay in the castle," Dumbledore stated, rubbing his beard. "You cannot expect to remain at Hogwarts and have me not inquire about your whereabouts. It is against school policy for you to wander away from the castle without informing anyone. Even if you are of age," he added questioningly, as if Harry would tell him how he knew that. "Great. I'll just be going then," the teen said, making as if to get up. Only to have his friends protest. He turned to them and winked. He knew the old man wouldn't let him leave. "That is not at all what I meant. Young man," the headmaster sighed, pinching his long nose. "I am merely stating that you should have told someone that you were going. Now once again, why did you leave? You know there are dark forces that want to kill you." He really wanted him to stay here where he, Albus Dumbledore, could protect him. Why couldn't this unruly teen understand that? Perhaps, he should have let it alone. But he really didn't want Harry wandering around without escort. Harry smirked at his friends in an "I told ya so" way, and then turned back to the old man. "I was getting study material," he said calmly. Which was 91% true. "You said I could self-study, and I am. It's not my fault that what I wanted to learn wasn't in your library. Now that I'm of age, I have rights. And one of those rights is to go off campus," he pointed out. "Yet, you still need to notify the staff. In addition, there is nothing on the curriculum that is not in the library. Consequently, you are studying outside of what we teach in Hogwarts. May I see what you acquired? I need to be sure that it is safe. There are many tomes that are forbidden in the school, or that need to be put aside until one is older," the headmaster stated, wondering what the child could possibly be learning. He did hope that Harry wasn't turning grayer than he already was. He brushed off the rest as unimportant, since he, as the headmaster, still had complete control of the school. "Sure, but don't think for a second that you can put it aside. This is my personal book," Harry said, and pulled Gryffindor's book out and held it out to Man, making sure it had a return charm on it. If the headmaster decided to walk away with it, or add any charms to it, it would reappear back in his TARDIS pocket. Harry wasn't taking any chances. He didn't trust this man, or any of the adults he met, bar Sirius, and even he was still a maybe. "This is a priceless manuscript, how did you obtain it?" Albus asked as he turned the book over in his hands, studying it intently. This was a lost piece of knowledge, and he wondered if Harry would let him read it. It was very doubtful at this moment, but he'd ask another time. For he was sure the boy would one day forgive him. "Not your business," Harry repeated, holding his hand out in an unspoken command. "Very well," the old man sighed as he handed the book back with a grandfather-like smile. "Learn from it well. Furthermore, do try to let us know if you are going to leave the grounds," he said as he turned to go back to the staff table. "Yeah, right," the teen scoffed as he turned back to his friends. Luna nodded, knowing that her friend would go where he will. Neville shrugged, it wasn't his business, and Hermione. Harry, the bossy girl, started ONL. Why to stop and flinch when she was met with 3 piercing glares? No, just no, Hermione, don't start with me, Harry bit out with a slash of his hand. He really didn't want to get into it with her. He knew how much he loathed the old goat and the reasons why. He didn't understand why she was so hung up on authority. It had to be something with her upbringing. Perhaps, she'd start to see that adults weren't the last word in everything. They made mistakes, and the headmaster thought he controlled everyone. That was abuse of power, and the amnesiac hoped she learned that soon. I was going to ask if I could read it. The bushy-haired witch huffed, not completely lying. Not that any of the other 3 teen believed her, but they let it go. As long as she wasn't scolding anyone. Like the old man said, it's a priceless artifact. So, sorry, but, no, it's not leaving my possession, our hero stated, putting the book back in his TARDIS pocket. You can trust me. I've never damaged a book in my life, she all but begged. She really hoped that he would start treating her like he did the others. While he didn't leave her out, he still held back with her. I'm sorry, but I'll see if I can make a temporary copy of it for you. He compromised. He'd make one that couldn't be copied and would disappear in a few days. She would be able to take notes, but that was all. It wasn't that he didn't trust her with the book. He knew she would not abuse it, but he really felt that she still hadn't proven herself either. Sure, she'd kept his secrets so far, but nothing had challenged her yet. She was walking a thin line with all her reprimanding and such. Then again, she had been by his side since the beginning, so had Luna. Maybe, he was playing unfair favorites among his friends. After all, Neville hadn't really proven himself either, and he had Merlin's book. However, the shy boy didn't harass him whenever he did anything. He didn't ask questions, and he had stuck up for Harry whenever he could, but so did Hermione. The dark-haired teen knew that he'd let Luna borrow any book in a heartbeat, but she just radiated trust and peace. He was going to have to put this in the databank and look harder at his actions. Can you tell me more about it? She asked, eager to know. He shrugged, not seeing the harm. It's a book written by Godric Gryffindor. It's mostly about wandless Gic and the pitfalls of messing with spells, he said, scooping up some of the roast beef and potatoes from the platters that just appeared. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I will be glad to get a copy, she said excitedly. She was a fast reader and a bit of knowledge was better than none. Besides, it was written by Gryffindor, who wouldn't want to read it? Even Slytherins would jump at that chance. Harry, I was wondering something. Luna said, looking at him pointedly. Why do you still wear glasses? I mean, you might be able to get your eyes healed. Or get contacts. Have you asked Madame Pomfrey? Or attempted to research it with your project? She really wanted to see if he could pull off something that even the best healers could not. I didn't know I could, and they're useful, but I'll look into it, he answered vaguely. He wanted her to understand there was a reason why he didn't use his new magic to rid himself of glasses, other than the fact that it never occurred to him. Which reminds me, I need to get new ones. Too bad I didn't think of that while we were in Hogsmeade, or while I was out today, he added, remembering that these spectacles would fade. That's right, those are short-term, I had forgotten. Hermione stated, a bit upset that she had overlooked it. Harry waved his hand in a, forget it, manner. Don't worry about it, I'll get Madame Pomfrey to magic up a new pair, he lied. He was going to fix his eyes and make this pair plain glass. He once more opened his mouth to ask about Junior, when the twins came up and sat on either side of him. So what's this we hear about you sneaking off? Ickle Harrykins. Fred asked as he served himself some roasted chicken. They had just come back from Quidditch practice, and Wood had driven them hard. He was starved. Yeah, and why didn't you invite us? George continued, picking the same food as his twin. I had no idea you wanted to go, was the answer. Please, don't call me Ickle, I don't mind Harrykins, much, but would prefer it if you stuck with Harry. Okay, Harry, they said together. Just for future reference, we always want to go, George stated with a smirk. Yeah, Trouble is our middle name, Fred added with a matching smirk. Right. Well, I never know when I'll need new material, so how will I tell you when I'm about to go walkabout? The dark-haired teen asked the matching gingers. Hermione opened her mouth to protest. When Neville stomped on her foot, she yelped, and when she met his glare, she realized that she was doing it again. So, she held her peace, for now. Well, that is a puzzle, what with us being in different years. Fred said with a frown. The twins put their heads together behind Harry's back and had a quick discussion with mostly whispers and facial expressions. They drew apart and they said, "We'll get back to you on that." "Right, you do that." "Hey, I have a question. Your dad told me about you and Ron coming to rescue me during the summer before my second year. What was all that about?" Harry asked, looking back and forth between the two. "Well, you didn't answer Ron's letters," Fred started as usual. "And I do have to say he was quite worried about you. Don't know why that changed," he added, rubbing his chin. "Anyway, he told us that your relatives didn't treat you right, so we stole Dad's car and went to find out what was going on. We got there, and there were bars on your window, locks and a cat flap on your door, and they were feeding you a cold can of soup once a day, or so you told us. Your poor owl was also locked in her cage. Both of you were starving. It's a good thing we showed." George continued, making Harry swing his head between the two. "Did I tell you why they were doing that? Not that I can think of a good enough reason, but," he trailed off. He really wanted to know. The more he heard about these Dursleys, the more he didn't like them. He was piecing together his childhood from the tidbits people told him, and it looked like he might have been an abused child. Or at the very least neglected. Either way, it didn't sound like a happy home, which made him more determined to not go back. This new him might wind up hurting them. Use would explain his gut reaction to Hyde while he was on the streets. Something about Dobby ruining an important dinner engagement, Fred said with a frown as he tried to remember. "Yeah, he dropped the putting on a guest to get you in trouble with the ministry," George laughed. "That was funny, well until you got to the part where Harry was punished. But picturing an elf floating some large cert over a woman's head and dropping it was hilarious. It worked too. You had them cowed, until they found out you couldn't do underage magic," Fred said. "Why did he do that?" "I thought he was my friend," Harry asked, remembering Hermione vaguely touching on this subject, when she was retelling his life. "He was trying to save your life," they said as one. "Yes, he didn't want you to come to Hogwarts that year," Hermione added, hoping that Harry wouldn't look down on the little guy. He really thought he was doing the right thing. "Right, you mentioned that," our hero stated and then waved it away. He'd have to talk to Dobby about it, and the order came for it to be added to the databank. "So, who is the ugly guy with the weird eye, sitting at the staff table?" he finally got to ask. All 6 of them turned to teachers. Snape's paw. "What are those children talking about? They just all look this way," Snape asked warily as he watched 5 Gryffindor, and 1 Ravenclaw, heads turned towards where he and Moody sat. He didn't need any more trouble. He still wasn't getting anywhere with the Grey Lady, and the Bloody Baron was up his nose all the damn time. He couldn't help if the kids in his class were useless. Dumbledore was still questioning him about that night, like his answer would change the more he was asked. He wondered what country he could hide in. Somewhere where there were no Death Eaters, Order members, or ghosts to blackmail him. No Potters or Blacks to make his life miserable. No twinkle-eyed men or Tortoise Masters to control him. There had to be somewhere. "I don't know, Snape. Perhaps they found out that you're a damn Death Eater," the imposter snarled, playing his part. He was trying to use the magical eye to read their lips. Constant vigilance, indeed. He cursed under his breath when he realized they were talking about him. He threw his napkin down on the table, got up and stomped from the room without another word. He didn't need the attention on him. "What did you say to Alistair to make him to leave so suddenly?" McGonagall asked, as she patted her lips with a napkin. With Harry's missing memory of the night he ran, she didn't quite trust the potions master as much as she used to. Not that she liked the boy right now, still to obliviate a child, and perhaps being the reason he ran away, well, she was keeping an eye on him. "I simply asked him if he knew why your Gryffindors were looking this way. Potter is up to something, I know it," Severus snarled, glaring at the teens. His eyes narrowed when he was something green flicker in the brat's glasses. Like there was a light on them. Just what is that child up to now? He wondered. "Severus, must you always blame Harry for everything?" Minerva sighed. It was a constant battle between them. And she really didn't want to get into it right now. Then the teens looked back to each other and started to talk in whispers. "I've lost my appetite," Snape said, folding his napkin and placing it on his plate. "Good night, Minerva. Phileas, Pomona, Albus, he said as he nodded to each of those nearest him, and then swept from the room. Harry's paw. You mean the ugly guy that just stomped out? Not Snape, but the old one. Fred asked, picking up some chicken and taking a bite. Yeah, he's a bit unnerving, our hero stated, also returning to his meal. That's ol' Mad-Eye Moody, George answered, swiping some more chicken off the platter. What is his real name? Because that sounds like a nickname, Harry asked with narrow eyes. Alistair Moody, Neville answered. He's the Dada professor and an ex-Auror. Most of the people in Azkaban are there because of him. Shite, Harry thought frantically. What am I going to do with that bit of information? I was right, he's an imposter. Why would there be an imposter at Hogwarts? Oh, damn it, he must be the one who put my name in the stupid tournament. But why? Is he the one trying to do me in? Again, why? Fuck, what can I do? His mind raced with this information. He knew he couldn't trust the adults, and he couldn't just out and out say he knew the guy was a fake. He'd have to explain how he knew. So what to do? Damn it. Out loud he said, I don't trust him. There is just something about him that gives me the willies. Try not to be alone with the guy, okay? He looked to each of his friends with a serious face. I don't know, Harry. I was alone with him and all he did was talk about my parents. He seems reasonable enough, Neville said, looking at his frantic friend and wondering what set him off. When the Dada professor talked to him after the class with the Unforgivables, he seemed like a nice guy, if a bit gruff and paranoid. Please, just trust me on this, that guy is bad news, he all but begged, still running the new data through his databank. Trying to come up with a solution. I believe Harry is correct, Luna said with a dreamy look. That is a man that should be avoided at all cost. He is the defense against the dark arts professor after all. She added, and then came back to herself, humming a little tune. That's right, according to what Hermione has told me, we trusted all the Dada teachers and they tried to kill me at one point or another, Harry exclaimed, happy to have an excuse. Harry, how can you say that? Professor Lupin didn't try to kill you, Hermione said, looking at her friend and wondering the same thing Neville was. Wasn't he the werewolf that tried to eat me, twice? Our hero asked with narrow eyes. He still was uncertain about that guy, even if he was Sirius' best friend. From what Hermione told him he was just as reckless as his godfather. Well, maybe not quite, but still with his condition he should have known better than to rush ahead unprepared. Well, he really wasn't himself. She tried to defend the werewolf. That doesn't negate the fact that he put himself in a position that put others in danger, or the fact that he tried to eat me, Harry snarled, slamming his fork on the table. Yes, I suppose you are correct, the bushy-haired witch quickly conceded. Well, when you put it like that, I guess I understand why you wouldn't like him. Okay, Harry, I'll keep people around me when he's near. I just hope I don't get detention with him, Neville said to defuse the angry boy. He did wonder if it was more than that, and vowed to ask Harry when they were alone. Good, the dark-haired boy said with a firm nod and went back to his dinner. His mind was still racing as to what to do. He knew one thing for sure, he wasn't going to be caught around that man. Hey, Neville, I just remembered something, Harry said, turning to the sandy-haired boy. He was going to let Mind Crew go over what to do about the Moody imposter. They'd think of something, you know, how I was telling you about my mum's diary. Well, there's a prophecy, and it pertains to both of us, so we'd better get started on that project. Really? The shy boy asked, a bit fearfully. Being iced as a wizard, he had a healthy dread of prophecies, which was one of the reasons he took divination. Not that Trelawney was any good. He certainly didn't know if he liked the fact that he could be part of one. What does it say? He asked. Well, I don't know the exact wording, but something about only a boy who was born at the end of July could vanquish Voldemort. It states that it is either the boy's life or the Dark Lord's. Our hero said, rubbing his chin and ignoring the flinches. There is a bit about being marked as an equal, which could mean my scar, so you may be in the clear. But, why take that chance? He really didn't want the other boy to be caught unawares. He really didn't understand prophecies, but with Luna being a seer, he wasn't going to take the chance that it was bogus. While he got Neville up to speed on wandless magic, maybe he could help fortify his mind. Right, I'll study that book harder, Neville stated with a firm nod of his head, as he firmed his shoulders. He was determined to get that book read tonight. Maybe, if he did, they could start tomorrow. From what he skimmed of that book, he could go really far and then he wouldn't be such a wuss at magic. He was really glad he had Harry as a friend, because only a friend would lend out such a priceless artifact. Yeah, get back to me when you're done, the dark-haired teen stated as he bit into some scalloped potatoes. He had to admit the house elves really knew how to cook. Don't worry, Harry, I plan on finishing it tonight, the other teenager stated, then he too returned to his dinner. What book? Hermione asked carefully. She really wasn't winning any good points with her friends today, and she didn't want to rock the boat any further. Just copy of a book on magical theory that I let him borrow, Harry lied. Waving it off as unimportant. He took out the Wicca books that he read earlier and gave them to the bookworm to hold her over. Perhaps, it would slate her curiosity for now. These are what I was studying today. I've done with these, so you can look at them. Maybe we can practice some of those rituals, he added with a wink and a wiggling of his eyebrows. Neville blushed when he saw one of the covers. Those were some very fit women. Pervert, Luna giggled, seeing the scantily clad woman on the front of the first one. Teenager, Harry laughed. He loved their little byplay. Harry, some of these women are indecent, Hermione gasped, as she looked at the females praising the moon with only robes and bit of cloth to cover the essentials. All the right bits are covered, he disagreed with a frown. He didn't think they were offensive at all. To him they were visions of loveliness. They all had pretty decent clothes on in his opinion. Sure, one to the books had W. Omen in open robes and nothing underneath, but like he said, all the right bits were covered. The rest of the books had women and men in Renaissance clothing, flowing gowns, cloth pants and tunics and such. He had no idea what was offending her. Fine, I'll look through them, but I don't see what could be so important about a minor Muggle religion, she said, glancing at the index. I got it mostly for the meditation techniques. The lady in the store said there were good ones in there that I hadn't tried. I'm trying to see if I can get my memories back with them, he added, taking a sip of his juice. Here, Luna. Here's one on aura reading. It might help clear your mind up a bit, he added, handing the book to his blonde friend. Seriously, let me know if you want to try anything, he ate again with smirk as his mind went to 13 sky-clad females dancing in the moonlight. His eyes glazed over, until Luna hit him on the head. Pervert, she said again with a huge grin on her face. Guilty, he finally conceded. Something was bugging me earlier and I was wondering if you guys had any insight, he waved at pure bloods surrounding him, who all perked up. I noticed there aren't a lot of overweight people here. At least not compared to the non-magical world, and was wondering why. It's not like there is an abundance of exercise. Except all those damn stairs. Which he really was tired of climbing. That and look at all this fatty food, he added, indicating all the roasted meat, the gravies, the sauces, and the excess starches. That is a very intelligent observation, Luna commented. Looking over the people around her. She never really thought of it. She knew she never gained any weight, and with her love of pudding she really should, but that could be a family trait. After all, both of her parents were willowy. Her mind was going over what she knew, making her less attentive to the rest of the conversation. Well, our mum is on the heavy side, but she doesn't get much exercise. What with keeping house all the time, Fred said, rubbing his chin. That and she cooks enough to put a house elf to shame. We never want for food in our house. Now that I think about it. Dad's not the epitome of heat either, George stated, thinking over who else negated Harry's statement, like Professor Sprout, Minister Fudge, that toad of his, and Bagman. Did they use a lot of magic? Harry asked tentatively, not wanting to offend. Mum uses quite a bit for chores, Fred said with a nod. Dad might use a lot in one day, but most days are slow, George stated. Oh, I never asked him, but what does he do? Head of the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, they said proudly. I'm going to take that means what it sounds like, the messy-haired amnesiac said with a smile. I'm not one to ask. Neville lamented, bringing Harry's attention to him. He hated being pudgy. I can say since I've been here my weight has dropped a bit, but I can't seem to get that last bit of baby fat off. He said with a frown. Yeah, he had a few body issues. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel bad, I was just wondering, our hero stated, keeping the rest of his theory to himself for now. He'd have to scan the other boy's magical use. Harry really wanted to help his new friend, and hoped it was his self-confidence that was holding him back. The shy boy waved it away. It's all right. It's something I want to look into too, he said, now that he was thinking about it. If he could get rid of the fat, that would be awesome. It was another thing his gran always got onto him about. She'd point out how fit and strong her son had been, and how Neville wasn't measuring up. Great, we'll add it to things to research, Harry said as he rubbed his hands together, and then changed the subject. I want to prank Snape, any ideas? He asked, looking to the twins and Neville. Well, the sandy-haired boy started reluctantly, Snape is my greatest fear, and when we faced the boggart, to make it funny, I had him dressed in Gran's clothes. You can possibly jinx him with that, he said as his face held a hopeful look. The scene played out in his head, making him chuckle. What's a boggart? And how does your Gran dress? Were the excited questions. Snape dressed as a woman would be great, and if he could get it to be random, that would be funny as hell. A boggart is a creep. You're that takes on the guise of what you fear most. Only laughter will make it fade. We learned about them last year. Your boggart is Dementors, Hermione informed him with a frown. She didn't like the idea of pranking a teacher. But she held her peace for now. Right, Madame Bones told me about them, Harry said, thinking that he needed to get the Patronus down quickly. Waters had told him all about them, and what they were used for. He'd have to ask the twins if they knew it, so that messages could be sent if he went walkabout again. He could already hear his mind crew going over the spell, so he would know it completely soon. Yes, it was Professor Lupin who took his time to teach you the Patronus charm. He was ever so kind, and one of the best teachers we've had. Though, Professor Moody isn't bad. The bushy-haired girl stated, wanting Harry to understand that Lupin was good guy. Harry frowned at both those statements, until Neville brought his attention to him. Gran dresses in an old-fashioned woman's suit. It's tweed and has a knee-length skirt and a matching jacket, and she has a buzzard hat. She pretty much has the same suit in many colors. I'll get Dean to draw it for you, so you can get a better picture. That'd be bloody awesome, the twins said as one. They had heard about the incident, but could never quite get a spell down to replicate it. Right, I'm knackered, so I'm headed up. You guys coming? Harry said with a yawn. It had been another long day. He really hoped Sirius got his leg over, the man deserved to have a good time. Sirius paw. Poor Sirius sneezed in his sleep and continued to dream. He was chained to a desk and there was a huge pile of paperwork in front of him. His account manager was cackling to the side, saying that he would never be able to leave. The rubber hoses would hit his hands whenever he stopped signing something. There were women to the other side the room, calling him to come and play. He rolled over and mumbled in his sleep, I'm trying. Wait for me, my beauties. His legs made a running motion as he went nowhere. The gang's paw. The group all decided that they too were tired, so all of them grabbed their bags and left the Great Hall. They talked of unimportant things and Luna spilt off near the Ravenclaw dorms. Harry made sure to kiss her cheek goodnight, making the twins Crow and Neville wonder if he could start doing the same. Hermione just blushed, when Harry did the same to her. They made it to the Gryffindor Tower and they all climbed wearily into their rooms. Neville settled on his bed, and took out Merlin's book determined to finish it tonight. He could always get a pepper up from Pomfrey in the morning. Ron came in, glared at the closed curtain and mumbled something about a traitor. The shy boy was just glad that the jinx was wearing off and the odor was mild. He turned his attention to the wondrous tome and read with fervor. Hermione was looking through the Wiccan books, and she didn't find what Harry was so fascinated about. The meditation techniques were interesting but could have been found in the school library. She was sure that Harry only got them for the women. Really, boys? He scoffed and put them away with a snort of disgust and went to sleep. Luna warded her trunks with a new prank ward, which would glamour anyone who touched it into an old woman. It would only last an hour. But those vain girls would cry when they saw their beauty fade. She giggled to herself and went to sleep, dreaming of the stars and the moon. She'd read the Aura book tomorrow. There was no great hurry. The twins were talking to Lee about what they discovered about the night Harry left, but no matter how much they discussed it they still couldn't pin it on Snape. They then talked about helping the other boy with his prank. Until Morpheus came and took them to dreamland. Harry's paw. Harry was in his mindscape going over what to do about Crouch Jr. He made the connection that this was a bad guy, possibly a Death Eater. He thought maybe he could write to Waters and have him and the Aurors come to the first task. Then he could out the man, when he lost his magic. That might clear Harry's name and then he could start getting things that needed to be done. While in his mind, standing on the main deck of the Enterprise, he pulled all the remaining Wiccan books out and handed them to Data. He wanted to see if the android could read them quickly and process them. Then it would only take minutes to find the best form of meditation. Data took the books and flipped through them. It is my opinion that you should start with the candle meditation. I would not recommend the mirror one. My analysis shows that it would be too easy to become trapped in the ever-repetitive images. Harry nodded and said, "Thanks. That's what I thought too." He took the books back and put them in his pocket. He'd give them to Hermione if she asked or to Neville if she didn't. "I am part of your mindscape, albeit mostly the subconscious part," Data said with a nod of his head. "I will be able to process information quickly and do what I can to give it to you while you are awake. Any thoughts on how to get my memories back?" The dark-haired wizard asked, looking at the view screen and seeing the vast white area. He saw the miniature sunset and really wanted to be able to get there. "Inconclusive at this time," was the answer. "We are running scenarios now. This shield appears to be impenetrable, however, all defenses have a weakness. We just have not found this one's yet." "Well, that sucks. Indeed. Well, keep up the good work. I'm going to go to sleep and hopefully dream of hot babes," Harry said, looking at Troy and Uhura on the sly, hoping they didn't see. He then blinked and was in his own bed. He rolled over and went to sleep. He did dream of good-looking women dancing around a bonfire, naked. They were all his age though. For some reason Luna and Hermione weren't there, maybe. He subconsciously felt it would be disrespectful. Who knows how the dreaming mind works? The next day the first thing the boy wonder did, was fix his eyes. It was quite painful as they healed, like someone was scrambling them and then trying to separate the parts with a hooked needle. Perhaps, he should have asked Pomfrey. When the pain finally stopped, he blinked and smiled. "Perfect," he said, the empty room, which he could now see clearly. He then made his glasses permanent with plain glass, so he could still use his map. He added some charms that could see through things and vowed to keep it to walls. No promises. He was a teenage boy, after all. Getting up and dressed he met his friends and they went to breakfast. Luna came down, and sat with them, snickering to herself. When they looked at her inquisitively, she waved to the old-looking women in school uniforms, who were coming into Great Hall. They went up to the staff table and complained to Flitwick. They couldn't tell how it happened, since they might get in trouble. The professor waved his wand, told them it would fade before their first class. The girls turned crone, went to the Ravenclaw table to much laughter and finger-pointing. Harry gave the little blonde a kiss on the cheek for a prank well played. The gang didn't talk about anything important over breakfast, though Hermione did tell him what she thought of the books when she handed them back. He just shrugged and said, "Your loss," making her frown. And he handed them to Neville, who did his utmost best to not look at that one cover. Harry hit Snape with the jinx. Though he used what he knew of 50-style dresses, he could tweak it later to fit Neville's gran. It wouldn't activate until the middle of the man's first class. It would last a few minutes and then catch him again an hour later. He made sure to set it up so the times were random and the dresses were different. Snape sneezed and glared around the Great Hall to see if anyone was paying attention to him. He didn't see anyone looking his way, but he was sure Potter was talking about him. The rest of the morning passed with everyone, but Harry, going to class. The boy hero went to the library and turned in his borrowed books. He took a few random books off the shelves and tried to get the Enterprise to scan them. It worked. Everything he even glanced at was added to the databank for Data and Spock to go over. They would pick out what was useless and evaluate the rest. He did this until Neville had his first break. Using his map he found the boy and dragged him into an empty classroom. "Did you finish the book?" he asked, looking at his friend's tired face. "Yeah, I got it all read by midnight. I have to say I've never heard of such magic," the exhausted boy said, taking the book out of his bag and handing it back. "Great," Harry said, putting the book in his TARDIS pocket and then manhandling Neville to the front of the room. Stand here and let me scan you, he all but ordered. Scan? The shy boy asked. I'm going to see if I can get a feel for your magic. Then we'll know what we're working with, our hero explained, as he let his magic roam over his friend from head to toe. His eyes widened when he saw Neville's core. It was almost as big as his. Now, he just had to boost the boy's confidence. Well, we do have a lot to work with. You are almost as powerful as I am, he said with a huge smile. Neville furrowed his brow at that. That is good news, but then why doesn't magic work for me? He asked, not sure if Harry got his scan right. Let's see you cast a spell, Harry said, making sure his eyes never left the teen in front of him. The sandy-haired boy shrugged, took out his wand and levitated a small statue. It wobbled and then slowly rose into the air. He deflated, and put it back down. See, I am all muggle, he sighed. Nonsense, it's your wand, Harry said after his crew gave him the analysis. The scans showed the magic leaving his core and then stopping at his hand. It would then trickle down the wand and slowly do what it was supposed to. My grand told me this is a powerful wand, it was my dad's. She said I should be proud to use it, the other boy debated. He really didn't want to give up his father's wand. There was so very little that he had of his parents. He was still determined to see if there were journals in the vault. Yeah, but for some reason it's not connecting to you. Here, try my tricorder, the dark-haired teen said, handing it over. His eyes once more fixed on the boy's core. Another shrug and another spell later, Neville perked up. He could feel the difference. It still wasn't perfect, but that statue rose higher and quicker. See, Harry said excitedly. Now we just have to get you to do all of that without one. The theory is sound. All you have to do is meditate on your core, follow it when you cast a spell and then channel it through your hand. Easy for you to say, I've been told all my life that that is impossible, Neville sighed. He wasn't going to get over his issues in one setting. Here, watch, our hero said, as he waved his hand and lifted the statue 6 feet into the air without any effort. Wicked, the other teen said, looking astonished. He knew Harry did different magic with all he had observed since he started hanging out with the boy. Right, you have to get to class, but tonight I want you to meditate. Get some books on occlumency and build your mindscape. Then read those books I gave you this morning. And then we'll work on it some more. I have faith in you, Neville, Harry said, clapping him on the back and leading him out of the room. I'll try, the shy boy said, still not convinced that he was all-powerful. Do or do not, there is no try, our hero quoted, Thog. He had no idea where he heard that from. He thought it might be the guy Yoda from Star Wars, but did he read it or was it on the telly? He didn't know, so he waved it away. It was good advice. His F. Reend looked at him weird and then shrugged and went to class. Harry decided to go and see if his godfather scored. As Harry walked through the courtyard, making his way to the Whomping Willow, he was spotted by Hagrid. The huge man waved for him to stop and ran to catch up with him. The teen wasn't sure what he wanted, so he waited. The yellow alert went off the closer he got. With a thought he had his crew stand down. But to remain alert. He didn't know Hagrid well, and the guy looked like he could crush him like a tin can. Still, from what Hermione told him, there wasn't a gentler soul on earth. Ari, where are ya off to now? The half-giant asked as he made his way to the teen. Dumbledore doesn't want ya to be wandering around alone, he added when he caught up. Don't worry, Hagrid, I'll be with an adult. The dark-haired wizard said in complete honesty. Well, that's all right then, Hagrid stated, clapping the boy on the back, making him stumble. Right, I'll just be off. If the old man asks. Tell him I'll be back before dinner, Harry added as he walked away. Ya shouldn't talk about the headmaster that way. Great man, Dumbledore, the tall man said to the boy's back, scratching his beard. He knew Harry was still upset with him and the headmaster, and he hoped Dumbledore was wrong and the boy would gain his memories back. He really missed his tease with his little friend and his mates. He still needed to find a way to tell Harry about the dragons. He couldn't do it now, he had to teach a class. Maybe, he'd get Ron to help him. Surely the rumors were not as bad as they say. Those two had been friends since the beginning. With those thoughts, he went back to his hut to wait for the Hufflepuff Ravenclaw third years. Yeah, right, the amnesiac scoffed under his breath and continued on. He made it the willow, and wandlessly threw the knockback jinx that Data just suggested at the knot and ambled to the tunnel. Once he got to the shack, he called out, "Sirius, are you up yet?" He really hoped the man had had a good time. The still glamored man came stumbling down the stairs. "Yeah, I'm up," he said tiredly as he flopped in a chair. "What's up, Harry?" he asked, running a hand down his exhausted face. "Well, you either got lucky, or you're suffering from a hangover, or both," the teen smirked, looking at his map and not seeing anyone but him, Sirius, and Winky. He shrugged his shoulder and took a chair. "Either way, you must have had fun. I spent all day in Gringotts getting my accounts in order, and it's all your bloody fault," the dogman snarled, pointing an accusing finger at our hero. "How the fuck do you figure that?" Harry exclaimed. He thought for sure that his godfather had a great time with his new looks. "Those goblins are slave drivers," he whinged. And then he told his godson about his adventures of the day before, and snarled when Harry doubled over in laughter. "It's not bloody funny," he growled. "I had nightmares all night long." He gave a full body shudders. He swore he woke up with red hands. The teen waved him off and continued laughing. Sirius threw a pillow at him and then the older man joined in with his own chuckling. If it had happened to someone else, then yeah, it was funny. Sorry, Harry said, regaining control over his mirth. "I wanted to see if you scored, but I guess not." "Maybe later, yeah," he encouraged with a waggle of his eyebrows. And then got a thoughtful look on his face. "There is something I want to talk to you about." "Who is Lupin?" "I mean, I know some things about him, but why haven't I seen him?" Hermione goes on and on about what a great guy he is, and tells me that he was good friends with you and my parents. "So where is he?" "Moony. Well, he is a very good friend of mine. I told you about him when I was telling you about your dad," Sirius said seriously, all joking gone now. "She told you about his furry little problem." "Yeah, and the fact that he tried to eat me, twice," the teen snarled. He still wasn't sure what to make of the guy. Just because someone was nice does not mean they can be trusted. "Yeah, I can see where you might be wary, but, Harry, werewolves have no control over themselves during the full moon," the glamored man said, hoping that this new Harry wasn't prejudiced. "From what I understand there is a potion that makes it so they can. He was given it on that night, by Snape. And he ignored it." "How long does it take to swallow a goblet of liquid?" he asked, not giving an inch. "He thought I was here to kill you," Sirius defended his buddy. "He probably didn't even think about it. What with fearing for you and your mates' lives," he snarled, not liking where this was going. "He was trying to protect you. By putting us into more danger by having an out-of-control werewolf on the loose." "Sorry, not buying it," Harry said, folding his arms defiantly. "Look, he made a mistake, anyone could do the same. Besides, he showed you the Patronus charm. So you wouldn't have to deal with the Dementors," the dogman tried to reason. "Which I understand saved our lives, and for that I am thankful, but that still doesn't negate the fact that he didn't take proper precautions," was the argument. 5 seconds is all it would have taken to swallow that potion, and he could have done it while he was coming here. He's been a werewolf for how long? Like I said, it was a mistake. But it all worked out in the end, Sirius reasoned. Why hasn't he come here to see me, or you, for that matter, if he is such a good friend? Harry asked again, brushing the rest aside until he met the man. Maybe he was being harsh on the guy. Still, he'd hold off his opinion on what happened that night, for now. You have to understand some things about Remus' life. He's shunned in today's society. He can't find work or have a family. Life is rough for a werewolf. So he can't afford a get-well note, or a stay-safe letter. Dumbledore probably told him to stay awa. Why until all the heat from last year blows over, Sirius said, rubbing his hairless chin. He missed his goatee, maybe when they were done debating, Harry will magic him up one. Snape outed him to the whole school, so yeah. He's probably hiding. Harry scoffed, but figured the man was right. Still a post would have been nice. He dropped it for now, and brought out Merlin's book. Here is the book I told you about, he said as he put it on the table. This is the only book I found that comes close to my type of magic. Learn from it, and we'll see if we can't get you going on wandless magic, he added and pulled out Godric's book. He placed it next to Merlin's and then waved his hand to copy both. Gryffindor's for Hermione and Merlin's for Luna. Glad the argument was over for now, the young-looking man picked up the offered book. Holy shite, this is written by Merlin, he exclaimed, running a reverent hand over the pages. This was priceless, and Harry trusted him with it. That made him swell with pride. He would do his very best to not damage it. Yeah, it's a really good book, and if you are an Occlumens, then you will benefit from it quickly, Harry said, putting the other 3 books back in his TARDIS pocket. Making sure to tag the copies. Before you get into that, I have a problem. Possibly life and death, he said ominously, looking his godfather in the eyes so he knew this was serious. What's up? Sirius asked, putting the book back on the table. There is an imposter in Hogwarts. His name is Bartemius Crouch Jr., the teen said, pulling out the Marauders map. That's impossible, I saw the man dead. Sirius said with a furrowed brow. He remembered when they floated the dead Barty Jr. in front of his cell. Harry snorted and said, with all the ways you people have to impersonate someone. You truly believe it can't happen? He lifted an eyebrow, thinking once again that logic didn't apply to wizards. The dogman once again rubbed his chin in thought. He's right, it could have been someone else. But who and how? He thought back to that time and remembered Senior and his wife visiting. They both left, but the wife didn't look good, but that could be the effects of Azkaban. Still, look, here's the map. See, Junior is teaching right now, and Moody is in his quarters. Don't you have to have the person you're impersonating's essence? He asked, pointing to the 2 places on the map, which didn't actually show the Junior part of the name. How do you know that's not Senior? Sirius asked, gazing at the map. Senior is in the head arsehole's office. And he was right, there were 2 Crouches in the castle. Shite, he said, looking at both names. I thought we could write Waters and he get him to come to the first task with Bones. They could then catch him when he loses his magic, Harry explained. Then I can get my name cleared as a cheater and move on with my life. That's a good start, but I'm not sure if we should hold on to this information that long. That man, he pointed the Dada classroom, is a stark raving lunatic. I don't want him near you or the other students. Well, what do you suggest? They're Sirius deflated, he had nothing. Even with his GLA. More there was little he could do with his weak wand. Junior was not to be underestimated. He may be barmy, but his was a powerful wizard. Tell Dumbledore. Didn't he claim to be Moody's longtime friend? Harry asked, wondering where he got that information from. He shrugged off as someone mentioning it, but he couldn't remember who. Wouldn't he already know the man was a fake? Double shite. Fine, we'll go with your plan then, but... Harry, please don't confront the man. He is quite mad, and a zealot of you know who. There was no way he wanted his godson near that fake. Harry waved him away and said, I'll just keep an eye on him. The task is right around the corner. So he probably won't make a move until then. If my theory is correct, then one of us will lose our magic, hopefully him. Alright, let's get planning. Sirius said thoughtfully, and the 2 put their heads together and strategized. Noting that Senior and the headmaster had left the office. Bagman's paw. There was a small crowd waiting in a small room. It was the official wand weighing ceremony, and they were waiting on the youngest champion. Where is Harry Potter? Bagman asked, looking at his magical watch. They had been waiting for a good 20 minutes for the boy. Everyone was getting antsy. The champions were bored and the officials were angry. The press was having a field day, as the longer the wait, the more those vile quills scribbled. This did not look good on Hogwarts. He was also worried that the teen spoke the truth and wasn't going to participate. That would be bad, he had a lot of money riding on this. It was bad enough that those Weasley twins were in his face about the leprechaun money he had given them. I am sure that he will be along any minute now. Perhaps we should have warned the champions of this ceremony before today. Albus said, looking over his glasses at Crouch Sr. It's tradition, the man grumbled. He was looking bad, like he hadn't slept in days. He had no clue where his son was. But he was getting a sneak suspicion that he was right here in the school. Just then Colin Creevey came running into the room, breathing hard and trying to restrain his laughter. He had just seen from the potions classroom and saw Snape dressed in a frilly dress pink that was tightly belted and flared at the skirt. It was hilarious. The man kept trying to magic it away, but he couldn't. He was yelling that he was going to get Black back. It wasn't until the dress disappeared that Colin asked about Harry, only to be told he wasn't there. He looked all over the castle, but couldn't find him. Mr. Creevy, where is Harry? Dumbledore asked, rubbing his beard with worry. He just knew the boy left the castle again. Damn that boy, why couldn't he stay in one place? He wasn't in class or the library. I looked everywhere. Even the dorms, Colin stated, catching his breath as he put his hands on his knees. Oh my, that is troublesome, the headmaster stated. Do you always let your students run around during class time? Madame Maxime asked with a look of disapproval. So far Hogwarts didn't impress her. It was bad enough they had 2 champions, now one of those champions was snubbing them. Yes, Dumbledore. How hard is it to keep control over one student? And a celebrity at that, Karkaroff inquired. He knew the boy would do a runner. He looked so scared after the drawing. And he was missing for a week and had to be dragged back to the castle. Gryffindor courage, indeed. Young Harry is suffering from an illness at the moment. He is doing self-study, and I had hoped he would be in the library. The old man stated gently. He had kept Harry's condition within the walls of Hogwarts so far. He was surprised the 2 of them hadn't learned about it yet. If you were talking about the rumors as amnesia. She tried the word. Then it is merely a boy afraid, she finished, waving her many-ringed hand. Yes, they have heard the rumors as well, but the boy does not seem to be suffering. The Durmstrang headmaster replied. He, like Maxime, did not think they were true. They had both seen the boy laughing with his friends and generally appeared in good health. Rita Skeeter Eater's green quill was writing a mile a minute. This would be good. She had so many headlines running through her head, all she had to do was pick the one that would cause the most damage. Did she want to make the boy who lived suffer or Hogwarts, perhaps the Ministry? Oh, the possibilities. Harry's paw. Well, we're not going to get any further in this. I have a few books I want to read, so let's just study for a while, Harry said. Taking out some of the books he got from the library. Yeah, he could scan them, but sometimes reading was just relaxing. Yeah, let's, Sirius said, picking up Merlin's book and carefully opening the cover, very thankful that there seemed to be a translation spell on it. The 2 read for hours, until it was time for dinner. Harry put his books away and ran to the castle. He was met by Dumbledore and his 2 minions, McGonagall and Snape. His proximity ward flared, but they were in his way so he continued on with a heavy sigh. Mr. Potter, I thought I Rex. Ted that you to let us know when you would be leaving the castle, Dumbledore said, looking over his glasses. Harry shrugged and said, I told Hagrid. The old man sighed. He couldn't fault him this time. You missed a very important part of the tournament. This is the day your wand would have been weighed to see if it was in good condition. You made me look very unprofessional. The teen shrugged again. Not my fault that you play your cards close to your chest. No one told me about any appointments today. Hell, I don't even know when the tasks are scheduled, so that is not my fault. Plus, and I'm repeating myself here, I'm not competing, he enunciated each word. I don't know why you people don't listen to me. You will lose your magic if you do not comply, the headmaster said, pinching his long nose. I don't care, Harry stated for what seemed the 100th time. Look, I'm done talking to you, you asked your questions, I gave my answers. So if you will excuse me, I'm going to dinner, he said as he walked away. When are you going to start disciplining that boy? Snape snarled as he watched Potter move on. He knew either he or Black played the dress prank on him. He was leaning towards Black. Because he didn't think the boy wonder was up to it. His clothing had changed 3 times already today, making him a laughingstock, and he couldn't do anything to vent his anger. And the amused students with that blasted ghost hanging out in his classroom. What can I do? He abided by the rules I set out. There is nothing to correct, the old man said, looking at his protege. He still was doubtful about the man's alibi. However, so far the man was sticking to it. He disrespects you, me and every adult in this school. I'm sure he is in cahoots with his godfather. Who knows what they will get up to? The greasy-haired man pointed out. To which he feels he has a very good reason, was the rebuttal. For all intent and purposes, we are keeping him here against his will. I am sure he will soon see our way. Severus, leave the boy alone, he added firmly. Yes, headmaster, Snape gritted and then whirled around and stomped to dinner. Severus is right. You should discipline the child more. You are never going to earn his respect otherwise, McGonagall stated. She was mortified when she heard the boy had skived off such an important event. She was, and always will be, loyal to Hogwarts. And the child was making them look bad at every turn. He needed to be brought to heel. Even if he never recovered his memory, he was still a child, and they should not be allowed to be so disrespectful to the staff of this school. What would I punish him with? He cares not for house points or being expelled. He needs to remain here where we can protect him, Albus argued, thinking he would have to do something soon to gain Harry's trust. His staff was starting to lose respect for him. Get him to follow your rules, or I am going to the board and have him removed. Boy who lived or not. He is making a mockery of us, she threatened and then turned and followed Snape. When did I lose control? The old goat asked no one. With a heavy sigh, he too moved to the castle. Harry's paw. Where were you today? Hermione asked softly, not wanting to start another argument. Studying. Why? Harry asked as he served up some breaded pork chops and mixed vegetables. Oh, I was just wondering. Colin Creevey was looking for you today. Something to do with the tournament, she said, pointing at the third year, and then started dishing up her own meal. Yeah, I was just confronted by the adults. I told them what they needed to know and came here. Harry shrugged and continued eating. He pulled out the 2 copies, gave Luna hers under the table and handed Hermione hers. Here's that copy I said I'd get to you, he said, winking at the little blonde, who discreetly put hers away. Thank you, Harry, this is marvelous, she said as bounced in place, making the teen's eyes wander. How did you do this? You don't know any magic, the bushy-haired witch asked, looking over the first page with wonder. Padfoot, was the answer. Tell me how classes were, he asked, changing the subject as Hermione propped the book on a pitcher, blocking his view. So the group talked about unimportant things as they ate. Right when dessert started, there was a flurry of owls delivering a special edition of the Daily Prophet. Harry didn't get one, but the look of horror on Hermione's face said it wasn't good. Oh, this is bad, she said, and handed the paper over with trembling hands. Harry, read the headline, and his face reddened with anger. There on the front page was a picture of him. He didn't know where they got it, and the headline said, Harry, I'm not sure that's a really good idea, Hermione said worriedly. But firmly. There were times you had to stick to your views, and this was one of them. If he got mad at her for it, then so be it. She wasn't going to let him jump into trouble just because he was furious. She had stood by him for too long to just let him do something that might come back and bite him. She's a horrid person and gets away with writing poisonous things about everyone, even the minister. All you're going to do is make her write more about you. Do you really want that kind of publicity? She reasoned strongly. The Harry she knew would have just rolled with the punches. He never would have done anything to get noticed, and sending a howler to Rita would do that. Hermione, I know that you're getting to know this new me. Do you really think I'm going to let some 2-bit hack write lies about me? Harry questioned softly, still immersed in his anger and not wanting to take it out on her. He understood what she was trying to say, but this could not go unpunished. He would get with Waters and see if he couldn't sue the pants off her, but first payback. I'm just saying to think about it first, and don't let your anger control you, she said with a soft look. She knew it was probably pointless, but she had to try. She was beginning to wonder if he valued her opinion at all. Did you read the same article one did? She called me a coward. That is not okay. She never even spoke to me. It would have been simple to confirm whether or not I have amnesia. All she had to do was ask. No, she's a spiteful bitch who is more of a glory hound than I'm accused of being. And I'm going to show her just what a coward I am. If I hide, I will be proving her point, he stated quietly, and held out his hands for writing utensils. Hermione sighed and handed him a parchment, an inkwell and quill. You can't write a howler with a pen, she explained. Our hero shrugged, took them up and put quill to parchment for about 5 minutes. His face took on a myriad of emotions, mostly maliciousness. He folded the parchment into an envelope, stuck it shut with a spell, and then turned to the twins and raised an eyebrow. You have to point your wand at it and feed it your anger or frustration until the paper turns red, Fred told him. The problem is there's an incantation, and we don't know it, George finished. Oh, that's all right, I think I get the gist, Harry said wickedly. and put his hand on the parchment, feeding it the negative emotion. He felt the anger leave his body and flow into the letter. Everyone watched in amazement as it turned red and then black. Smoke started to pour off and it looked like it would burn if you touched it. He pulled a long piece of twine from his TARDIS pocket, added a spell to it, and tied an end to the letter. As if just knowing he needed her. Hedwig flew to his shoulder. "All right, girl," he asked as he petted her chest. She hooted calmly. "Good. Here, take this to Skeeter, but try not to touch it, okay? Make sure you leave as soon as it drops," he said, tying the other end of the string to her foot. The owl nipped his ear and took off, the black letter leaving trails of smoke behind it. All the people in T. Great Hall watched her and wondered just what the boy who lived was up to now. Dumbledore shook his head and had a brief thought on stopping that post, but decided he was in enough trouble with Harry. Perhaps it was time to let him make a few mistakes, and this was surely to be one. How did you do that, Harry?" Hermione asked, completely flabbergasted. As far as she knew, he didn't know how to do magic. This confirmed that he was hiding things from her. It made her sad that they hadn't gotten back to the tight friendship they had had. "Read the book I just gave you, that will explain most of it," was the answer as he wrote another quick note to Waters. He'd send it off in the morning. Then he tucked it away and went back to his afters, feeling much better. His proximity alert went off, causing him to sigh. He didn't bother to check his map, thinking it was the old man coming to reprimand him. The Daily Prophet was slammed down onto his plate, spattering the remains of his dessert onto the table. That made him frown. He wasn't done yet. "See, Potter, I'm not the only one who thinks you're a coward and a cheat," Ron sneered, folding his arms in a smug, "I've proven my point, way. The whole world knows what you are now. Go away, Weasley, unless you want me to press charges on you for stealing my shite," Harry said, running a tired hand through his hair. That spell took a bit out of him. He had added more than just the Howler spell, and he really didn't want to put up with this right now. "Are you sure you want that? I mean, can your parents afford it? I've only let it go because I like them. And the twins, but if you don't back the fuck off and maintain your distance, I'm going to," he threatened. He really didn't want to, but he was tired of putting up with the youngest male. Those words set the twins in motion. As one they stood and grabbed an arm and said, "We'll handle this." And without another word they took Ron out of the Great Hall, with him protesting that he wasn't done yet. Whether it was his meal or his rant, they never knew. "Well, that's done," Luna said as she spelled Harry's plate clean. "Have some more pudding, Harry. That Howler seems to have taken a bit out of you," she added, looking at his pale look. The boy hero nodded in agreement and took a huge slice of pumpkin pie and started eating. When he finished he let out a jaw-cracking yawn. "That's me done," he said, getting up from his seat. "I'm done too," Neville stated, grabbing his bag and joining him. "I would actually like to talk to Hermione for a while. I'll see you boys tomorrow," Luna said, looking pointedly at the bushy-haired witch. "Girl talk," she added, turning to the males and giving that women's secret smile. The boys shuddered and left for the dorms. "What did you really want to talk about?" Hermione asked, giving her a wary look. She had the idea of what the topic of the conversation would be, but she wasn't sure what the ditzy girl would say. "I was wondering if you wanted to maintain your friendship with the new Harry," Luna said as she picked at her tart. She liked Hermione and would hate to see her driven away with her bossiness. She really hoped the girl would listen to her advice. "Of course I do, how can you ask that? He's my best friend." The other witch looked totally affronted that anyone would question her devotion to Harry. Even though she, herself, had since he came back. "Is he really? What do you know of this improved personality?" the little blonde asked with wide serious eyes. Hermione deflated at that. She really didn't know much about the new Harry. He was so different from the introvert that he used to be. She was still attempting to get along with this more outgoing character. It was hard though with them arguing all the time. However, she still thought of him as her best friend. "I'm trying," she said softly as tears formed in her eyes, "but he keeps so many things from me. I know he is, and he never used to do that before. I don't know what to do," she cried, and put her face in her hands. "Oh dear, I didn't mean for you to cry." "Shish, there, Luna said, giving her a one-armed hug and holding her close. I wanted to give you some advice that I hope will help, she whispered into the other girl's ear. Hermione sniffled for a few minutes, then used a napkin and dried her tears. Then she squared her shoulders. Sure she wasn't going to like what was going to be said, and looked at the Ravenclaw. I can take it, she stated with firm nod. Oh, don't fret so. It is rather easy to get alone with Harry. All you have to do is, listen. The small girl said with a bright smile, patting her arm as if it was really that simple. I do listen, was the defensive argument. No, you really don't. You may hear with your ears. But you don't listen with your eyes, Luna said vaguely. That doesn't make a lick of sense, the bushy-haired witch huffed. She knew the girl was going to say something barmy. It really does if you think about it, was the rebuttal. And with that Luna grabbed her bag and went to her tower. She had a book to read. Listen with your eyes, Hermione grumbled as she too left the Great Hall. She too had a book to read. Rita's paw. Rita Skeeter was relaxing at her desk with her feet up and a cup of tea in her hands. She was satisfied with a good day's reporting. Everyone was talking about her article and they were all vilifying the boy wonder. The paper had a good run tonight, they even did a second printing. She knew she should be getting started on her commentary for the next day but was content to relax for a minute. Other reporters were glaring at her in jealousy or hate. They never liked that she could get away with such articles. Most of them tried to be good reporters. But with sensational sales like this evening's, well, that didn't happen often. The Prophet was more of a tabloid, so most good stories were binned. Many wished that there were more papers to be employed with. But with only 3 major publications, jobs were limited. Just then a beautiful snowy white owl flew through the owl window, carrying a smoking black envelope that was trailing on a long string. No one had ever seen a black howler before, so they had no idea what it was. Wands went up and shields were cast as they all watched the bird fly to Rita's desk. Rita looked at the letter with dubious eyes and tried to banish it. That was the spell to release the twine and the letter flew into the air and opened. Hedwig shot to the ceiling, and out the window. Soot was flung from the parchment, covering everything within 10 feet of Skeeter. She coughed and waved her wand to rid of it, but that only set off the yelling part of the letter. Listen here you conniving 2-bit reporter. If you ever write about me again without my permission or without talking to my lawyer, I will sue the pants off you. And if you think for one fucking second that I'm going to run and hide from your vile words, think again, bitch. Call me a coward will you? I'll show you how much of one I am. Want to tussle with me? Bring it. You know where I'm staying. All you have to do is face me and we'll see who the bloody coward is. Or is all you can do is spit out lies to make you feel better. Afraid of a little boy with no memory. You'd know more magic than I, since I bloody well can't remember shite. I have amnesia, you stupid cunt. And if you think that that is bullshit then all you have to do is talk to Madame Pomfrey and she will confirm it. Do your fucking research. You're supposed to be a reporter. What kind of reporter just writes shite like this evening's article? That's not reporting, just some hack spouting bullshit to sell papers. Well, if you think you can get away with this, think again. I've got my fucking eye on you and you'd better watch your step, or I'm going to crush you. I may not remember much, but I do have people who or more than will to help me put you down like the bug you are. As for snubbing the Triwizard Tournament, let's just say that I will not play in those stupid Roman games for a bunch of bloodthirsty fucking people that I don't know. If you want someone to die for the masses, then be my fucking guest and do it your damn self. I didn't put my name in that damn goblet. That is the last I have to say on that matter. I will burn you if you try and do this to me again. Do you understand? Quote. The howler then burst into flames setting the desk on fire, but it burned out before it hurt anything but Rita's notes in her half-written article. Suddenly there was the sound of clapping. Soot flew from her wiry hair as Rita turned and scowled. She all but growled when she saw the rest of the reporters cheering her misfortune. She picked up her soot cove, red alligator purse and left the building. She'd see what he thought of tomorrow's article. A wicked smile crossed her face. Little did she know that the howler was far more than it appeared to be. Harry's paw. The next day the first thing Harry did was mail his letter to Waters. He wrote a quick note to Sirius and had Dobby take it to him. He hoped that the man got lucky today, and would be in a good mood tomorrow. He went back to the dorms and picked up Neville and Hermione, the latter looked thoughtfully at him. He raised an eyebrow, but she just shook her head with a small smile, and gushed over the Gryffindor book. They met Luna on the way and went to the Great Hall. Sitting in their usual seats, they talked about magical theory as they ate. The post owls came and soon there was a lot of laughing when the prophet was read. There on the front page was Skeeter covered from head to toe in soot as the black howler was exploding. It replayed that scene over and over. The headline read, "Potter fights back. Who's scared now?" The article that followed retold what the howler said, and how Rita left the building and hadn't been seen since. It stated that she was now running scared of the boy hero, and didn't want to anger him any further. They did say that they were going to check on reports to see if the boy who lived really had lost his memory. The gossip started up again, as the St. Udents from all three schools were debating on whether the amnesiac would compete. There was a lot of grumbling and whispers, but our heroes group ignored them. Harry had a good laugh. He knew that it was more than that, and that there would be another article from Skeeter soon. Boy, would she be surprised. Right now, he brushed it off as a job well done and went about his day. He needed to talk to Sirius again, but that could wait until tomorrow. Today he wanted to scan books about wards. So, after excusing himself to his friends, he went to the library. He wandered around, not wanting to bother the bitchy librarian, and soon found the section he was looking for. Taking down 4 books, he carried them to a table and started scanning. He learned a lot about ward stones and personal wards, like his golden dome. How they worked and what they needed. He needed a better grasp on runes, so he searched for those books. Again scanning the ones he found. While he, Data and Spock were going over what to do with them, his proximity alert went off. He noted on the map that it was Weasley, but the guy maintained his distance, so he just watched out of the corner of his eyes. After a few minutes the redhead left. When he learned all he could, he left the library. He made it down a corridor as was just turning the corner when there was a rattling in one of the suits of armor. He scanned it, but it came back inconclusive. He and his mind crew figured it was the magic on the metal interfering. So he stepped up and peeked into the suit, to make sure no one was trapped in there. Bullies could be cruel like that. Suddenly he got cold and scared. A creature came out of the mouth. It looked like the epitome of death with its ragged cloak, and its bony hands. There was deep rattling breeze coming from the thing, which caused Harry to shiver. He looked at the demon in front of him and had the fleeting thought, so this is a Dementor. I wonder why if I can't remember what they are, I'm C1 now. Is it subconscious? Who would bring something like this into a school? His thoughts were going a mile a minute as he backed away. He heard a voice of a woman screaming and wondered who it was. Then he heard horrendous laughter and wanted to kill whoever was making it. He got his head together and cast the Patronus, which he did on instinct. Instead of a transparent silver stag, it was solid-looking brown one. Except it was translucent. When it touched the Dementor, it screamed. But it didn't fade, or run, so Harry knew it wasn't the real thing. He banished his Patronus and made the creature in front of him a clown. Which was quite a funny sight. When he chuckled, the thing flew back into the armor. He'd have to tell someone about that, but he had no idea who. Perhaps Flitwick. He heard cursing down the hall. But it was too far away for his map to pick up. He'd have to fix that, and with that thought the map expanded. There about 50 feet away was one Ron Weasley. So that's how he wants to play. Harry thought vindictively. He looked at his watch and saw it was lunchtime and smirked. I don't have time for you right now, but you'll get yours, Weasley. Turning in the opposite direction, Harry headed towards the Great Hall. He met up with his gang of friends outside the Great Hall for dinner. He had no idea he had spent the entire day in the library. They went inside and the first thing Harry did was go to the staff table. He decided on telling Flitwick, at least this man hadn't done anything to him yet. Hello, Professor, I don't believe we've been reintroduced. I'm Harry Potter, he said to the diminutive man. That got some looks from those that had doubted him. Madame Maxime was now wondering if she had been wrong. Karkaroff was still in the firm belief that the boy was faking. The rest of the Hogwarts staff, barring Snape and Moody, was giving him looks of pity. He cut them all icy glares, and then turned his attention back to Flitwick. Ah, yes, Mr. Potter. My name is Professor Flitwick. I teach charms, and am the head of Ravenclaw. What can I do for you this evening? Phileas asked with a beaming smile. He had yet to have a confrontation with this boy, and was more than happy to help. He still remembered the nice shy boy from his class and was hoping Minerva was wrong and the child had not turned into someone as vile as she said. I was Ming from the library and was confronted by a boggart, Harry said blandly. Even though this was one of the professors that he didn't hate, he still had very little positive emotions for the guy, since he couldn't control his own house. Luna had told him that she had gone to complain to the man in her first year, but he said that until she had proof then there was little he could do. Harry understood that, to an extent. After all, the teachers were busy that year, doing the Auror's job and trying to solve why people were being petrified, but the man could have taught her how to ward her things. Oh my, that is not good. Why? First years will be terrified. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for letting me know. But, why tell me and not Professor Moody? Flitwick asked, placing his fork on the table. Luna said you were mostly a nice man. So I came to you, was the stoic answer. Mostly, came the confused inquiry. You like to turn the other way when others are being bullied, Harry stated boldly. Ah, yes, Miss Lovegood's nargles. I had forgotten about those. Tell Miss Lovegood to come to me after dinner and we will discuss her missing things, Flitwick said thoughtfully. In truth he had forgotten. And the young girl hadn't come to him again. He had thought perhaps it had been solved without his input. I will be in my office around 8 this evening. I'll tell her. The Bogart is right outside the library, and the last I saw it. It was in a suit of armor, Harry said, feeling a bit better about the man. Very well, I will talk to the Dada professor and we will go and take care of it, the half-goblin stated. Hopping down from his chair and doing just that, Harry shrugged and went to join his friends. He had done his job and now all he wanted to do was eat. As he joined the table he leaned over and whispered to Luna to meet the man after 8. She nodded her head and gave him a grateful grin. Why did you need? Was all Hermione got out when someone kicked her foot. She looked around at the people surrounding her and Luna and Neville were both giving her pointed looks. It's all right, guys, I'll answer her question. Weasley set me up to face a boggart, he said as he started to load his plate. Not saying that you were wrong, but are you sure it was Ron? I saw him, was the answer as Harry took a bite of his roast beef. He really liked the way they prepared it. It was spiced just right. He was going to have to talk to Dobby to see if he couldn't get the recipe. For some reason he felt he liked cooking. Oh, was all she said as she too took up some food, and pulled Gryffindor's book out and started reading it. I assume you are going to pay him back? Neville asked, taking some chicken and potatoes. Well, yeah, Harry said, a bit astonished that he would ask. Okay, just to let you know. Ron is terrified of spiders, the not quite as shy boy stated. Is he really? Our hero hummed, thinking that that might be too easy, but still the arsehole had set him up to face his greatest fear. He'd have to think about it. Rita's paw. Rita Skeeter was taking a bath for the 100th time today. It was the reason she never showed up to work, that damn soot was still covering her. No matter what she did, she couldn't get it off. Her hair and skin on the front half of her body was black as coal and no magic would make it otherwise. The rest of her was her normal self. She tried to settle down and write. But every time she saw her hands she was compelled to wash them. It was infuriating. She was going to get that scrawny runt if it was the last thing she did. Shish. Eve finally gave up on regaining her true coloring, got dressed, grabbed her handbag, disapparated to Hogwarts gates, and morphed into a bug. Much to her dismay, she now looked like a dung beetle. Decid. There was little that could be done about that, she flew up the path. She never saw today's paper, as if she would read that rag. There was never anything good in it, but for her articles, she was the best after all. Dumbledore's paw. Flitwick and Moody came back into the hall and sat back at their seats. Pray tell, what did Harry want, Phileas? The headmaster asked, doing his usual grandfather glasses routine. Such a thoughtful young man, he let us know that there was a boggart in the library corridor, the cheerful man stated, deciding he would take care of his house on his own. There was no need to trouble the headmaster about it. Never fear, we took care of it. Did he, indeed? Well, that is a wonderful surprise, Albus said as his eyes sought the messy-haired teen, thinking Hat the kinder more polite Harry was emerging. Maybe his friends are changing him. Soon he will go back to admiring me for the great man I am, he thought with a happy grin. Yes, the poor boy may never remember. But he will see the truth soon enough. And with those delusional thoughts the old man went back to eating his dinner. Harry's paw. The old man is twinkling again, Luna said in a sing-s. Ong voice as she made a fort out of her mashed potatoes. I wonder if he is trying to read someone else's memory, Harry said, looking at her fort with admiration. It was really good. No, she said vaguely as she ate the roof off her finished building. I think he is just having happy thoughts. Harry shrugged and went back to his own meal, thinking up ways that his payback to others might come back and bite him. He knew the spell that he placed on Rita was irreversible, which is why it took so much out of him, so he didn't have to worry about that. Weasley was a minor annoyance, but he was trying to play with the big boys. Right now, the dark-haired teen was trying to decide whether Spiders or Worf, in full Klingon regalia, would be the better bet into scaring the boy off. Speaking of Ron, he cast a glance down the table and saw the boy shoveling food in his mouth with a very disgruntled face. With a flick of his finger, Harry set a small illusion on the boy. He then went back to eating. Ron's paw. A large hairy spider came from the ceiling and dangled in front of Ron, and then it just dropped on his arm. Get it off. Get it off, yelled the redhead as he swatted a spider that wasn't there. Get what off? Dean asked, looking over his roommate. He didn't see anything to remove. He really didn't like Ron, not that he was a bad bloke, but he badmouthed everyone. Ever since Potter's name came out of the goblet, the redhead had gotten worse. Most the Gryffindor Tower avoided him. The skunk prank had made it easy. He was however glad that the jinx wore off and with it the smell disappeared. He and Seamus learned a lot of fumigation spells over the last week. Neville, on the other hand, learned a bubble spell to protect his belongings from the offensive odor. Don't you see that big hairy spider? The red-headed teen yelled, still swatting the insect, not noticing that his hand was going through it. All he saw was his greatest fear crawling up his arm. Why wouldn't that damn thing get off? You're barmy. There's nothing there, Seamus stated, and then went back to his dinner. He felt much the same way as Dean did. The illusion faded and the youngest Weasley male left in a huff. He knew Potter had something to do with it, but when he had looked all he saw was a blank face. There was no wand present, so it couldn't have been the Git, but he knew that the cheater had done something. He looked to his brothers and they were laughing their asses off, maybe he set the twins on him. He cursed the fact that he had been seen in the corridor. Hermione's paw. What did you do? Hermione accused, looking to the twins after the other boy left. She wanted to go and help him, but he had been such a prat to her lately. Us. Oh, that wasn't us. They denied, holding their sides and sitting up straighter. Mirth still lining their identical faces. That was a great, they'd have to ask Harry how he did it. They needed to get the boy to make them copies of the book that Hermione was reading. Then they could pull off hysterical shite like that. Things like illusion jokes would be wonderful for their shop. Oh, the endless possibilities. She looked to Harry, who was just eating, albeit chuckling. Shook her head and went back to her book. Weasley twins. McGonagall yelled as she moved towards the students. We didn't do it, they exclaimed, taking out their wands and presenting them to the irate teacher. She checked them over and snarled. She was sure it had been them. It wasn't the first time this year they embarrassed their younger brother. She turned to her other troublesome student, who was already handing her his wand. After clearing Harry, she growled under her breath and left to find the younger Mr. Weasley. She needed to know what happened. Sirius paw. See. Rias was ecstatic that he was finally out and about. He had finished Merlin's book and was excited, though nervous, to get started, but first he wanted to have some fun. He had gotten some new clothes earlier and felt like a new man. Right now he was chatting up some bird, who granted was a few years younger than him. However, he wasn't going to complain since she was of age. So, why's a good look? Ing woman like you sitting here by yourself? He asked in his most suave tone. He was really out of practice. She was a good-looking woman, about 25 and had long straight blonde hair. Her curves were to die for. And she was wearing new clothes from Tyler's Threads, which accented them quite nicely. Waiting for my twin sister, she giggled. We do everything together, she purred as she leaned towards the handsome man. She hadn't seen him before, maybe they could have some fun. It wouldn't be the first time she and her twin played a little slap and tickle together. Really, maybe we three can do something together. he said smoothly, sidling closer to the girl. Tell me more about you and your sister. Are you identical? He added as he waved Madame Rosmerta to refill their drinks. Now all he had to do was figure out where he was going to take them, since he couldn't go to the shack. Rosmerta rented rooms, didn't she? Well, he'd figure it out, later. Oh, yes, we're the same, everywhere, she purred again, pressing those curves on his arm. Lovely. Oh, yeah, Sirius was going to get lucky tonight. Harry's paw. Harry was just about to serve himself some dessert, when his brain went into yellow alert. He looked around, but didn't see an adult anywhere near him. He was confused until he noticed a beetle in Luna's hair. He looked at his map and it read Mrs. Wiggles, so he knew it was an animagus. Normal animals and pests don't have names, unless they were pets, like Mrs. Norris. So, even if this wasn't an animagus, he should put it in a jar, so he could return it to its rightful owner, right? He was sure this was a human in animal disguise, though. And judging from the coloring he knew just who this was. Quick as a wink he blinked, and the bug was stunned. He wandlessly floated it into his non-TARDIS pocket, knowing it wouldn't kill her. Though he might later, if she was here to hurt him or his friends, and judging from the fact that she snuck into the castle, well, he'd see. Yeah. It wasn't a nice thought, but only a conniving person would sneak into Hogwarts. They had to be up to no good. The rest of dinner was uneventful as the gang talked of classes and magical theory they had read. Hermione was getting frustrated that Luna and Neville were making arguments that contradicted what she was saying, but they never gave up their source. The twins asked if they could read the books, and Harry agreed that he'd get it to them tomorrow at lunch. Finally, everyone got up from the table and made their way to their beds. Well, Luna went and talked to her head of house. But the Gryffindors called it an early night. Harry was in his room, sitting on his bed. He took out the bug, placed it on the other end of the mattress, and then waved his hand to make them reform to their human form. An unconscious dual-colored woman was laying on his bed. I knew it was Skeeter. Oh, this will be fun, was his wicked thought as he glanced at his map to confirm it. He tied her up and woke her. Hello, Rita. What can I do for you today? He asked kindly. He was making plans for this bitch, but the spell from the Howler would be a good start, so he was going to play innocent for now. You could untie me and let me go, she said coyly, which really with the jinx made her look ridiculous. No, I don't think I will. At least not until you tell me why you were sneaking around the castle. He demanded with a wave of his hand, placing a truth spell on her. I wanted to get some dirt on you, she said airily, like it was okay to let him know that. Really? Well, if you wanted an interview all you had to do was ask, Harry said, settling into his pillows. He took out his wand, released the spell, and said, shall we start? Rita wasn't about to let that opportunity slide. So she quickly dug into her purse and withdrew her quick quotes quill, some parchment, and she settled at the end of the bed. They talked for a good while. Harry telling her how he woke up in an alley in London missing his memory. And the abridged version of rest of the 2 weeks since. She smiled wickedly, thinking she could spin this to make the boy look weak. Her revenge would be sweet. Ari grinned like he had no idea on her thought process. He just continued with his tale, until he was done. He left all the major things out of course, but gave her enough to think she had a juicy article. When he finished, she got another coy look on her face and said, thank you so much, Harry, may I call you Harry? Anyway, I will make sure to write this up and I'll see you on the front page. With that she put her notes in her bag, turned back into a beetle and flew out the open window. Harry waved his wand and shut it when she was gone. He then broke down and laughed his ass off. When he was done, he talked to his mind crew about setting up holograms outside Mind. He really liked the idea of scaring annoying people off with Worf. They went over how it could be done, until he was too tired to continue. He went to sleep and had his favorite dream about women dancing in the moonlight. The next day, he got up, ate with his friends and went to see Sirius. This time casting the invisibility spell on him, so he wouldn't be bothered by teachers. Sirius was in a great mood. He just kept smiling and getting vacant looks, so Harry figured he had gotten some and left it at that. Did you read the book? He asked instead as he settled in his chair. Winky popped in and set up a tea tray, then mumbled something about housework and left. The dogman never even noticed his head was so high in the clouds. Sirius, the book, Harry said louder, snapping the man out of his daydreams. What? Oh, yeah, I'll have to shore up my occlumency, but I think I will be able to do some of the easy stuff. But like you said, I will have to unlearn everything I've been taught. It'll be hard, he said, his smile leaving his face. He really wanted this to work, but he still had doubts. He'd go over the book again when Harry left. Nay, as long as you think you can, you will, our hero argued with a wave of his hand. If you say so, the dejected man stated, not really believing the teen. So the two sat and discussed Merlin's methods until lunch. Harry excused himself and ran to the castle, remembering to cast the invisibility spell. He really didn't want to have to talk to the old man again. As he entered the school, he saw the bloody Baron, who didn't see him. So he shot the spell to hold him and floated the ghost to a greeting room. Hello, Damien, I've been wanting to talk to you, he said with a smirk. How are you doing this magic? Nothing can hold spirits, the bound ghost asked, running his hand over the shield that preventing him from leaving. Just something I picked up, the teen said as if it were unimportant. Very well, what can I do for you, Mr. Potter? The bloody Baron asked, hoping the child would now call him by his title. He truly hated when people used his human name, it was too painful. I just want to know what happened that night. I know Snape has something to do with my memory loss and I know you know how, he stated, all signs of friendliness gone. And give me that story you gave the head arsehole. He glared pointedly at the ghost. Everything I told the headmaster was true, the spirit sniffed. But, not the whole truth. See, I have this niggling feeling that I should remember you, Snape, and what happened that night, and I wouldn't put it past the man to take that memory to save his skin. So tell me what happened and I might help you peacefully move on, Harry said smugly. That was something to think about. While he still wanted to be near Helena, he felt he had done his penance for her murder. Then again, can you really do enough reparation for that type of crime? He debated it in his head and got a narrow look in his eyes. Perhaps the boy could talk to his love, and then maybe he might be able to leave on his own. Will you talk to the Grey Lady? All I want to do is show her how sorry I am, Damien asked, still floating in that marvelous shield. I can ask, but no promises. Is that what you have Snape doing? The dark-haired wizard asked. That and one other thing. Though he is not keeping his part of our bargain, the ghost confessed with a scowl. Right, I'll do my best, but really after all this time, I wouldn't expect much. From what Luna tells me, she really hates you, Harry said with a bit of pity. So the Baron told the young boy what occurred the night, hoping that this human would keep his word. They talked for a while and Harry left to eat lunch. After waving his wand and releasing the shield, he went to the Great Hall and sat with his friends. He looked at the twins and remembered his promise, so he head in his TARDIS pocket and made 2 copies of the Gryffindor book. Here, he said as he handed them over, if you finish this one I have a few more you might like. After lunch the first thing that Harry did was track down the Grey Lady. She was an elusive ghost, but he finally caught up with her after about an hour later, somewhere on the 7th floor. She was floating back and forth in front of a tapestry that depicted a man teaching something large and ugly how to dance. He had no idea what these creatures were, and really never wanted to meet one. My lady, may I have a moment of your time? He called, ready to cast his spirit bubble if she was hard-headed, which he had been told she could be. I can help you with some of your past, if you hear me out, he cajoled, coming close to her slowly as if approaching a wild scared kitten. The sad female spirit glided nearer, and asked, how can you do such a thing? And what part of my dismal past can you help with? I have heard this promise before, and was used and discarded. So what can you offer that they could not? She was wary, the last student she talked to did her a great disservice. What could this child know? There were many things in her past that were hidden and lost in history. Most of the people in this castle didn't even know her name, let alone her sins. Well, before we begin with all that, I'm Harry Potter and I have amnesia. So I don't know much about you or the history of this school. But, I did talk to the bloody Baron and I've thought of a way to get him to move on. Do you want him gone? Harry inquired as he moved closer to the very attractive apparition. What do you know of that vile man? She hissed, hating that anyone would bring him up in front of her. Nothing really, the teen confessed, raising his hands compliantly. But, if you want to tell me the story that's fine, if not that's cool too. He shrugged, he wasn't going to push her into confessing what seemed to be hurting her. All he knew from Luna was that this ghost was sad, and that she hated the Baron for some reason. The story is that he had something to do with her death, but no one knows exactly what. She drifted there undecided. If what he said was true, then she would no longer have to look at her murderer. She could rid herself of that burden and perhaps not be quite so depressed. Well met, Harry Potter. I am the Lady Helena Ravenclaw. She finally introduced herself with a regal nod of her head. That made Harry startle. He had no idea that she was from one of the founders' families. He wondered what she did to be bound to the castle. She seemed like an innocent woman. Well met, he said as he nodded his head in reply. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what has that lout told you? She asked, wondering if the Baron had did it seem her fault that they were forever damned? She would not put it past that wretched man. He merely asked that I ask you to speak with him. He didn't tell me why. I just figured out that his bloody robes and his desperate desire to talk to you, and your sadness must go hand in hand. But, like I said, you don't have to tell me anything. All I'm offering is to give you a chance to tell him what you think of him, or hear him out. Either way, he may say his piece and move on, the dark-haired wizard said as he sat on one of the windowsills and swung his legs in a lazy manner. Before, he didn't cared what happened with these two ghosts, they were just echoes of the past that was never released. Now, he did have a bit of anger towards the Baron for making a deal with Snape. But he could see the spirit's point of view. In that he was trying to make things better for the students. And looking at the miserable woman in front of him, he felt like maybe she could finally get some things off her chest and not be so gloomy. This gave Helena pause. After all these years, was she ready to face the man? She had avoided him for over 1,000 very sad and anger-filled years. Maybe LD be a bit Slytherin and hear him out and then pretend to forgive him. Then he'd be gone, and she would no longer have to gaze upon him and see her bloodline his robes. Then the only thing keeping her here would be the taint on her mother's diadem. She glanced at the child in front of her shrewdly. Tell the Baron that I will hear him out, however, I require a boon. Really? Pray tell, Harry said, looking at her with a tilted head. I need you to find and destroy my mother's diadem. Tom Riddle, or as you know him, Voldemort, has desecrated it into an abhorrent thing. It is in a hidden room here within the castle walls, contaminating the very air with its turpitude. It can only be destroyed by basilisk venom or fiendfire. Do this and I will speak to that horrible man. She floated back and forth with worry and nerves. If this worked out, she could finally rest in peace. Then she would be able to look upon her mother and not feel as remorseful. It was all that man's fault that she never got to see her mother's last moments of life. If he had been kinder, she would have gone to her and confessed her sin, and all would have been forgiven, she was sure. That is something I cannot grant, sorry, he said, shaking his head with some understanding. He wanted to help, but he would have no clue as to how. First off, I have no idea as to where to get the venom, or how to create fiendfire. Secondly, I've no memory of this castle or its layout, so I wouldn't even know where to begin to look. He lied, mostly. He knew the snake was in the Chamber of Secrets, and Hermione could take him there. But he had no idea where a crown could be hidden. There was no way he was going to get into something that mysterious or dangerous, not without a plan and some backup. He could go grab his friends and they could find the headpiece and hide it until it could be destroyed. Or he could write to Mr. Waters, who would then talk to Madame Bones, and let them deal with it. Helena hung her head and worried her lip, trying to think up a way to fix that. She wrung her hands and went over just how much to tell. However, what I can do, is tell the right people and they can take care of it, was the counter-offer. When he saw she was so desperate. I can tell you the room which it hides. Please, do this for me and I will grant you any boon, even speak to the man whose hands are stained with my blood, she all but begged. She was so tired, her existence was morbid and melancholy. Unlike the other spirits that haunted these halls, who seemed at peace with their fate, she and the Baron were doomed to be forever in unrest. Well, there was moaning Myrtle, but that child enjoys being despondent. Okay, I can take a look, but I can't promise to be able to abolish it, Harry compromised sincerely, that would take less planning. And it would help the lady in distress. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to take a gander at the thing, who knows what he could learn. Very well, Helena sighed as she just hovered there. As if waiting for something. Her face took on a determined look, like she was going into battle. Harry's heart went out to her. It couldn't be easy to face the guy that killed you. He felt a little bad for bringing this about, but it might end her turmoil. Now, all he had to do was find the bloody ghost, who just happened to appear, right when he was going to get up. The bloody Baron came through the wall as if he had been waiting for her consent, which he had. He stood in front of his lady love with a desperate look of longing on his face. Lady Helena, for 1,000 years, my heart has mourned for what I did to you. It was unjust and immoral. I have done my penance, and know what I did was very, very wrong. I know how painful it is for you to look upon me. Please, my love, forgive me so that I may finally leave you in peace. He looked for a moment like he would take her hand, but her icy glare stayed his movements. I hate you with every fiber of my being, she hissed. Drifting closer to the man she has despised for many years. I would rather see you burn in the pits of hell before I forgive you. You are a petty and cruel man that I would never have married. I would have seen myself dead before I lay in your bed. All it took was me saying no to you once, and you lashed out and murdered me, all the while professing your love, she spat. One look at his face and all thoughts of pretending forgiveness flew out the window. The scene from her death played over and over in her head. The look of anger that had lined his face and the feel of the knife as he stabbed her many times was overriding her senses. She threw back her head and flung out her arms and screamed to the air in anguish, making everyone within 100 feet wonder what was happening. Damien hung his head in sorrow. Would he be forever doomed to wander these halls? Never to speak to the woman he loved in anything but anger. He, like Helena, was very tired, if a ghost can feel such. Hopes of forgiveness died with that wail. He stared in her and also fell into the scene of their last moments as living people. He moaned deeply in despair, causing Harry to shift nervously. Lady Ravenclaw can come and find me when it's all hashed out, Harry said hurriedly, getting off the windowsill and sidling down the wall. He wanted to get away from the two feuding ghosts. That scream pierced his heart, making him wonder just how brutal her death was. He guessed that it had been a murder, just from the state of the Baron's robes, and what she shouted, but there was an underlying something that he didn't know. That and the Baron's moan also indicated that there was something more to the whole story. The Grey Lady continued to yell vitriol at the Baron as our hero rabbited down the hall. He heard the bell and went to wait for his friends. He'd tell them what happened, in one of the receiving rooms. They all met in the entrance hall and Harry took them to one of the rooms. When they all entered, he threw up a word. Well, that didn't work, he said as he slumped in one of the chairs. Do you know who was wailing and moaning? I thought it was Myrtle, but it's in the wrong part of the castle. Hermione asked as she took a seat. She had been in Dada when the screams and moans filled the air. It had set shivers down her spine. That was the Grey Lady, Luna informed her airily. She is confronting her murderer as we speak. I suspect we will hear more soon. She too felt the anguish of the ghost, and knew that it was the Grey Lady. The only thing that would have made her wail like that was the bloody Baron. How could you possibly know that? The bushy-haired teen asked, turning to the girl she thought of as Ditzy. She still didn't believe the little blonde was a seer. She's right. That's who it was. It's partially my fault, Harry stated with gloom in his voice. He waved them all silent and told them of his talk between both ghosts. Even the part about what had happened on the night of his disappearance. There were gasps and shrewd looks among his friends. They were equally saddened for the ghosts, but angry at Snape. I do hope that the Baron passes on. I hate to see Lady Ravenclaw so sad, was Luna's comment. Yeah, that scream was heart-rending, Harry agreed with a nod and a full-body shiver. He never wanted to hear something like that again. Well, there is little to do but wait. What do you plan on doing about Snape? Neville asked, hoping the man would be more embarrassed than he was with the dress prank, which he now ignored. It was still hilarious to see the man when it hit, but not quite as fun as when he tried to rid himself of it, all the while yelling that he was going to get Black back. Yeah, Harry, what's the plan? The twins asked, perking up. Oh, I have a plan, all right. I'm going to out 2 people during the first task, but I need your help, the amnesiac said with a wicked grin, and then laid out his plan to them. This made the boys and Luna cackle with glee. Hermione got a look on her face as if she was undecided as to what to think. On one hand, Snape was a teacher. On the other hand, he was partly responsible for Harry's condition. She weighed what she knew and looked at her best friend's face. She listened with her eyes and nodded her head. She'd stick with Harry. The next morning was bright and cold. The ceiling in the great hall showed only the crisp sunlight and a bright blue sky, like the whole of space had been washed during the night and was now clean and clear. Our group of heroes sat at the Gryffindor table and ate. They discussed the emotional-filled night, just like everyone else, but they also whispered about some plans. Snape looked smug for some reason, which had Harry narrowing his eyes at the man. He had to wonder why the man looked like Christmas had come early, although faintly. He wondered if it had something to do with the ghosts. If the Grey Lady passed on, and he would be relieved of talking to her. On the other hand, if the Bloody Baron left, then he no longer was bound to their agreement. Would that be enough to make the man so, well, not happy, but complacent? The teen gave up on it for now, and then turned back to his friends and talked about the long night they had. He wrinkled his nose when he overheard a few girls thinking the whole thing was a tragic love story. He shook his head at the flighty gossips and peered at Hermione. She was giving him thoughtful looks and then glaring at the staff table, like she had finally come to the conclusio. And that they weren't the epitome of goodness and authority. She even threw a few cutting glances at Ron. Harry, who always listened with his eyes, could see that she was now completely on his side, so he copied Merlin's book and said, "Here. Hermione, this is for you to read." She took the book and noted its title and author. "After you're done, come to me and we'll talk. Don't fuss about it now and bring attention to us," he added when her face took on an angry look, like she had been denied knowledge and was going to chastise him for it. He made 2 more copies and gave them to the twins with a simple smile. "These are temporary copies, so read them fast." He was content that his entire group of friends would now know what he knows. "We will be discussing this," the bushy-haired girl hissed as she carefully put the book away. One part of her was glad the boy was opening up to her, while another part wanted to hit him for keeping this treasure away. Of course, he conceded, he'd let her rant, but only so far. He had his reasons for doing things his way, and if she wanted to remain his friend she'd see that. It wasn't like he was malicious in any way, he was only protecting himself from the world he didn't know. "Anyway, it's Saturday, so what shall we do?" Harry asked, hoping to fend off that argument for a while. "I think we should explore the 7th floor, was the dreamy response from Luna. "As in near the Gryffindor Tower?" the dark-haired wizard asked, not sure if they'd find anything in such a well-trafficked hall. "No, silly, on the other side of the castle, where you found the Grey Lady yesterday," the little blonde stated, as if it were obvious. "Right, how foolish of me," our hero chuckled as he bussed her cheek. He didn't even have to ask how he knew. "So, who's with us?" He looked at his friends. "I'm going to read that book, so that counts me out," Hermione stated with a predatory gleam in her eyes. She had seen that the tome was written by Merlin and couldn't wait to sink her teeth into it. Besides, who wanted to explore some dusty old classrooms, when there was learning to be done? "You to that, write down any questions you have, so they aren't talked about out loud. Or we'll just find someplace private to go. You two, guys," he said, pointing to the twins, who were reading the book under the table and having whispered conversations about it. They looked up sheepishly and put it away. "I really don't want this to get out. At least not yet," he added when Hermione opened her mouth to argue. He knew she thought all knowledge should be shared. But he needed to keep this a secret for now. George cleared his throat. "We're going to study," he said, with a wink and a secretive smile. "Right, need to study to be able to do good pranks," Fred added, playing along. "Speaking of pranks, it's time to change Snape's," Harry said wickedly as he looked at the dress-wearing man. It wasn't funny anymore, because he wasn't reacting, neither were the students. So the teen blinked and snickered. "Watch," was all he said. Suddenly a large pink bubble came out of Snape's mouth and when it popped it said, "I love lilies." Harry sat in shock as the hall burst with laughter. He knew that the greasy git meant he loved his mother, even after all these years. It made him feel sick in the stomach. The bubbles told the truth after all, but still, the amnesiac waved his hand and quickly dispelled the jinx. He'd have to think of something else to do. Snape got up and left the hall. He would hide again, in case he gave out other information that would get him arrested. Later he would thank Merlin that it was only once. Now that he was free and clear, he had to keep his head about him, to make sure it stayed that way. He was still making plans on running. He figured that it would be soon since that brat, Potter, was showing signs that he was either putting the pieces together or remembering. Did that work like it was supposed to? Luna asked, patting her friend's arm. She didn't like the look on his face. Yeah, unfortunately, Harry replied, giving her an, "It's all right," smile. I don't see what's wrong. I mean, I guess you didn't expect him to spout his favorite flower. Which was a bit out of character, Hermione said, with a tilt of her head. No, I wanted him to say something else, but magic doesn't always do what you want. Read the book and you'll see what I mean. The dark-haired teen stated. While the jinx worked, the fact that that man still. He couldn't even finish that thought. It was just too vile. All right, she said, gathering up her books and giving Harry a kiss on the cheek. With that she left. We're going too, the twins stated as they too picked up the book and left the room. Let's just explore. I want to say, if I can find the Grey Lady and apologize about yesterday, the boy wonder said, getting up as well and leading them out of the hall. He still felt a bit bad, not overly so. He felt that the two spirits did need to have that talk. If only to vent. Still, her wails had given the whole castle nightmares. So, the three teens moved through the castle and went to the 7th floor. They wandered aimlessly, or at least the boys did. Luna knew exactly where she was going. Are you sure there's something here, Luna? Neville asked as they turned another corner, where there was nothing but armor and portraits. They had searched every hall along the way, in hopes of finding a secret room or passage. So far all they found were a few old classrooms. Soon, she said mysteriously as she pointed to the end of the hall they were walking in. When they turned where she had indicated, there was Lady Ravenclaw, who actually looked much better. She was no longer gray and was now more of a washed-out white. There was a wistful smile playing on her lips as she drifted back and forth in front of the wall. Well met, young students, she said when they came up to her. Well met, they answered back. I.W. Anted to say I was sorry for bringing the Baron here. I really did think that he'd move on, Harry said, rubbing the back of his head. Oh, he did, the shy ghost replied with a wave of her hand. I am not sure how it happened. But one minute he was there, just taking my vitriol, and the next he was gone in a great flash of light. I really hope that he is paying for his crime. Her smile turned bitter. Her mind played at all the torture the absent ghost must be going through. I wonder who will be the house ghost for Slytherin now, Luna said with vacant eyes. It is being discussed by the Ghost Council. They want to make sure it is someone who can control Peeves, the Grey Lady said with a tilt of her head. You're a seer, she stated as if it were fact. I am, the little blonde replied with a nod. My mother was a seer. It can be a terrible curse. Use it well, but hide it when you can, was the vague advice. Did she ever see the Nargles? The little Ravenclaw asked excitedly, bouncing in place, making Harry and Neville very glad she was dressed casually. The Lady Ghost just smiled approvingly, and said that her mother had not. That was a good disguise. She turned to Harry and said, where you seek is behind this wall. Pace back and forth 3 times and think that you need to hide something. When the room appears you will find my mother's diadem, please grant my wish. She then drifted away, hiding in the walls to see if the boy would grant her boon. She wanted to finally put to rest the curse on her mother's greatest treasure. Our hero did as told and a door appeared in the wall, which he opened, and inside was the greatest hoard of junk he had ever seen, well that he could remember. The other 2 teens, eyes popped nearly out of their heads. Harry got a wicked smile on his face and entered the room. This could be fun, but first we have to find the diadem, he said, clapping his hands together and rubbing them. He called his map to enlarge so it showed a foot in front of him, making it so Luna and Neville could see it. He then had Data scan the room for dark magic. Hundreds of things appeared on that map and they were all deep within piles of junk or further in the room. So he had the android calibrate it to the darkest of spelled items. There were then 10 spots to find. Let's start with the shelves first, he said, pointing to the line of bookcases on the right. He explained the map and his headspace along the way. Neville was impressed and had plans to do something a bit more magical for his headspace. He was really glad that his gran had taught him occlumency, so it would be easy to adjust. He figured that he too could incorporate some magical people to make his mind clearer and stronger. Like Merlin, Rowena, and Godric. Luna, while fascinated, already had her mind set up so that it would boggle the greatest of legilimens. It was a mass of twirling colors and lights. Finding anything in her mind was impossible, except for her, of course. The first item they came to was an ornate silver spoon with a vile curse that would kill the person who used it for potatoes, according to Spock's readout that is. It was harmless any other time, the second any form of potato touched it the curse activated, and the person would die a horrible death. It had been brought to the school over 600 years ago to kill a rival family member of a then prestigious family. It had worked, and the spoon was then brought here to cover the crime. Don't touch that, Harry said, when he got the report, making his two friends step back. Spock says it's safe right now. But I don't want to take the chance, he explained, getting closer to the object. Luna shivered at the blackness coming off the piece. Harry, please cleanse that, she all but begged. Try and use as much magic as you can. Then she smiled at him in a dreamy way to show she wasn't trying to boss him around. He shrugged and waved his hand. Deep cleanse, he said, putting a large bit of magic into the spell. He called up his golden dome to protect his friends. The spoon shivered in place and then floated and spun as the curse fought to stay attached. Finally, with an explosion of black smoke, it dissipated. The tableware then dropped back onto the shelf, clean and shiny. He scanned it and now it was just a piece of silverware. That took a bit more out of me than I thought it would. So let's save any more until we find the diadem, yeah, he said, slumping his shoulders and then stretching them with a roll. He casually waved his hand and dropped the shield. That is probably for the best, Neville said, clapping him on the back, very awestruck with how much control his friend had over his magic. He couldn't wait until he was where Harry was. He had already done a great number of wandless spells. In the privacy of his bed. They were little things, like levitation or cleaning Trevor's habitat. He even found all his socks, which seemed to always disappear. His confidence was growing by the day and his showed in his schoolwork. McGonagall even praised him once or twice, but he still needed to do something with his wand. He looked around the room, maybe there's one in here, he thought wistfully. After Harry rested for a minute, they followed the map and found the headpiece. The dark-haired teen took a deep breath and concentrated on what he needed to do. He let out his tricorder and pointed it at the diadem, deep cleanse. A narrow beam of light hit the piece and it shook hard, like it was break apart at any moment. Once more the golden dome sprang up. This time the curse fought ferociously. Soon there came a hideous scream coming from the relic. The kids all stepped back, while Harry kept adding power to the spell. A flash of bright light blinded our explorers momentarily. When they could see again, the diadem was shining as new. Harry scanned it and saw that it still was spelled, but it was all good magic. He then dropped the shield and sank to the floor. Almost completely wiped out. He took out some muffins, which he had put in his TARDIS pocket for just such occasions, and wolfed them down. He could already feel that his magic was replenishing. The Lady Ravenclaw came out of hiding with a radiant smile on her face. You have set me free, she said in awe. I promised that I would try. I'm just glad I could keep that promise, Harry aid with a weak smile from his place on the floor. Thank you, she said as she slowly faded out. There was no flash of light, she was there one moment and then gone. Well, pooh, Luna huffed with a stomp of her foot. I wanted to ask her some questions. Cheer up, lovely Luna, the tired wizard said, getting up and slinging his arm over her shoulders. She's probably in a better place now. You're probably right, she conceded. How about we explore some more? Who know what we'll find, he said, looking around the room with a devious grin. Wait, what do we do with this? Neville asked, gesturing to the diadem, not wanting to leave such a treasure. I'm not sure, I guess we can take it with us, Harry said with a shrug. There is supposed to be a spell on it that will grant the wearer great knowledge. Luna added longingly, like she wanted to run and grab it and put it on. Let me take it and do a deeper scan on it first. If it is as you say, perhaps you can test it. But, I want to make sure it's safe first. The dark-haired wizard said, floating the headpiece into his TARDIS pocket. It belonged to Ravenclaw. If anyone should try it first, it should be Professor Flitwick. However, if we give it to him, he is sure to give it to Dumbledore, was her reply. She truly wanted to give it to the diminutive professor, but keep it out of the hands of the headmaster. Let's wait until we talk to the whole gang. For now we have a room to explore, our hero said as he guided her away. Yeah, I want to see if there are any wands here that I can use, the sandy-haired boy said as he moved with them. So the teens looked through the junk for a while, with Harry making plans on coming back and fixing what he could, which he believed would be all of it. He just needed to make sure. He ate plenty of protein and starches before he came. He wondered if he could pull it off. This was much bigger than fixing the shack. If his theory was right and magic burned calories, then yeah, he would just make sure that he could replenish his core with meat and rolls. Maybe he'd bring sandwiches, big meat-filled ones. He looked at Neville and noted the boy was much thinner in the face and body. He smirked. They did find a few of wands, which Neville tried, but only one came closer to his magical signature. It wasn't a perfect match, but it was better than his dad's, so he took it. He'd put his dad's in a safe place. After they gathered some ancient tomes and a few other items that would help with schoolwork, they then left the room and went to lunch. The jewels were left for another time. They would talk to the rest of their friends and discuss what to do with the trove. As they entered the Great Hall, Harry was glad to note that he was no longer the topic of conversation. It was now going around that the Grey Lady was also gone. There were a few girls that were saying she forgave the Baron and now they were a piece together. Our hero just shook his head at that, but didn't say a word. They went to their usual spot and started to fill their plates. Hermione and the twins were missing, but the trio figured they were still reading. About halfway through the meal, a late edition of the Daily Prophet came. Harry wondered why it was so late, until he read the headline over Neville's shoulder. Harry Potter Tells All. Below was an article that pretty much said what he had told Rita. He was sure she tried to defame him, little did she know she couldn't. The curse he placed would make her think she was succeeding. She would only see written the stuff that was in her conniving little mind. But really she was writing only the truth. Her editor would see the same that Skeeter did, and he would print the paper thinking that it would boost the ratings, which it would, but not for the reasons they thought. It would only be after the paper got out and was sold that they would realize just what happened. It was the reason the Howler had taken so much out of him. When it exploded, it cursed the whole building. Now that rag would be a genuine newspaper. Who knows, it might even sell better. Harry laughed his ass off, getting strange looks from people around him. They thought he'd be happy that his story finally got out, but not this happy. He sobered up and looked around when his proximity alert went off. He glanced at his map, which was now just on his lens, and groaned. "Mr. Potter, we need to talk," the headmaster stated very firmly. He thought the boy was coming around, and now with his story out there, he could see that there was still a lot of animosity between them. "I'm not talking to you without my lawyer," Harry stated just as firmly. He had no intention of going anywhere alone with this man. He was still very upset about the whole mind rape incident. And since that was now in the paper, it was probably what the man wanted to talk about. He looked at the old man and saw there was great disappointment in his eyes. "Look, I don't want to fight with you. I only told the truth. I'm tired of being vilified in the press. You didn't seem to care about me being called a liar and a cheat. So why are you upset now? What goes on in Hogwarts should stay in Hogwarts," was the vague answer. "Right, like kids don't write home to their parents," our hero scoffed, though he did have to wonder how the last few years were suppressed. Or was it? He really didn't know. Maybe he should get a hold of some back copies of the paper and see if word had gotten out and the whole of this wizarding world just sat back and read his exploits like it was a good novel. Well, he didn't know what to think on that. According to Hermione, these people wanted him to be a hero, but why would he fight for those that never lifted a finger to help him? Disappearing into the non-magical world sounded better and better. He now knew who caused his memory loss, and as soon as he got the guy arrested he'd book it. Probably taking his godfather with him. The poor man wouldn't need to hide anymore. And Harry could make them look any way he wanted them to. Young, old, fat or skinny, none of it would be a problem. They would never be on the run and could just live their lives. They were both loaded so they could live anywhere. His friends would understand and there is no reason they couldn't visit. Mr. Potter, you talked to a reporter that slipped unnoticed onto the grounds. I need to know how she did that. It is for the safety of the school, Albus tried to reason with the boy. Oh, well, if that's all, I can tell you that she flew in, Harry said with a smile. How do you mean? The old man asked. That's all I can tell you, was the curt answer from the boy, who was lying through his teeth. She flew in and cornered me. I didn't see anything wrong with talking to her. Very well, Dumbledore stated, pinching the bridge of his nose, knowing that that was all the answer he would get. At least the boy was telling the truth. He would have to see about strength. Heading the wards this summer when the school was empty. Harry was pretty much thinking the same, only sooner. Perhaps, after the first task. The trio finished their lunch, while the rest of the school talked about the article. There were tons of whispers from all three schools. Harry looked around the room and noted that there were a lot of contemplative faces, like they were wondering if they had been wrong about the boy wonder all this time. He looked at the other three champions. Cedric was morose, he felt bad about not believing Harry. Fleur was of the opinion that the paper was lying. Victor could care less. He was the strongest of them all, in his mind. Harry was a bit put out that gossip was back to him. He had hoped the disappearance of two house ghosts would have been better fuel for the rumor mill, but alas. He was mistaken. He sighed and made some emergency sandwiches, which he wrapped in napkins and tucked in his TARDIS pocket. When the trio was done they went back to the room of lost things. Harry, upon entering, asked them to stand back, and when they were flush to the wall, he threw his golden dome over them. He then took out his wand, wanting the extra boost, and circled it above his head and said, "Fix and sort." A loud series of noise followed as things that were broken and rusty did their best to pull together. Groans and clanking filled the air. 3 piles collapsed as repaired thing flew out, and then repiled into neat rows. Trunks were like new, still spilling out jewels and treasures, clothes repaired to their original states, books were cleaned and the printing renewed. Trinkets, wands and toys were now in good condition. The many pieces of armor that had been broken and dull were once again standing tall and shiny. Not everything could be fixed. Stuff that was missing pieces were still broken and laid in a pile off to the side. Only the nearest piles of broken things were refreshed, but it was still a big accomplishment. Cleanse, the teen stated, once more circling his wand. And the dark magic that lingered was washed away. Phew, that took a bit out of me. Let's look over what was fixed, before I do more, yeah. The very tired Harry stated as he pulled out a sandwich and nibbled on it. He was starved, even though he just ate. That was the biggest spell he had done, and it only did a tiny part of the room. This was going to take more than one day. It was a good thing he had nowhere to be. He wondered if he should sneak Sirius and the elves in here. It might be a good way to get the man to practice. This is what we're going to be able to do. When we've gotten as good as you. Neville asked in awe. He couldn't wait. Perhaps he could heal his parents with this magic. If he could just wave his wand and then simply say, "Heal," they could come home. Tears filled his eyes at the thought. Well, there is still the matter of how big your core is, and if you believe you can, but yeah, one day, our hero stated as he meandered to the nearest stack of trunks. For example, your core it's slightly smaller than mine, but Luna's is quite a bit smaller. Sorry, Luna, he added sheepishly. It's all right, I know my limits, she said dreamily. She knew she was a normal witch, and that Harry and Neville were prophecy children. Both would have a part to play, if the future didn't change, though Harry's part would always be the same. If the prophecy was true, then only he could defeat he who must not be named. Then again, with his amnesia the future was more unclear than it had ever been. The twins have a larger core than Luna's, but smaller than ours. However, they seem in tune with one another, and if they could harness that, there's nothing they can't accomplish. Hermione, for all she is smart, has an average core, but she has the knowledge to do great things. The dark-haired wizard continued to explain while rummaging through some of the books. Now, Sirius has a large adult core, but it is stunted because of all his years in Azkaban. Sirius? Neville asked, not sure how Harry knew about Black. Yeah, well, I'll tell you later, Harry stammered, reprimanding himself for not watching what he said. Don't worry, Harry. It'll all work out in the end, Luna said with a pat on his arm. Right, Neville said, dropping the subject. So, what about Dumbledore's core? His has to be huge, the sandy-haired wizard asked. As he tried another wand that he found, but it didn't feel right, so he chucked it into a pile of examined things. The old man is over 100 years old, his core is humongous, but he will never learn to do what we're doing. Because of years of wand training. Oh, he might be able to do a few things wandlessly, but with all those years of suppression, I doubt he will ever be proficient. Harry said, tossing another useless book over his head. Harry, please don't treat books like that, even if you feel they are worthless, they're still knowledge, Luna reprimanded, picking up the discarded book and putting it in the pile she was creating. Right, sorry. I'll just hand them to you then, he said, properly chastised. They fell quiet and sorted through the treasures, each having their own thoughts about what to do with it. Harry wanted to take it all and put it in a TARDIS bag, while Luna wanted to give at least the books and jewels to the school. Neville was of two minds. He wanted to keep what was useful and give the rest to charities, like street mungos. Harry did 2 more piles and a few bookshelves. They found tons of good stuff, but left it all there for now. Soon it was time for dinner. So the reluctant trio headed to the Great Hall. First Harry waved his hand and cleaned them up, so people wouldn't wonder why they were so dusty. Sitting near Hermione and the twins, they talked about the article that Rita wrote. Harry, when did you talk to Skeeter? And how did you get her to write the truth? Hermione asked as she served herself some beef Wellington. The book said to keep your calorie intake high. So she was going to start eating more fatty foods. She just prayed it was right, she really didn't want to gain weight. She flew in a few days ago, and I just made sure she'd never lie again. Was the vague answer. How did she fly in? I mean, aren't there wards to prevent that? She asked, looking at her friend and noting he looked a bit worn out. She glanced at Luna and Neville. They too were tired. She narrowed her eyes and wondered what they had been up to. No, she didn't come on a broom. What I should have said is that she buzzed in on her tiny wings. Oh, you're not making a lick of sense, Hermione huffed. Don't worry, sweet lady, I will tell you when we're not surrounded, Harry said, with a very saucy smile. Don't you try buttering me up, Harry James Potter. We've been friends far too long for that, she stated with a playful glare. However, I do see your point. Our hero nodded and started his dinner again. He looked around the hall and noted that everyone was still talking about the article. There were a lot of sympathetic glances coming his way, which he ignored. The only 2 people who didn't seem affected in the least were Snape and Moody. He knew it was because they both had a great deal of dislike for him. Snape he sort of understood, the man hated him for just being a Potter. And Moody, well, Barty Jr. was a Death Eater. So he guessed he could get that as well. Now that he was watching harder, he could see quite a few of the officials were looking either mad or introspective. He figured they were all trying to figure out how to get him to come to the first task, when he made it clear that he wasn't going to participate. He was going to have to be firm in his stance. Dumbledore's paw. Dumbledore, what are we going to do? If Harry Potter shuns the tournament, there will be chaos at the office, Crouch Sr. stated, banging his fist on the table. He was already getting flack from Fudge. That man was now bending over backwards to get the boy hero on his side. He was in talks with Waters to see if there was any way he could kiss up to the boy. They were even discussing getting Black cleared. Fudge had already rescinded the kiss-on-sight order. Oh, how mad Crouch Sr. was about that. In his mind that man was as guilty as his son, who he still didn't know where was. Do not worry so, Bartemius, all will work out. I do have some ideas on how to get young Harry to cooperate, Albus waved the irate man's concern away. He already had plans in talking Harry into competing. He was sure the boy would listen to him. If he made it clear that there really wasn't any other choice. He had to get Harry to see how important he was to the wizarding world. Maybe, he'd tell him the prophecy, and then the child would understand. I do not see why Potter is so important, Snape huffed, cutting up his meat, making screeching noises, because he was pressing so hard on his knife. He really hated that the brat was the topic of conversation, again. Just last week you were saying he was a glory hound that cheated to get into the tournament. You were going on and on that his condition was faked. Now you want to pander to his every wish, he sneered. Disgusted with the lot of them. He would still have to watch his step. He knew just from the looks the boy threw at him that he was still on shaky ground. However, he'd be damned if he was going to coddle the brat. It is politics, Barty Sr. said as if that was the answer to everything, which in this case it really was. Snape just sneered again, and started to eat his chicken. There has to be something we can tempt him with, Bagman said, sweat forming on his brow. He was in deep trouble if the boy didn't compete. The goblins were already stating that he old not change his bet and they will not tolerate any late payments. I do not see why you are so worried, Karkaroff stated, looking at the nervous man. The boy is a cheat and a liar. Who care if he shows or not? He waved it all away. Hoping the boy wondered did as he said and rejected the games. This would make his school look better and give Victor a better chance at the cup. You are a eardless man, Eadmaster Karkaroff, Maxime said, pointing her ringed finger at the sour man. Z-boy is suffering from amnesia and you are being petty. Do you fear, I am so much that you would let, I am suffer? She demanded, although she really hoped the boy who lived didn't compete either. Again, I have to state that you are all worrying for nothing. I am sure that I can convince young Harry to be there during the first task. All it will take is a small amount of persuasion, Dumbledore said jovially, as if he had it all under control. He had better, or it is going to be your head, Crouch Sr. SNA. RLED as he threw down his napkin and left the table. Oh, he will, was the ominous reply to the man's retreating back. Harry's paw. So, did you guys finish the book? Harry asked softly, after Crouch Sr. stomped off. Oh yes. It was ever so informative. Do you really believe we can do magic like that? Hermione said, bouncing in place, all thoughts of chastising him forgotten. She had plenty of time to think about it, and came to the conclusion that when she trusted the teachers, he really didn't have faith in her to keep his secrets. It hurt a little, until she remembered that this was not her Harry. Yeah, well it's more of what you believe than what I do. Let's not talk about it here, okay? He said, shifting his eyes around to make sure no one had heard them. We found a room that we can talk in. Let's go there when we're done with dinner. I think you'll like it. There's more books. Okay, Harry, she said and then ate faster. She really wanted to discuss the book with him. Maybe. He already could do the things depicted and that was why he had the wicked pocket on all his pants. She went over all the times she had witnessed him doing magic and realized that most of the time it was without a wand. She felt really neglectful for not noticing sooner. She did have a lot on her mind, with trying to figure out how he had lost his memory, and what she could do to help. That and keeping him out of trouble, which she had to admit she didn't accomplish very well. They finished their dinner in silence and then the five of them followed our hero to the 7th floor. Harry called up the door and they trudged inside. Hermione and the twins were very impressed with the piles of new things, and the mass of broken stuff, and they wondered where it all came from. According to "Oh Lady Ravenclaw, this is a room of lost things," Harry answered the unasked question. Yeah, all of this was broken, then Harry fixed it, Neville said, waving to the gleaming piles of treasure. Can we do that? Hermione asked in awe. She couldn't wait to give it a go. That's one of the reasons I brought you here. I want to use this stuff for you practice on. You each pick a pile and use what you learned in the book and try to fix or levitate what you can. It won't be easy, you have to unlearn everything you know and start from the beginning. Also it all depends on your core, Harry said, N.D. then explained what he had told Neville earlier. I suggest you try with your wand first, then when you've got the hang of it, try without. Oh, this will be wonderful, Hermione said as she ran to the nearest pile of junk to see what she could do. She took out her wand and waved it over a few items with the spell, Reparo. They shook and shuddered, and 2 of the pieces fixed. She pouted, but was determined to continue. You said we could do more if we worked together. The twins asked, holding a private conversation with looks and gestures. Yep, it's almost like your cores reach for one another. The dark-haired teen nodded with a huge smile. Wicked, they said and wandered to the next pile. Each person did what they could, while Harry went around and gave them words of encouragement and corrections. He decided that he'd let them flourish or flounder, as the case may be. Neville got half of his pile fixed and mended and was floating items into piles. He made sure to check any wand he found. Luna only did a third of hers, but she was having a blast doing it. The twins were on their second pile, but when they tried to do it separately, they weren't quite as successful. Hermione was having a harder time. She was still trying to unlearn all the rules that she knew were supposed to be true. So Harry gave her the same speech that Luna had given him when she had brought it up. That seemed to help a little. Soon it was time for curfew and the teens all went to bed, each contemplating on what they had done and how to do it better. They didn't know what to do with all the stuff they were fixing. And they all had different ideas. Harry was making plans on bringing his friends to see Sirius, and telling him what was what. He knew the man would have a harder time than Hermione did. Maybe. He gave it up for now and went into his headspace. He pulled out the diadem and asked Data and Spock to check it out to see if it was safe for people to use it. Too much knowledge shoved in someone's head couldn't be good for them. They analyzed it and came to the conclusion that he was correct. It would overwhelm the human mind if they were to use it. Someone like Spock or Worf could utilize it without repercussions. But humans could not. Data had already tried, but since he was an android, the crown didn't work on him. As a matter of fact, it almost shorted him out. Harry made "You're to snatch it off" when sparks began to fly. He waved his wand and made sure Data was in top condition. Spock decided that it would be prudent that he not try at this moment. Worf just growled and tauted that he had no need of such knowledge. Harry wondered if he could lessen the flow of information, so that it only gave what you sought instead of everything. For example, if someone wanted to heal someone, they could put the headpiece on and only get that bit of information. Of course, if everyone could do magic the way he did, the diadem would be just a pretty headpiece. He would have to think about it. Until then he would keep it in his pocket. "How goes getting my memory back?" he asked Data. "We found a small hole in the shield. It appears that the wall is weakening. The opening that we found is just big enough for you to get those small bits of your past. We are setting up an away team now. There is only enough room for a small team of 3. I will be going with them to analyze the layout of the white space." The android answered, "See if you can't find the memory of what happened the night I ran. I have a plan, but it would work better if I had something to back it with. No. That the Bloody Baron is gone, I don't have a witness." "We will endeavor to do just that," Data said, putting the request in the databank. "Great, thanks. I'm going to hit the hay," Harry stated with a nod to everyone on deck. And with a blink he was in his body and ready to sleep. He had used up a lot of magic today, and was very tired. As he dreamed about girls, the Enterprise crew was going veer plans for the first task and the voyage through the white space. Our hero was going to get the imposter and Snape if it was the last thing he did. The next morning Harry came down the stairs, dressed in some new dark jeans and a jumper with a snitch being chased by an owl. He spotted Hermione reading in a chair, and looked over her shoulder to see what she was so absorbed in. It was the temporary Merlin's book. Although it was glamored to look like a textbook, he knew that it would disappear tonight, so he let her read. He sat in one of the comfy chairs and pulled out his own book. After an hour of them reading, Neville came down. "Come on, guys, let's go eat," the now not shy boy said, poking Harry's book, making it hit the other teen's nose. Harry mock glared at him, and growled, "Wanker." He was actually glad the boy had come out of his shell. This guy was easy to like, he was so laid back. He didn't know what Neville had been like before, but judging from when they met, the other teen had come a long way. Teenager. So duh, the sandy-haired boy laughed. It felt good to have someone to joke with. The other boys in his dorm were more removed from him than Harry was. They still remembered how he acted the last 3 years and were unsure about his new confidence. Well, Ron still thought of him as a traitor, but he didn't count the redhead's opinion for much. "Hermione, let's go," he said louder, turning to his female friend and nudging her book lightly. "Oh," Hermione startled and dropped her book onto her lap. "Sorry, Neville, I just got caught up in one of the retellings." The book was full of wonderful examples of when and why to do magic. She had been caught up in one of the times that Merlin had rescued King Arthur, and this time the magic had gone right. It was truly fascinating, and she wished that this was a real book that she could keep forever. She was of the opinion that it should be published, for everyone to read. She was going to make sure she had a good argument to get Harry to do so. Yeah, those were interesting, but it's breakfast time, he said as his stomach growled. He rubbed it and gave the other two a look that said to hurry up, because he was starving. All right, Harry, how long will this last? She asked, holding up the book, before putting it away. She stood and shouldered her bag, waiting for her dark-haired friend to get up and come with them. Now that she thought about it, she was quite hungry as well. She wondered if it was because of all the magic they used last night. You should be able to read it once more tonight, Eteen replied as he stood and tucked his book in his TARDIS pocket. He then draped his arm around her shoulders and led her to the portrait. I'd say you could read it today, but I have plans and I'd like you guys to come with. He gave her a wink and didn't elaborate. Are we all going? Neville asked as he walked on Harry's other side. That's the plan. There's someone I want you to meet. He's an alright bloke, and I'm hoping you will help me with some things. He made an "it's a secret" motion so his female friend wouldn't question it. Neville figured it might be this serious bloke. He didn't know if it was Black or someone posing as him. He'd have to wait and see. If the person was a threat to his friend, well, he'd be there to protect Harry. With that, the trio left the dorm. They met up with Luna and went to breakfast. Hermione was bouncing with suppressed excitement. She wanted to talk about everything, but she knew she couldn't do it here. Luna was content. She had come further in this magic than she ever thought she could. Her discussion with Flitwick stemmed the bullies for now, but she wanted to be able to protect herself, so she was giving it her all. The books Rai had lent her helped her fears immensely, though she was still held back by her mum's death. Neville stood prouder and stronger. He dreamed all night that his parents were whole and at home. He even had a dream that his dad took his uncle Algie to task and booted him out of the family. The twins had been up way earlier than the other four and were going over pranks and plans at the Gryffindor table. They had some parchment laid out and were scribbling away. You two should put that away for now. We're going to go meet someone that I think you'll like a lot. Do you want to come? Harry asked, as he escorted the girls to their seats and then around the table and sat across from them. He had no idea just how right he was. It was one of the twins' greatest dreams to meet one of the Marauders, but the amnesiac didn't know that. We'd love to, they said as each picked up some of the papers and tucked them into their bags. Great, Harry said as he served himself a very large breakfast with plenty of meat. He made sure to make up some bacon and cheese, and sausage and egg, sandwiches to put in his pocket for later. They ate in quiet discussion about magical theory, and soon enough were done. The boy hero stood and said, "Come on then, let's get started. It's going to be a long day." He figured that they all needed to talk. He looked at Hermione and could see she was about to burst with questions. "Aren't you supposed to tell someone that you're leaving the castle?" Hermione asked, lifting her bag to her shoulder. She really wished he wouldn't fight with all the adults, not that he didn't have reason. But it would make for an easier time. We're not going to be off grounds for long." He waved his hand and then had a thought. "Actually, why don't you guys head for the room, and I'll be there in a few minutes," he said, thinking it would be easier to bring one person in than hiding a half a dozen out. It would be a waste of time to drag them to the shack and then bring them back. That and he'd have to add them to the wards, so, no, this would be simpler. "Practice your magic and stuff. Try and figure out what we're going to do with all that shite," he added as an incentive. "I didn't realize that it was up for debate," Hermione stated as she tilted her head. "I mean, it belongs to the school." In her mind it was clear from the start. They would fix it all up and then hand it over to the board or something. And that is one of the things we'll be pondering. Just go and leave some for the guy I'm bringing. He really didn't want to have this argument in the hall. He had no problems doing it behind closed doors. "Fine," she huffed, and then turned and stomped off. While she was now behind Harry, she still had her morals. To her, keeping any of the things Hay found on school grounds was stealing. She would make sure her views were known. "We'll talk about it, Harry. I'm sure that we can come up with a good solution to make everyone happy," Luna predicted and then kissed his cheek. She then skipped out of the hall and followed Hermione. She wanted to give anything that would further the school to the board, but there were things that would only be useless to them. That and there were families out there that had lost great treasures. Who knew, there might be something that could bring the Weasleys prestige. She recalled many diaries as she sorted through the books, and she knew that if she had found one that belonged to her mother, she'd want it back. Right, Harry said to her backside as it wiggled with each skip, and then shook his head to clear it. You guys go with them. I'll be back in a few minutes, he said as he turned to his remaining friends. All right, Harry, the three male teens said as they too got up and left the Great Hall. Harry made it out of the building. And when no one was around, he turned himself invisible. He called up his map, and then went to the shack and woke Sirius with a bucket of water. Why are you still asleep? He asked the wet man. Damn, Harry, don't do that, Sirius shouted as he jumped out of the soaked bed. He reached over, grabbed his stolen wand and waved it to dry himself. He then stomped over to the set of drawers and got some clothes for today. He had had a great time shopping the last few days, and the stuff at Tyler's Threads were really form-fitting. They made his younger body look good. Just answer the question, the teen snickered. I was up sending letter to Waters all night, trying to clear my name. Thanks for hooking me up with Winky, by the way. Anyway, it seems that Fudge. You want to get on your good side by making me free. That article you had Skeeter run was a Merlin sent. I want the story behind that, by the way. Anyway, the kiss on site order is gone, but they want tea. Oh, make sure the case is solid before they give me a trial. It had been a long night. He hadn't even made it to bed until around 2 in the morning, but they were making great headway. Harry wandered around the room, while his godfather got dressed. That's good, I guess. I mean, I don't really know this Fudge bloke, and if he is as bad as they say, well, it's going to take more than him doing his fucking job to get on my good side. He was firm in his stance that adults should be doing what they were paid to do. He would make sure that the Minster knew that when, or if, they met. I guess I can see that. Still, with me a free man, we can live anywhere in relative peace, the dogman said as he buttoned his last button. We'll see what happens, the teen said with a shrug, dismissing it for now. He still had plans on renting or owning a flat in non-magical London. I came to sneak you into the school. We found this wicked room where you can practice your magic, Harry said, turning around and all but bouncing in place. Wait until you see it. It's huge and has all this crap in it. Right now, we're fixing everything and making it whole and new. You could do that and get your wandless magic working. I thought the Marauders found all the secret rooms. I don't remember a room like that, the young-looking man stated, as he rubbed his chin. He still wished he had his goatee. Unfortunately, his facial hair didn't seem to be growing with the glamour. Maybe he'd ask Harry to tweak it. It'd make him look older and he could pick up more birds. The Grey Lady directed me to it. There was a dark object that Voldemort ruined. Her mum's diadem. She wanted me to cleanse it. When I did, she moved on, was the slightly mysterious reply. Yeah, I meant to ask what all that moaning and wailing was. It was heard clear down in Hogsmeade. He had sat up all night that night, wondered just what was going on in the school. He even debated going and checking it out, but in the end figured that the staff would solve whatever it was. He then spent the day after listening to the villagers talk about it. Oh, that. Well, it was the Bloody Baron and the Grey Lady having their final confrontation. See, what had happened was, and Harry proceeded to tell him about the ghosts, their history, his part in it and final days. He did tell his godfather that it was Snape that helped his amnesia along, albeit not directly. That made Sirius growl and promise retribution. As he talked, he led the man to the tunnel, and then stopped at the end to finish his tale. They're both gone now, he ended with a shrug. He was a bit miffed that the Bloody Baron had moved on. He really had plans for that ghost. Now, he would have to remake all his ideas around the spirit's departure. Wow, I never knew all of that, Sirius said, thinking that there was far more to Hogwarts than what he had learned while there, and chastising himself for not talking to the ghosts when he was a student. It made sense, after all. They would be a wealth of information that he and his buddies could have used to pull more pranks. He looked around the tunnel. He had been so caught up in the tale that he blindly followed his godson. How are you going to get me in the school? I mean, yeah, I look young, but not that young. He knew that if he were seen, one of the teachers would call him out. He wasn't prepared to be caught yet. Not even his lawyer knew where he was. Harry just smiled and waved his hand. Sirius became invisible and you could hear his shivering as the cold washed over him. That doesn't feel like a disillusion charm. The dogman said when the cold stopped. That's because it isn't, the teen stated and then reached out and pushed the knot. The willow stopped, and he led the way to the castle. They walked quietly until they reached the 7th floor. The door wasn't there, so Harry paced and called it up. He heard a gasp when it appeared and led Sirius into the room of lost things. "Hey, guys, come over here. There's someone I want you to meet," he called to his friends, who were spread out among the piles, as he made Sirius visible. The other teens, who had been working diligently, came to see who it was. None of them recognized the man who was standing by Harry. "Guys, meet my godfather, Sirius Black," the dark-haired wizard said, pointing to the disguised man. "Harry," Hermione said tentatively, taking a step back. "That's not Sirius. Sirius is much older and has darker hair." She then drew her wand and pointed it at the new person. "I don't know who you are, but you're not taking advantage of my friend's condition," she snarled. The other 4 agreed and also pulled their wands. They too knew what the fugitive looked like, what with his wanted posters, and all the articles that were printed when he escaped. The man standing before them looked around 20 and had light brown hair. "Whoa, guys, I put a glamour on him, so he could walk around," Harry said, standing in front of his godfather and holding up his hands. He had no idea his friends would react this way. But now that he thought about it, it was kinda cool that they were so protective. "How do you know it's him? I mean, you don't remember the man," was Hermione's rebuttal, not lowering her wand. She would be damned if some stranger thought he could use Harry for his own gain. So, Harry quickly told the story of how he ran into Sirius in Hogsmeade, and the few adventures they had had since. Sirius then turned into his dog form, which still a large grim, albeit lighter in color. They gang lowered their wands. And the twins grinned at all the mischief the two had gotten up to. "Anyway, from what he told me, he should be a free man come this summer." His face broke out in a huge grin. "Wicked," the twins said. "So, what do you want to do first? More magic, or talk about shite?" Harry asked, relaxing now that his friends weren't threatening his godfather. "I think we should talk first. I can't concentrate with all of this running through my mind," was Hermione's answer. She had so much to ask and she wanted to make sure that Harry wasn't going to do anything that would get him arrested. The other teens nodded. And it was settled. Harry waved his hand to make a clear space, and then he called some of the fixed chairs to form a circle. "Does anyone have anything to eat? Harry kind of dragged me here without breakfast," Sirius said, sitting in of the chairs and crossing his legs. He was just glad that no more wands were pointed at him. "You can call Winky," Harry stated blandly. With a lifted eyebrow as he too settled in one of the like-new seats. He was going to keep his sandwiches for later. He knew they would work through the day and everyone would use a lot of energy. "Right, Winky," the glamoured man called to the air. The little elf popped in. "What can Winky be doing for her master?" she asked. "Can you bring me some breakfast, and this lot some tea?" "Winky can be doing that," she said and popped away. "You own Winky," the bushy-haired witch said through gritted teeth. "I thought we talked about this," Harry said, confused as to why she was reacting this way. "Besides, Winky is well taken care of," Sirius stated with a wave of his hand. Lily too had been against house elf slavery. She ranted for hours about it, until they dragged her to Hogwarts' kitchen. Hermione huffed and folded her arms. She would talk to Winky later, though she did admit the elf looked happy. "So, what are your plans for the first task?" Neville asked, changing the subject. He had no clue what Hermione's problem was. But her tone suggested that an argument was to follow. "Well, I need the twins' help, and you guys to be on guard. I'm positive that someone is using this tournament to try and kill me. So, you 5 be careful. They might use you to get to me," our hero stated firmly. "That said, use the time in here, and right before you go to sleep, to put up some defensive spells. Like shields and wards around your body and mind. I know all of you are proficient in occlumency, so it should be easy. If you read the book thoroughly, then you will know all it takes is intent. I use that golden dome. And it works for me," he said, and then explained his proximity ward and how it functioned. Everyone was listening to him describe it. They were all making plans to do something similar, each having their own ideas. Winky popped back in, gave Sirius his breakfast of eggs, bacon and toast, and then snapped her fingers and a small table appeared, which had a tea tray on it. Everyone thanked her and grabbed a cup. They discussed the mechanics of wards for a while, and then Harry told them about Crouch Jr. That got them all talking excitedly and fearfully. They made plans to steer away from the man and talked about what they were going to do to help Harry. Ideas were thrown around until they had a solid plan. Then dark-haired teen dropped another question, so, what are we going to do with all this shite? He waved his hand to encompass the entire room. And the argument started. Luna and Hermione argued for about 20 minutes, while the men sat back and let them. They just wanted to practice their magic. Well, a bit of payment for it wouldn't be amiss, and they wanted to keep some of the things they found, but for now they listened to the girls debate each other. Every once in a while they would open their mouths to put in their opinion, but they were bulldozed over. Hermione was positive that everything they found should go to the school. Her stance was that it was on school property. So it belonged Hogwarts. While Luna believed it all should be returned to the owners. The males let the females fight until they started repeating themselves. Look, Luna, it is here, it belongs here. Hermione said for the third time, aggravated that she was not being heard. Think of all the things that Hogwarts needs. We should give it to the board. No, it should go to the families. Was the unbending rebuttal. If I dropped money in Diagon Alley, I would hope someone returned it. This is the same thing. No, was as far as Hermione got, when Harry held up his hands and let out a piercing whistle, making the girls turn to him with disgruntled faces. Wait, stop, he said, rubbing his forehead. Look, both of you are right, and wrong. As to Luna's example, when I lived on the street, all the money I found I kept, so there are different morals for that. That said, Hermione, this stuff isn't really owned by anyone. This is basically a large landfill, so it's free game. Now, some of this shite used to be the schools, the furniture, the armor, the schoolbooks and stuff. But the other books and the clothes, the bits of jewelry, and all that crap can be returned to whoever lost it. So, let's find a middle ground. Here's what we'll do, we're going to attempt to use our magic to find out if it's an heirloom. Watch, Harry said as he got up and went to the nearest pile of fixed items. Harry, are you sure? I mean, it's on school property, the bushy-haired teen tried to reason. Watch, he said again. He then waved his hand and with the vision old hands handing something to young hands, twice over, firmly in his mind, he said, heirlooms here, and many things pulled from his piles. Stuff like diaries, family magic books, letters, wands, watches, swords, brooms. Magical trinkets, statues, a few jewels and necklaces, and other things that he had no clue what were. All of them looked brand new. Return to your vault, he tried, envisioning them doing just that. And half the pile disappeared. Return to your family, thinking of a vague outline of a sofa, and more vanished. Wicked, the twins and Neville said as they watched him work his magic. After all this work they could do more than they ever thought they could do, but to see Harry perform magic was still a wondrous thing. He didn't even break out into a sweat, he just did what he said to do, and it was done. It was like no effort was even made. The girls were impressed as well, but they were still debating morals in their head. School stuff here, the dark-haired teen said, pointing to another spot. And books, brooms, cauldrons, armor, couches, chairs, desks, and other school-related items formed in rows before him. He shrunk all of them and put it in one of the trunks. There you go. Now both of you get your wish, he said with a smile as he looked between his two female friends. That was a good compromise, Luna said as she skipped to her things and did the same, not quite as many as Harry. But enough that she was satisfied. We both got exactly what we wanted, and the Nargles didn't interfere. I guess, Hermione conceded, still fretting on the show. Missing out on a great deal of funds with all the items returning to their family. Still, if it were her heirlooms, she would want them back as well. Well, I guess this stuff is mine to do with what I want, he stated. Waving to the small pile left, turning to his other friends. Wicked, how did you do that? The twins said, glad that the argument was over for now. They wanted to get some payment for doing the repairs. Their dreams hinged on getting startup money. They knew a few people who would buy old things. And there were items in this room that would sell for a good price. Who knows? They might go down Nocturne Alley to see if some of the shadier shops would take some of it off their hands. It's all about intent. Picture in your mind grandparents handing something to their child and then that child, now grown, handing it to theirs, Harry explained as he made a TARDIS bag and put his bounty in it. You don't have to put a face on them, just envision hands passing things along. Then let magic take it to where it has been before. If has ever been at the bank, it will go there. If not, it will return home. If whoever it belonged to before is no longer around, it will stay. For the diaries, picture someone writing in it, and then if there is living family, it will go there. Wicked, they said again and started trying to replicate what their friend had done. What about the school, don't they get anything? Hermione asked in a huff. Sure, all this furniture and the armor is theirs, you just saw me pack it up, our hero stated, waving to the trunk. We'll get Sirius to sell all the antiques and put it in a scholarship fund or something. However, the rest of this stuff was just junk until I fixed it. It didn't go anywhere, so I'm claiming it as mine, he answered with a shrug. He really didn't care what happened to the school things. He was just glad that he thought of a good compromise. Quit trying to start an argument. If you really find it morally reprehensible, then don't do it. No, you're right, it's just something I'll have to come to terms with. I do understand, oh, never mind. I'll just go to my pile sort the school stuff, she said Thor. Owlie chastised as she went to her work area. Sometimes she really couldn't help herself, especially when she lost in a debate. Compromises didn't always sit well with her, it meant she had to bend her ethics and she wasn't comfortable with that. This new Harry was making her do it more and more, whereas the old Harry just caved. Rules were rules and you were supposed to obey them. On the other hand, they weren't breaking any rules. Her internal dilemma was not anyone's fault and it was something she was going to have to work out for herself. I know the school could use some new brooms, Neville said as he made his way to his pile of repaired items. He waved his new wand and tried to do what Harry had done, but only few things came to him. He figured he was going to need a lot more practice. He tried picturing the scene clearer and more things came to him, making him break out with a huge smile. Oh, yeah, he was going to get his parents back. Well, we'll just have to make sure they get some. Good job, Neville. That wand is working great for you, Harry said to his friend. Sirius can buy some, if we don't find many in here, he added turning to his godfather. I don't know how I got volunteered to do this, but yeah. I'll make sure they get some. If we take any and all spells off the furniture there is a huge market for them in non-magical London, and even some of the vintage clothing. Sirius grumbled as he tried his hand a wandlessly fixing stuff. The pile he picked creaked and groaned as things repaired, and then Harry reminded him to cleanse it of dark magic. They were kept for hours just fixing and then vanishing things. It was an enormous room so there was a good possibility they would not be done anytime soon. Harry figured they could do it until it became a chore. And then they could just leave the rest to the next person who found the room. He was positive they were not the first, nor would they be the last to stumble upon this trove. Gringotts paw. The alarms flared, and the goblins quickly checked all the humans and then hustled them out of the bank. Not finding a thief, they were confused as to what set off the wards. What is causing it? Snarlfist yelled over the noise. The wards were flashing off the walls, and it was getting on his nerves. The whole room would light up, dim, and he wasn't the only one with a headache. That and, he was disappointed at not finding any thieves among the people they just booted out to the building. He wanted to take whoever was doing this and have them under his knife. Gringotts was now tightly shut to the public. All doors were locked, and all carts were empty. It was the second time in this decade that it happened. The goblins weren't happy. We don't know, an unnamed goblin shouted back. We're going to have to search every vault. Can we at least turn off the blasted alarm? He asked with his hands over his ears. Just then the alarm stopped, and they all sighed with relief, until it sounded again. This confused the goblins more, since there was no one in the bank except them. A team was quickly put together and they descended the tunnels. They were at the fourth vault, when items appeared. Someone is adding to the vaults, one goblin said in awe. Everyone glared at him for his needless commentary. We can see that, Snarlfist snapped as he watched the ward breakers try to figure out how to stop this magic from coming through. I think I will have to talk to Black about this. If it is not his doing, then he knows who it is, the tiny being stated, pulling out his knife and cleaning his long black nails. There are no rules about something like this, so technically you can't torture him for it. You can only ask, Steelblade said, to the disappointment of many. Oh, but what fun I'll have, asking. During their search, they found that many vaults washed in the foreign magic. A separate alarm for all the vaults were set up, so the doors would flash if the magic washed over that vault. It made it much easier than going from vault to vault. They had to record it all for the letters that needed to be sent out. They never knew what was in the vaults to begin with, just that the magic was in there. All day was spent going from the flashing doors and noting it down for the letters. It was a grumpy bunch of goblins that ended their shift that day, making sure to tell the next shift what had been happening. The ones coming on would send out the missives. Sirius stood still as a shiver went down his spine. Harry, how are you getting this stuff in the vaults? He asked warily. He really didn't want to talk to the goblins, he had no clue as to how they would react to this. Not that they would get anything from him, given his vow, but the last one he talked to wasn't a nice fellow. Magic, was the curious answer. He thought it was pretty obvious. What I meant was, are you passing them straight through the wards? The dogman asked, not sure if he wanted to know. Harry thought about it for a minute and then shrugged, I guess that's what's happening. Why? I just had a bad feeling, like someone walking over my grave. I think I'll stay away from Gringotts for a while. His godfather said with a full-body shudder. Visions of rubber hoses flooded his mind. The Weasleys' when people came home that day, from whatever it was they did, there were small, or large, piles of lost things in their living rooms. While many rejoiced at finding these treasures, they all wanted to know how they got there. Something was causing the wards to flare. But the only thing that anyone could find was the lost items. There were small dances of joy as trinkets, letters, books, diaries, jewels, and many other things were looked at. It was like an early Yule. It was the diaries and the family magic books that were coveted the most. The Weasleys were one of the families that cried and danced. There on the sofa was a pile of lost artifacts. Some of them were so old that they would have no problems with money, if they decided to sell them. There was a golden statue of a dragon with ruby eyes, which had been in the family for over 800 years. It had been lost 400 years ago, when one of their ancestors took it to Hogwarts to show it off to his friends. They would never sell that, however there was a document of a sealed vault that was still active at Gringotts. It had been sealed when one of their ancestors had married a dark wizard, who tried to take all their money, over 500 years ago. The document had been carried by a family friend, who had died from the Dada curse. The man was going to give to the Weasleys at the end of that school year, since the dark wizard had passed away. All of his belongings disappeared when he was declared dead, since he had no family. Now, it was right where it belonged. Molly and Arthur were besides themselves with joy. They would never have to send their children to school in second-hand clothes again. Harry's Oh, by the way, Harry, are you sure you're not going to compete? Sirius asked as he sat in one of the chairs. He was so tired. He had used up a lot of magic, but he was proud of what he accomplished. He looked around the room at the other teens, who were still fixing, examining and vanishing things. There was a hint of pride on his face. Harry had taught them this. His godson was a powerful wizard. And he was proud of him. Sure, the kid was a bit of an ass, but he was helping his friends, so he couldn't be all that bad. Yeah, why? Harry asked as he joined his godfather. He wasn't tired. He just wanted his friends to practice, and he had a good stash of new books and things to scan and play with. Well, the other day I was taking a run as Padfoot, and came across some dragons in the forest. The dogman said mysteriously, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his knees, letting his hands hang loosely in between his legs. And you didn't think to tell me sooner. The dark-haired wizard snapped, making his godfather glare. I'm in the middle of trying to clear my name, Sirius snapped back, sitting back in his seat. Winky has been busy ferrying letters back and forth between me and Waters. I felt getting a trial was a bit more important, since you said you weren't going to compete. Right, sorry. I wonder if the real contestants know, Harry said, rubbing his forehead in thought. He had stayed away from them, not wanting anyone to think that he was trying to get in good with them. They might think that he was going to play their stupid games. I don't know, probably. I don't see their school heads not telling them. I don't trust Karkaroff as far as I can banish him. But I can tell you this, I'm sure that the Hogwarts Campion doesn't know, unless one of the others told him. The young-looking man stated, looking at his godson, showing he was serious. You don't think Dumbledore would tell him? He asked, not believing that for a minute. No. There are many things you can say about the man, but he doesn't cheat. Don't worry, Harry, we'll tell Cedric, Fred said as he too took a break. Yeah, we like him, even if he is the only seeker to beat you, said George as he sat next to his brother. Now, did we hear you call yourself Padfoot? Fred asked, turning his head toward Sirius. Yeah, that's the name of my animagus form, was the answer. The twins all but bounced in their seats, as in one of the Marauders. They asked. Yeah, came the cautious reply. We've spent our entire school career emulating you guys, George said and told him the story about finding the map. And the things they had heard and tried to match. Well I'm glad we've met. We'll have to keep in touch, but don't tell your mum, Sirius stated, looking at the two lookalikes. I'll tell you some stories, but there are some things that have been pointed out to me that were just plain bullying. I just got on Harry's good side, so I'm not relaying those. Good call, Harry stated firmly. So, the twins and Sirius spent some time talking about pranks and the difference between going too far and just plain having fun. Harry sat back and listened, mocking sure to keep an eye on his other friends. When they got tired, he called them over and handed out sandwiches. When it was time of curfew, he showed Sirius the invisibility charm and sent him home, telling him to come back tomorrow and they would do it all again. The week went by with much the same happening. Luna found her dad's diary, but sadly not her mum's. She called for it, but nothing came. She wasn't to put out. She would just have to keep looking. Hermione was finally okay with what they were doing. There were loads of valuable things that would make a nice fund for the school. She wasn't sure about Sirius being in charge of that, but since he was the only adult, it did make sense. She was the one assigned to putting the books in the library. Neville was just glad to practice his magic more. The more he used the new wand the better he felt about himself. He was determined to get as good as Harry. The twins had quite a nest egg, and they were just content that they could now afford their shop. They were also in charge of sneaking any repaired broom to Madame Hooch's office. Sirius was just glad to be with his godson. If he never got proficient in wandless magic, that was okay with him. Still, it was fun to be here and doing things he never thought he could do. Harry and the twins pranked Moody by clouding his magical eye. Everywhere the man looked would be like looking through dirty glass. He became obsessed with washing the thing. They made his wooden leg sing children's songs, and his faux glass would see things that weren't there. The man would stomp around the castle, yelling, constant vigilance. They really hoped to drive the impostor into jumping at shadows. Harry had Dobby go and make sure that the real Moody was fed and had water, and also bring him a note that he was going to try and rescue him during the first task, which the man promptly ate right after reading. The house elf snuck in a few potions, but the man said to be careful or they would be caught. So, Moody played ailing captive, but in reality, he was getting better. They pulled a few jokes on Snape, but the man wasn't reacting anymore, so they stopped. Harry, Sirius and the twins made sure to iron out the plans for the first task. Waters had written to say that he and Madame Bones would be there, and that she was quite upset that they wouldn't tell her why. They spent hours hashing it out and now were firm in what they were going to do. Harry couldn't wait. The night before the task, Harry dreamed of naked women dancing around a fire in the light of a full moon. It was one of his favorite dreams. He had just gotten to a good part, when he was hailed by Picard that there was something happening, and he was needed. He jerked out of dream and was on the main deck of the Enterprise. Communications were opened with the away team. Data has come across something, and we were just about to hear his report, the captain said, nodded to a helmsman, who typed something in. The overhead screen changed from black space to Data's face. Thanks, Captain, Harry said, turning to look at the view screen. What have you got for me, Data? He asked, to the stoic face of the android. We were scanning the white space trying to analyze what it was. So far everything indicates it is a void of nothingness. We were progressing towards the orange glow, when sensors indicated a small anomaly floating within. We changed course to intercept and scans showed that it is the night you ran. We believe that the shield surrounding it was part of a memory blocking spell. It took us time, but we dropped the shield without corrupting the integrity of the memory. I am uploading it now, Data stated as he looked down and pushed some keys in front of him. Harry watched the computer screen as the scene played out. While it wasn't completely incriminating, it would help in taking down Snape. Thanks, crew, let me know if you make it to my memories, but do me a favor and alert me first. I don't want to be in the middle of something and have those all slam into me at once. The last thing he needed was a mass influx of memories when he least expected it. Understood, Harry. My Annalie. Sis shows that would be for the best as well, Data stated with a sharp nod. Thanks again, Harry out, the sleeping teen said with a cordial nod. The viewer went blank and Harry turned away, thinking over the recovered memory. His face was grim. He knew that slimy bastard had something to do with all this, and he really hoped the twins pulled off their part. Now, with the plan that they had, this memory would go a long way in helping. That and the conversation he had had with the Bloody Baron. If he could somehow project those to Madame Bones, then the potions teacher was done for. He smiled. Ed in his sleep as he pictured all the ways the man would be taken down. Captain, have someone figure out a way to project my memories. I want to be able to show them as if viewing a movie screen, he commanded. Trying not to come off as an ass but failing miserably. Sorry, I have a lot on my mind and I need this done by tomorrow. He rubbed his eyes and ran a hand down his face. We will get it done, Harry. Picard stated as he started barking orders. I'm going back to sleep, and hopefully dream more relaxing dreams, Harry stated as he slipped back in his dreams of lovely ladies. The next morning was bright and clear. Harry shivered from the cold as he put on his normal jeans and jumper. He was very glad he still had his boots, they were a godsend in this freezing weather. As he ed them up he noted that there was a uniform hanging on the door. It was a red and gold Quidditch uniform, and he wondered if it was his. He shook his head and reckoned that Dumbledore had one of the house elves bring it to his room. It was just hanging there like he was supposed to wear it, but he ignored it. He didn't understand why that man didn't get a clue. He had no idea how many times did tell him he wasn't going to play their games, but it was getting increasingly trying. He went to the common room, but no one was there. Shrugging his shoulders, he went to the Great Hall. There as his group of friends all fretting about what could happen today, if the looks they shared was any indication. He had no idea why they were worried, the plan was simple and there was no risk involved. He sat by the twins and quietly asked, "Did you get it?" He asked, cutting a look to the staff table and seeing all the teachers and officials there. It was a great feat in restraint that he didn't glare at Snape. Yeah, they whispered back as Fred handed him an object, which he placed in his TARDIS pocket. It was easy, what with all the practice we've been doing, George continued with a wink. Piece of cake, Fred said. Copying his brother. I'm surprised that it was still there. You would think Snape was smart enough to get rid of it. He shook his head at the man's oversight. Nay, he thinks because he obliviated me that he's safe. He didn't tell them he got his memory back. This was not the place to discuss it. Probably, the twins said. This is great, thanks guys, our hero stated with a wide smile. This would go a long way in trapping Snape. If they got something implicating the man in making illegal potions, then all he had to do was give it to Madame Bones. Coupled with his memories, yeah. It was going to be a good day. Harry, are you sure you know what you're doing? Hermione whispered, leaning over the table to make sure that no one heard her. She wasn't sure that everything was going to go as planned. She felt that Harry was getting too cocky in his movements with the staff. There was just so much that could go wrong. Don't worry, I've got this, he said smoothly, unknowingly proving her point. I'm just going to sit in the stands with you guys and talk to Madame Bones. I'll give her what I've got and then let her take care of the rest. I'm not going to play superhero, so calm down, he stated calmly as he casually served up some hot cereal. Okay, well, the first task is starting soon, so you better eat up, she said, going back to her breakfast. She was still worried, but she was hopeful that with Madame Bones there, and that it would go off okay. The gang ate and chatted on unimportant things, while the adults agonized. Dumbledore's paw. Look at him. He looks like he doesn't have a care in the world. I thought you were going to speak to him, Crouch Sr. stated, glaring at the old man. He just knew that boy was going to make him look bad. He was just eating, completely unconcerned with what was happening today. Not like the other champions, who were pushing their food around their plates. Do not worry so, Bartemius, I will make sure that young Harry is at the first task. Dumbledore stated, though he was a bit concerned. He had tried to find Harry all week, but he and his friends kept disappearing on the 7th floor. He didn't know where he or his friends went, or what they were doing. For all he knew, the boy was up to something, and from the looks of it he was right. However, he had a plan to get Harry to the task, and he was not going to fail. You'd better, or it is on your head, the surly man snapped as he got up and stomped out of the room. He had last-minute things to take care of. Bagman got up and followed. He was sweating bullets, still worried about the goblins, who were very upset with wizards right now. What with all the things going through their wards. He really hoped the headmaster had a plan. How are you going to convince the young man to compete? Madame Maxime asked as she watched her champion not eat her food. She was concerned about the young woman. While she was the strongest student in her school, she lacked confidence. It was something they worked on since the girl's name came out of the goblet. Fleur was now firm in that she knew what she was going to do, but the fact that she had to face a dragon was making her upset. I am sure that it will only take a small bit of persuasion to bring him around, the old man stated as he calmly ate his bagel. Karkaroff scoffed. He knew that the old G.E. Ezra was planning something and that the boy would not like it, but he held his tongue. He really didn't want Harry Potter to participate, not that he thought Crumb couldn't beat him, but it took away from the Quidditch star's fame. The boy who lived was in good with the public at this time. They all pitied him, and many were demanding that he not be forced to contend. Fudge was adamant that the child hero do so. He felt it would bring up his rating if the boy won. Snape was making plans to leave after the task, when everyone was focused on the winner. He had to appear or there would be questions and people would seek him out. He had everything ready and was prepared to run. He had a really bad feeling that if he didn't soon, then he never would. It might have to do with his lab being broken into last night. And the potion disappearing. If he could have, he would escape now, but the old man showed up at his door this morning and was making him stick by his side. He grumbled about conning old men and their stupid plans as he finished his eggs. Harry's paw. The group of 6 were done with breakfast and they watched as Dumbledore and his cohorts left the room. They figured that meant it was time to go and were now making their way out of the hall, when the little blonde stopped suddenly, causing everyone to look at her. Is Sirius going to be there? Luna asked with a vacant stare. I have a feeling he is going to be needed. Yeah, he's going to be near Junior, Harry answered, rubbing her arm as he guided her out of the hall. He really hated it when she was vague but knew that was how it worked and pushing her would not make it different. You need to beware of the Nargles, Harry. If I were you, I would not, she tried to warn, but trailed off and shook her head. It was gone. She just knew that everything wasn't going to go as planned, but she didn't know how it would be upset. All she saw was Harry in the arena surrounded by flames. Please, don't compete, no matter what, she added, grabbing a hold of his arm. I have no intentions on stepping anywhere near the dragons. Don't worry, I'll be careful, he said, patting her hand, and then groaned as his alert went off. He looked at his map and saw Dumbledore and Snape making their way towards him. He figured they were going to try and talk him into competing, so he waved his friends on and said, "You guys go ahead, I'll be there in a minute." He then turned to confront the adults. He wasn't going to back down. The other 5 opened their mouths like they were going to protest, but he gave them a wink and he reluctantly moved towards the stands. Mr. Potter, it is my understanding that you are still refraining from participating in the competition, Dumbledore stated in a questioning tone as the 3 teachers stopped in front of him. Snape just sneered. That's right. I didn't enter, and I'm not playing your games, the teen said with a nod of his head, folding his arms in a defiant manner. He sneered back and the potion's masters, hoping he was keeping the twinkle out of his eyes. The last thing he wanted for the man to know that he knew. I am afraid I am going to have to insist, the old N replied with a bit of steel in his voice. Insist all you want, I'm not going. I'm done talking to you, Harry said, turning away from them as he had so many times before. He heard his red alert go off, and he made to turn around. But darkness overtook him. Dumbledore nodded his thanks to the potion's master, who had just hit our hero over the head with a blunt object spelled to render someone unconscious. Perhaps he had hit the child too hard, but he really didn't care. Maybe it would make the boy's amnesia worse, and that would give Snape more time to run. Are you sure this was the right way to go about his, Albus? It could have some repercussions, the dour man asked, banishing the staff he used. I cannot risk him losing his magic. It is imperative that he remain here, the headmaster tried to placate as he disillusioned and levitated the boy out of the school. How will he fight Voldemort if he is so impaired? He asked with a lifting of his eyebrow. Perhaps you could have reasoned with the brat, Snape said unconvincingly. Have I been able to reason with Harry since his return? Was the rhetorical comeback. Snape conceded the point, and they made their way to the champion's tent, with the invisible boy floating behind them. Where is Potter? Crouch demanded, when they appeared to come in alone. He needed the boy who lived to compete. Fudge was breathing down his neck, and he was majorly concerned for his job. That, and he still didn't know where Junior was. Do not worry. Continue on, and Harry will be there when he is supposed to, the headmaster stated, keeping the teen invisible. They did as he bid, each one hoping different things. Hermione's paw. Where's Harry? The task is going to start soon, Hermione asked, very worried about her friend. She was looking around at everyone but didn't see him. I don't know, Neville answered as he too scanned the crowd for the wayward teen. I find it lacking on his part that he required us to come and then didn't show. Madame Bones stated with a small glare at the children. She was a very busy woman, but the teen's lawyer stated that it was important that she be here. Something about Death Eaters that would be unmasked today. There were also hints that dead men would appear, not that she gave much credit to that part. Dead men, indeed. Still, for the young man to not show didn't lend him much credibility. He was kidnapped by Dumbledore, was Luna's reply as she glared at the champion's tent as she shook with suppressed rage and fear. She had known something was going to go wrong, but she couldn't do anything to stop it. This was why being a seer was such a curse. That, and people tended to blame seers for not doing enough, or if they did and someone died, then they tended to put it on the person who predicted the tragedy. How do you know that, young lady? The elder woman asked with a lifting of her eyebrow. It is only logical, since that was the last person we saw him talking to. I believe Ari has become too compliant around the headmaster, the little blonde answered as she stared at the arena. Oh dear, Hermione said, wringing her hands with worry. She just knew that Harry's overconfidence would get him in trouble. But she really hoped that the headmaster wouldn't put someone in danger just to continue with his plans. She fretted and worried as she stared at the dragon that someone would have to fight. Really? Dragons, what were they thinking? Can you five at least tell me why I'm here? Bones asked, wanting to get whatever it was out of the way. Just then the crowd cheered as Cedric entered the arena. The twins were very glad they had let the other team know what to expect. As the first champion took on his dragon, Harry's friends were telling Amelia why she was brought in. They laid out what they had planned and let her know that Harry had the evidence. With each word her anger grew. She made subtle gestures to the aurors she brought with her and had them spread out throughout the stadium. She wanted to make sure that they were in key positions to capture the culprits. Waters was writing notes in his legal pad. He was going to make sure that his client was covered. That, and with this new development there could finally be a case against Dumbledore. After relaying what they knew about Harry's plan, they all settled down and watched the champions compete. As they all fretted over Harry's disappearance. What would happen if he were forced to compete? What if he was wrong and lost his magic if he didn't? Hopefully he was right and the person who set him up would lose theirs. Sirius wanted to go and asked about his missing godson, but he needed to stick with Crouch Jr. If things went wrong, he would be needed to make sure the man was taken down fast. He did notice the aurors moving around him, still he was going to do Harry proud, and play his part. Now came the time Harry would have been there, and when no one came from the tent the crowd started to murmur. Suddenly there he was, laying in the ring, looking like he was asleep. No one noticed the headmaster wave his wand. Harry's paw. After a second, Harry started, and still laying on the ground he looked around. Seeing the dragon, His eyes widened, and he flared his golden shield up and stood. Boy was he pissed. He knew he couldn't trust that old man, but since the professor hadn't done anything since the first day, he let his guard down. So yeah, he was mad at himself and the old bastard. How the bloody hell did he get past the sensors? He barked into his head. The warning system should have prevented a kidnapping. You were hit on the head with a charmed staff. It did not show on the sensors until it was too late, Spock answered as the red alert started its warning. Find a wah. Why did tune them to pick up on any flare of malevolent magic? The frustrated teen commanded as flames circled his shield. Make it so, Picard barked, and Harry could hear the crew scrabbling to follow the orders. Then he tuned them out and paid attention to what was happening around him. The crowd screamed as the dragon blasted the dome with fire. When the flames disappeared, there was an unharmed Harry standing with his arms folded and glaring at the old man. He waved his hand to his throat and started talking. You're a fucking bastard, Dumbledore. I told you that I wasn't going to fucking compete. And look, I'm bloody well not. I'm going to stand here and make sure that the whole audience knows what you, and your fucking pet Death Eater, has done to me, he threatened as the dragon started gnawing on the golden dome. Scrapping noises were heard as the beast tried to eat him. She was getting more and more frustrated as her teeth started to hurt from the shocks the dome was giving her. She blasted the dome again with fire. But it would not relent. I was going to do this in the background, but you've pushed my hand. First a few people need spankings, Harry said with a smirk as he held up his hand and summoned the polyjuice potion from the fake Moody. The flask flew to him and he lifted and smelled. Polyjuice, he said with a sneer as he dumped it on the ground, so it couldn't be taken back. Amelia cringed as evidence was wasted, she only hoped that there was residue in the flask. She would have to talk to Harry about not doing such things in the future. Barty Jr. stood and lifted his wand and cursed the teen. But it splashed harmlessly on the golden shield. Sirius quickly lifted his wand and wrapped the man in chains, while the oars converged. He was ever so glad that he was in disguise. The last thing they needed was for the magical coppers to be distracted with, you know who's right-hand man. He couldn't wait until his name was cleared. When the Auror asked who he was, he told him that he was just a bystander trying to do his duty for the ministry and gave them a fake name. The cop took him at his word and levitated the fake Moody to the back of the stands, where he couldn't hurt anyone. And waited for the Bones to tell him who was next. The prisoner was screaming that his master would win, and they would never hold him. Waters made sure to write that tidbit down. That person, you will find, is Bartemius Crouch Jr., the boy in the ring stated, making many adults and one sandy-haired boy gasp with shock or denial. Bones was looking at the captured man, with a critical eye. I know he is supposed to be dead, but I have proof. I will only show Madam Bones and my lawyer. It does make one wonder how he got out to prison though. Doesn't it, Mr. Crouch? He sneered at the little man who was trying to hide under the judge's table. Sirius was happy to bind that man discreetly. He hid his wand in his sleeve and did the spell wordlessly. He hated Crouch with every fiber of his being. If it were not for Senior, he wouldn't have spent a day in Azkaban. He rejoiced that now they could question the man and get him to confess that the unjustly accused man never stood trial. Then he could take Harry and hide in Muggle London, like the boy wanted. Now the dragon was using its claws to try and break the shield. Huge swipe of her paws rebounded off the dome. Many cringed, because it sounded like fingernails on a chalkboard. You will find the really Moody in a trunk in the Dada office. Me and my friend Dobby have been making sure that he survived the ordeal. We'd have let you know sooner, but the man insisted that we somehow out the imposter first. He was part of the plan that we hatched here today. Now though, I have to wonder how his longtime friend, Albus Dumbledore, didn't know he was not who he appeared to be, the boy, whose dome was being chewed and clawed on, stated. He looked at the dragon and sighed. He made sure to ask Scotty if the ward was strong and got the reply that it was at 95%. So, the dragon wasn't doing much damage. The crowd turned as one and looked at the headmaster, who just sat serenely as if nothing was happening. He was fingering his wand like the wanted nothing more than to shut the boy up, but past experience led him to believe that only the unforgivables would penetrate that golden dome of his. His only recourse was to make sure that nothing implicated him. He knew that he had done nothing wrong. He had no idea that the impostor was in the castle. Sure, Alistair was acting a bit odd, but that was usual for the paranoid man. Harry, my boy, you must stop telling these people things that only the DMLE should know, he tried to reason with the child. That's what you think, is it? You shouldn't have fucking kidnapped me, arsehole. Besides, people have a right to know that they were in danger. They have the right to know that you are hiding things from them. Now, let's see who else was hiding things. Harry stated as he put a finger to his temple and broadcasted the memory of the night he ran, from the time Snape found him until he disappeared at the gate. This time Amelia captured the potion's master, who was trying to slink away. She put suppressor cuffs on him and Frog marched him back to her people. The whole while the greasy man glared at the boy hero. He knew he should have run this morning. Blast Dumbledore and Potter. He missed his opportunity by mere hours. Now he could only hope that Albus could get him off again. The head of the DMLE then turned and waited for what else the boy had up his sleeve. So far everything the teen stated was something she could work with. She was really hoping that he had more. Though she just knew Dumbledore would talk his way out of trouble. She could finally put his pet Death Eater in Azkaban. This, he pulled the vial from his pocket, is an experimental potion, and judging from what the man said when I accidentally took it, I'm sure that it is, or should be, illegal. He held it up and everyone could see it was green goo, just like in the memory. This is what caused my memory loss. The Bloody Baron, before he moved on, told me it's an unforgivable in a bottle. Then Harry let them see his talk with the ghost, making the crowd boo and jeer at the greasy git. Not that many liked him to begin with. Finally, Harry showed them what the headmaster had done to him since he returned. The mind rape, the attempts to control him, and finally the last encounter were all there for everyone to see. The other two schools weren't sure what to make of it. Karkaroff didn't see anything he, himself, wouldn't do, but Madame Maxime was appalled at what the teen had been through. Once more the headmaster tried to intervene, but Harry ignored the old man. Yeah, he was still pissed that he was having to do this while a great big lizard was trying to eat him. Because he kidnapped the boy to bring him here, Amelia also bound the old man. She didn't think it would stick. But she could at least bring him in for questioning. She knew he could use the excuse that he was trying to prevent the boy from losing his magic, or worse, dying. All this time, the dragon was doing its very best to get past the dome. Fire, teeth, and claws weren't working. It was about to start digging up the ground in hopes to get under it. Will you stop? Harry hissed at the large lizard. Can't you see I'm not going to harm you or your eggs? He said more gently, seeing that it had stopped at his command. Go back to your nest. I'm leaving. And with that, while the dome was still in place, he left the arena, without even looking at the prize. That's when the screaming started. The screaming started in the back of the stadium, where people were quickly moving away from one of the bound men. There, writhing on the ground, still bound with chains, was the changing form of Bartemius Crouch Jr. A vile sucking noise filled the air as the man's magic was torn from his body. Like a large part of his body was being sucked out. It sounded wet and gross. The chains that held him rattled as he continued to convulse. Then the screams turned to something more frightening as the polyjuice conflicted with the loss of magic. His skin bubbled, and sores formed and oozed as the potion tried to leave the magic-free body. The fake eye popped out, but no new eye replaced it. The wooden leg simply fell off, leaving behind a healed stump. He twisted and turned, and if his hands weren't bound then he would have been clawing his face. The crowd could see he was in a great deal of pain, as his cries filled the air and many people shuddered at the noise. The audience was watching with morbid fascination, while those that weren't looking away and hiding in the nearest person's chest. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey was attempting to keep the man alive. She waved her wand and dabbed his open boils with a sterile cloth, but there was little else she could do. The potions she would normally use would not help a squib, which is what the man now was. There was just enough magic in him to keep him alive, but little else. He would never cast a spell again. Junior finally stopped screaming. His face and body were a mass of ulcers and there were tears of pain rolling down his face, which mixed with the green and yellow pus and made for a nasty look. He was now in his natural form and everyone could see that he was indeed the man they thought dead. He took one look at the crowd, sneered, and then his eyes rolled into the back of his head and he blacked out. Poe. M. Frey waved her wand and then sadly nodded to Amelia. He's in a coma, And I have no idea if he will ever recover, she stated as she tried to heal what she could. She magicked bandages and cloths to clean him up as best she could. When she was done, most of his face and body were covered. Well, I'm not sure how I feel about that. We can't try him if he is not well, Madame Bones said callously. She had no sympathy for the man. He had escaped from Azkaban and he would be kissed if he ever recovered. However, she wanted to know how he managed to get the drop on her good friend. It was without a doubt that he was behind Mr. Potter's name being put in the cup. Though, without questioning him, they may never know why. She looked to where Fudge was standing, worrying his bowler hat. She was concerned that this too would disappear. Much like anything that would harm the minister. Though with all these witnesses that might not happen. There were many important people here today, and they would not forget this scene easily. The man's father looked on stoically. He knew that his time as a ministry employee was finished. He had an inkling that this would happen one day. He felt it was inevitable. Since he broke his son out of prison. Not a day went by that he wished he had not given in to his wife's demands. He had broken many laws then and since. Now all he had to do was keep out of prison. With his son incapacitated, that might be easier than he first thought. It was after all, only his words that would be heard. He truly hoped that his son never recovered. The judge's paw. What are we to do? Madame Maxime asked as she turned from the downed man. Sure, it was a sad scene, but they needed to finish the tournament. Dumbledore cannot be a judge if he is to be arrested. We need someone to take his place. Not to mention that Crouch is also detained. We are down 2 judges, so that young redhead could stand in for Crouch. Has done so before, she reasoned as she waved her jeweled hand and called Percy over to explain their dilemma to him. The young redhead looked at her, pointed to his chest with a look. When she waved to him again, he got up and pushed people out of his way to get to the table. Obviously, they finally saw his potential. Now he would show the world that he deserved to be higher up in the ministry. There was no way he was going to wind up like his father. No, one day he would be minister. Karkaroff scoffed as he watched the young man shove his way to the table. It does not matter who you get to judge, the boy deserves a 0. He did not compete. Therefore, he does not merit a score. Now see here, there was a great deal of magic going on in that arena. I believe we should score on that, Bagman protested, sweat pouring down his face. He knew this was not an argument he was going to win, but he had to try. There was a great debt hanging over his head, now that Harry Potter made it quite clear that he wanted nothing to do with these games. No, he did not complete the task, the egg still sits in the nest. There will be no score, Karkaroff stated firmly, folding his arms in a defiant manner. The young Mr. Weasley made to the table and sat proudly. Though listening to them debate put him in a dilemma. Did he go with the ministry employee, or do the right thing and agree with Karkaroff? He had no love for Harry Potter. It was his opinion that Skeeter was correct, and the boy was an attention seeker. He paid no mind to her last article. She must have been blackmailed to tell such blatant lies. Still, he needed to decide which course to take. He finally decided to go with his brain and the argument began. Madame Maxime called over McGonagall to take the place of the headmaster. She would be the tie-breaker, if she agreed to sit in judgment. Minerva was not happy to be put in such a spot. She knew what Albus would have wanted, but she also was aware of what Harry wanted. This put her in a difficult position. Playing devil's advocate, she waited to hear both sides. Dumbledore's paw. While the judges battled it out, Dumbledore was trying to figure out how to save Severus. He wasn't worried about himself, he knew that they would not hold him for long. So he only made plans to help his protégé. He racked his brain to come up with a plausible reason the man had some very iffy potions in his possession. There is a reasonable explanation as to what Severus was doing with questionable potions. He is a potions master, it is more than likely that he was simply following his calling and making useful concoctions for the good of the wizarding world. His eyes twinkled as he was sure that his word would be enough. He was quite proud that he came up with such a good theory. Snape just shook his head at Albus. He knew that he should have left way before now, but he had let the old man talk him into staying. Now, he was prison-bound and there was nothing Albus could do about it, short of lending him Fawkes. Oh, how he hated Potter. Right, a potion that can causes amnesia would be useful. How? You're not going to be able to talk this one away, Albus, Amelia stated as she led him and the rest of the prisoners, Bar Jr., away. The man in the coma would be taken to St. Mungo's and guarded until he recovered or died. I will speak with young Harry. I am sure that he can be reasoned with, the headmaster said as if it were a foregone conclusion. He was hopeful that the boy's natural generosity would come through. He followed the group knowing that he could escape at any time. All he had to do was call Fawkes. The Phoenix would come and retrieve him from anywhere. No, Albus Dumbledore was not worried about himself in the least. You do that, she scoffed, and they settled in silence as they made their way to the gate. Her mind was going over how she could keep the old man around if he didn't want to be. She knew that Flaming Bird would rescue him if he were to call. It was frustrating that he could do that and there was nothing she could do to stop him. Not that she thought any charges would stick, still being unable to hold him was nerve-wracking. Harry's paw. The crowd had tried to stop our hero. Many were saying that they had believed in him the entire time. Since he didn't know any of them, he just kept his mouth shut and pushed his way through. He had first stopped to hand the vial to Madame Bones, who thanked him and then continued on her way. He sneered at the old man and Snape and turned and made his way to his final destination. He relaxed once he was surrounded by people he knew. Mr. Waters, thanks for coming. I'm sure that some of this can be useful, Harry said as he joined his group of friends. Yes, there are many things that happened today that will put at least 2 men behind bars. The lawyer stated as he put his legal pad into his briefcase. He shook the boy's hand. I must get back to my office and have the team go over my memories. I will let you know if anything develops, he said and then took his leave. It was quite useful having him come and bringing in the DMLE, Hermione stated as she watched the man go. She made sure to not look at the prisoners. Harry, did you know that you could talk to dragons? Luna asked, hoping that bringing up the subject would get the screams out of her head. She was one of the ones that buried her face in the nearest chest, which happened to be Neville's. Oh, well, no, I didn't know I could do that. Wasn't I talking in English? He asked with a tilt of his head. He thought it was his magic that made the dragon understand him. Maybe it was a combination of both. He'd have to research on that. He had a niggling feeling that it was something he should remember, but once again that thought drifted to the back of his head. He only hoped the away team found his memories and that they were intact. Who knows what that potion did? He had no idea how it came about that he drank the stuff, but its effects were still worrying. No, you were hissing. The only reason we heard it was because you didn't cancel the voice amplifying spell, the bookworm explained as she looked him over to make sure he wasn't hiding any injuries. When you talk in Parseltongue, hissing is all anyone hears. However, from what you told me before, all you hear is English. Right, you did tell me that I could do that, I didn't know it would work on dragons, he stated, thinking over what such a talent could be used for, and not finding much. How conversational were snakes and what could they bring to the table? According to Hermione, the basilisk didn't listen to him when he was running from it. So really, how useful could talking to snakes be? Well, he might be able to get spies to listen to girls talk. They might warn him if one was going to slip him love potions or something. It was something to think about. It's probably their snake tongues. I read, Hermione started. It looks like the judges are about to address the crowd. Neville butted in, pointing to the table where Madame Maxime was standing and waving her wand to her throat. Avenue decided that there will be no score for Harry Potter. Has made it quite clear that he will not participate in this tournament. Therefore, we will honor his request. With the ailment of the imposter, we are convinced that M. Potter did not put his name in the cup. We ask that you acknowledge these as well, she stated as the crowd booed or clapped as they saw fit. She sat and waited for the noise to dissipate. Ludo Bagman was crying in his hands, no one knew why. But they almost felt sorry for the man. Well, now that that is over, let's go to the shack and make plans for the rest of the year, Harry stated as he stood and helped Luna and Hermione up. Hot the headmaster got rid of the shrieking shack, Hermione stated as they took the stairs down. No, I just hit it. I'll have to add you the wards, but that should be easy, the dark-haired teen stated. He nodded to Sirius. who was doing his best to blend in with the crowd. The teens left the stadium with sneers and cheers following them. Not that he cared, but it seemed to upset his friends. So, he turned and shouted. For those of you jeering, and flipped them off, turned again and moved toward the shack. Really, Harry, that was not helpful, the bushy-haired girl reprimanded, while T. He rest of the group chuckled and giggled. It made me feel better, he answered with a shrug. So, what's the plan? Fred asked as he moved up to where Harry was walking. Don't know. I mean, I know that someone is trying to kill me and I'm pretty sure it is that dork idiot. That Crouch guy is one of his minions after all. Now, we need to make sure we're safe. I've been trying to make ward stones and I think I've got them working. I can't test them on myself, since I have a ward tied to my core. So, maybe we can check those out. It would give me some relief to know that you guys are safer, T. He dark-haired boy answered with a concerned look. This day was just too close for comfort. He was accosted by someone who was supposed to keep him alive. Oh yeah, after today he really hated the headbastard. And if he never saw the man again, it would be too soon. He had debated on leaving Hogwarts for good, but then he would be leaving his friends behind, and that was not something he was comfortable with. No, he would wait until the dork idiot was dealt with. He was positive that he was powerful enough to take on the man. He would just have to be more vigilant. What about the rest of the school? Aren't they at risk as well? I mean, there has been some twisted events happening in every year you've been here. Not that it's your fault, but many students have been hurt or almost died with all that has gone on, Hermione stated. Remembering the many times she was one of the injured. Well, we could try and find the ward stone for the school and see if we can make them stronger. But, wouldn't Dumbledore have done that? The non-champion stated, looking around at all his friends. Not if he wanted them to be weaker so that things like your second year happened. Though, I would like T. Oh, think that he was just being careless and not malicious, Luna said from Harry's side. She believed the headmaster was just overworked and neglectful. Although it did appear that he did like to keep Harry in the middle of all the turmoil. It was as if he was testing the boy. I hope you are right, and that the old man is simply senile, the dark-haired boy stated as he threw his arm around the little blonde's shoulders. As he walked he added his friends to the wards with a thought. They made their way to the Whomping Willow and Harry waved his hand and tree stopped swinging its branches. Why are we going this way? Hermione asked as she ducked under a frozen branch. Wouldn't it be safer to go out the gate? That's where the crowd is. I thought we'd avoid them, the boy hero explained as he led them to the tunnel. And then the inside of the house. Wow, this looks much different than the last time I was here, the bushy-haired witch stated, looking around the room in awe. It looks like a normal house on the inside. That's Winky's doing, Harry said, downplaying his part in repairing the shack. Master Harry is calling Winky. The female elf asked as she popped in. No, but now that you are here, can we have some refreshments? Tea and biscuits would be great, the young teen requested kindly. Winky can do, she said and popped away. Minutes later there was a tea service on the coffee table. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm hungry, Harry stated as he sat on the couch and reached for a biscuit. Then he remembered that he made a sausage and egg sandwich that morning and pulled it out as well. He was really glad that the TARDIS pocket kept food fresh. He wolfed down the food and grabbed more off the tea tray. Aren't you guys going to join me? We didn't want our hands bit off for taking food from you, George said with a cocky grin. I'm not your brother, was the comeback. I wonder where Sirius is. Neville asked as he grabbed a biscuit. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.